you, pretty boy. I'll remember your Zhang family. You better pray that I don't meet anyone from your Zhang family in the competition. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." With that, he snorted and turned to leave. Zhang Minju's face was ashen as she looked at Maniac Li. "You better pray that you can survive this competition. I'm going to kill you with my own hands." Maniac Li laughed and strode away. Zhao Hai looked at Maniac Li's reaction and smiled. "Great, the Zhang family has offended another person. Hee, don't let Crazy Li meet Fei, or I won't have the chance to attack him." Laura turned to look at Zhao Hai. "Quat, Brother Hai, this Maniac Li is quite interesting. Why don't you make friends with him?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I also think he's quite interesting. If there's a chance, I really want to make friends with him. This person may seem very reckless on the outside, but he's meticulous in his rough ways. He knows when to advance and when to retreat. He also has a chivalrous heart. He's worth making friends with." Quat, Big Brother Hai, she said to Zhao Hai, "Come and look. I found someone." Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the screen. A person appeared on the screen. This person was wearing a blue magician's robe and had a head of light black hair. He looked very handsome. He was actually the #1 expert of the top 10 experts strip. Zhao Hai smiled. "The Saint of Ice strip. If this person dares to come out like this, it seems that the Water God Temple has already made arrangements. He won't be easily challenged." Meljin turned her head and looked at Zhao Hai. Brother Hai, who do you think will be more powerful if the top 10 masters fight?" she asked. "NBSB. Zhao Hai shook his head. It's hard to say. However, I think Zhang King, Xing Li, Dongfeng Yu, and Lei Zai Ocean are good fighters." Meljin froze for a moment. She adjusted their information and looked at it. Then she said to Zhao Hai, "Big Brother Hai, why do you think these people are good?" Margaret nodded and said, "The top 10 masters are difficult to deal with because of the cards in their hands. They are all talents carefully cultivated by the major families. For such talents, the major families will not be stingy. The families of the major families will not be weaker than our Ashley family, so these people must have a lot of good things in their hands. It's just that they will not take them out until the time of the game." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right, that's it. Not to mention anything else, just the Bone Barracks arsenal has so many good things, not to mention the family. And these top 10 experts are all talents that their forces have nurtured with all their might. How can they not have good things in their hands? So this preliminaries are not just about who is stronger on the surface. Equipment is also a large factor." Lola and the others nodded. Zhao Hai sighed and said, Just by looking at the top 10 experts in the realm of arrays, you can imagine how strong the experts of the other forces are. The realm of arrays is not known for their individual combat strength. Their strength is also at the bottom of the cultivation world. Even so, they are so strong. You can imagine how strong the other realms are." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others felt their hearts sink. Zhao Hai looked at them and suddenly laughed. "But this is good. I was just thinking about meeting the heroes of the world. If they are too weak, then it won't be fun, ha 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 ha." Laura and the others could also feel Zhao Hai's soaring heroic spirit. They couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai with infatuation. Although Zhao Hai looked ordinary at this moment, his body seemed to be glowing. That glow was firmly attracting them. Time flew by, and soon it would be the official day of the preliminaries. The Heaven Secrets Array Star had not been very peaceful these past few days. Just the police station had received all sorts of challenge requests, and there were no less than a few hundred of them. Fortunately, the police station had already made preparations. If you wanted to challenge someone, you could do so as long as both sides agreed, signed a document, and paid a fee for the rental of the venue. Even if the two of you were to die, they would not care. Of course, it would have to be done at a designated location in the police station. Zhao Hai hadn't appeared on the planet for the past few days. However, the realm had already stored the entire map of the planet into it, and the people outside had some understanding of him. Don't doubt the investigative abilities of the people of this world. These families had existed in the realm of arrays for many years. They were intertwined with each other. Today you could plant a nail in their house, and tomorrow they could plant a bomb in your house. These families had done it many times. Therefore, to the people of the realm of arrays, there was no absolute secret. Of course, the core secrets of a family could not be known to others. Otherwise, the family would be finished. Therefore, the other families did not know that Zhao Hai had obtained the liquid silver. They only knew that Zhao Hai was powerful and how powerful he was. However, they could only see a few blurry images of the battle. However, even so, it was already a saint's legacy outside. Zhao Hai was the 11th expert after the top 10 experts. Moreover, Zhao Hai's information had already been placed on the major families' cases. To be honest, when the various families saw Zhao Hai's information, they were all stunned. They never thought that there would be a monster like Zhao Hai. He had only ascended to the field of mecha arrays for a few months, but he already had the strength of a 4th-tier magician. Moreover, he had won first place in the family's preliminaries. Zhao Hai had already suppressed the attention of all the factions in the field of arrays. All the information about him from the moment he ascended had been dug out. All the factions in the field of arrays were shocked by Zhao Hai's monstrous growth. Many of the contestants in the field of arrays had already listed Zhao Hai as the most dangerous opponent. Although Zhao Hai knew this, he didn't care. His goal wasn't in the field of arrays, but the wider cultivation world. Zhao Hai, Margaret, and the others were drinking tea and chatting in the inner space. Suddenly, Heir said to Zhao Hai, "Quat, young master, quickly return to your room. Debar is looking for you." "Quat, quat, yes," Zhao Hai replied. He returned to his room and heard a knock on the door. Zhao Hai walked over and opened the door. When he saw Debor, Cadelo, and Luke, he was stunned. He immediately invited the three of them in. After the three of them sat down, he poured them tea and sat down. He said to Cadelo, "Head chief, what's the matter? The competition is tomorrow. How do you feel?" Cadelo nodded. "I don't feel anything," Zhao Hai replied with a smile. "I just need to perform at my normal level." Cadelo nodded and said, "I'll tell you about the tournament's schedule. This is the most number of participants in the history of the realm, so the tournament committee has decided to change the system. It won't be like before, where the first round will be through an arena. There will be an elimination round. Quat. Elimination round? Zhao Hai was stunned. "What's the difference?" Cadelo nodded. "Quat, it's very different. This time's elimination round isn't like the previous ones where it's held in the arena. It's a survival elimination round. Quat. Survival elimination. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed coldly. "You can kill people." "That's right," Cadelo nodded. "It can kill people. Little Hai, you should have heard of the Yellow Sand Mad Beast Planet, right? This time the elimination round will be held there." Of course, Zhao Hai had heard of the Yellow Sand Beast Planet before. It was simply too famous. The Yellow Sand Beast Planet was a very special existence. It was in the realm of Mecca, but it could be said that it was the only planet that had not been conquered by the realm of Mecca, because the environment there was simply too terrible. The Yellow Sand Mad Beast Planet was located at the edge of the Array world. It was not far from the cultivation world, but it was closer to the Array world. However, the people of the Array planet rarely went there, while the people of the cultivation world went there. The Yellow Sand Beast Planet, as its name suggested, was 70 land, 30 ocean, 70 desert, and 30 mountain range. Out of the 12 months of the year, 10 months were windy and the remaining 2 months were rainy. The wind blowing on the Yellow Sand Mad Beast Planet was not ordinary wind. It was astral wind. It was fast and strong. This kind of wind was very harmful to the human body. Even an expert with a protective shield could not stand it if they were blown by this kind of wind for a long time. In the end, they might die of exhaustion. If it was a hostile environment, there should be no life. However, on the contrary, there was definitely a lot of life on the Yellow Sand Mad Beast Planet, whether it was plants or animals. There was no need to talk about plants. Even the most common grass could have strong medicinal effects if it could survive in such a bad environment. The most famous creatures on the Yellow Sand Beast Planet were the astral wind demonic beasts. No one knew how these astral wind demons grew up, but they could live freely on a planet full of astral winds. In that kind of evil environment, they could also live extremely carefreely. However, because of the harsh environment, the animals were also very powerful. Even the weakest kind had the strength of a first-rank magician. The strongest demonic beasts there were said to be able to compete with the almighty of the world of self-cultivation. However, the strange thing was that the astral wind demon beasts on the Yellow Sand Mad Beast Star rarely left the planet. Even if they had such strength, they would not leave. It was because of all these factors that the Yellow Sand Wild Beast Star was very famous, not only in the Array world, but in the entire cultivation world. Every year, many people would go there to adventure, catch astral wind demonic beasts, and collect herbs. Because the herbs on the Yellow Sand Wild Beast Star were unique to the entire cultivation world, they were very expensive. When Zhao Hai heard Kadio say that the elimination round would be held on the Yellow Sand Beast Planet, he couldn't help but be stunned. The Yellow Sand Beast Planet was notorious in the cultivation world. Every year, countless people went there on adventures, but only a few actually made it out. Among those who went there, many were famous experts in the cultivation world, but without exception, none of them returned. Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Why are we suddenly going to Yellow Sand Mad Beast? What good outcome would there be there? Do they want everyone to die there? There are more than 100,000 people participating in this competition. Can you imagine that?" Cadelo smiled bitterly. Among these 100,000 people, only 150 of them would participate in the new tournament of the 6 realms. 100 of them would be the official contestants, and 50 would be reserves. How high was the elimination rate? Quad, it's precisely because there are too many people that the organizing committee finally decided to hold the elimination round on the Yellow Sand Berserk Beast Planet. However, you don't have to worry too much. The location chosen by the organizing committee is relatively safe on the Yellow Sand Berserk Beast Planet. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Quad, I'm not worried about myself. To be honest, there's nothing for me to worry about. I'm worried about something else. Those who have come to participate in the competition are almost all the elites of the various major forces in the field of mecha arrays. If too many of these people are injured or killed, it won't be a good thing for the field of mecha arrays. Besides, this elimination round is extremely unfair. Even if it's one of the top 10 experts, if one of them is killed by the Nightmare Beast, then it'll be even more difficult for us to compete with the other worlds for the top 100. I really don't know what those idiots in the organizing committee are thinking, to think that they would come up with such a stupid idea. Kadalo also smiled bitterly. To be honest, he didn't agree with this idea either, but he was a man of little power. Who would listen to his words? Of course, he had raised an objection, but the organizing committee's words had shut him up. Luck was also a part of strength. Kadalo felt that these words were complete nonsense, but he had no way of changing the situation. He could only accept it unless they gave up on this competition. Damar sighed. Quat, forget it. If that really happens, then it's just their bad luck. Those stupid people in the organizing committee won't listen to us. This elimination round will only last for 3 days. You will be sent to the Yellow Sand Mad Beast planet for 3 days, and you will be picked up 3 days later. During the process, if you feel that you can't take it anymore, you can send out a signal, and someone will go and beg for help. However, all those who are saved will be considered eliminated. Quat. Kadalo continued, although 3 days isn't a long time, it's not short either. After all, that's the Yellow Sand Beast planet. After 3 days, those who are still alive and not eliminated can start the official competition. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. Quat, forget it. I'll be fine anyway. However, it's hard to say for the rest of the family members. Why don't we form a team? This way, we'll have a higher chance of surviving to the end. Quat. Keiju's face changed. Quat, no, little Hai, you have to know that you are the family's biggest hope. If we drag you down because of the team, then we will lose too much. So this time you have to make sure you can protect yourself first, understand? Zhao Hai looked at Kadalo and knew that nothing he said would work, but he still said in a low voice, Quat, I know, but head chief, I think it's better to go in as a team from the start. I'll help them to the best of my ability. Quat. Keijo smiled bitterly. Quat, that's impossible. You're not allowed to bring any electronic devices on this trip to Yellow Sand Mad Beast, and the contestants from the same organization will be placed in different places. You won't be able to find each other in a short time, so don't think about forming a team. Quat. When Zhao Hai heard Kadalo's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed like the people from the organizing committee really wanted to kill them. They had even blocked off their escape route. Zhao Hai sat calmly in the room of the spaceship. The room was not big, only about 20 square meters. He was not the only one in the room. There were 4 people in the room, and their beds were the kind of bunk beds that were connected to the wall. He didn't know anyone in the same room as Zhao Hai. Although he saw their information, he didn't pay much attention to them, so he didn't take them to heart. However, Laura and the others had reminded Zhao Hai of them. When Zhao Hai entered the room, he even greeted them in a friendly manner. However, they looked at him with obvious hostility. Zhao Hai naturally would not give them the cold shoulder. Zhao Hai knew very well why they were acting like this. Although they were staying in the same room today, they would be opponents tomorrow. Under such circumstances, there was no need to maintain a friendly attitude. This time, neither Kadalo nor Margaret came with them. The Array planet sent out 100 battleships to transport Zhao Hai and the others to the Yellow Sand Berserk Beast planet, and then let Zhao Hai and the others enter the planet themselves. Although the Array planet was not close to the Yellow Sand Mad Beast planet, the journey had been very peaceful. After all, these ships had been sent from the Array planet. If anyone dared to lay their hands on these ships, he would not be able to stay on the Array planet. It took the spaceship 10 days to reach the planet, and Zhao Hai's silver needle was faster than the spaceship. He had already entered the planet to observe the terrain. The spaceship stopped outside the atmosphere of the planet. Zhao Hai and the others were gathered in the pressurized cabin by the crew. There were more than 1,000 people on the spaceship, but Zhao Hai did not know most of them. There was not a single one of the top 10 experts. Then, a magician walked in. He looked at Zhao Hai and the others and said, Quite in a moment, you will have to fly into the Yellow Sand Mad Beast planet on your own and come out in 3 days. These are the signal devices on you, and you must carry them with you. You cannot put them in your space equipment. In these 3 days, not only do you have to survive, but you also have to ensure the safety of these signal devices. If anyone's signal device is broken, but the signal device has been lost from the battleship for more than an hour, they will be eliminated. There is a rescue device on the signal device. If you encounter a problem that you can't solve, you can use this rescue device and we will send people to save you. However, if you use the rescue device, it means that you have been eliminated. Do you understand? Zhao Hai and the others responded. The magician nodded and said, Everyone, come to me to get a signal device. Remember, this signal device cannot be put into the space teleportation equipment. Once it's put in the space teleportation equipment, the signal will not be able to be sent to the spaceship. If the spaceship cannot receive the signal from your signal device within an hour, it will be considered as an elimination. After saying that, he took out a bunch of signal flares. These signaling devices looked like small badges, but no one dared to underestimate them because they were related to their future. Zhao Hai also received a signal. Then the magician said in a deep voice, "Quat, activate the signal device." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's signal device flashed fiercely, and then it returned to its original state. Quat. The magician looked at the crowd and said, "Don't worry about the signal device being tampered with. If the signal device malfunctioned without any external help, you'll pass. Okay, get ready. The decompression chamber is about to open." Quad, after saying that, he exited the decompression chamber. Zhao Hai looked at the people around him and smiled. He put the signal device on his magic robe and stood quietly in the city, waiting for the moment the low-pressure cabin was opened. Soon the pressurized cabin opened, and Zhao Hai and the others flew out of the cabin. They immediately saw the yellow sand Mad Beast planet not far away. This planet was even bigger than the Machine Array planet and the Shadow Demon Beast. It was at least 10 times the size of the Dark Demon planet. This really surprised Zhao Hai. But what surprised Zhao Hai even more was the scenery on the surface of the yellow star. There was only one yellow color on the star. Zhao Hai knew that the color of the star wasn't just the color of sand. It was mainly the color of sand, and it was currently in the middle of a sandstorm. Zhao Hai noticed that an tribe had set up a row of signal devices around the planet. The signal devices glowed red. Zhao Hai and the others had been informed that the signal devices would circle their movements on the planet. This was a relatively safe area on the planet. If any injuries or deaths occurred outside this range, the committee would not be responsible for them. Zhao Hai had also noticed this. The people on the other spaceships had also disembarked. Everyone was quietly observing the planet. Zhao Hai didn't mind. He flew toward the yellow sand Mad Beast planet. Now that he had a map of the planet in his interspace, he naturally didn't need to do any more observation. The people who were observing the planet were all stunned when they saw Zhao Hai flying towards the planet. They did not expect Zhao Hai to take action so quickly. However, Zhao Hai's action had also caused a chain reaction. Everyone began to move. Zhao Hai didn't pay any attention to them. His figure quickly entered the atmosphere of Yellow Star. As soon as he entered the atmosphere, a 5-layered magic array appeared on his body. The magic array was khaki in color. As soon as it appeared, it formed a protective shield around him, protecting him inside. After passing through Huang Shazing's atmospheric layer, Zhao Hai immediately felt a strong wind blowing in all directions. The wind was very strange. It felt heavy. Although his protective shield had blocked the wind, he could still feel the cold. Zhao Hai knew that this was the effect of the astral winds, but he didn't care. However, someone else did. Then he heard a notification from the space. Quat, gather a large amount of negative energy that is harmful to the host's body. Extract and analyze the negative energy. This negative energy contains radioactive substances and is more harmful to the human blood. It is made into a negative energy antidote to remove the negative energy. Quat. Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't think that the spatial zone would pay so much attention to the astral winds. He looked around and found that although the others had also entered the yellow star, they were all far away from him. It seemed that they were afraid of being attacked by him. He didn't pay much attention to them and flew toward the yellow star. It was strange to say that the further down they went, the stronger the wind became. When they were about to reach the ground, the wind was so strong that it could send sand and stones flying. Zhao Hai thought it was about time, so he immediately opened the space and put some of the sand into it. As soon as the wind brought the sand into the space, a notification came from the space. Quat, negative energy storm and yellow sand contaminated by negative energy discovered. This energy can be used to attack enemies, and the yellow sand can be used to refine. Warning, add storm element into the wind bead. If the addition is successful, the negative energy storm will be ineffective against the host. Quat. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard the system notification. Then he turned to leave. He still had a wind pearl in his spatial zone. It seemed that the wind pearl was the reason why he was not affected by the storm this time. As expected, after the realm's announcement, he couldn't feel any wind around him. Even if there was wind, it was just like the realm, a very comfortable breeze. The cold wind that seeped into his body had completely disappeared. Not bad, Zhao Hai smiled. Looks like I'll have to collect more of this sand into the space. After saying that, Zhao Hai opened a spatial crack and put the astral wind and the sand into the space. After a while, a notification suddenly came from the space. Quad, as the host has collected a large amount of negative energy storms and negative energy sand, the host can randomly select a sandstorm area in his own space. The sandstorm area can produce negative energy storms and negative energy sand on its own and store them in the warehouse. Quat. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard the system notification. He was overjoyed and immediately closed the spatial rift. He no longer needed to collect these items. Zhao Hai looked around and smiled. Quad, I heard that the astral wine demonic beasts here are very strong. I'll take a few of them into my space. Quad after he finished speaking, his figure moved and he flew into the distance. In Huang Shazing's place, vision was almost unnecessary. The strong wind was blowing, and the yellow sand was flying all around. The visibility was less than 5 meters. In this case, it was almost impossible to find the enemy with your eyes. You could only rely on your own spiritual power. However, Zhao Hai realized that the astral winds had a stronger effect on mental power than dark energy. It was impossible to send his mental power tens of thousands of miles away like before. However, Zhao Hai's mental power was still able to cover 10 miles of Fang Yuan, which was enough for him. Zhao Hai, who was flying forward, suddenly stopped and dodged to the side. As soon as he dodged, a huge figure suddenly pierced through the air from below. It stuck close to his body and soared into the sky. If Zhao Hai had not dodged, he would have been swallowed into the stomach of the thing. When Zhao Hai dodged, he had already seen that the thing that was charging towards him was a black gold flesh worm. However, this thing was much bigger than a flesh worm. On its head there was something that looked like a small flower. When it opened its mouth, it was even bigger than its body. Most importantly, its teeth were divided into 18 layers. One was squirming and the other was spinning slowly. It was like a huge meat grinder. Each of its teeth was khaki in color. However, the surface of the sword was shining with a luster. One look and one could tell that it was extremely sharp. Zhao Hai was about 100 meters above the ground, but the flesh worm managed to get up without revealing its tail. It was obvious that it was more than 100 meters long. It must be a big guy. Zhao Hai furrowed his brows slightly. He realized that this flesh worm was not as simple as he had thought. He had not noticed her with his psychic power until she emerged from the sand. How could this thing have such a powerful hidden energy? Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about this, the flesh worm turned around and opened her mouth to bite Zhao Hai. With a wave of his hand, a 5-layered magic array appeared in front of Zhao Hai. From the magic array, a huge fireball flew out, heading straight for the meat worm's mouth. Zhao Hai paid close attention to the flesh worm, but he couldn't find its eyes. As soon as he threw the fireball, the giant worm swallowed it and closed its mouth. When Zhao Hai saw the flesh worm swallow the fireball, he laughed coldly. His fireball was not easy to swallow. After the flesh worm swallowed the fireball, Zhao Hai realized that there were no bones in her body. Her skin was also transparent. Zhao Hai could clearly see the fireball entering her stomach from her mouth. The flesh worm seemed to be satisfied after eating the ball of water. She closed her mouth and slowly shrank back into the sand. At that moment, the fireball exploded. Zhao Hai thought that he would be able to kill the flesh worm with a single blow. To his surprise, the flesh worm's stomach only bulged for a moment before it retracted. It then opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of black smoke before shrinking back into the sand. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the flesh worm that had returned to the sand. This flesh worm is too cold. It eats everything. It actually ate my fireball like a hot meatball. Isn't this thing too strong? At this moment, Laura's voice sounded in Zhao Hai's mind. Quat big brother Hai, this thing is called yellow sandworm. It's very famous on the yellow sand mad beast star. It's a unique demon beast on the yellow sand mad beast star. This kind of demon beast has a very strong defense, but their attack method is very simple. However, under normal circumstances, this thing will not attack people. They eat anything. If there is really nothing to eat, they can survive even by eating sand. Moreover, this thing is very difficult to kill. They can still live. Zhao Hai was stunned. There's such a thing, so that's how it is. Do you think it would be better if we could bring this thing into the space? Kai find this thing and bring it into the space. Kai replied, young master, he's about 200 meters underground. However, young master, this yellow sandworm is more than 1,000 meters long. Are you sure you want to bring him into the medium? Hearing Kai-Er's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. 1,000 meters long. Really? Good fellow, this thing is really interesting. I just saw that it was only about 10 meters thick, but it's actually more than 1,000 meters long. Interesting, I must take it into the space. With that said, he moved and burrowed into the sand. Zhao Hai realized that although the sand looked like ordinary sand, he could feel that it was completely different from ordinary sand. The sand contained a faint energy, but this energy was not good for the body. Zhao Hai knew that this energy was the negative energy the realm had mentioned. It was radioactive. If an ordinary person stayed here for a long time, they would definitely be affected negatively. Zhao Hai soon reached about 200 meters into the sand. He saw the giant sandworm lying there, motionless. The energy on it was the same as the surrounding sand. No wonder he couldn't detect it with his psychic power. The worm seemed to have sensed Zhao Hai's presence. It wriggled its body but did not attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai circled the worm. The worm was really long, probably at least 1,500 meters long. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the bug, then suddenly opened the space crack and covered the bug's head. He then pushed the space crack forward and put the bug and the sand into the space. As soon as the yellow sandworm was put into the medium, a prompt came from the medium. A sandworm has been found to have been contaminated by negative energy, causing a genetic mutation. Because of the genetic mutation, the sandworm's body has become extremely tough. At the same time, it can absorb any energy into its body. The host can put it anywhere in the space to cultivate. Now, the mutated sandworm is placed in the space store. The host can buy it from the space store. Zhao Hai thought for a while, then asked Kai to find a place in the boundless space and build a sandstorm area. He would let the strong wind and yellow sand go to the sandstorm area, and also put the sandworms there to raise. Zhao Hai immediately flew out of the sand and scanned his surroundings with his psyche. He didn't find anything nearby, so he immediately flew away. After flying for another 10 miles, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. He noticed something in front of him. It looked familiar. It was an earthy yellow tree branch with a small flower on it. When Zhao Hai saw this item, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he couldn't help but smile as he said to Kai, can you see if there's another sandworm in front? Kai replied and used her space to check. She then nodded and said, quite yes, young master, there really is a sandworm in front of us. That little flower is growing on the head of the sandworm. It seems that it is used to attract prey. We really didn't notice it just now. Young master, do you want to put this sandworm into the space? Zhao Hai smiled and said, no need. I'm just curious to see if anyone will come here later. If someone comes, how will they deal with this sandworm? By the way, we've been talking for a long time. What level is this yellow sandworm? Quat Big Brother Hai, the information on this yellow sandworm isn't very detailed on the Array World's internet, Laura said with a smile. Quat, it's only rated as a level 1 demonic beast. Quat. Level 1 demonic beast. Zhao Hai was stunned. That's impossible, right? Laura laughed. Quat, how is it impossible? He really is a rank 1 demonic beast, but he's in the growing stage. As long as he's not killed, he can live forever. In the end, he can even grow to about 10,000 meters long. At that time, nothing will be his match on this yellow star. According to the internet, there was once a 10,000-meter-long yellow sandworm that appeared. In the end, the cultivation world gathered more than 100 nascent soul stage experts to destroy it. Quat. Zhao Hai was taken aback. He had never expected the yellow sandworm to be so powerful. There were more than 100 Chengying masters. How powerful were they? He could have easily annihilated the Ashley family, and only then did he exterminate the yellow sandworms. How strong were the yellow sandworms? It was really scary. In the cultivation world, there were several levels: body forging, chi refining, foundation building, core formation, nascent soul, tribulation passing, spirit division, and eternal life. But even in the cultivation world, there were only a few who had reached the spirit division stage, let alone those who had reached the eternal life stage. In an ordinary sect, it was already good if there were a few masters in the tribulation passing stage. A nascent soul stage cultivator was already considered a master in the cultivation world and could establish his own sect. Although Zhao Hai's current strength was very strong, he estimated that even if he used all his means, he would at most be able to fight against a core formation expert. Compared to a nascent soul expert, he was still far from it. The strongest yellow sandworm was much stronger than Zhao Hai, which surprised him. However, he was happy after thinking about it. When the yellow sandworm grew stronger, he would have a few more helpers. At this moment, Laura's voice was heard again. Quat, but the internet also said that sandworms are demon beasts that are not dangerous to yellow starfish, because unless they are extremely hungry, they will not take the initiative to attack people. Zhao Hai nodded. This yellow sandworm is interesting. All right, let's just stay here and watch the fun. Anyway, Huang Shazing has already been captured by us on the map. We can't afford to provoke the demon beasts on this planet. It seems that this is the territory of the sandworm. We'll stay here for a few days. When we're strong enough, we'll come back to Huang Shazing to catch demon beasts. Quat. Lola nodded and said, I think it's fine. Big Brother Hai, I think the people from the organizing committee let you compete here because this is the sandworm's territory. Those sandworms won't easily attack people, so the casualties will be much smaller. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and said, good, we'll stay here for 3 days, but I can't go into the space now. I'll have to stay here for the next few days. It's a pity that you can't come out to keep me company. Quat. Laura and the others laughed, and Meljan said, Big Brother Hai, you're here for the elimination round, not for a vacation. If we go out to accompany you, then you won't be on vacation anymore. Zhao Hai laughed out loud. He took out a table and a chair from the origin space and sat down. Then he took out a pot of hot tea and sipped it slowly. He looked very relaxed. If the other participants in the elimination tournament knew what he looked like, they would definitely be angered to death. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about that. There were dangers everywhere on this yellow star. He didn't know how much effort he would have to put in to deal with that sandworm alone. If he really encountered a powerful demonic beast and he couldn't deal with it, he would be eliminated if he hid in the medium. There was no need to ruin this competition for the sake of a risk. While Zhao Hai was leisurely enjoying his time in the elimination round, the others were in trouble. They didn't have a wind bead, nor did they have the space to cheat for them, so it was very hard for them to survive on the yellow star. The astral winds mixed with yellow sand on the yellow star were the most effective weapons. Generally, the weak magicians and warriors couldn't withstand it for a long time. Even the powerful magicians and warriors had to maintain a protective shield from time to time to prevent the astral winds from entering their bodies. It should be known that astral winds could cause great damage to the human body. Although the cultivation methods of the mecha array world were different from that of the cultivation world, they still knew about the powerful means of attack in the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, the most powerful means of attack were either cowardly or fiend. These two words weren't added for no reason. In fact, these two words were the most brilliant part of that attack method. For example, the Dark Fiend Force was an extremely powerful attack method in the cultivation world. Many large sects knew this attack method, but the names were different. Some sects called it Dark Fiend Force, while others called it Dark Fiend Force. But no matter what the name was, there was only one reason why this attack method was so powerful. It was to integrate fiendish chi into one's attack, turning ordinary chi jin into fiendish chi jin, which was why this kind of attack was so powerful. The opposite of fiendish chi was gang chi. Gang chi and fiendish chi were actually quite similar. They were both means to increase one's attack power. When fiendish chi was integrated into the chi strength of an attack, that was fiendish strength. When gang chi was integrated into an attack, that was gang strength. There was only one way to integrate fiendish chi or gang chi into one's attack, and that was to find a place with sufficient fiendish chi or gang chi, and then condense them into one's chi strength bit by bit. However, it was a very dangerous thing to condense the gang body and evil chi. Out of 10 people who had condensed the gang body into their bodies, 4 would succeed. The rest were already dead. From this point, it could be seen how dangerous the evil chi and gang chi were. Unlike in the world of cultivation, the world of arrays didn't have a method to integrate the body of the astral energy into chi jin, so the mages and warriors who came to participate in the elimination round could only rely on their protective shields. This wasn't an easy task, as the astral energy was like a blade that could kill without spilling blood. Wan Xiang felt that he was not very lucky. He was a grade 3 warrior who had ascended to this world for more than 3 years. It was not a long time, and to be able to reach grade 3 in such a short time was enough to show that he was a genius. However, he was not valued by his family because his family was too powerful. There were several grade 3 warriors like him. The strongest person sent by his family to participate in the competition was a grade 4 master. It was a very lucky thing for Wan Xiang to be able to participate in the competition. If he could really get a good result, his status in his family would be improved, which was definitely a good thing for him. Wan Xiang thought that he was quite lucky, but when he came to Huang Shazing, he realized that he was not so lucky. As soon as he flew into the yellow sandworm's body, he was attacked by a yellow sandworm. In the end, it took him a lot of effort to escape, which cost him a lot of combat chi. Although he drank a potion that could quickly restore his combat chi, he had to maintain the protective shield at all times. The consumption was almost the same as replenishing it. Now, he only had about 70 of his combat power at his peak. While sighing, Wan Xiang moved forward carefully. No matter what, he had to survive the 3 days. Otherwise, he would be eliminated. If he was eliminated in the first round, he would not receive any special care from his family in the future. Wan Xiang released his mental power as he advanced, carefully observing his surroundings. Although the mental power of a warrior was much worse than that of a magician, he was still a person who had ascended. His mental power was still there, so it was not a problem for him to travel on Yellow Star. Wan Xiang, who was carefully moving forward, suddenly noticed something. When he saw this thing, his expression changed. It was a small branch, a withered yellow branch. In fact, all the plants on Yellow Sand Mad Beast Planet were this color, and there was nothing special about it. On this withered yellow branch, there was a withered yellow flower. The flower was swaying in the wind as if it could be blown off at any time. However, Wan Xiang knew very well that it was impossible for the flower to be blown off because it was the yellow sandworm's bait. Don't underestimate the yellow sandworm's bait. The flower they made had a very strange fragrance. Any demon beast that smelled this fragrance would run over and eventually become the yellow sandworm's food. At first, people didn't know that the yellow sandworm's bait had such an ability. Later, someone made the flower on the head of the yellow sandworm he killed into an accessory. However, he didn't expect that it would attract a large number of demon heads to attack him. Later, people slowly learned the use of the flower. Now, almost everyone knew that it was best to avoid this kind of flower because it was the territory of the yellow sandworms. The yellow sandworm was definitely in existence that no one on the Yellow Sand Mad Beast Planet liked to provoke. Yellow sand wouldn't easily attack people, and people generally wouldn't try to kill them because they were too difficult to kill. Sandworms had almost no obvious weaknesses, and their skin was very tough, so it was not easy to kill them. Sandworms were also very difficult to find. As long as they burrowed into the sand, they would immediately become one with the sand. Under normal circumstances, no one would be able to find them, not even mages with strong mental power. The movement speed of the yellow sandworms under the sand was no faster than the flying speed of humans. Their body structure was very strange. They could swallow the sand in front and then spray it out from behind. In the process of spraying the sand out, it would form a forward pushing force to increase their speed. They relied on this to move forward in the sand, and their speed was amazing. The other reason why no one was willing to provoke the yellow sandworm was that you didn't know if the yellow sandworm you provoked was a 1-meter-long small worm or a 10,000-meter-long big worm. They buried their bodies in the sand, which was exactly the same as the surrounding sand, so you couldn't find them at all. It was because of this that when Wan Xiang saw the flower, he acted as if he had seen a ferocious beast. He turned around and walked away. He walked around in a big circle to stay far away from the flower before he slowly moved forward. As he was walking forward, Wan Xiang suddenly stopped. Then he shook his head gently as if he had discovered something incredible that he couldn't believe. However, he immediately revealed a look of surprise because he was very clear that he was not mistaken. There was indeed a person in front of him, and he was drinking tea there. There was nothing strange about a man drinking tea alone. The strange thing was that he was on the yellow sand mad beast planet, and it was currently the strong wind season. Strong winds were blowing almost every second, and he was still drinking tea in such an environment. Eat the sand. However, that person was indeed drinking tea, and he was sitting there. There were tables and chairs, and he was drinking tea. This was too surprising. Wan Xiang used his spiritual power to look at the person, and he really didn't know what to do. Wan Xiang knew that the man had discovered that he wasn't a mage who used his spiritual power. If he could discover the man, it was impossible for the man to not discover him. However, there was a problem in front of Wan Xiang. How should he face this man? He was now on Yellow Star, and all the people from the Field of Arrays who had appeared on Yellow Star were his competitors. Under such circumstances, he should immediately rush over and fight with that person. However, Wan Xiang couldn't make up his mind. This mage was sitting there leisurely and looked fearless. If he rushed up recklessly, he might not be able to beat him. Before Wan Xiang came, he had a better understanding of the powerful geniuses. Everyone knew about the top 10 geniuses, and Zhao Hai from the Ashley family was known as the most talented genius in history, so he naturally knew him. Zhao Hai's story had already spread throughout the Magus world. He had only ascended for a few months, but he had already reached the 4th grade. This was an unprecedented existence, which was why Zhao Hai was called the most talented genius. Wan Xiang couldn't afford to offend a genius like Zhao Hai. However, it was also because of the rumors about Zhao Hai that many people didn't believe in Zhao Hai's true strength. How capable could a person who had just ascended a few months ago be? How could he be so freakish? Wan Xiang didn't believe that Zhao Hai was that strong either. In their opinion, Zhao Hai might have some kind of treasure that made him so strong. Now that he saw Zhao Hai, Wan Xiang was even more certain of his guess. This was Huang Sha Xing, and it was currently the windy season. However, Zhao Hai was sitting there drinking tea, and there was no wind around him. Wasn't this strange? Quite, it seems like he really has a rare treasure on him. Quite, Wan Xiang was more and more sure of his own thoughts. At the thought of this, Wan Xiang's heart could not help but be filled with greed. He flew towards Zhao Hai, and at the same time, his sword was already in his hand. Of course, Zhao Hai had discovered Wan Xiang a long time ago. Furthermore, the moment he discovered Wan Xiang, Laura and the others immediately provided him with detailed information about Wan Xiang. To be honest, Wan Xiang's identity was not simple. He was from the Shui family of the water god from the machine array world. The Shui family was the most powerful family in the water god palace and was much stronger than the Ashley family. This time, the Shui family had sent a total of 15 people to participate in the preliminaries. Among the 15 people, 14 were level 3 experts, while the strongest had already reached level 4. Although he wasn't one of the top 10 experts, he was still a very popular expert. However, Zhao Hai didn't take it to heart. So what if the Shui family was strong? This was the elimination round. It was already good enough that he didn't take the initiative to provoke the Shui family. If the Shui family were to take the initiative to provoke him, he would be sorry. Zhao Hai didn't intend to kill Wan Xiang. In his opinion, this elimination round was extremely unfair. Everyone should judge their own abilities. It was already difficult to fight against Huang Sha Xing's Gale and Sandstorm. Moreover, there were also the demon beasts that appeared and disappeared unpredictably. If they were to fight each other, it was hard to say how many of them would be left. However, a tiger would harm a person. He did not want to deal with Wan Xiang, but Wan Xiang wanted to deal with him. Zhao Hai could not help but sigh when he saw Wan Xiang draw his sword. However, Zhao Hai didn't move. He was still sitting there with the teacup in his hand. He looked at the yellow sand flying in the sky. To be honest, it was quite a spectacular sight. At this moment, Jin Wangxiang's big sword was waving in the air, and the sword chi was shooting towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sighed and waved his hand. A magic array set with 5 overlapping formations appeared beside him. This magic array set immediately turned into a huge shield in front of him. When the sword chi hit the shield, it only caused a few sparks, but the shield was not even scratched. Wan Xiang's expression changed when he saw the situation. Although he had only launched one attack, he already knew Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai's strength was not something he could afford to offend. Wan Xiang had sparred with the #1 genius of the Shui family, Li Kun. Li Kun was also a magician, and although Li Kun was a water magician, his ice shield was not much weaker than an ordinary metal element shield. However, the sword chi that Wan Xiang had unleashed had almost shattered Li Kun's ice shield. Li Kun had even said that Wan Xiang's attack power was extremely strong and that he was a rare genius in attacking. However, when he was up against Zhao Hai, the attack power that he was so proud of was completely useless. It didn't even leave a mark on Zhao Hai's shield. This was absolutely shocking. Wan Xiang didn't know that Zhao Hai was also very surprised. The magic array that he had just released was not an ordinary magic array. It was a magic array that contained an auxiliary magic array. According to Zhao Hai's estimation, a magic array could block the sword aura of a grade 3 warrior. However, it couldn't be so easy. It couldn't have been destroyed along with the sword aura of a warrior. That was the performance of the shield. But now, this array group with an auxiliary magic array could easily block Wan Xiang's attack without any signs of breaking. Moreover, the spiritual power used to launch this array group was only about 1/3 of the spiritual power of the other 5-element array groups. This was really amazing. The layering of magic array groups was a very big knowledge. How to choose the most suitable 5 out of thousands of magic arrays and layer them together so that they could exert the most powerful power. One also had to pay attention to the order of the magic array. Only when the order was correct could the magic array display its strongest power. Through this magic array formation, Zhao Hai finally understood the power of the auxiliary magic array. However, this made him overjoyed. With this auxiliary magic array, his combat skills would increase by more than 2 levels. He would be more confident in fighting his enemies. When Wan Xiang saw that his attack had such an effect, he was only stunned for a moment. Then he turned around and ran. When Zhao Hai saw Wan Xiang running away, he was stunned. He snorted coldly and moved his hand. A sword chi was shot towards Wan Xiang. Wan Xiang knew that he was no match for Zhao Hai. He was a tactful person and would not risk his life for the sake of his reputation. So he turned around and ran. As soon as he turned around, he felt the hair on his back stand up. Wan Xiang knew that something was attacking him from behind. As a warrior who had been through hundreds of battles, his body had a certain sense of danger, which was why he felt this way. Wan Xiang didn't even turn his head. He waved the sword in his hand behind him, sending out sword chi. At the same time, he secretly glanced behind him. Wan Xiang couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that it was a spell flying towards him, but when he looked at it, it wasn't a spell at all. It was a sword energy, an extremely solid sword energy. Wan Xiang checked, but that sword chi had already broken through the 3 sword chi he had sent out and was flying straight towards him. Wan Xiang was shocked. He instinctively put his big sword behind him. Clang! The sound of 2 swords clashing came from Wan Xiang's sword. Then Wan Xiang's body rushed forward. It was definitely not because he wanted to speed up, but because he was sent flying by the tremendous power of the sword chi. Wan Xiang felt the blood in his body churned. It was a terrible feeling, but he immediately circulated his martial arts to suppress his blood and chi and flew forward. Wan Xiang had already made up his mind. He had to fly to a safe place as soon as possible. The further away from Zhao Hai, the better. Then he would find a place to hide and hide for 3 days. After that, he would tell his family that Zhao Hai was a dual cultivator. Perhaps he might even be rewarded by his family. Any force would attach great importance to intelligence work, especially when a genius appeared in a family. The family would pay more attention to the situation of this genius. If you could get information about this genius that no one knew about, then the family would generally give out rewards. Zhao Hai could definitely be considered a genius. He had only ascended to the realm of arrays for a few months, but he had already reached the level of a 4th-rank magician. No one would believe that he was not a genius. Now that Wan Xiang had discovered that Zhao Hai was a genius in both magic and martial arts, and that his martial arts were not any weaker than his magic, this information was extremely important to the Shui family. It was a pity that Zhao Hai would never let him go. Zhao Hai wanted to use Wan Xiang to test the power of his martial arts technique. Now, it seemed that it was not bad. Zhao Hai had the same thoughts as Wan Xiang. If he let Wan Xiang go, the entire array world would know that he was a genius in both magic and martial arts. This was not a good thing. There were not many people who knew that he was a genius in both. Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared in front of Wan Xiang. Then he punched out. He didn't use liquid silver as a weapon to enhance his punch. Instead, he used the fist technique of the body-forging fist. The punching skill of the body-forging fist could be used as a set of attacking punching skills. Only when the starry body-forging technique was used would it have the effect of forging the body. If it was just a punching skill, it would be an ordinary attacking punching skill. The attack of the body-forging fist was different from that of the battle energy. When the body-forging fist attacked, it had its own way of circulating energy. This way of circulating energy was much more complicated than the way battle energy circulated. This method of circulation circulated a few times in his meridians, from one acupoint to another. These acupoints were not directly connected, but formed small turns and circulations. During this process, the Qi Jin in his body was strengthened to achieve the strongest attack effect. In the realm of arrays, using a weapon to augment one's strength was considered to be borrowing external strength. The method of body-forging fist, on the other hand, was to complete the augmentation within one's body and then send out the Qi Jin through the meridians on one's hand, injuring the enemy in one move. This was considered an augmentation within one's body, and it took a different path. When Wan Xiang saw Zhao Hai appear in front of him, his eyes could not help but narrow. Even with his eyesight as a grade 3 warrior, he could not see how Zhao Hai had appeared. At this moment, he saw Zhao Hai's fist coming towards him. Wan Xiang was stunned. In the field of arrays, warriors rarely used their fists to attack. Even those who were good at using their fists would wear a pair of boxing gloves when they fought. However, Zhao Hai had managed to punch him. This really surprised him. To Wan Xiang, Zhao Hai's punch was like a joke. He only saw Zhao Hai's punch, but he didn't feel any qi. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful force pressing down on him. This force was not as sharp as the sword qi, but it was as powerful as a mountain and as deep as the sea. It pressed down on him, making it difficult for Wan Xiang to breathe. He was shocked. He gathered all of his warrior power and poured it into the heavy sword in his hand. Then he swung his sword, and a huge sword energy shot out to meet Zhao Hai's attack. The sword qi split Zhao Hai's qi in half like a knife through water. However, before Wan Xiang could even heave a sigh of relief, Zhao Hai's qi gathered together again and rushed towards Wan Xiang from all directions. This time it was even faster and more violent. Wan Xiang realized that he had made a huge mistake. He should not have used his sword to split the ocean. If he drew his sword, the water would flow even more. His sword qi could not completely break Zhao Hai's qi. Wan Xiang immediately circulated the remaining fighting energy in his body to make a final resistance. Unfortunately, he found that he was like a fly trapped in a spider's web. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get out of Zhao Hai's Qi Jin. The energy was like a wave, surging towards him wave by wave, making him unable to resist it at all. Finally, his protective shield could no longer hold on and broke with a bang. The energy rushed into his body, and Wan Xiang instantly felt that his flesh, blood, bones, and meridians were completely torn apart by the energy. After a burst of pain, he finally lost consciousness. Zhao Hai took a look at Wan Xiang, who was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, and let out a long breath. This was the first time he used the body-forging fist against an enemy. He did not expect the Qi Jin from the body-forging fist to be so overbearing that it actually shattered all of Wan Xiang's bones, and flesh. It could be said that although Wan Xiang's skin was still fine on the outside, everything inside his body had been shattered into pieces and turned into blood. Zhao Hai sighed and waved his hand. He put away Wan Xiang's sword in his storage ring. Although Myriad God was still wearing a chain armor, it had been shattered by Zhao Hai's punch. It could no longer be used. Then Zhao Hai used earth magic to bury Wan Xiang. He decided to use the body-forged fist less in the future. This set of fist techniques was too overbearing. After killing someone, they couldn't even become an undead. It was too wasteful. After dealing with Wan Xiang's body, Zhao Hai took a look at Wan Xiang's storage ring. This immediately caught Zhao Hai's interest, as Wan Xiang's storage ring had a spiritual seal, just like the storage equipment in the cultivation world. Storage equipment with a spiritual seal was rare in the array realm. Could there be something good inside? As he thought about this, Zhao Hai took out a handful of ancient sand and wiped it on the storage ring. A black smoke suddenly appeared on the ring, and the mental imprint disappeared. Zhao Hai's spiritual power entered Wan Xiang's storage ring, and he was stunned. There were all kinds of potions in Wan Xiang's storage ring. Some of them were for recovering warrior power, some were antidotes, and some were for healing injuries. Anyway, he had a lot of potions that were essential for home and travel. Other than the potions, there were a few pieces of equipment. There were weapons and armors, but none of them caught Zhao Hai's eye. However, there was one thing that caught Zhao Hai's attention. It was a jade slip. It looked a little old, and there was no energy fluctuation on it. However, it was this thing that caught Zhao Hai's attention. Zhao Hai knew very well that if it was just an ordinary jade slip, Wan Xiang would not have kept him in the space to prepare. Furthermore, in the realm of arrays, jade slips were a rare item that rarely appeared. Jade slips were usually used to record important things in the cultivation world. They were rarely used in the array world because the people here did not know how to make jade slips. This jade slip was very convenient to use. As long as one's spiritual power probed into the jade slip, one could check the things recorded in it. It was definitely more convenient than reading a book. Zhao Hai took out the jade slip, turned his hand, and threw the storage device into his space. Then, he used his mental power to explore the jade slip. This time, Zhao Hai was surprised because there was also a mental seal on the jade slip. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised this time. Most of the things in the world of self-cultivation had mental seals, especially for some important things. The mental seals were even stronger. If you tried to break the seal by force, you would destroy the item and turn it into a useless item. Hence, Zhao Hai was even more interested when he discovered the mental energy seal. He immediately took out the ancient sand and wiped it away on the jade slip. Black smoke rose from the jade slip, but the spiritual seal on the jade slip had not been removed. This made Zhao Hai even more interested. The stronger the spiritual seal, the more precious the information recorded in the jade slip was. Zhao Hai was really eager to see what was recorded in the jade slip. As he wiped the jade slip, Zhao Hai realized that although the ancient sand could break mental seals, it wasn't completely unaffected. The black smoke didn't just cause his mental power to disappear. The ancient sand in his hand was also decreasing. When the ancient sand disappeared, the black smoke on the jade slip disappeared as well. At the same time, the old jade slip suddenly glowed. It looked beautiful. Zhao Hai knew that the seal had been broken. He immediately sent his spiritual power into the jade slip. As soon as his spiritual power entered the jade slip, he felt a boom and a violent shock in his head. Then he realized that a wave of spiritual power had been blocked by the 5 elements killing formation in his head. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood what was going on. This 5 virtues killing formation blocked all the spiritual power that entered his mind. The contents of the jade slip were also a type of spiritual power, so it would naturally be blocked by his 5 virtues killing formation. Zhao Heima removed the 5 virtues absolute killing great formation, and then once again sent his mental power into the jade slip. A paragraph of words appeared in Zhao Hai's head. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw the text. The first line of the text read, "The congealing evil art. There are righteous chi, evil chi, and earth chi in the world. When chi and spirit combine, the spirit and mind belong to different parts." Zhao Hai stared blankly at the text. He finally understood what was recorded in the jade slip. It was a technique on how to condense stellar energy or baleful energy into one's chi strength. In the end, Zhao Hai even discovered a technique on how to use stellar energy or baleful energy to nurture one's life-bound magic weapon. This was really important. In the world of cultivation, there were not only ordinary magic weapons, but also magic weapons that had been refined by fiendish chi or stellar chi. These magic weapons were generally people's life magic weapons, and magic weapons that had been refined by fiendish chi or stellar chi were much stronger than ordinary magic weapons in both attack and defense. It could be said that this was exactly what Zhao Fa needed at the moment. Whether it was on the yellow sand mad beast planet or in the space, the Gang Chi would never stop. If he used the Gang Chi to train his body, it would make his body tougher. If he added Gang Chi to his Chi Jin, it would make his Chi Jin more aggressive. If he added Gang Chi to his Dharma treasures, the level of his Dharma treasures would also be raised by 1 level. But Zhao Hai had never known of this method, so he really wanted it so that he could fully utilize the stellar energy resources in the origin space. In BSB, Zhao Hai had thought that he would have to go to the world of cultivation to steal a technique like this, but he didn't expect it to have already come knocking on his door. Zhao Hai took a closer look at the technique. It was not very complicated. He used his acupuncture points to guide Gang Chi into his body, then used the Chi Jin in his body to slowly dissolve the Gang Chi into his body, turning the Chi Jin into Gang Jin. However, this process was extremely painful. It was precisely because this kind of pain was almost unbearable that many people who wanted to condense Gang Chi or fiendish Chi into their bodies failed, and in the end, they died from Chi deviation. However, this matter did not affect Zhao Hai much. When he was refining the star physical conditioning exercise, he already knew what it felt like. Thus, Zhao Hai did not care about condensing his Gang Chi into his body. After looking at the situation, Zhao Hai did not decide to cultivate the eye condensing technique immediately. This was because it was extremely dangerous to cultivate. It would not be good if someone suddenly disturbed him during the process of cultivation. However, although he could not use the energy condensation technique to cultivate his Chi Jin, he could use it to cultivate his Dharma treasure. The weapon that Zhao Hai was using now was liquid silver. Strictly speaking, liquid silver was also a Dharma treasure. Zhao Hai could use his Gang Chi to condense the liquid silver again. In that case, he believed that the attack power of the liquid silver would be stronger. Zhao Hai immediately sat down and took out the liquid silver. Then he used his mental power to slowly refine the liquid silver with the surrounding stellar energy. As soon as Zhao Hai's psychic energy came into contact with the stellar energy, he felt an extremely powerful force pouncing toward him. The psychic energy he had released was immediately shattered by this force. However, Zhao Hai wasn't hurt too much. After all, he was already mentally prepared. Although he felt a burst of pain in his head, it wasn't unbearable. Zhao Hai calmed himself down and tried to guide the stellar energy with his psychic energy again. However, the result was the same. Zhao Hai learned his lesson from each failure. He didn't realize that his psychic energy had become more solid with each failure. If his former psychic energy was like threads, his current one was like steel wires. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai finally managed to guide a wisp of stellar energy into the liquid silver. The liquid silver suddenly glowed, and a notification suddenly came from the origin space. Quat negative energy is currently training the host staff. The realm has determined that this training is beneficial to the host and will not ban it. At the same time, it will replace the process of the host using mental power to guide the negative energy, and the realm will guide the negative energy instead. Quat. In BSB after the system announcement, Zhao Hai discovered that he didn't even need to guide the stellar energy around him. It had entered the liquid silver on its own, and the effect was even better than when he used his mental energy. Zhao Hai was also happy to be at ease. He sat there and slowly recovered his spiritual power. As soon as he recovered his spiritual power, he found that the capacity of his spiritual power seemed to have increased a lot. Moreover, his spiritual power had become more solid. This was something Zhao Hai had never expected. Zhao Hai only realized that his spiritual power had increased again after he had fully recovered. Originally, he could only use his spiritual power without using the auxiliary magic array. He could at most use the 1,000 overlapping magic arrays. However, he could now easily use 3,000 overlapping magic arrays. Even the overlapping of the 5 virtues array was not impossible. If he had used the auxiliary magic array, he could easily use the 10,000 arrays stack, and that was without the liquid silver. If he had used liquid silver, he could have already achieved the attack power of 30,000 arrays. His strength had increased by more than one level, which made Zhao Hai very happy. He had been worried about his body getting stronger, but his spiritual power cultivation had been very slow. Now it seemed that his spiritual power cultivation speed had increased, which was definitely good news for Zhao Hai. After recovering his psychic energy, Zhao Hai took note of the time. It had been almost a day since he had entered the Yellow Sand Mad Beast planet, which surprised him. In a day's time, he only met Wan Xiang alone. This didn't make sense, right? There were more than 100,000 people participating in the knockout competition this time, and the area they entered was not very large. It was very easy for 2 people to meet each other, but now that a day had passed, he only met Wan Xiang, which was a little strange. Young master, when you were cultivating, there were more than 50 spiritual powers that swept across your body. However, they were not in any danger, so I did not wake you up, Kai suddenly said. When Zhao Hai heard Kai Er's words, he finally understood why he had come back. He immediately said, "You said more than 50 traces of spiritual power. Who are they?" As soon as Zhao Hai finished speaking, a list flashed through his mind. There were more than 50 people on the list, and each of them had a detailed record of their time when they used their spiritual power to scan themselves. There was even a record of how long they had observed Zhao Hai with their spiritual power. Zhao Hai took a look at this and said, "Quat, that's right. It's a good thing they didn't attack. If they did, you guys wouldn't have to be polite." Quat. Kai replied, "Yes, young master. Don't worry, we're ready here. If they dare to make a move, I'll release the undead creatures you made on planet Tyruo and the rainbow meteorite belt and destroy them." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and laughed. "Quat, you're right. If they really dare to make a move, you can use those undead creatures to exterminate them." Quat. The undead creatures created on planet Tyruo and the rainbow meteorite belt maintained their original combat strength. In other words, there were many level 4 and level 5 undead creatures among them. If someone really dared to attack Zhao Hai, these undead creatures would be enough to wipe them out. "Big brother Hai, don't you want to go to other places?" Lola asked. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Forget it. It's not easy to come here to participate in the elimination round. Even if I don't encounter other demonic beasts in other places, I will encounter other participants. By then, I will have to defeat them. I will give them a chance. As long as they don't provoke me, I will not touch them." Quat. Laura thought for a moment and said, "That's good. Under these circumstances, it's still good to meet other pre-selection contestants. If we meet a stronger demonic beast, we can only run. There's no need to give up on this peaceful life. Let the demonic beast chase us. We'll just wait here for a few days." Quat. Zhao Hai smiled. "That's right, that's what I'm thinking. It's almost impossible for us to capture those monsters without exposing our strength, but once we expose all our strength, our future days will be even harder. Don't forget that the people of the Array Star are still in outer space. No one can guarantee that they're not monitoring us. If they're really monitoring us, they'll know as soon as we expose our strength. That will be even more troublesome in the future." Lola nodded and said, "Brother Hai, you're so thoughtful. Brother Hai, why don't you build a house made of sand? We'll all go out and accompany you." Quat. Hearing Laura's words, Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "Quat, forget it. If I do it now, I'll definitely attract their attention. Let's just leave it at that." Quat. Laura smiled. Quite okay then, that's it. But Big Brother Hai, do you want to take out a parasol and a recliner so that you can sit there comfortably? Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. Quite good, that's a good idea. Get me a parasol and a recliner. Oh right, get me a glass of iced fruit juice. I'll treat this as a vacation. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others all giggled. In a short while, the things that Zhao Hai asked for were prepared for them. Zhao Hai was comfortably lying on the recliner and drinking iced fruit juice. It was even more secluded than a vacation. During this process, a few more mental powers swept past Zhao Hai, but they did not come over. Clearly, they did not think they were Zhao Hai's match, so they did not make a move. The day passed quickly, and the night came as promised. Zhao Hai didn't enter the dimensional city, but fell asleep on the recliner. At this moment, a soft sound was heard. Zhao Hai's eyes flew open. He had noticed that a group of huge spiders was rushing toward him from 9 miles away. These spiders were extremely huge, each of them more than 5 meters long. They had 8 spear-like legs covered in fine hair, making them look really scary. There were more than 40 spiders in total, some big and some small. It seemed that they were from the same family. Zhao Hai stood up. He knew that the reason why these spiders could pass the bait set by the sandworm was that the sandworm had already eaten its fill. According to the habits of sandworms, once it had eaten its fill, it would not come out to hunt for a long time. That was why these spiders could be left here without any worries. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the spiders. He would just let them come. He could bring them into his space and add another creature to it. Very quickly, the spiders had reached Zhao Hai's location. Zhao Hai cast a 3,000-fold magic array, and the spiders were no longer able to show off. This was Zhao Hai's first time using 3,000 magic arrays in a battle. To be honest, the 3,000 magic arrays were very powerful, far more powerful than he had imagined. Zhao Hai had noticed that the strength of the spiders was definitely around level 4. It was definitely not easy for the 3,000 magic arrays to take them down so easily. Of course, Zhao Hai believed that other people's 3,000 magic arrays didn't have such an ability. After all, his 3,000 magic arrays also included a large number of auxiliary magic arrays. These 5 types of magic array groups almost included all aspects of the world of magic arrays, and they were gradually being perfected. However, this process would take a long time. The realm didn't react much to the spiders he captured, but the answer it gave was still that they were infected by negative energy radiation and had mutated genes. Although he didn't upgrade the space, the combat power of this spider wasn't weak. The premise was that he had to maintain this state. The voice from the realm had already given Zhao Hai the result. If the spider lived in an ordinary environment, he would slowly turn into an ordinary demonic beast. Although his combat power would be stronger than ordinary demonic beasts, he would still be much weaker than the primitive gale spiders. Strictly speaking, this was a kind of degeneration. Because the living environment was good, animals no longer had to fight against nature for survival, so they would slowly degenerate. Zhao Hai didn't want this to happen. Although the living environment of hell was also very bad, it was completely different from the environment here. So if he wanted these spiders and other demon beasts to maintain their powerful fighting strength, he couldn't change their living environment. As he thought of this, Zhao Hai immediately ordered Heir to transform an ordinary space in his spatial ring into a space similar to Huang Shazing's. He was planning to save it for future use. This time, Zhao Hai didn't have to spend too much effort to modify the space. The space had given him a hint that he could create an environment similar to Huang Sha's. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't need to spend money on the modification this time. This time, he didn't even need to spend money. Of course, the Yellow Sand Realm was different from Huang Sha's. At the very least, there weren't many demonic beasts in Huang Sha's realm, and there were almost no plants. Zhao Hai still needed to improve the environment bit by bit. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He had plenty of time to perfect the Yellow Sand Realm. Since he had already stored Huang Shazing in his boundless space, he would have plenty of opportunities in the future. Now that the realm had the ability to modify genes, Zhao Hai only needed to modify the genes of some ordinary plants so that he could survive in the Yellow Sand Realm. It didn't matter if he accepted Huang Sha's plants or not. Zhao Hai didn't plan on leaving after giving Heir the instructions. He continued to lie on the recliner with a parasol over his head. However, because it was dark, he could only sleep. As soon as he laid down, Kai suddenly said, "Young master, someone is coming. It's a death warrior. He has hidden himself very well. He's only 5 miles away from you. His strength should be around level 3. Quat." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that night to be so lively. First, it was the spiders and then a death warrior. Although he had heard Heir's warning, Zhao Hai didn't move. He believed that the death warrior had already discovered him and he wanted to see what he would do. Soon, the death warrior was only 2 miles away from Zhao Hai. He stopped and carefully sized up Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai seemed to have fallen asleep, lying on the rocking chair without moving. The death warrior was obviously indecisive. It was still windy at Huang Shazing's place. It was the first time he had seen someone who could sleep peacefully in the wind. Zhao Hai wasn't the first person he had encountered on Huang Shazing. He had encountered a few other participants before, but all of them seemed to be facing a powerful enemy. They were either covered in a magic shield, a layer of battle energy shield, or a defensive magic equipment. In short, everyone was very careful. They were careful to guard against other participants, and also the demon beasts on Huang Shaxing's side. No one could fall asleep, and Zhao Hai was probably the only one on the entire Yellow Star. It was because of this that the Death Warrior couldn't make up his mind. If Zhao Hai was like the other participants, he would have already attacked. However, Zhao Hai wasn't like them. This left him at a loss. The Dare to Die fighter had stopped about 1 mile away from Zhao Hai for over 1 hour. During the past 1 hour, Zhao Hai was still lying on the sling chair and pretended to be in a deep sleep. He would even turn over from time to time as if he was really sleeping. When it came to the skill of pretending to be asleep, Zhao Hai was second to none in this world. He had been practicing this skill since he was on Earth and had already reached the point of perfection. He could pretend to be asleep for a few hours without anyone noticing. Zhao Hai did not use this ability when he was on Earth. In fact, he only practiced it when he was bored. Now he could use it. The man of sacrifice had been observing Zhao Hai. He found that Zhao Hai seemed to have fallen asleep, which made his heart skip a beat. Just like Wan Xiang, he thought that Zhao Hai must have brought some kind of treasure with him to be able to stay unaffected by the astral winds at Huang Shaxing's place. Huang Shaxing's competitors had to stay in the strong wind for 3 days, which was not an easy time. The rank 4 experts were fine, but the rank 3 experts would not even have to fight. The magic power in their bodies could only be used to maintain the protective shield. Even if they drank magic potions, it would have a huge impact on their combat effectiveness. However, if they could be like Zhao Hai, completely unaffected by the astral winds, it would be much easier for them. At the very least, they wouldn't have to constantly maintain their protective shields. This way, they could always be in their best condition and wouldn't be eliminated. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Since ancient times, many people had died because of greed, and this Death Warrior was no different. When he realized that Zhao Hai seemed to have really fallen asleep, he finally moved. He pulled out his sword and slowly sneaked toward Zhao Hai. Perhaps it was an assassin's habit. When an assassin killed someone, they always wanted to kill in one strike. Thus, they would usually get close to their enemies. This habit could not be changed even in the field of arrays. The Death Warrior was like this. He slowly approached Zhao Hai. However, he also knew that he couldn't do what he did to those people in the lower realm. He couldn't walk to Zhao Hai's side and assassinate him. It was impossible, so he stopped when he was about 1 mile away from Zhao Hai. Then he waved the sword in his hand forward. A black sword chi stabbed toward Zhao Hai's back. If it hit, Zhao Hai's heart would be broken. But at this moment, a sigh was heard. Upon hearing this sigh, the underling's hair stood on end. He glared at Zhao Hai and gripped his sword even more tightly. However, something strange happened. The sword chi pierced through Zhao Hai's back. The underling was overjoyed, but then he was dumbfounded. The sword chi stabbed Zhao Hai's back, but it only made a clang and disappeared. It didn't have any effect. Zhao Hai slowly sat up from his chair and turned to look in the direction of the Death Warrior. I've already given you a chance, but you still attacked me. I really didn't want to attack you, but since you attacked me, you have to bear the consequences. The Dare to Die fighter didn't say anything as he fixed his eyes on Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai revealed a faint smile. Not bad. You're like a qualified Death Warrior. However, the most important thing for a Death Warrior is to be calm. You have to understand whether your target is someone you can kill or not. If the target is too powerful and you can't kill him, you can't do it even if the target is important. Unfortunately, you're not good at this, but it doesn't matter. I believe you'll learn it in the future. The Dare to Die fighter didn't relax at all because of Zhao Hai's words. He still kept his eyes fixed on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled. Then he disappeared from the recliner. Death Warrior's eyes couldn't help but shrink. His body moved and immediately dodged to the side. However, just as he dodged, a figure suddenly appeared at the place where he had landed. This figure was holding a big sword. The Death Warrior slammed into it. It was too late for the underling to change his move. He crashed into the sword and the sword pierced his heart. Just like how he had tried to kill Zhao Hai, the underling turned to look at the owner of the sword, but all he saw was a dark green skeleton. I actually died at the hands of a skeleton. With a trace of unwillingness and the last thought in his life, the Death Warrior left the world forever. Zhao Hai glanced at the Death Warrior and threw him into the boundless space. The Death Warrior turned into an undead creature. Zhao Hai had investigated the background of the Death Warrior. He was also a contestant from a large family. However, he was not valued by his family and posed no threat to Zhao Hai. Even if that family knew that it was Zhao Hai who killed him, they wouldn't say anything. After all, this was a cruel elimination match. What was so great about someone dying? Furthermore, the person who died was an outer sect disciple. In the eyes of those big families, the outer sect members were just tools used by the family to fight for benefits. If they died, they died. They were not worthy of their attention at all. After dealing with the Death Warrior, Zhao Hai lay back on the recliner. This time, nothing disturbed him, and he slept all the way until dawn. Zhao Hai had some breakfast that Meg had prepared for him when the sun rose. He then continued to lie on the bed and bask in the sun. He knew that the first day was over and the elimination round would be over in 2 days. He would be able to leave this place. As he sipped on the iced fruit juice, Zhao Hai looked at the yellow sand that filled the sky. He couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of the universe. There was actually a planet like the yellow sand mad beast planet in the universe, and on such a planet, there were so many living creatures. It was truly a miracle of the universe. At that moment, Zhao Hai suddenly felt an extremely violent aura heading towards him. Although the person had not entered the range of Zhao Hai's psychic energy, Zhao Hai already knew who it was from the aura of a violent bear. Violent bear's strength. Only violent bear Xingli would have such an aura. Although Zhao Hai had never really met Xingli, he had seen his battle process. The berserk aura on Xingli's body was still fresh in Zhao Hai's memory. Violent bear's strength was just like his name. Once the battle started, he would turn into a beast, a violent bear. So all the enemies in front of him would be torn to pieces. Xingli's weapons were 2 sledgehammers, and they were connected by a chain. He didn't put the sledgehammers into his space, but hung them on his waist. Zhao Hai wasn't lying when he said that this person was the most threatening expert. This guy's combat strength was definitely super strong. Zhao Hai even felt that if he really went all out, Strip might not be able to win against Xingli. The body had always been a weakness of ordinary mages. If 2 evenly matched opponents were to go all out, the physical factor would also play a big role. Xingli's aura charged towards him and quickly entered the range of Zhao Hai's mental energy. Xingli was still wearing his armor with his sledgehammer hanging at his waist. His expression was actually very relaxed. However, it was obvious that mental energy wasn't Xingli's specialty, so he still hadn't discovered Zhao Hai. Slowly, the distance between the two was only 5 li. Xingli suddenly stopped, and Zhao Hai knew that Xingli had discovered him. Zhao Hai still sat there without moving. He wanted to see Xingli's reaction. Xingli only stopped for a moment before flying forward again. His speed was very fast. Zhao Hai didn't mind and continued to sit there. In a short while, Xingli was already less than 100 meters away from Zhao Hai. Although they couldn't see each other due to the sandstorm, both sides knew that the other was looking at him. After all, at their level, their mental strength was no different from their eyes. Xingli did not speak, only staring at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai suddenly smiled and said, "Xingli, come sit down and have a drink." After saying that, Zhao Hai took out a chair from his space. Xingli was stunned by Zhao Hai's appearance. Then he suddenly laughed and appeared beside Zhao Hai in a flash. He sat down on the chair and laughed. "Interesting. Zhao Hai, I didn't expect you to be such an interesting person. Why did you bring these things? If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were on vacation on the beach." Zhao Hai laughed. "I heard that we're going to have an elimination round at Huang Shazing's place, so I prepared these things. There's no rule that we have to fight and kill each other for the elimination round. It's not like there's no way to advance if we don't kill each other. What's the point of wasting my time? Isn't it good to lie here for 3 days? Xingli was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. That's right. There is no rule that we have to fight each other in this elimination round. It's not a bad idea to wait for 3 days. Ha 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 ha, but you have to be careful. I heard that Zhu Chen is looking for trouble everywhere." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. Zhu Chen, the shooting star from outer space. That's possible. He's an earth element magician. Although there are strong gales everywhere around Huangsha, there's a lot of yellow sand and the earth element is dense. If he fights here, he can display 120 of his fighting power. He wants to get rid of more opponents in the next few days. Why, did he come to you? Xingli snorted. Quad, if he dared to find me, he would have quit long ago. HMPH, I heard that many level 3 people have fallen to his hands. This guy is quite ruthless. Almost all the people he found are dead. Quad. Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows. Quad, oh, that's interesting. Hee, I hope he doesn't come looking for trouble with me. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'll have to withdraw from the competition. Quad. Xingli glanced at Zhao Hai. His understanding of Zhu Chen was much deeper than Zhao Hai's understanding of Zhu Chen. Although Zhu Chen was ranked at the bottom among the top 10 experts, his strength was not weak at all. In fact, there was only one weak expert among the top 10 experts, and they had all gained their fame through battle after battle. Zhu Chen could be said to be one of the more difficult ones to deal with because his defense was really abnormal. Zhu Chen seemed to have a preference for defense. He had several defensive magic arrays on him. In addition, he cultivated earth magic, which had a strong defensive power. Therefore, Zhu Chen could be said to be the one with the strongest defense among the top 10 masters. Of course, just because he had a strong defense, it didn't mean that he didn't know how to attack. Zhu Chen's attacking ability was also amazing, but compared to his defense, his attacking ability was much worse, so people only paid attention to his defense. Generally, people who were good at defense were people with long meridians. Such people were like tortoise shells that were very difficult to break, so ordinary people did not want to fight with such people. Although Xingli's words were very powerful, he was very clear that if he was in a different environment, he would be able to deal with Zhu Chen. But in front of Huang Shazing, he had to be careful. Huang Shazing's situation was special. The astral wind was strong and the earth element energy was dense. Xingli's combat power was only around 80 of his peak strength. Although Zhu Chen was also affected, his strength was still enhanced because he majored in earth magic, so he could still exert 100 of his strength. Using 80 of his strength to deal with 100 of the opponent's strength, even if Xingli was very confident in himself, he couldn't guarantee that he would win. However, Zhao Hai said that if Zhu Chen came to deal with him, he would eliminate Zhu Chen. Naturally, he had to defeat Zhu Chen. Moreover, he said this with great confidence. This made Xingli even more curious about Zhao Hai. Although Xingli had a violent personality, he wasn't someone who would kill. This was also the reason why he didn't immediately attack Zhao Hai when he saw him. But at the same time, Xingli was also wary of Zhao Hai's strength. Even though there was the least information on Zhao Hai, it could still be seen that he wasn't weak. Xingli wasn't an idiot to the point that Zhao Hai's results were obtained by cheating. Xingli was very clear that in the field of arrays, no family would joke about the 6 Changes tournament because it was directly related to the family's interests. In the tournament, the better the results, the greater the benefits the family would get. And that kind of benefit would even tempt the 3 giants, so it was more suitable for the Ashley family. Zhao Hai was the most important person in the Ashley family. From this point, it could be seen that Zhao Hai had real skills. That was why Xingli did not look down on Zhao Hai just because he had ascended for a short time. It was also because of this that when he saw Zhao Hai sitting there, he did not act rashly. On the contrary, he sat there and drank fruit juice with Zhao Hai. Although he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't weak, he didn't know how strong he was. After all, Zhao Hai was his future competitor, so he really wanted to see how strong Zhao Hai was. However, Xingli didn't want to take the initiative to fight with Zhao Hai because that would cause Zhao Hai to misunderstand. One should know that this was Huang Shazing, and they were still in the elimination round. He had no relationship with Zhao Hai. If he suddenly fought with Zhao Hai might misunderstand that he was going to fight him. If the two of them really fought, it would be bad. Zhao Hai's strength was strong, but Xingli's strength wasn't weak either. If the two of them were to fight now, it might end up with both of them getting injured. This wasn't what Xingli wanted to see. If he was really injured and someone came here, he wouldn't even have the chance to resist. Therefore, it was better to be on good terms with Zhao Hai, safely pass the 3 days, and then meet him in the ring. As long as he was in the ring, Xingli believed that with his ability, it was not a problem to get a good result. Although Xingli had a rough appearance and a violent temper, he was very clear about his current situation. He was also known as one of the top 10 experts of the younger generation and seemed to have boundless prospects. However, Xingli was very clear that he was not a core member of the Wu family. If he wanted to become a core member, he had to obtain good results in this competition. So after weighing the pros and cons, Xingli did not fight with Zhao Hai. Xingli didn't reply to Zhao Hai's words, but looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "You've been staying here ever since you arrived at Huang Shazing. No one came. You didn't encounter any demonic beasts." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quite, why not? I just arrived and encountered a yellow sandworm. This thing was really hard to deal with. I threw a spell at it and it actually ate it. But fortunately, after that thing ate the spell, it retreated. I met it last night and killed a few spiders. I also met 2 people, but they were also killed by me." Quat. Although Zhao Hai said it calmly, Xingli could tell that the yellow sandworm and the astral wind spider were not easy to deal with. When Zhao Hai said that he had no more yellow sandworms, Xingli believed him. After all, yellow sandworms were extremely hard to kill. Zhao Hai had also sent 2 people. Zhao Hai said that he had sent them away, but that would be a huge learning. He might have killed them directly, or he might have defeated them. However, looking at Zhao Hai, the chances of him being killed were even higher. When Xingli heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He really didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so strong. The yellow sandworms and the astral wind spiders were not easy to deal with, but Zhao Hai was able to deal with them easily. This was enough to prove his strength. Most importantly, the way he dealt with the 2 newcomers was to kill them directly. From this point, it could be seen that Zhao Hai was not a kind person. Even if he didn't kill, he had killed many people in the past. He didn't take killing seriously at all. People like that were the most dangerous. A person's combat strength was not only determined by his level, but also by his combat experience. From Zhao Hai's appearance, one could tell that he had rich combat experience. It was best not to provoke such a person. Xingli's thoughts moved like lightning. He had already placed Zhao Hai in the ranks of people he shouldn't easily provoke. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. He was still sitting there, drinking the fruit from time to time, occasionally chatting with Xingli. Xingli also realized that Zhao Hai really didn't have any ill intentions towards him, so he slowly relaxed. The 2 of them laid on the rocking chairs and chatted, not feeling bored at all. Who would have thought that the 2 would get along so well? Although Xingli's temper was violent and he was scheming, he wasn't a bad person and he didn't have the intention to harm others. He was very much in tune with Zhao Hai's temper, and the 2 of them started to feel like they were close. While the two were chatting, some mental energy swept past them. However, it only swept past them for a moment before looking elsewhere. It was obvious that when those people realized that it was Xingli and Zhao Hai sitting there, no one dared to make a sound. These two weren't people to be trifled with. Moreover, the two of them were sitting there laughing and chatting. Naturally, no one dared to approach them. Time flew by and a day passed in the blink of an eye. At night, Zhao Hai took out some food and wine from the origin space and drank with Xingli for a while. The two of them didn't fall asleep until midnight. When they were drinking, a few more spiritual powers swept over them. Seeing their looks, those people naturally didn't dare to come over and stayed far away. Not long after they laid down, they heard a roar. They sat up and looked in the direction of the roar. Soon, a group of creatures came into Zhao Hai's sight. This was a group of demonic beasts that looked like gorillas, but their heads were that of wolves. They were tall and looked very majestic. Zhao Hai knew what these demonic beasts were as soon as he saw them. They were a famous demonic beast in Huang Shazing's territory, called the Aardwolf ape. The Aardwolf ape was a kind of earth-type demonic beast with infinite strength and amazing defensive power. Although they couldn't fly, the sand that was swept up by the astral wind could be used as their weapons. It was one of the more difficult demonic beasts to deal with. Zhao Hai looked at the Aardwolf apes and turned to Xingli. It's actually a group of Aardwolf apes. Interesting. They seem to be chasing someone. Zhao Hai had only just discovered that in front of the Aardwolf apes there was a man running for his life. He wasn't flying but running. He was running slower and slower, and it was obvious that he was running out of energy. Zhao Hai paid attention to the man and realized that he actually knew him. It was not a name, but one of the Ashley family's people who came to participate in the knockout competition. Zhao Hai furrowed his brows slightly. In the end, he decided to give him a hand. No matter what, that man was from the Ashley family. He could not just leave him in the lurch. Thinking of this, he turned to Xingli. "Quat, brother Xingli, there's a person up ahead who's being chased by the Aardwolf ape. He's from my Ashley family, I can't just leave him be. Please sit for a while, I'll be back soon." Quat, after saying that, his figure moved and disappeared. Xingli couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Zhao Hai's words. His spiritual power could only control the situation within a radius of 3 miles, but Zhao Hai's spiritual power was clearly much stronger than his. After all, Zhao Hai was a magician, but Xingli knew that his mental strength was not much weaker than a normal mage. In other words, a normal 4th-tier mage's mental strength was at most similar to Xingli's, and they could only see for 5 miles. Zhao Hai was obviously much stronger than most 4th-tier mages. From this small matter, Xingli knew that Zhao Hai was indeed a genius. He was indeed much stronger than normal mages. But Xingli did not plan to go over. He sat down again and let out a long breath, mumbling, "It seems that in this preliminaries it's still unknown who will win." In fact, before meeting Zhao Hai, Xingli had some confidence in his own strength. But after meeting Zhao Hai, Xingli's confidence started to waver. This was because he realized that Zhao Hai's strength was like a pool of water, he couldn't see through it. Zhao Hai didn't care so much. He looked around and found that Xingli really didn't come forward. Only then did he relax. His body moved and he appeared beside that person. Zhao Hai looked over and saw that this person was from the establishment camp. The man noticed Zhao Hai as well. When he saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile. "Zhao Hai, save me." "Quite all right," Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, you can go ahead. Leave these Aardwolf apes to me." Quat, the man responded, turned around and ran. Zhao Hai stood there and immediately cast a 5-round spell. When the Aardwolf apes saw Zhao Hai attacking them, they immediately roared and attacked. Unfortunately, although these Aardwolf apes were difficult to deal with, they weren't high-level demonic beasts in Huang Sha's eyes. They didn't pose any threat to Zhao Hai at all. After a few rounds, they were caught by Zhao Hai and brought into his space. Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief after capturing the Aardwolf apes. He knew that there would be many casualties among the participants of the elimination round. Every demon beast on the planet was strong in combat. Coupled with the omnipresent astral winds, it would be a test for all the participants. However, Zhao Hai could tell that the people from the organizing committee had also thought of this. This area seemed to be the sandworm's territory, and there were no powerful demonic beasts. That was why the people from the organizing committee had sent them here for the elimination round. The time was only 3 days, so the participants would encounter some danger, and there would be some casualties, but they would not be completely wiped out. Although Zhao Hai did not like the way the committee did things, he did not say anything. He did not have the right to say anything, not to mention that he was just a person who had just ascended a few months ago. Even the Ashley family did not have much say in this matter. He could only endure. "Quat, forget it," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "Quat, we're all from the Ashley family, so there's no need to be so polite. Let's go." Quat, after he finished speaking, he picked up that person and flew forward. In a short while they arrived at the table. Xingli was still sitting there without moving, holding a pot of wine in his hand and lightly drinking it. When Tao Li saw Xingli, he couldn't help but be shocked. Kada Yue Xiang had introduced Xingli to him before, so he naturally remembered it clearly. Now that he actually saw Xingli sitting here, it was hard for him not to be shocked. Zhao Hai glanced at Tao Li and immediately knew what he was thinking. He didn't pay much attention to it and only smiled. Quat, brother Xingli, this is our Ashley family's camp's Tao Li. Tao Li, this is brother Xingli. I think you know him too. Come, have a seat and eat something. Quat. Although Tao Li didn't understand what was going on, he still carefully bowed to Xingli Xing. He sat down on a chair that Zhao Hai had brought out and started eating. To be honest, he was really famished. He had already been chased by those aardwolf apes for an entire afternoon and half a night. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, he would probably have become ape feces by now. Zhao Hai sat there and drank with Xingli. As they drank, he said, it's been 2 days. After tomorrow, we will be able to go back. AI, to be honest, I don't want to participate in this elimination tournament because it's too unfair to us. Unfortunately, for the sake of the clan, I have no choice but to participate. After we leave here tomorrow, big brother Xingli and I will be opponents again. Hee, it's really boring. When Xingli heard Zhao Hai say this, he also smiled. Don't think so much. We're people who have ascended. If we want to live a good life in the array world, we can only rely on ourselves. If we really are drawn together in the competition, then we'll have a good fight. Zhao Hai laughed heartily. Quat, that's right. Let's have a good fight. Come, let's drink. Quat, the two of them picked up their wine glasses again and took big gulps. However, the taste of the wine was really bitter. Since Tao Li was already here, he naturally couldn't leave. The 3 of them drank for a while more before lying down to rest. This time, there wasn't anything to disturb them. The 3 of them slept until noon the next day. After eating a little, the 3 of them sat there and chatted. Tao Li was now full of admiration for Zhao Hai. When others came to Wang Shazing's place, they were all trembling with fear and were very careful. However, Zhao Hai was here, drinking fruit juice and sitting on a recliner. He was almost like a master. As the 3 of them were chatting, Zhao Hai suddenly noticed that 2 more people were within 10 miles of him. Zhao Hai scanned with his spirit energy and frowned because he knew both of them. One of them was from the Ghost Battalion of the Ashley family, and the other was the Fire Saint Envoy, Fei. Fei was the person that Zhao Hai wanted to deal with, but he didn't expect that he would be here to kill the people of the Ashley family. It seemed like Fei was also ordered by his family. Zhao Hai turned around and said to Xingli and Tao Li, you two, there are more people here. I have to go and take a look. This time it is someone from our Ashley family's Ghost Battalion, and he is being chased by the Holy Fire Envoy, Fei. I have to go and ask him to come back. You two sit here for a while. After he finished speaking, his figure moved and he flew towards the east. When Tao Li heard Zhao Hai's words, his expression changed. He sighed but didn't say anything. Xingli looked at Tao Li and said, what's wrong? You're not going to help? Tao Li smiled bitterly. With my strength, it'll be good enough if I don't drag Zhao Hai down. What can I help with? If I go, I'll only distract Zhao Hai, so I'm not going. Xingli looked at Tao Li and said with a smile, it seems that the recent rumors about the Ashley family and the Zhang family having a conflict are true. If he wasn't here, Fei wouldn't have chased after the Ashley family. Tao Li snorted and said, the Zhang family. Let's see how long they can keep this up. That son Fei is unlucky today. He ran into Zhao Hai. If he doesn't die, he'll be severely injured. Quat. Xingli noticed that Tao Li seemed to be very confident in Zhao Hai. He couldn't help but ask curiously, you seem to be very confident in Zhao Hai. Is he very strong? Tao Li smiled. Quat, of course we are. Zhao Hai's name has spread far and wide in the Ashley family's outer circle. His strength is even stronger than some of the older level 4 experts. We have a lot of confidence in him. Quat. Xingli nodded his head. He knew that Tao Li wouldn't be able to get any more information from him, so he didn't ask any further. However, his mood became even heavier. Originally, Xingli thought that he had a chance of winning the championship, but now it seemed like that chance wasn't that big. On the other hand, Zhao Hai dashed to Fei and that man from the Ghost Battalion and shouted, stop. Then he cast a spell and blocked Fei's magic. When the man from the Ghost Battalion saw that it was Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but show a happy expression. Quat, Zhao Hai, you're here. That's great. This guy has already killed 3 of our Ashley family members. Now he's chasing me and saying that he'll kill all the participants of the Ashley family. Quat. Zhao Hai turned to Fei and smiled. Oh, Mr. Fei really wants to kill all of us. As soon as Fei saw Zhao Hai, his expression froze. As a member of the Zhang family, Fei knew who Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai was listed as the most dangerous person in the Zhang family, and he didn't expect to meet Zhao Hai here. However, after hearing what Zhao Hai said, Fei snorted and said, Quat, that's right. As long as it's someone from the Ashley family, I'll kill anyone I see. Quat. Zhao Hai didn't get angry when he saw Fei's reaction. He just smiled and said, the Ashley family has a grudge against Mr. Fei. Why did son Fei Quang do this to me? Fei sneered, since you offended the Zhang family, you are our biggest enemy. Zhao Hai, don't waste your time. It is my luck to meet you today. Prepare to die. After he finished speaking, he was about to attack. Zhao Hai immediately waved his hand, Mr. Sun, please wait. We are currently in the elimination stage, but if you and I fight, there will be injuries. I'm not afraid to tell you that Xingli is nearby. If we get injured, it will only benefit Xingli. I think we should leave our battle to the arena. Quat. After hearing what Zhao Hai said, Fei was stunned for a second, and then his expression changed. He released his spirit energy and quickly noticed Xingli, who was not far away from him. Fei's expression changed, and he turned around to look at Zhao Hai and said, "You're lucky today. I'll see you in the arena." With that said, he turned around and flew away. Fei wasn't stupid. He knew that he couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai when he saw Xingli drinking juice with a member of the Ashley family. If Xingli really took advantage of him, then the family wouldn't let him go. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't attack Fei was because he was on guard against Xingli. Although he had a good chat with Xingli, just like what Xingli said, these people were only outer disciples of the big families. If they wanted to change their living environment, they had to rely on themselves. However, Fei wasn't an ordinary person, and it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Fei without revealing his true strength. Xingli was watching from the side. How could Zhao Hai kill Fei with his full strength? Wouldn't that be equivalent to exposing himself? Therefore, Zhao Hai endured it and scared Fei away with his bare strength. Zhao Hai would not reveal his true strength before he took part in the 6-realm rookie competition. It would be good for him to keep a few more trump cards. This was the first time he was using it, and he didn't know if it would work well. A day's time passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Hai's group now had 4 people. This kind of strength was not to be underestimated. Naturally, no one dared to provoke them. There were no more magical beasts in the surroundings, so Zhao Hai's group spent the day in peace. The night was surprisingly quiet. It was as if the demonic beasts knew that they were leaving and did not come out to cause trouble. Zhao Hai and the others had a good night's rest. The next morning, they ate breakfast while counting the time. After breakfast, Zhao Hai and the others didn't leave immediately. Instead, they sat in the restaurant and drank some fruit juice. It was almost noon when Zhao Hai finally sighed and turned to Xingli. "Big brother Xing, it's almost time. We should go back. This time we have met Big brother Xing at Huang Shazing's place. It's not a waste of time. It's a pity that we'll become opponents again after leaving this place." Xingli laughed. "Brother Zhao Hai, you are overthinking it. We are opponents when we get out of here, but don't forget, once we pass the 6 world rookie competition, we are no longer opponents. The Wu family and the Ashley family don't have any grudges, so we should keep in touch more in the future." When Zhao Hai heard Xingli, he also laughed. "Quat, big brother Xing is right. As long as we pass the 6-realm rookie competition, you and I will still be friends and brothers. Quat." Tao Li and Xingli looked enviously at Zhao Hai and Xingli. The two of them didn't say anything because they knew very well that they had no say in what Zhao Hai and Tao Li were saying. They also didn't have the right to talk about friendship with Xingli and Zhao Hai. Who were Zhao Hai and Xingli? He was a genius, a famous genius in the array world. Although Xingli had ascended around the same time as them, he was no longer on the same level as them. After Zhao Hai finished, Xingli also nodded his head. "That's right. Brother, it's getting late. Let's go out." Zhao Hai nodded his head and kept the table and chairs. He led the two and followed Xingli out of Huang Shazing. Flying out was much more difficult than flying in, but fortunately they were not weak and easily flew out of the atmosphere. As soon as they exited the atmosphere, they noticed that there were people coming out from the atmosphere and flying toward the spaceship. Zhao Hai greeted them and flew toward the spaceship he was on. When they arrived at the spacecraft, the decompression cabin was immediately opened. After Zhao Hai entered, the pressure in the decompression cabin slowly returned to normal. Zhao Hai then walked out of the decompression cabin and into the main cabin of the spacecraft. As soon as he entered the main cabin, the magician who had let them out walked over. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Leave your signal device behind. You can go in now." Zhao Hai nodded, took out his signal device and handed it to the man. The man looked at the signal device and said, "Quat, the signal device is intact. You've passed the elimination round. Go in and rest. You can also go to other parts of the ship to exercise." "Quat, quat, yes," Zhao Hai replied and turned to leave. Zhao Hai went back to his room and found that the other 3 people were not back yet. He didn't know if they could come back or not. He sighed and entered the space. He took a shower in the space and then came out again. He went to the ship's cafeteria for lunch and went back to his room to rest. It wasn't until nighttime that another person returned to his room. However, this person was also injured. His face was covered in dust and he was clearly not in a good state. The man glanced at Zhao Hai and nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Then he turned and walked into the bathroom. After washing up, he fell asleep without eating. He fell asleep very quickly. It was obvious that he had not slept for the past 3 days. A night had passed, and the other 2 had yet to return. Zhao Hai knew that the 2 of them were not coming back. Although Zhao Hai did not have any relationship with the 2 of them, he could not help but feel sad for them. Another day passed, and the 2 of them still hadn't returned. The spaceship had already made a decision to wait for 1 day tomorrow. If no one returned, the spaceship would go back and they wouldn't wait anymore. The person who shared the same room with Zhao Hai had become more familiar with Zhao Hai. It was unknown whether it was because he had experienced life and death or something else. He also started to chat with Zhao Hai. Although they did not talk much, it made Zhao Hai less bored. It was the 3rd day since Zhao Hai returned to the spaceship. It was the last day to wait for the contestants. If the contestants did not return by that day, the spaceship would not be waiting for them. They would lose their right to participate in the next round. Zhao Hai was chatting with his roommate when an ear-piercing buzzing sound came from the spaceship. Zhao Hai and the other person were both stunned. Their expressions changed because they knew that this was the alarm of the spaceship. When this sound rang in the spaceship, it meant that an enemy was approaching the spaceship. The spaceship had entered a state of alert, and all the crew members on the spaceship had to go to their posts and wait for orders. At this time, Zhao Hai had already heard from Laura and the others that no one was attacking the flying ship. The flying ship was only on alert because another group of people had arrived at Huang Sha's place. This group of people was none other than cultivators from the world of self-cultivators. When Zhao Hai heard that the person was a cultivator from the world of self-cultivators, he couldn't help but be curious. He wanted to go into the interspace immediately to take a look, but there was someone else in his room, so he couldn't go in now. On the other hand, Laura and the others were extremely excited. This was the first time they had seen people from the cultivation world, so they were all very excited. From their words, Zhao Hai could tell that this time, it seemed to be people from a big sect from the cultivation world who had come to Huang Sha Xing for a trial. They had come on a big ship, but the big ship from the cultivation world was different from the one Zhao Hai and the others were on. The big ship looked like an ancient wooden ship. Moreover, the ship wasn't big. Compared to the huge battleship, this ship was like a bean placed next to a watermelon. However, the appearance of this ship made the fleet of the Array world nervous for a while, and even sounded the alarm. The small ship didn't seem to care about the fleet at all. It swaggered past the fleet and entered the Yellow Star. The fleet's alarm was only lifted when they had completely entered Huang Sha Xing's territory. The fleet didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately set off. Hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. From this, it could be seen how overbearing the people of the cultivation world were. They didn't care about the people of the Array world at all. The person in Zhao Hai's room also heard Zhao Hai exhaling. He thought that Zhao Hai was exhaling because the alarm had been lifted, so he did not find it strange. He just turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, who do you think will attack the fleet? In the realm of arrays, there shouldn't be anyone who would dare to touch the fleet that came from the Array planet, right? Could it be that space pirate who doesn't have eyes?" Although Zhao Haiming knew it was those people from the world of self-cultivators, he couldn't say that. He shook his head. "I don't think so. Unless those space pirates don't want to stay in the Array realm anymore, no one would dare to board a ship from the Array star. This is Huang Sha Xing. Although Huang Sha Xing is in the Array realm, there are many people from other realms who come here to train every year. I think they might be people from other realms. Otherwise, the fleet wouldn't be so nervous." The man felt that Zhao Hai's words made sense. He nodded and said, "Quat, that makes sense. Our Array realm is the weakest among the major realms. That's why we're so nervous, Quat." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. However, the person said in a deep voice, "In the few days that I've ascended, I've met people from other worlds a few times. When those people saw people from the Array world, they all turned their noses up in the air and looked so amazing. They really wanted to have a big fight with them. Have you ever fought with people from other universes?" Zhao Hai asked with a smile. The man shook his head. "Quat, no, but I've seen a swordsman in the world of cultivators fly out. One man, one sword destroyed a pirate group composed of 30 medium-sized warships. With one sword strike, he cut the huge warship in half. It was too terrifying." Quat speaking up to this point, he still had a look of lingering fear. Zhao Hai's eyes narrowed when he heard that. Quat, are the people of the cultivation world really that strong? Why did he come to the realm of arrays? The man shook his head and said, "Quat, I heard that it was because those space pirates had stolen an item from their sect. Their sect sent out a mission, and that person accepted this mission. That's why he came here. Speaking of which, those pirates were rather wronged. I heard that they had only exchanged for an extremely ordinary-looking trade caravan. However, they did not expect that the trade caravan would actually have a special item. Furthermore, that item was an important item that their sect had traded with the Array world. That's why they sent people out to kill those pirates." Zhao Hai nodded and let out a long sigh. "If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely go to the cultivation world to take a look. I believe that it'll be even more exciting than the Array world." The man smiled bitterly. "Quat, there are many people who have the same thoughts as you, but many of them have gone to the cultivation world and never returned. I don't know if they died there or went to a sect. There are also some people who came back, but after they came back, they didn't say a word about what happened in the cultivation world. Clearly, something happened that they didn't want to say. Quat." NBSB Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, no matter what, we live in the cultivation world. Even if we do meet them in the future, we have to at least get to know them better. I'll definitely go there if I have the chance. I want to see if they're really that strong, Quat." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the man could not help but smile bitterly. He did not try to persuade Zhao Hai anymore. In the next few days, Zhao Hai stayed in his room and rarely went out. To be honest, his biggest gain from this trip to the Yellow Sand World was not the addition of the Yellow Sand World in his space, but the encounter with the cultivation world. The self-cultivator's nonchalant arrogance in front of the fleet from the array world really made Zhao Hai feel very complicated. He had gained a further understanding of the laws of the cultivation world. It could be said that there were no laws in the cultivation world. Whoever had the bigger fist would make the most sense. If there was any law in the cultivation world, it would be the law of the jungle. The weak were prey to the strong, and everything was decided by strength. Looking at the cultivation world, it was just a small ship with no one knowing who was on it. But in the array world, the entire fleet was in a state of alert. From this, one could see the strength of the cultivation world. This made Zhao Hai even more eager to become stronger. Unfortunately, the situation was different from others. If he wanted to become stronger, it was closely related to the space. It was almost impossible for him to suddenly become strong like others. If others knew that Zhao Hai was still not satisfied with his cultivation speed, they would definitely be angered to death. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai would not tell others about this. 10 days passed quickly. In these 10 days, although Zhao Hai stayed in his room, he would sometimes chat with Xingli through the communication device. Naturally, their relationship became better. As for Zhao Hai's roommate, when he saw Zhao Hai chatting with Xingli, he was even more envious. One must know that Xingli was one of the top 10 experts and could be considered as Zhao Hai's idol. 10 days later, the fleet returned to planet Juxi. When Zhao Hai got off the spaceship, he saw Kadio, Debor, Luke, and Margaret waiting for him beside a flying car. Zhao Hai quickly walked over. Margaret also saw Zhao Hai and ran towards him, throwing herself into his arms. Kadalo and the others did not say anything and just stood aside with a smile. It took a while before Zhao Hai let go of Margaret. They had not seen each other for 10 days, during which he had been staying in his room on the flying battleship. Even if Margaret was in the origin space, they would not see each other. Margaret and Zhao Hai were still in love and had been separated for 10 days. Of course, Margaret missed Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai let go of Margaret and Kadalo walked over. He sized Zhao Hai up and nodded. Not bad at all. I've already heard that less than 2/10 of the people who participated in the knockout competition returned. The casualty ratio is very high. Other than the 2 people you saved, the rest of our family died to Huang Shazing. It seems that this competition will be relying on you. Don't worry, head chief, I'll do my best. Zhao Hai nodded. Kadio nodded. At this moment, 2 other members of the Ashley family walked over and bowed to Kadio. Kadio waved his hand and let Debar arrange for the 2 to get into the car. He then said to Zhao Hai, I heard that you and Xingli know each other. Zhao Hai nodded. Quite yes, Xingli and I met on the Yellow Star. Later on, we found out that we got along quite well. Even if we knew each other, we didn't fight at that time. We were afraid that others would take advantage of us. Quat. Kadio nodded. Quat, that's right, very good. Xingli is from the Wu family. The Wu family didn't have any relationship with us in the past, but 2 days ago, they suddenly came to visit me and were very polite. This is all because of your contribution. Little Hai, you have done a great service for the family this time. Quat. Zhao Hai laughed. It's nothing. If I fought with Xingli at that time, it would only benefit someone else. Not to mention Xingli, I didn't even do anything when I saw Fei. It was really inappropriate at that time. When the competition starts, I will definitely cripple him in front of everyone. Kadio patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and told him to get in the car. Then they drove back. Because there were not many people, they came in the same car. Zhao Hai and Margaret sat in the second row, while Tao Li and the man from the ghost barracks sat in the last row. After getting in the car, Kadalo turned to Zhao Hai and said, I heard that Zhu Chen, the shooting star from beyond the heavens, has offended many people this time. Did you meet him? Zhao Hai shook his head no, but I heard from Xingli that Zhu Chen killed a lot of level 3 people. However, he was trained by the Earth God Palace. He has a strong back. He should be fine, right? Kadio snorted coldly. Will be fine. That's not necessarily the case. Although the major sacred halls are powerful, our families aren't pushovers either. Zhu Chen's massacre of the participants has aroused the public anger of all the families. Just wait and see. No matter who he meets in the competition, he'll fight with all his might. Zhao Hai nodded his head. He also thought that Zhu Chen had gone too far. They were only here to participate in the competition, not enemies. There was no need for them to kill each other. However, Zhu Chen had done it. It seemed like this man was also a bloodthirsty person. The flying car quickly arrived at the office, and Keiju brought them to the dining hall. There was already a table full of delicious food there, and after everyone was seated, Keiju raised his glass and said, This first glass of wine is to celebrate the safe return of the 3 of you, Little Hai. Come, let's drink this. Zhao Hai and the others naturally didn't say anything and followed suit. After drinking, Kadalo poured himself another glass of wine and turned to look at Tao Lei and another member of the Ghost Battalion. Tao Li Zhuzhang, the family has decided that you won't be participating in the following matches. It's too dangerous. Because of the heavy casualties from Huang Sha's battle, almost all the families have become enemies. They won't hold back in the arena. You're considered geniuses of the family, and the family doesn't want you to die in the arena. The family head said that you survived the elimination match because of Little High's help, but it also proves that you're lucky. I won't mistreat you guys when we return. What do you think? If you insist on participating in the main competition, we won't stop you. Tao Li and Zhu Zhang looked at each other and nodded their heads. Tao Li stood up and bowed to Kadalo, honored guest Zai, family head Zai. The two of us actually didn't want to participate in the competition after we returned from Huangsha Xing, but we were afraid that the family wouldn't allow it, so we didn't dare to say it. Now that the head chief has said it, it's exactly what we want. To be honest, before we came to the Jedi Star, we thought we were big shots, but after we arrived here, we completely gave up on that idea. If we participate in the competition after this, we'll be courting death. Therefore, the two of us would like to thank the head chief here. After saying that, the two of them bowed to Kadalo and Debar. Kadalo waved his hand dismissively. Quite it's good that you guys think that way. Even though there might be more rewards if you participate in the competition, you'll still need to be alive to use them. Sit down, I'm very happy that you guys think that way. Quat the two of them sat down. Kadio turned to look at Zhao Hai. Quat Little Hai, the two of them can't participate. That means you're the only one who can participate in the competition. The family has placed all their hopes on you. Quat. Don't worry, head chief. I'm definitely going to get first place this time, Zhao Hai said with a smile. When Kadalo, Debar, and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they all laughed out loud. They didn't think that Zhao Hai was bragging. After all, Zhao Hai's strength was clear for all to see. Furthermore, Zhao Hai's strength had been acknowledged by Xing Li, so they had even more confidence in Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled and raised his glass. We're all from the same family, so we should naturally take care of each other. Before going to Huangsha Xing, I told the chief steward that we should form a small team so that we can protect ourselves on Huangsha Xing. But I didn't expect that the people of the organizing committee would not give us this opportunity. It's fate that we met you too. You don't have to be so polite in the future. Come, let's drink. The three of them finished the wine in their glasses. Debar looked at Zhao Hai's performance and smiled without saying a word. He was extremely satisfied with Zhao Hai's performance. Zhao Hai had first made the 8 great outer gate camps owe him a huge favor. This time, he had saved Tao Li and Zhu Zhang. This was equivalent to making the Li and Ghost camps owe him another favor. Moreover, because he had begged the two of them, Wook was also very satisfied. He thought that Zhao Hai was very considerate of his family. Although he didn't come along this time, he had been praising Zhao Hai a lot during his phone calls with Kadio and Debar. He also praised Debar a lot. He thought that if he hadn't pulled Zhao Hai into the Bone Battalion, Zhao Hai might have been snatched away by the other families. However, Debar was extremely happy. Everyone ate this meal very happily. Although 7 people had died in the elimination round, this was already within Kadalo's expectations, so he didn't have a sad expression on his face. On the contrary, he was very happy that Zhao Hai had befriended Xing Li. Of course, there was nothing to be happy about making friends with Xing Li. However, it was a big deal to build a relationship with the Wu family through Xing Li. The Wu family's position in the warrior union wasn't low, and their family's strength was also very strong. They were stronger than the Ashley family. However, because one of the two families was a warrior family and the other was a mage family, although there was no enmity between them, there was no friendship between them. It could be said that they were like strangers. But this time, through Zhao Hai, the two of them actually got to know each other. This was definitely a good thing for the Ashley family, which was currently lacking allies. After dinner, Zhao Hai returned to his room, followed by Margaret. As soon as they returned to Zhao Hai's room, they immediately entered the space. Zhao Hai was in such a hurry because he wanted to see what the cultivators from the world of self-cultivators were doing. If they were going to take a trial, what would the process be like? He would definitely have to face the people from the world of self-cultivators in the future, so it would be better to know in advance. As soon as Zhao Hai and Margaret entered the medium, Laura and the others immediately came forward to welcome them. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, it's all ready, quite all right." Zhao Hai nodded. "I'd like to see who this person is. How can he be so arrogant?" After saying that, Zhao Hai followed Laura and the others into the house and sat down. After they were all seated, Lola immediately turned on the screen. A small boat appeared on the screen. The small wooden boat did not look big. There were no sails or oars, but there was a small badge on the boat. On the badge was a sword, a sheathless sword. The sword pointed to the sky and looked extremely sharp. Lola said in a deep voice, "Quat, we've looked it up on the internet. This badge is the badge of the Sword Pavilion. The Sword Pavilion is a medium-sized sword cultivation sect in the world of cultivation. The people in this sect mainly focus on one sword their entire lives. When each person joins the sect, the elders of the Sword Pavilion will follow the person's characteristics and forge a sword for him. This sword is made of high-quality materials, but it is only at the stage of forming a blank. Then, the person will put this sword in his own danshan to be nourished. It can be said that he is the sword, and he is the sword. I've truly reached the state of being one with the sword." Lao sighed in relief and continued, "Quat, that's why, even though the Sword Pavilion is only a medium-sized sect, their status in the self-cultivation world is not low. Their attack power is second to none in the self-cultivation world. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded his head. The sword itself was an object that focused on killing. If a person had spent their entire life practicing the way of the sword, then their attack power would naturally not be weak. Laura continued, only when they reach the core formation stage will they learn how to use other magic weapons. Before they reach the core formation stage, they can't use any magic weapons. The golden core they form is one with their natal magic sword. It's called the sword core. The core is the sword and the sword is the core. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. Quat, that's right. It seems like the sword pavilion is not as simple as they seem. Their method of cultivation is rare. Quat. Lola nodded and said, Quat, that's right. The sword pavilion is much stronger than before. Although everyone in the world of self-cultivators can live for a long time, as long as they don't reach the realm of eternal life, they will die. When the people of the sword pavilion are about to die, they will return to their own sex and wait for their death in the forbidden land of the sword's gate, the sword mound, unless they encounter an accident. A wisp of divine sense will be left in their bodies to enter their natal magic swords, and their natal magic swords will be left in the sword tomb. Every time the sword pavilion accepts disciples, they will first bring these disciples into the sword tomb. It's said that they're here to admire the swords left behind by their predecessors, but in fact, they're there for the swords to choose their disciples. Laura took a sip of water and continued, Quat, the swords in the sword pavilion all have a trace of consciousness. This trace of consciousness will live with the sword, but it can't appear like a human. However, this trace of consciousness has a special use, and that is to choose a person. Choose a person who is the same as the previous owner of this sword, and this sword will automatically recognize him as its master. Because the previous owner has nurtured this sword for a long time, this sword's power will be even greater, and its strength will increase very quickly. At the same time, their combat power will also be stronger. It's because of the accumulation of generations that the sword pavilion is now very strong. Even the top sects in the cultivation world don't dare to provoke them. Zhao Hai nodded, but his eyes were fixed on the people from the sword pavilion as they entered the planet. As soon as they entered the planet, the sword pavilion's boat immediately flew toward one of the places on the planet. Zhao Hai looked at the route these people were taking, and he couldn't help but be stunned. They're going to the Gale Valley. The reason why Zhao Hai was stunned was because this Gale Valley was very famous in Huangsha area. The other places on Huangsha were all filled with yellow sand, but this Gale Valley was an exception. The terrain of this valley was long and the wind was strong. In Huangsha place, for 10 months of the year there would be strong gales, and the other 2 months it would be raining. This kind of rain was not good. The rain also carried a strong aura. If one was caught in the rain for a long time, they would be caught in the wind. People would also die from exhaustion. There was only one exception on Yellow Star Desert, and that was the Gale Valley. In other places, the gale would stop when it rained, but in the Gale Valley, the gale never stopped. Moreover, the astral wind in the Gale Valley was very strong, much stronger than the astral wind outside. It was because of this that few people dared to go there. The Gale Valley had become a forbidden area on Yellow Star. The path that the people from the Sword Pavilion were taking was very obvious. They were almost in a straight line, heading straight for the Gale Valley. That was why Zhao Hai was stunned. Quat, that's right, Lola nodded. Quat, it's Gale Valley. Quat, after saying that, Laura asked the screen to speed up. During the normal broadcast, the Sword Pavilion's boat had already arrived outside the Gale Valley. However, the small boat did not go to the entrance of Gale Valley. Instead, it went to the middle section of Gale Valley. The terrain of this Gale Valley was very special. It was filled with pieces of grayish-yellow dried rocks. These rocks stood there like stone pillars, but they looked very ugly. However, no one looked down on these rocks. These rocks had been hit by the fiercest astral winds for tens of millions of years. Their hardness was probably many generations stronger than steel. Even the magic weapons of ordinary cultivators would not dare to go head-to-head with these rocks. This canyon was like a river. It was not straight, but had many turns. The astral wind passed through these turns, and not only was it not weakened, it became stronger. However, when Zhao Hai looked at the terrain, he knew that although the Gale Canyon looked very strong, there was a place in the middle of the canyon where the wind was relatively weak. There was no wind at a few turns. The force of the wind was weak, but it was still astral wind. However, compared to other astral winds, the astral wind here was more suitable to be condensed by humans and was more suitable to be condensed into weapons. It could be said that in the entire Huangsha, except for these few spots in the Gale Valley, the other places were not suitable for people to condense gang qi. Zhao Hai had found these few points with his silver needles. The silver needles were produced by the boundless space, which had the yellow sand realm. There were strong gales everywhere, so the silver needles were not affected by the gales. That was how he had found the few points. However, it seemed like the Sword Pavilion and the others knew about these points as well. Furthermore, they seemed to have come here to help their disciples condense gang qi. When Laura saw Zhao Hai frowning, she knew what he was thinking. Although Zhao Hai wasn't in the origin space these days, he knew everything that happened in the origin space. No matter what happened in the origin space or in Huang Shazing's place, they would tell Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai didn't see it, he could hear it. Lola said softly, "Big brother Hai, this time, the people from the Sword Pavilion came here to condense Gang Chi. I don't know how they found this place. If the Sword Pavilion can find this place, then the others must also find this place. It seems that we have to estimate the strength of the cultivation world." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. The biggest use of Gang Chi was to increase one's attack power. If everyone in the cultivation world knew about Huang Shazing's abilities, then there would be a large number of people who could condense Gang Chi, which would naturally increase one's attack power. After some thought, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "But there shouldn't be any problem. In Huang Shazing's case, the astral qi doesn't only exist in the form of the wind. In fact, the astral wind is only produced by the flow of astral qi. The essence of the astral wind hasn't changed, so it won't be easy to serve it." Lola nodded and said, "Yes. Although that's the case, after a few days of observation, I've discovered that the people in the cultivation world have a much higher chance of condensing supreme force than they originally calculated. This is all caused by these points. Brother Hai, we can't let our guard down." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry. Now that the realm has the yellow sand border, we can reduce the astral winds there. In fact, we can even create the same astral winds there. This way, we will have a huge place for the condensation of aura worms. There shouldn't be any problems. By the way, I wonder what will happen to the undead creatures if they are placed in the astral winds. Will their strength be enhanced?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others' eyes lit up. Kai immediately said, "Quat young master, I'll make the arrangements immediately." Quat Zhao Hai nodded and Kai left. Zhao Hai was still looking at the people from the Hall of Swords. They were indeed there to cultivate supreme force. However, when he saw the people coming out of the small boat, Zhao Hai was stunned. There were simply too many people coming out of the small boat. Although the space was powerful, the boat was also a magic artifact. Without the silver needle, Zhao Hai had no idea what was going on inside the boat. So when Zhao Hai saw that there were no less than 100 people getting off the small boat, he was stunned. But then he realized that the inside of the boat had a certain spatial ability. It could hold so many people, but it still looked like a small boat. After disembarking from the small boat, these people were led by the 5 people to a spot in the Gale Canyon where the wind was relatively weak. Then the 5 people let these 100 people sit there and start to condense their Gang Chi, while the 5 people stood guard by their sides, each of them looking nervous. The people of the Sword Garret who were condensing Gang Chi were very calm at first, but soon they were not calm. One of them was sweating and his face was red and white, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. But after a while he could not hold on. He screamed, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground. One of the 5 men immediately appeared beside the man with a pill in his hand. He pried open the man's mouth and put the pill in. It was obvious that the pill was not an ordinary pill. As soon as it dissolved in his mouth, the man's condition improved a lot. His face slowly returned to normal, but he was still unconscious. The person who fed him the pill carried him up and sent him back to the small boat, then returned to the boat. That person's fainting was only the beginning. One after another, other people had the same symptoms as that person. They were also fed medicinal pills and then sent to the small boat to rest. Seeing this, Zhao Hai could not help but frown. Quat looks like the cultivation world has found a way to treat those who have suffered from the backlash of the astral winds. These people don't seem to be in very good condition, but they should be able to recover after a period of rest. Looks like I really need to properly estimate the strength of the cultivation world. Lola nodded. At this time, out of the nearly 100 people from the Sword Garret on the screen, nearly 70 had been eliminated. However, the 5 people in charge of taking care of the people did not have any ugly expressions on their faces. It was as if everything had been within their expectations. Very quickly, another dozen people were carried down. In the end, only 5 people were left. These 5 people were sweating like milk and their faces were red. It was very scary. However, they continued to persevere. The 5 people in charge of guarding looked at the 5 people and couldn't help but be happy. They were all experienced people and knew that the 5 people had a high chance of success if they could persist until now. Sure enough, after the 5 of them persisted for 5 hours, they slowly stopped. By now, they had already integrated a trace of Gang Chi into their own Chi Jin. Although the 5 of them were in pain and looked weak, each of them was happy. The 5 guardians were even happier. They personally helped the 5 of them back to the boat and left. From the beginning to the end, they didn't fight with any demon beasts. It had only been a few hours since they had arrived at Huang Shazing. Zhao Hai frowned as he watched them leave. Then his brows relaxed and he chuckled. It seems that stellar energy really isn't that easy to subdue. Although those 5 succeeded, they need to return to a place without stellar energy and properly temper it. Only then will they be able to completely digest the stellar energy. This is only a trace of stellar energy, so it shouldn't be able to increase their offensive power by much, and it seems I've overestimated them before. Lola shook her head and said, "Quat Big Brother Hai, it's best to be careful. Don't think that they've left now. The 5 who have succeeded can still come back to condense Gang Chi in the future. Moreover, it will be easier and more condensed each time. After they condense it a few times, their attack power will be very impressive. As for those who have failed, they will lose the ability to condense Gang Chi. This is what I've asked Ma Ji to help investigate these days. Quat Margaret found this in the secret files of the Ashley family, so I think it's not fake." Zhao Hai turned to look at Margaret, who nodded and said, "That's right, Big Brother Hai. The first time you condense stellar energy is like a water-splitting zone. If you succeed, it'll be easier and easier in the future. If you didn't succeed the first time, it'll be impossible to condense stellar energy the second time. Even if you can endure the pain, as soon as the stellar energy enters your body, you'll immediately be injured. This is an inevitable result." Zhao Hai nodded. Quite no matter what, the strength of the people in the cultivation world is much stronger than that of the mecha array world. Just look at how a fleet is unwilling to stay for even a moment when they see a small boat from the cultivation world. It's obvious when they turn and run. We still have to improve our strength first. That way, we can speak with dignity. Quat. Lola nodded. Quat, there are still a few days before the official preliminaries. Brother Hai, what are you going to do? Zhao Hai suddenly smiled and said, "I'm going into seclusion. Zio Lei, when you go out later, tell the head chief that I'm going into seclusion and ask him to send some vegetables and rice. You're the only one who stayed behind to take care of me. No one else is allowed to enter my room. Then we'll return to the origin space. I'm going to the Yellow Sand Realm to condense Gang Chi." Quad. Laura wasn't surprised by Zhao Hai's decision to condense Gang Chi. She wasn't worried either. Since Gang Chi had already been subdued by the realm, Zhao Hai wouldn't be in any danger if he went to the Yellow Sand Realm to condense Gang Chi. Thus, she didn't object to Zhao Hai's decision. Margaret immediately nodded and said, "All right, Big Brother Hai, I'll go now." With that said, he left the spatial zone in a flash and instructed Zhao Hai to go into seclusion. Zhao Hai didn't go out. Instead, he turned to look at Laura and the others. "I'm going to the Yellow Sand Realm to cultivate. If I don't come out by then, ask Kai to call me." Laura and the others responded. Zhao Hai entered the Yellow Water Realm in a flash. As soon as he entered the Yellow Sand Realm, Zhao Hai felt as if he had returned to Huang Xing. The Yellow Sand Realm was originally built with Huang Sha as the blueprint, so it was very similar to Huang Sha's place. Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to the scenery here. To be honest, there wasn't much to see here in the Yellow Sand Realm. Zhao Hai first sat on the ground and adjusted his breathing so that he was in his best condition. Then he stood up and slowly started to practice the body forge fist. However, this time, when he was practicing the body forging fist, Zhao Hai used the method of guiding the energy into the body from the air congealing technique. This was not an easy thing to do. The starry body forging technique was originally a method specially used to train the body, and it was a very advanced one. Its main purpose was to guide the power of the stars to train one's body. The star power was extremely powerful, even more so than Gang Chi. However, the form of energy was different. As such, it was not easy to integrate Gang Chi into the star body tempering art. It was almost the same as the star body forging technique. The most important and most difficult step was to condense the Gang Chi into one's body. During this process, one had to stay awake and constantly use one's mental power to guide the Gang Chi. Otherwise, the Gang Chi might go out of control. Gang Chi was not a gentle thing. Once it went out of control, it would cause harm to the human body. When Zhao Hai was cultivating the air congealing technique, he felt even more uncomfortable than the average person. This was because the stellar body tempering art itself was an extremely painful thing. Now that the earth energy had entered his body, it was a painful thing in itself. The combination of the two pains was much more painful than before. However, Zhao Hai's body and mind were much stronger than before after undergoing the training of the starry body tempering art. Even so, Zhao Hai was still sweating profusely. His entire body was in pain. Fortunately, Zhao Hai did not take a long time to practice the star physical forging technique. In less than an hour, he was done. After he finished practicing the entire star physical forging technique, a trace of Gang Chi had completely fused with the star physical forging technique. Because he had discovered that the trace of Gang Chi had completely fused with the star's body forging technique, Zhao Haiming performed the measuring time body forging fist a second time. This time, Zhao Hai didn't plan on drawing Gang Chi into his body. He felt that the Gang Chi in his body hadn't been completely absorbed. What he needed to do now was to completely fuse the Gang Chi in his body with the star's body forging technique. For the second time, Zhao Hai did not use the eye congealing technique. Instead, he used the mind-body separation technique, which was the same method he had used to practice the star body tempering art. He separated his mind from his body so that he could feel less pain. Zhao Hai knew that he had just congealed gang qi into his body, so he needed to let the gang qi completely merge with his body. Only then could he truly achieve the goal of gang qi body refining. If the people from the world of self-cultivation knew what Zhao Hai was thinking, they would definitely be very surprised. This was because Zhao Hai's cultivation method was different from theirs. In the world of self-cultivation, the method of cultivating gang qi was to combine gang qi with one's own qi jin, adding a trace of gang qi to one's qi jin to make one's attack more powerful. However, Zhao Hai did not use any ordinary stellar energy cultivation method. When stellar energy entered his body, it did not just enter his energy, but also used it to train his body. NBSB, if people in the world of self-cultivation knew what Zhao Hai was doing, they would think he was crazy. It was already so painful to have gang qi enter the qi jin, so there was no way he could use gang qi to train his body. The pain was unimaginable. Zhao Hai had done it. He had succeeded on his first try, but to tell the truth, the pain was too much. It had already reached the limit of what Zhao Hai could endure, so he had not drawn the stellar energy into his body. Instead, he had wanted to properly digest the stellar energy that had entered his body. After using the mind-body separation, Zhao Hai continued to direct his body to perform the Bodyforge fist. However, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. He realized that the speed at which he performed the Bodyforge fist seemed to be much faster than before. This made Zhao Hai very confused. However, Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't stop. If he suddenly stopped while training his body, the results of the Bodyforge fist would be over, so he persisted. At the same time, he realized that something had entered his spiritual power, making it stronger. After stopping, Zhao Hai calmed his breathing and began to check his body. He was stunned by what he saw, as the condition of his body was beyond his expectations. When he first guided the gang qi into his body, he could clearly feel that the gang qi had not completely integrated with his qi jin and body. However, he knew the amount of gang qi. To be honest, the gang qi was very small. If Zhao Hai did not use his spiritual power to pay attention, he would not be able to feel it. Zhao Hai knew that he wouldn't feel anything even if the spiritual energy entered his body and the gas. But now, when he felt his body, he found that it was not the case at all. His body was now full of qi jin, and even his spiritual power had become very tough. Most importantly, he could clearly feel the gang qi in his body and qi jin, and the essence of the gang qi was far beyond his imagination, much more than he had imagined. Zhao Hai was taken aback. Then he began to think carefully. Why did his body become like this? In the end, the answer he got was still related to body forging technique. Body forging techniques were extremely powerful. After using mind-body separation, one's mind and body would be separated. The stellar body forging technique drew in the power of the stars to train the body. In the process of drawing in the power of the stars, it also drew gang qi into the body. Then it would train Zhao Hai's body, qi jin, and even mental power together. It was because of this that Zhao Hai felt that there was more earth energy in his body than before. It had completely integrated with his body and energy. It could be said that his eye congealing technique was a complete success. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that his psychic energy seemed to have been infused with some stellar energy. Zhao Hai found that his psychic energy had been trained again. Although the degree of completion was not very strong, Zhao Hai was still very clear that there was indeed righteous force being condensed into his psychic energy. Zhao Hai was very clear about his psychic energy and the aura of stellar energy. Thus he was certain that it was true that some stellar energy had entered his mental energy, but he didn't know if it had any effect on it. But on second thought, Zhao Hai understood. This gang qi was not the gang qi from the outside world. It was the gang qi from the space. The space would not do anything harmful to him, so this gang qi was definitely beneficial to him. Zhao Hai carefully felt his own mentality and realized that it seemed to have become tougher. If his mentality without body forging techniques transformation was like a thread, but after body forging techniques transformation, it became a steel wire, then his current mentality was like an extremely strong alloy steel. As soon as he discovered this, Zhao Hai became happy. However, although he was very happy, he did not immediately start cultivating again, because he knew very well that if he started cultivating again, his mental power would be exhausted. Although it was because of him and mental power exhaustion would not cause any injuries, one should not forget that he was cultivating the star body forging technique and the air condensing scroll. If there was really any mistake, he would be possessed by the devil. Although the items produced in the inner space wouldn't cause him any harm, if Zhao Hai had made a mistake in his cultivation, the interspace wouldn't be able to control it. After all, the qi jin in Zhao Hai's body was controlled by him. After Zhao Hai left the yellow sand region, he went to the hot spring to take a good bath and relax. Then he returned to the villa. Margaret had returned, and Laura and the others were watching the situation in the array world. Because of the heavy casualties in the elimination round, the array world was filled with a depressing atmosphere. Many of the geniuses from the small powers had died to the yellow star. This made them very angry. Some of them began to question the fairness of this elimination round. Zhao Hai had felt that this elimination round was extremely unfair when it first started. However, very few people had stood up to speak up for it, so even if Zhao Hai had said anything, it would not have been effective. But now the situation was different. Those small forces all wanted to pass through this preliminaries so that the people cultivated by their families could obtain some benefits for their families. However, the losses in this knockout competition were almost all the people cultivated by these small families. This time those small families were dissatisfied. They thought that this was a suppression by the big forces. It was not just the small forces that were dissatisfied. Many of the medium-sized forces were dissatisfied as well. In fact, if Zhao Hai did not appear in the Ashley family, they would also be one of the dissatisfied people. Although Zhao Hai was present, the Ashley family was still not satisfied. Out of the 10 people they sent, 7 had died. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, there would have been more deaths. Therefore, an alliance formed by some small and medium-sized forces officially raised their opinions to the committee. They wanted to form a joint investigation team to find out who was the one who proposed this idea, why he proposed this idea, and what his purpose was. The development of the situation seemed to have gone out of the control of the 3 magnates. Although the 3 magnates were the most powerful in the array world, one should not forget that the 3 magnates were all in an alliance. They were made up of countless forces of various sizes. The majority of them were the small and medium-sized forces. Those small and medium-sized forces usually fought for themselves. Some of them even had enmity with each other. Under such circumstances, the large forces naturally had the upper hand. However, this time the small forces had been provoked. Therefore, the people from the small and medium-sized forces had actually joined forces to increase the pressure on the 3 big shots of the machine array world. Under such circumstances, the 3 big shots of the array world had no choice but to relent. At the same time, the small and medium forces formed an investigation team to investigate this matter, and the Ashley family also joined in. NBSB, of course. Zhao Hai had nothing to do with this. He was in seclusion while Zhao Hai was cultivating in the interspace. He had no time for this. Zhao Hai wasn't the only one refining stellar energy. Liquid silver was also being refined, but Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about it. The realm could do it on its own. After all, liquid silver was produced by the realm. Just as Zhao Hai was cultivating in peace, another major incident happened in the array world. For some unknown reason, the investigation team formed by the small and medium-sized factions had not gained anything. However, it was suddenly broken by the appearance of a person. This person was the one who had suggested the elimination round in the first place. The investigation team had been looking for him, but he had gone missing. The investigation team had been looking for him for a long time, but they couldn't find him. This time, he had appeared on his own accord. The reason he had appeared was because he wanted to ask them to protect him. That's right, they didn't protect him because he was being hunted down. According to him, someone wanted to silence him because he had become the one who had taught him the idea of the elimination round. The people who had taught him were from the Divine Palace of Fire and the Divine Palace of Earth. Other than these 2 divine palaces, there were also a few famous families from the warrior families. It could be said that these people were the true major forces in the world of arrays. The entire world of mecha arrays was shocked when the news was released. No one had expected that there was really a mastermind behind the elimination rounds. This time, the small and medium forces were not willing to do so. They quickly formed an alliance, and everyone brought out their full strength to fight against the big forces. The exposure of this matter had seriously challenged the prestige of the major forces. After all, the small forces respected the major forces. Although it was because of the strength of the major forces, it was more because the major forces could provide them with protection and represent them to fight for more benefits. However, the exposure of this incident allowed the small forces to see the true colors of these big forces. The way they ate was really ugly. That's right. In the eyes of those small forces, these big forces' table manners were quite unsightly. In fact, those small forces were very clear that those big forces would certainly not stand up for them for nothing. They would certainly get more benefits from it. However, those small forces were not big. They were still very clear about their own positions. They were small forces. If they were given too much benefits, they would not be able to take it. They only needed the leftovers from the large factions. However, if the large factions didn't even want to give them a bite of food, then these small factions wouldn't accept it. The people from the large factions really didn't expect that when these small factions worked together, their strength would be so shocking. Suddenly, the large factions realized that all of their products couldn't be sold. Their factories were about to stop production, and their income was decreasing sharply. At the same time, their fleets and mecha battle teams didn't dare to move at all because they suddenly realized his enemy was 100 times stronger than him. When the smaller factions joined forces, they surpassed the larger factions in terms of both battleships and mechas. In an instant, the situation in the mecha world changed. No one had thought that a small matter would turn out like this. Many events in history were caused by insignificant things. Obviously, this time was the same. Because of this sudden incident in the Magi world, the 6 World Rookie Competitions preliminaries had to be postponed. From the original 10 days, it was postponed to a month later, and then continued to be postponed again. This time, there was no date for the competition. From this, it could be seen that the 3 giants had completely lost control of the Magi world. The smell of gunpowder in the Array realm was getting stronger and stronger. It would only take a little spark for a fight to break out. At this time, not only did the major forces realize that something was wrong, but even the small and medium-sized forces had realized that something was wrong. If they really started fighting, it would only benefit the people from other realms. It was also because everyone still maintained a trace of rationality that the Array world had yet to start fighting. However, the major factions had also made concessions. They immediately sent people to form a joint investigation team with the small and medium factions to investigate this matter further. The results of the investigation shocked the major forces and the 3 magnates. They found out that this incident was not a coincidence. There was someone from the cultivation world behind this. Few well-known families in the Fire God Palace were involved in this matter, including the Zhang family, who was Zhao Hai's enemy, the Earth Palace God, and a few well-known families from the Martial Arts Alliance. These people were all controlled by a small sect in the world of cultivation, the famous Yin-Yang sect. The Yin-Yang sect was also very famous in the cultivation world because they were not completely cultivators. They were a sect of evil cultivators in the cultivation world. At the same time, they also had some forces in the devil world. The thing that this sect liked to do the most was to overthrow other forces. Their sect's cultivation method was very strange. It was called the Heartless Tao. There was nothing to say about the Heartless Tao. However, the Heartless Tao of the Yin-Yang sect was different from ordinary ruthlessness. The people of the Yin-Yang sect believed that if one wanted to be emotionless, one must first have feelings, and then go from being emotionless to the emotionless Tao. In the cultivation world, there were many people who practiced the path of heartlessness. Most of them were from evil cultivation sects. The path of heartlessness that they practiced was very special. They would choose children with good qualifications and take them into their own sects. When these children were a little older and understood things, the people in the sects would take them back to their homes and kill their families. This was the severing of love. This was because when those children watched their family being killed, it was equivalent to killing all their feelings. This was the best way to cultivate the heartless Tao. In the cultivation world, almost everyone cultivated the path of heartlessness this way, but the Yin-Yang sect was an exception. Even though the Yin-Yang sect also cultivated the path of heartlessness, their cultivation method was different from the other sects. The Yin-Yang sect cultivated the path of heartlessness. When it came to selecting disciples, it was similar to other sects. They would choose some children with good qualifications and bring them back to the sect for training. However, the next step was different. Other sects would bring their children back to their homes and kill their families in front of them. However, the Yin-Yang sect was even more ruthless. They would bring their children back to their homes and let them kill their families with their own hands. If those kids didn't do that, the members of Yin-Yang sect would launch a strike. However, they would not kill the kids instead. They would torture the kid's family members until they couldn't stand it anymore and killed them with the help of the kid. After that, they would let the kid kill them himself. Because of this, almost all the children raised by the Yin-Yang sect were abnormal. They could be absolutely merciless. Because of this, the people of the Yin-Yang sect would take pleasure in subverting other sects. This time, they found the Array realm. There were members of Yin-Yang sect in all the clans being investigated. These members of Yin-Yang sect held very important positions in those clans. Take Zhang clan as an example. The favorite wife of the head of Zhang clan was a member of Yin-Yang sect. Even Zhang Minju was the child of the head of Zhang clan and that member of Yin-Yang sect. The moment they found out about this, the Matrix realm was in an uproar. Although those people of Yin-Yang sect had strong battle strength, they couldn't escape death under the siege of the battleships and mechas of the Matrix realm. All the people who were related to them were executed at the same time. All the clans who participated in this event were exterminated. The sudden change in the field of arrays was something that no one had expected. Many families, including the Zhang family, were annihilated in an instant. The Fire Divine Palace and the Earth Divine Palace underwent a major reshuffling. Although so many things had happened in the array world, it had not taken much time. It had only been 2 months. During this time, Zhao Hai had not appeared. In fact, it was not only Zhao Hai. The other top 10 experts had not appeared. They did not have enough information to participate in this matter. However, this event had pushed 2 of the top 10 powerhouses to the forefront. One of them was Zhu Chen, the extraterrestrial meteor. Zhu Chen was a person who was heavily cultivated by Earth Immortal Palace. Additionally, he had killed many people on Huangsha Xing, which had infuriated both the heavens and the people. The fact was that this was a plot of Yin-Yang sect. Zhu Chen had become a blade in the hands of Yin-Yang sect and a victim. The other one was Fire Saint Messenger Sun Fei. He was a member of the Zhang family, and he was the prime candidate that the Zhang family was nurturing. His situation was the same as Zhu Chen's, and he had also become a blade. However, the world of arrays treated these two with completely different attitudes. The world of arrays used the method of exterminating big families like the Zhang family, and they only treated the core members of the Zhang family. On the other hand, people like Fei were only outer circle members, and the world of arrays treated them with a different attitude. Many big families wanted to recruit Fei and Zhu Chen. This wasn't out of Zhao Hai's expectation. After all, in the eyes of the people in the world of arrays, Fei and Zhu Chen were both useful tools like a blade. If a person killed someone, could you punish the blade that he used? That's impossible. A saber is only a tool. The one who's guilty is the one who uses the saber. This was the case for Fei and Zhu Chen. They killed a lot of people, but their strength was obvious. All the big families wanted to recruit them and make them work for them. As long as the two of them joined, it was almost certain that they would be able to secure a spot in the top 100 of the qualifiers. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to let the two of them go? However, there was a problem. Because there were too many people who wanted to get the two of them, no one could get them. The matter of the two suddenly became the focus of the array world. Even the Ashley family participated in the competition for the two. Although Fei killed a lot of people in the Ashley family, a big family like the Ashley family wouldn't care about a few dead outer geniuses. If they were to exchange a few dead geniuses for a real genius, they would do it without hesitation. Zhao Hai knew about all this, but he did not say anything because he was still in seclusion. Now that his cultivation had come to an end, other than going to the Yellow Sand Realm every day to practice the body forging technique, he no longer focused on condensing Gang Qi because his Gang Qi had already reached a saturated state. Now that his body had been condensed by Gang Qi, his Qi Jin was all Gang Qi, and even his psyche was the same. In this case, even if Zhao Hai deliberately cultivated, he could not integrate Gang Qi into his body. However, he was cultivating all the time, so he would go to the Yellow Sand Realm every day and turn the ordinary Qi Jin he cultivated that day into Gang Qi. Zhao Hai also tried out the power of the righteous force. He was shocked. Now, whether he used magic arrays or Qi Jin, the power was at least 5 to 10 times stronger than before. If he added liquid silver, it would be even more powerful. At first, Zhao Hai had not expected Gang Qi to be so strong. He also realized that, except for the first time, he would always cultivate Gang Qi much faster than the first time. This puzzled Zhao Hai. However, after thinking about it for a while, he understood what was going on. When he first cultivated Gang Force, he had to use his mental power to guide the Gang Qi to keep himself awake. At that time, he was still cultivating the stellar body tempering technique. The pain he had suffered was unimaginable to ordinary people. Under such circumstances, his body had deliberately reduced the difficulty of cultivating the stellar body tempering technique and Gang Qi out of self-protection. Thus, although Zhao Hai had succeeded in condensing Gang Qi the first time, he had not obtained much Gang Qi. However, after Zhao Hai used the mind-body separation, the situation was different. His body could still be trained, but his mind would no longer suffer such painful torture. Naturally, he could absorb and condense Gang Qis to the greatest extent, so the speed was much faster. Zhao Hai estimated that his current attack power was probably no weaker than a core formation expert from the cultivation world. If he used all of his techniques, he could even fight against a nascent soul expert. Of course, this was only Zhao Hai's own estimation. He had not really fought with the self-cultivator yet, so everything was still unknown. Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to the changes in the array world. He didn't have the strength to care about those things now, so he could only be a bystander, silently watching the development of things in the space. Change in the array world this time did not last long. The patriarchs of the various clans in the array world were not stupid. They knew very well that the array world could not fall into chaos. Once it fell into chaos, things would become troublesome. The cultivation world might take the opportunity to attack. The reason why the array world had resolved the matter so quickly was not only because they were afraid that the cultivation world would interfere, but also because of the 6-realm rookie competition. If they didn't solve this problem quickly, they might miss the new 6-realm tournament, and their losses would be even greater. Although the array world had not achieved any good results in the 6-realm newcomers competition over the years, as long as you participated, you would always gain something. Moreover, there were many experts among the newcomers this time. It might be the best result in recent years. The array world certainly did not want to miss the 6-realm newcomers competition, so they resolved the matter so quickly. Because some of the big families had been destroyed, the small families had received a lot of benefits every year. This naturally calmed their anger. Zhu Chen and Fei's final decision was also made. Zhu Chen was still under the control of the god of earth, but Fei was under the control of the fire godly palace. The two of them were directly under the fire godly palace, and they weren't under the control of that family. Zhao Hai agreed with this decision. The ones who were affected the most by this incident were the fire and earth godly palaces. The reason why the higher-ups of the realm of arrays did this was to let Fei and Zhu Chen fight for more benefits for these two godly palaces and help them recover. This decision was most likely related to the Magic Alliance. The Magic Alliance, the Mecha Army, and the Martial Arts Headquarters were the three major forces of the Mecha world. These three forces were balanced, and no one wanted to break it. However, the Earth and Fire shrines had suffered heavy losses this time. Moreover, these two shrines were important parts of the Magic Alliance. If they were not allowed to recover quickly, the balance in the field of mages would likely be broken. Therefore, the higher-ups of the field of mages had finally made such a decision. It was understandable. However, something else happened that surprised Zhao Hai. The small forces might have tasted the sweetness of this matter. They realized that as long as they worked together, they had the opportunity to challenge the big forces. Therefore, the people from the small forces suddenly united and formed a Freedom Alliance. There were thousands of small forces participating, and these participants also chose some leaders of the Freedom Alliance. They intended to be on equal footing with the three major forces. However, their alliance was still in the early stages and had not made any substantial progress. Moreover, the three major forces would not let them succeed so easily. Therefore, although the small forces were jumping around happily, they still did not get what they wanted. Under this noisy situation, the date of the 6-realm rookie competition's preliminaries was finally set. However, due to the time constraint, the competition method of this preliminaries had changed. Unlike the other preliminaries, there were seeded players in this preliminaries. These seeded players were all geniuses, and their strength had reached at least the 4th level. There were a total of 20 seeded players, and the first 10 were, of course, the famous top 10 masters. There was no objection to this. The last 10 seeded players were selected by the top 10 seeded players and the committee. The 11th place was Zhao Hai. The first person to nominate Zhao Hai as a seeded contestant was Xingli, and the second was Fei. It went without saying that Fei had been in the limelight for a while now. Although this wasn't necessarily a good thing for him, at least many people in the array industry knew him now. On top of that, his strength wasn't ordinary, so many people still had high hopes for him. However, when he suggested Zhao Hai to become a seeded contestant, some people were a little surprised. He was Zhao Hai's enemy before, and it was said that he met Zhao Hai when he was at Huang Shazing's place. Although they didn't fight in the end, it wasn't a happy occasion when they met. Therefore, it was out of many people's expectations that Fei suggested Zhao Hai. Xingli's suggestion of Zhao Hai also surprised many people. However, someone quickly revealed that Xingli and Zhao Hai had a long friendship, so it wasn't strange for Xingli to suggest Zhao Hai. He was helping Zhao Hai. In the beginning, there weren't many such rumors, but they slowly increased. This put a lot of pressure on the people in the organizing committee. After all, the things that the organizing committee had done before were not very convincing, so it caused chaos in the entire array world. Although the people in the organizing committee had changed, the distrust was still there. But at this moment, Xingli suddenly stood out and announced that he was friends with Zhao Hai. However, their friendship was built on Huang Shazing. He also publicly stated that he wasn't sure if he would win against Zhao Hai. Xingli's words caused a huge commotion. Zhao Hai had only fought a limited number of times in the array world, and many people had never seen him in action. Furthermore, it had not even been a year since Zhao Hai ascended. To be able to participate in this competition in such a short time was already a shock to many people, not to mention the fact that he had made Xingli say that he had no confidence in winning. Everyone's interest in Zhao Hai was immediately raised. However, when people went to investigate Zhao Hai, they found out that he was a very low-key person. He had already ascended to the array realm for a few months. In these few months, he had spent most of his time in seclusion. Almost no one had seen him come out. There were only a few photos of him. This made people even more curious about him. However, the matter of Zhao Hai being the 11th seeded contestant was confirmed. Because of the relationship between Xingli and Fei, and with the information collected from the committee, Zhao Hai's identity as the 11th seed was quickly confirmed. Zhao Hai, of course, turned a blind eye to these things. He stayed in the dimensional city every day, watching the changes in the array realm with Margaret and the others. It was like watching a movie, and at the same time he dealt with some things in the dimension. They had made some significant achievements in the laboratory. Because they had learned the magic array runes, their research on magic arrays was on the right track. It could be said that they were no longer like before, where they could only do some simple research. Now, that research could no longer satisfy them. They had to conduct new magic array research. Zhao Hai didn't say anything about what Kellen and the others were doing. He just let them do whatever they wanted. Perhaps Kellen and the others would give him a surprise one day. The development of the other races in the realm was also very smooth, and there weren't many changes. It wasn't that the other races were developing too slowly. After all, they hadn't been in the realm for long. It it was almost impossible to achieve any major changes in a short time. Margaret had been busier than Zhao Hai these days. In the past, she only had a rough impression of the space, but in the past few days, she had gained a deeper understanding of it. The more she knew about it, the more she felt that it was magical. Now, Margaret preferred to stay in the space instead of going out. Furthermore, the Ashley family really hoped that Zhao Hai would stay in seclusion for a while longer. This was because the array world was too chaotic during this period of time. It was best not to let Zhao Hai participate in such matters. NBSB thus, the family had adopted a supportive attitude toward Zhao Hai's seclusion. After the seed players were selected, the date of the competition was finally decided. The grouping was also completed, and all that was left was to wait for the competition to officially begin. Zhao Hai finally came out of the origin space. Although Margaret liked to stay in the origin space, she had to come out with Zhao Hai because the main competition of the preliminaries was about to start. However, because Zhao Hai was a seeded contestant, he did not need to participate in the first round of the competition. There were still over 20,000 people participating in the competition from the array field. Although some people had withdrawn from the competition during this period of time, there were still over 10,000 people who had to participate. These 10,000 people were only fighting for the 100 spots. One could imagine how intense the competition was. The seed players like Zhao Hai had a huge advantage. They did not need to participate in the first few rounds of the competition. Only when there was one person left would Zhao Hai and the others start their first round of competition. No one in the mecha world objected to the method of seeded contestants. This was because the seeded contestants they chose were all very strong experts who were well known in the mecha world. There was no cheating in this, because even if you were a seeded contestant, you would still have to compete in the end. Moreover, the enemies you would meet would often be more difficult to deal with. The reason why there were seeded contestants was because they were afraid that some experts would meet early. If there were no seeded contestants, then maybe in the first round, Xingli would meet Strip. One of the two would definitely be eliminated, and some lucky level 3 experts might win and advance to the second round. Of course, those who weren't strong wouldn't be able to enter the top 100, but for experts like Xingli and Strip, if they were eliminated early, then they would be eliminated. That would also be a huge loss for the array world. It was precisely because of this consideration that the Mecha clan had chosen 20 seeded contestants today. They wanted to give it a try and see how the results were. If the results were good, then they would choose the seeded contestants for every rookie competition in the future. Hearing that Zhao Hai had come out of seclusion, Kadalo, Debor, and Luke immediately went to Zhao Hai's room. When Zhao Hai was in seclusion, Luke was the only one there. Kadalo and Debor had returned to their families. The two of them were old members of their families. Furthermore, the situation in the array world had been unstable for a while, so they were needed. The Ashley family wasn't affected at all by the turmoil in the array world. On the contrary, they had gained a lot of benefits because they had participated in the investigation team formed by many medium and small families, forcing the major forces to bow their heads to them. Their family freedom had also gained some benefits. For the Ashley family, this turmoil came at the right time. They didn't deal with the Zhang family, and the Zhang family had been deliberately trying to deal with them. Now that the Zhang family was directly exterminated, they not only got some of the Zhang family's personnel in the outer gate camp, but also several of the Zhang family's factories, which was definitely a good thing for the Ashley family. Then, Zhao Hai was chosen as a seeded player, which was another happy event. It could be said that the Ashley family was filled with happy news recently. Now that they heard that Zhao Hai had come out of seclusion, Kadyo, Debor, and Luke immediately went to Zhao Hai's room. When Zhao Hai saw the 3 of them, he immediately invited them to take a seat. Maji personally served them tea before sitting down beside Zhao Hai. Kadyo and the others didn't think much of it when they saw how close Margaret and Zhao Hai were. In the past few months, Margaret had been keeping Zhao Hai in this room. Their relationship was almost public, and the family head, Wook, didn't object to their relationship. It could be considered as tacit consent, so they naturally wouldn't object. Little Hai, what did you gain from your seclusion this time? Kadalo asked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled. Quad, I've gained a lot. The reason why I went into seclusion this time was because I accidentally touched a trace of earth energy when I was with Huang Shazing. I didn't feel anything at that time, but I found it after I came back. That's why I went into seclusion to refine that trace of earth energy. Fortunately, I finally succeeded. Quat. Kadalo froze for a moment when he heard that. Then the expressions of the 3 of them changed. Kadalo immediately said, Little Hai, you really refined that trace of stellar energy. You're not joking, right? Zhao Hai smiled. Quad, I wouldn't joke about this. Don't forget that I'm a dual cultivator. If I wasn't a dual cultivator, I might not have been able to refine the Gang Chi. It's because I'm a dual cultivator that I was able to refine the Gang Chi. Quat. Kadalo suddenly laughed out loud. Quat, good, that's great. God really blessed our Ashley family. Little Hai, how's your attack power now? I've heard that once you congeal a goo into your body, your attack power will become stronger. Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, that's right. As long as you form a goo into your body, your attack power will be stronger. It's the same for me. My attack power has also increased. The power of my magic array is much stronger than before. My magic array is definitely stronger than others. Quad. Kajerd was overjoyed. Quat, that's great. It looks like we can't run away from first place in the qualifiers this time. Maybe we can really get a good ranking in the new 6 Jai tournament. Then our Ashley family will be famous all over the world. Quat. Debar nodded as well. He looked at Zhao Hai excitedly and said, Quat, that's right, little Hai. You have to work hard this time. Let those guys from the cultivation world know that not just anyone can touch our mecha array world. Quat. During this period of time, so many things had happened in the array world, but it was ultimately because of the yin-yang sect. The array world and the cultivation world had always been like well water and river water, not interfering with each other. Although everyone had some conflicts and sometimes there were some small conflicts, they were not on a large scale. Moreover, both sides had cooperated from time to time. However, what the yin-yang sect had done this time was too much. The yin-yang sect was clearly trying to throw the array world into chaos. Although he didn't know if this was the intention of all the other sects in the cultivation world, the array world had to be on guard. Although the people of the array world really wanted to take revenge on the yin-yang sect, they were helpless. The array world's individual combat ability was really not very good. If the array world sent their battleship to the cultivation world to deal with the yin-yang sect, the big sects of the cultivation world would definitely not agree. Thus, the people of the cultivation world could only hide their anger. It was precisely because of this that Debar and the others were filled with anger. They were born and raised in the field of mechas and had a strong sense of belonging to it. The field of mechas had always been suppressed by the cultivation world, and when the people of the cultivation world saw them, they all had their noses up in the air. Now that something like this had happened, Debar and the others would not be able to take it lying down. The 6 World Newcomers competition had given them an opportunity. If Zhao Hai had not made a breakthrough, Debar would not have been so confident. Now that Zhao Hai had managed to condense the aura shield into his body, Debar and the others immediately felt more confident. Most of Zhao Hai's understanding of the formation world came from the computer, but computers were inanimate objects. Some things were not completely true, so Zhao Hai did not really understand what it meant for people in the formation world to have stellar energy enter their bodies. There had never been a way for stellar energy to enter the body of the field of arrays, which greatly restricted the combat ability of individual soldiers. To be honest, the formation devil's method in the array world was not necessarily weaker than the ordinary attack methods in the cultivation world. When one cultivated to the 10,000 arrays as one, it was enough to compete with the ordinary Jindan experts in the array world. However, the realm of arrays had methods like the congealing aura technique or the congealing fiend technique that could congeal stellar energy or fiendish energy into their bodies to increase the strength of their attacks. Of course, after so many years had passed, it was impossible that the mecha's world had not found any cultivation methods for the hair condensing technique or the fiend condensing technique. However, there were very few people who had successfully cultivated it in the mecha's world. This was largely related to the cultivation methods of the mecha's world. The cultivation methods in the array realm were mainly based on battle energy and magic. To be honest, neither battle energy nor magic were suitable for people to form aura into their bodies. Du Qi focused on the cultivation of the body. First, one had to train the body. Then, from the outside to the inside, one had to train until the blood and qi in the entire body were in turmoil. Then it would produce qi, which was Du Qi. Magic focused on mental power, so it didn't care much about the body, and it was even more difficult to draw mental power into stellar energy. Since warrior power was focused on the body, the technique of warrior power was also tightly integrated with the body. There were some body training techniques in the world of cultivation, but it was too difficult to pull the kai into the body. It was just like the starry body forging fist that Zhao Hai used, which was also a method of body training. To be honest, if Zhao Hai did not know how to separate the mind and body, he would not have been able to pull the kai into the body so quickly. The training of the astral body forging technique was extremely painful. Zhao Hai's body had slowly adapted to the pain, which was why he was able to guide the energy into his body and complete the training of his body. If it was an ordinary warrior from the array realm, they would not be able to do it. They would not be able to withstand the pain. It was even more so for mages. Mages majored in mental power, and mental power was closely related to the brain. Mages would be very careful when they cultivated mental power, because they could be possessed by the devil if they were not careful. That would be very harmful to the brain, and if they were not careful, they would either become an idiot or become a vegetable. This was also the reason why it was so difficult for mages to combine stellar energy with mental energy. Almost no mage could do it. Zhao Hai was able to combine his gang qi with his mental energy because of the mind-body separation technique. In fact, this technique was very ingenious. The mind was separated from the body, and the mind was the mind while the body was the body. The mind was outside the body, and he controlled his body like a bystander. This way, even if the mind was affected, the body would not be affected. It was not like a person practicing martial arts while someone else watched from the side, and the person was beaten. The person who practiced martial arts was also injured, right? This could be achieved by separating one's will from one's body. When one's will was attacked, one's body would not be injured. In addition, Zhao Hai's body was extremely strong, so it would be difficult to injure him again. NBSB, the second reason was that Zhao Hai's stellar energy came from the space, so nothing in the space could harm him. This was why Zhao Hai had been able to successfully form the stellar energy into his body. Zhao Hai sat calmly in the stands of the arena. In the middle of the arena, there was a huge ring. The ring was more than 200 meters long and wide. The ground was paved with large pieces of bluestone. These bluestone were not ordinary bluestone. They were called bluestone. They were extremely hard and heavy. This arena was usually used to hold some sports competitions. Although many people in the realm of mecha were trained in magic or battle energy, there were still some sports competitions. However, they were not ordinary things. They were about battle formation techniques or some combat competitions. Other than the normal competition between warriors and mages, there were also some mecha combat competitions. The mecha combat competition was also the most popular competition in the realm of mecha. It was precisely because the mecha combat tournament was to be held that the venue was extremely large. This time, the preliminaries were to be held here. As for Zhao Hai and the other seeded players, since they did not need to participate in the first few rounds of the competition, the committee had arranged some seats for them in the stands. These seats were reserved for them during the competition. They could come here to watch the competition and understand the strength of their opponents. Zhao Hai sat here with Xingli beside him. Xingli had come to find Zhao Hai several times these past few days, but every time he came to find Zhao Hai, he would be in closed-door cultivation. This was the first time they had met since Zhao Hai came out of closed-door cultivation. Seeing Zhao Hai staring at the stage, Xingli's mouth twitched. "Brother, what's there to see? I can defeat these people with one hand. You should save your strength. There's really nothing to see here. Big brother, let's go and have a drink with me." Zhao Hai smiled. When Xingli heard that Zhao Hai wanted to have a drink with him, his eyes lit up. "Quite okay, drinking is good. Wait a moment, I'm looking for someone. I'll introduce him to you today." Quat Zhao Hai nodded and Xingli walked out. After a while, he brought someone back. When Zhao Hai saw this person, he couldn't help but be stunned because he knew this person. The Fire Dragon Divine Sword, Dongfeng Yu. He was one of the top 10 masters, famous for his Fire Dragon Divine Sword and Fire Dragon swordsmanship. However, it was said that he was a destructive maniac. Every time he went on a mission, the result was that he would destroy the place. Often, the money he earned couldn't even compensate the other party. Zhao Hai quickly stood up and bowed to Dongfeng Yu. "Quat, so it's brother Dongfeng. I, Zhao Hai, offer my greetings." This Dongfeng Yu had a slender figure and was dressed in a warrior's robe. He was not very good looking, but his face was very dark, as if he had been exposed to the sun for a long time. He also bowed to Zhao Hai. "Ha. I've heard a lot of good things about you from Big Brother Xingli. Big Brother Xingli rarely praises others. It seems like you are a capable person. We should get closer in the future." Quat. His voice was very loud and full of spirit. Coupled with his honest attitude, it made people have a good impression of him at first sight. "Big Brother Xing, you flatter me. Let's go and drink," Zhao Hai said with a smile. After saying that, Zhao Hai pulled the two of them out of the arena. The appearance of Zhao Hai and the other two naturally could not be hidden from the others. When the other top 10 experts saw the three of them, some were envious, some were jealous, and some were disdainful. Those who were not seeded players next to them all looked at the three of them with envy. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Mr. Zhao Hai, please wait." Zhao Hai was stunned. He turned around and saw Fire Saint Messenger Fei. He didn't have any friendship with Fei, and they weren't enemies before. However, they weren't in a relationship anymore, and the Ashley family wasn't going to take revenge anymore. Fei was a member of the Fire Godly Palace, and the Fire Godly Palace was counting on Fei's achievements to help them recover a bit. If they attacked Fei now, it would be disrespectful to the Fire Godly Palace, and a conflict might even occur. Therefore, Kadalo already told Zhao Hai that if he were to face Fei again, as long as he didn't kill him, he should spare his life. It wasn't just Fei, it would be best if he could do the same to all the 20 seeded warriors. If he killed an ordinary warrior, those families wouldn't do anything, but if he killed a seeded warrior, those families wouldn't accept it. These seeded warriors were the guarantee of good results, and killing them would be the same as cutting off the source of income for those families. Of course, those families wouldn't accept it. NBSB, however, if those people really wanted to attack Zhao Hai, he would not hold back. Zhao Hai didn't mind. He didn't have any grudges with Fei. He only had grudges with the Ashley family, and that had nothing to do with him. Therefore, when Zhao Hai saw Fei, he was a little surprised and said, "So it's brother son. I wonder what business brother son has with me. Mr. Zhao Hai, please forgive me if I offended you last time at Huangsha Xing." Fei bowed to Zhao Hai and said. After hearing what Fei said, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. Brother son is too polite. At that time, you and I were just serving our own masters. Besides, do people like us who are in the outer sect have the power to not order others? Brother son, you don't have to apologize to me. It's nothing. After hearing what Zhao Hai said, Fei saluted Zhao Hai again. Even Xingli and Dongfeng Yu sighed in their hearts because Zhao Hai was right. People like them who weren't disciples didn't have the power to disobey orders in their families. They were just a blade in their families, a blade that could be abandoned at any time. Fei bowed and stood up. He looked at Zhao Hai and the others and smiled. If there's nothing else, how about we go out for a drink or two with this little brother as the host? After hearing what Fei said, Xingli couldn't help but laugh. You brat, you don't speak as fast as little Hai. When he said that we should have a drink or two, he would only say, let's go and drink. You too, if there's nothing else, let's go and drink with us. Hearing Xingli's words, the few of them laughed and walked out of the arena. When the others saw the four of them, they couldn't help but be speechless. These people all knew about the relationship between Zhao Hai and Xingli, and they also knew about the relationship between Zhao Hai and Fei. Strictly speaking, the two of them didn't have much of a friendship, but Fei was one of the people who recommended Zhao Hai to become a seated contestant. However, Zhao Hai was in seclusion at that time and didn't know about this at all, so the two sides didn't have any friendship. But in such a short time, they actually went out for a drink together. They went up and down to greet him. Zhao Hai and the others left the arena and headed outside. There was already a car waiting for Zhao Hai. This flying car was given to Zhao Hai by Kadalo, so he could use it at any time. After Zhao Hai invited them into the car, he turned to Xingli and said, "Big brother Xing, do you know where the wine here is the best? I've been in closed-door cultivation for the past few months, so I don't know much about this." Xingli laughed. "Quat, that's what you asked me. Let's go to Doring Barbecue Restaurant. The barbecue and wine there are the best." Quat. Quat, all right, Zhao Hai nodded. Quat will listen to big brother Xing. Let's go to Dalin Barbecue Restaurant. Quat. Zhao Hai's words were not only directed at the flying car. There was also a driver in Zhao Hai's flying car. However, he was not a driver, but a servant who followed Zhao Hai. The man responded and took control of the car to fly towards Dalin Barbecue Restaurant. Dongfeng Yu looked at the driver and sighed to Zhao Hai. It seems that out of all of us, little Hai is living the most comfortable life. Look, not only does he have a car now, he even has a driver. I'm so envious. Dongfeng Yu's words weren't wrong at all. It should be known that in an ordinary family, only the core members would receive this kind of treatment. Even if you were an outer sect member, no matter how well you did, you wouldn't get this kind of treatment. If you wanted this kind of treatment, you would have to become the camp master of the outer sect camp. However, the camp masters of the outer sect camp were almost all the elders of the family or the core members. It was almost impossible for an outer sect member to become the camp master of the outer sect camp. Hearing Dongfeng Yu's words, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm just borrowing the light. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Is this the place?" Zhao Hai looked at the building outside the car. It was a small wooden building made of wood. It was like a wooden house in the forest, but it was very large, 4 stories high. Xingli nodded his head. "That's right, this is the place. The meat here is all made from the best pine forest charcoal. The taste is definitely different from other restaurants. It's delicious." Quat. "All right, let's go and have a taste." Zhao Hai nodded. After saying that, he got out of the car with the others and walked into the wooden building. As soon as he entered the wooden building, a waiter came over. To Zhao Hai's surprise, the waiter was not a robot, but a real person. This made Zhao Hai even more curious about the owner of this shop. It was obviously not Xingli's first time here. He looked at the waiter and said, "Prepare a private room for us, a little bigger." That person responded and led Xingli and the others upstairs. The first and second floor of this wooden building were the main hall. The private rooms were on the third floor, but they were not very big. Zhao Hai and the others only had 4 people, so they did not need a big private room, so they asked for a small room. After entering the private room and ordering the dishes and wine, Xingli turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Quat, little Hai, I've heard that not long after you ascended, you got together with a young lady from the Ashley family. Maybe you'll become the young master of the Ashley family in the future. I don't know if it's true or not." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's true. My girlfriend is Marguerite from the Ashley family. She is the 6th daughter of the head of the Ashley family. However, she doesn't have a good relationship with the head of the family, so she doesn't rely on the family to survive. She is a teacher at the Ascendant School. When I first ascended, she was my teacher. Now she is my girlfriend." Quat. Xingli sighed. "Quat, good kid, you really have a way. Ha ha ha, but you are really a genius. You actually became a 4th-rank mage in such a short time. Impressive." Quat. "Quat, it's nothing," Zhao Hai replied with a smile. "Quat, it's just that I'm talented in magic arrays. In addition, my spiritual power was already very strong when I ascended. That's why I improved so quickly. Quat. As they were talking, there was a sudden commotion outside. Zhao Hai and the others were stunned. One had to know that this was the array star. There were not many people who dared to cause trouble here, who had the guts to do so. Xingli was also stunned for a moment, then he frowned. What's going on? Why would someone come here to cause trouble? I heard that there was a figure from the Fire Godly Palace in the Delin barbecue restaurant. Fei, you are from the Fire Godly Palace. Do you know about this? Fei shook his head and said, I don't know. I just joined the Fire God's Palace not long ago, so I don't know about this yet. However, what Big Brother Xing said should be right. All the major gods' palaces have business here on the Array planet. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's possible. Dasan's battleground is not small and there are only 4 floors. They are all using the original forest. If they don't have a background, they wouldn't be able to do this. Let's go and take a look. No matter what, Fei is a member of the Fire God's Palace. If we can help, we can. Quat. Xingli and the others weren't good people. They nodded, stood up, and walked out. When they reached the outside, they heard the sound coming from the 2nd floor. They went down and saw many people in military uniforms sitting on the 2nd floor. They didn't have any aura, but one of them had a strong figure and seemed to know some fighting skills. Zhao Hai's expression turned serious when he saw them. He said in a low voice, Quat, it's the mecha soldiers. Why are they making a scene here? Xingli and the others also saw it. When they saw the appearance of the mecha soldiers, they were also stunned. In the realm of mechas, ordinary people would not offend the mecha soldiers. The status of the mecha soldiers was higher than warriors and mages. Zhao Hai and the others stood there quietly and listened for a while. They finally understood. These mecha soldiers had come here to eat, but when they were eating, they had touched a waitress. The waitress had a fiery temper and had slapped the mecha soldier. The mecha soldier had slapped the waitress and then started making a scene. Seeing this, Zhao Hai's face sank and he snorted coldly. The sound did not sound very loud at first, but when it reached people's ears, it was like a thunderclap, making people's blood boil. Even a person like Xingli could feel the difference in the sound. The few of them smiled. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so strong. The mecha soldiers were shocked by this and fell silent. The leader turned to look at Zhao Hai. This mecha soldier was very burly and had short hair. He looked very strong in his military uniform. However, there was a palm print on his dark face which ruined his image. The mech soldier looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, Kid, what are you snorting for? Did you eat something that you can't digest? How are you trying to meddle in my business? Zhao Hai looked at the mech soldier and smiled. Quat, it's nothing. I was eating up there when I suddenly heard a few dogs barking. It disturbed my mood to eat, so I came down to take a look. After taking a look, I realized that the barking dogs weren't just dogs. They were shameless dogs who stretched out their paws and only knew how to bully weak women. Sai, it seems like the quality of mecha soldiers is really getting lower and lower. Quat. The moment Zhao Hai said this, Xingli and the others all started to laugh wildly. The mecha soldier's face turned red. Just as he was about to say something, a person behind him suddenly walked to his side and whispered a few words into his ear. The mecha soldier's expression changed and he stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the mech soldier and sneered, What's wrong? You know our identities. Quat, report your identities and see if we can afford to offend you. If we can, then that's great. We really want to take care of this matter. If we can't, then that's fine too. We'll report this matter to the higher-ups and then say that the security on this planet isn't too good. We can't guarantee our safety in this competition, so we'll withdraw. Please take our place. I wish you all good results. The more the mech soldier heard Zhao Hai's words, the more sweat appeared on his face. It was true that they were mech soldiers. Mech soldiers had a higher status than ordinary warriors and mages, but who were Zhao Hai and the others? The mecha world had high hopes for these seeded contestants. They were going to represent the mecha soldiers and fight to the death with the people from the other 5 worlds. These 20 people were very popular in the mecha world. They couldn't afford to offend even one of them, let alone 4. If Zhao Hai really said that, they would all be dead. Thinking of this, the leading mecha soldier started sweating even more. However, he still composed himself and looked at Zhao Hai. So it's Mr. Zhao Hai, Mr. Xingli, Mr. Dongfeng Yu, and Mr. Sun Fei. I'm the commander of the 9th Company, 4th Battalion, 4th Battalion, 46th Regiment, 2nd Division, 5th Army. I'm Wan He. Greetings to all of you. This person first bowed to Zhao Hai and the others, then reported his identity. Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows and said, So you're from the Mecha Army. No wonder you're so arrogant. Do you think that the Magic Alliance has become vulnerable after suffering some losses recently? Do you know where this place is? Do you know who opened this shop? You're making trouble in the territory of the Fire God Palace. Do you want to die? Mecha soldiers really didn't know whose shop this was. They were just ordinary members of the Mecha army. They had a lot of background. After hearing Zhao Hai's words, they finally knew what to fear. The leader's face turned ashen. He quickly said, Please forgive us, sir. We really don't know who opened this shop. We're willing to compensate. Zhao Hai looked at these people and knew that they didn't do it on purpose. If they really knew that this place was opened by the fire temple, they wouldn't dare to do anything. Zhao Hai waved his hand. Quad, it's good that you know. We won't bother about this matter anymore. You can explain it to the store yourself. It's up to you how you want to solve it. Quad. Yes, I've disturbed you, sir. Please forgive me, the man quickly replied. Zhao Hai waved his hand and turned around to follow Xingli and the others back upstairs. After the few of them sat down, Xingli smiled. Quat, little Hai, not bad. Those mecha soldiers are usually very impressive, but this time, after what you said, they are all as honest as grandsons. Ha ha ha, Gu Yin, Quat. Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, they're not afraid of me. They're afraid of our names. We're the seated contestants in the mecha industry. It's time for them to use us. At this time, he's just a small company commander with only 100 mecha soldiers. How would he dare to offend us? I'm just scaring them. Quat. However, Fei frowned and said, Big Brother Hai, this matter is hard for you. However, you offended them, so I'm afraid that there will be some trouble. After all, the status of the mecha soldiers is obvious. In BSP. Zhao Hai smiled. Quad, it's true that he's a mech soldier. However, he's a mech soldier from the mech army. I'm from the Ashley family. He can't control me. Quad. Dongfeng Yu said in a deep voice, these mecha soldiers are nothing to be afraid of. However, little Hai, you've embarrassed them today. If those guys go back and spread rumors, I'm afraid the mecha army will find trouble with you. In this new 6-world competition, out of the 20 seeded contestants, 15 of them are from our martial arts club headquarters and the Magic Alliance. The other 5 are from the mecha army. These 5 people are not weak. I'm afraid they will find trouble with you during the competition. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's fine if they don't come after me. After all, we are all from the mecha clan. If they really come after me, hee, I can't say for sure. I'm sorry. Anyone who fights with me from the mecha army will die. Quat. Zhao Hai's words were filled with killing intent. Dongfeng Yu and the others were stunned for a moment. Then they felt their hair stand on end. They were all people who had killed before, and each of them had killed many people. Therefore, they were very sensitive to killing intent. They could clearly feel the killing intent in Zhao Hai's words. The murderous intent in Zhao Hai's words was so strong that they had never seen it in their lives. To be honest, Fei and Dongfeng Yu were a little suspicious of Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai didn't have any aura when he interacted with others. If he didn't wear a mage robe and fight with others, no one would believe that he was a mage. Also, Zhao Hai had been cultivating in seclusion most of the time since he came to the array world. Even if Zhao Hai was a magician, he was a magician who only knew how to train. He should not have much actual combat experience. However, when Zhao Hai said that, Dongfeng Yu, Fei, and the others knew that they were wrong. Zhao Hai had never killed anyone, but he had killed too many people. He was used to hiding his murderous aura, and such an enemy was the scariest. Xingli wasn't too surprised. Although he hadn't seen Zhao Hai fight before, he was much more experienced than Fei and Dongfeng Yu, and he could clearly sense the danger from Zhao Hai. As soon as Zhao Hai finished speaking, they heard a loud shout from outside, Who's Zhao Hai? Get the hell out here. Zhao Hai was stunned, then he turned to look at Xingli and the others and smiled. Quite interesting. They're here. Let's go out and take a look. Quat Zhao Hai stood up and walked out. As he walked down the stairs, Zhao Hai saw a man standing in the hall on the first floor. The man was tall and burly, but he was wearing a magic robe. He looked to be in his 40s and had a thick beard and a fierce face. He was shouting in the hall. Zhao Hai looked at the man and said in a deep voice, I am Zhao Hai. May I know who is looking for me? The tall magician looked at Zhao Hai and said, You are Zhao Hai. Kid, you're really arrogant. You don't even respect our mecha army. Zhao Hai looked at the magician and said, I'm not looking down on the mecha army. You haven't told me who you are. Do you have the right to yell at me? Hearing Zhao Hai's words, a murderous look flashed across the man's face. He snorted coldly and said, Quat kid, listen carefully. I'm the Mecha Army 5th Division, 2nd Regiment, 3rd Brigade, External Gun Battalion, 3rd Team Leader. Tao Ki kid, do you think I have the right to yell at you? Oh, it's Captain Tao. What makes you think you have the right to yell at me? Zhao Hai smiled. I'm from the Mecha Army. I'm your subordinate, Captain Tao. If you're not, what right do you have to shout at them? Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Tao Ki's face turned livid. He thought that Zhao Hai would be afraid of him if he used his identity, but Zhao Hai said something like this. This made Tao Ki very angry. Zhao Hai looked at Tao Ki's expression and sneered, Captain Tao, you're saying that I don't respect the Mecha Army. I wonder who said that. Quat your Mecha Army is eating in a restaurant, but you touched a waitress and even beat up a waitress. Good, your Mecha Army is really good. You're even worse than interstellar pirates. You're about to bully men and women. Why? And you won't allow me to say a few words of justice. Just because I said a few fair words, does that mean that I don't respect your Mecha Army? Also, Leader Tao, I don't know if those people told you about the background of this shop. I admire your loyalty for standing up for the Mecha Army, but don't be used as a tool by others. You should know that there are some things that a small team leader like you can't handle. Quat. Tao Ki looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, so what if I said it? Wasn't this a property of the Fire God's palace? What's the big deal? Do you think our mecha army is afraid of the fire god palace? When Zhao Hai heard this, he was stunned. Tao Qi saw this and laughed. What's wrong? Do you think that by raising the flag of the fire god's palace, our mecha army will be afraid? Let me tell you, even if you were from the fire god palace, I wouldn't be afraid, let alone you, Zhao Hai, who isn't from the fire god palace. Are you really not afraid? A calm voice was heard. Zhao Hai looked in the direction of the voice and saw a few people in fiery red magic robes walking in. The first person was an old mage who looked to be in his 70s or 80s. His hair was already white, but he had a pair of eagle-like eyes that were extremely sharp. The old man walked in front of Tao Qi, looked at him and sneered. A puny outer sect captain dares to come to our fire god palace's territory and cause trouble. Who gave you the guts? You keep talking about mecha army and mecha army. Why, you're the mecha army's commander-in-chief. You can represent the mecha army by yourself. You're not afraid of my fire god palace, but does that mean that my fire god palace is afraid of you? Tao Qi was stunned. He looked at the old magician and broke out in a cold sweat. He knew this old man. This old man was a bishop of the fire god palace. His name was the flaming godly eagle Ma Finglay. This bishop was not a kind person. Anyone who offended him would die. Furthermore, he was not afraid of anyone. It was said that he had scolded the mecha army's commander-in-chief in front of him. He was a headache for everyone. How could he, a small captain, afford to offend them? Tauk felt his throat dry, and he was covered in cold sweat. He didn't expect that a small matter like making trouble in the shop of the fire godly palace would provoke this old man. It seemed that today's matter couldn't be settled peacefully. I'm sorry, everyone. The power outage was even later today. Please forgive me. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Bishop Ma, you're too polite. Fei and I are friends, and Fei is also a member of the Fire God Palace. That's why we are here. I hope that Bishop Ma won't think that we are being nosy. Ma Finglay laughed heartily. Quat Zhao Hai, you're really interesting. Why would I blame you? Some people think that the Magic Alliance is weak because of the turbulence in the Mecha Array world this time. Ni Tom, Dick, or Harry can come to the Magic Alliance and SHT on our heads. What's even more ridiculous is that an ant thinks he can represent the Mecha Army. Not to mention that he can't represent the Mecha Army, so what if he can? This is the territory of the Fire God's Temple and the Magic Alliance. If you dare to cause trouble here, you have to ask for my permission first. Zhao Hai smiled slightly and didn't say anything. At this time, Tao Qi was about to faint. If it was someone else who said this, he might not be able to do it. But since it was said by Ma Finglay, he had to believe it because Ma Finglay had another nickname, Madman Ma. There was nothing he didn't dare to do. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't say anything, Ma Finglay turned his eyes to Tao Qi. He looked at Tao Qi and suddenly sneered. What is this? Is this a test for us? That's good. Then what about Captain Tao? I'll lend you your head. After saying that, Ma Finglay waved his hand, and someone immediately came over and pushed Tao Qi out. Tao Qi was already paralyzed on the ground, not even daring to resist. After taking Tao Qi away, Ma Finglay ordered, find out who caused trouble here today. Then write a letter to the Mecha Army and ask them to control their subordinates. If they can't control them, Ma Finglay will do it for them. One of his men immediately responded and turned around to do it. After dealing with these matters, Ma Finglay turned to look at Zhao Hai and said with a smile, Zhao Hai, you're not bad. However, this matter will bring you quite a bit of trouble. How do you plan to deal with it? Deal with it. Zhao Hai smiled. Just like Bishop Ma's method of handling it in this time's preliminary round, as long as I encounter those Mecha Army outsiders, not a single one will be left alive. When Zhao Hai said this, he was smiling the whole time. There was no killing intent in his eyes at all. His tone was very natural and calm, as if he was telling someone that he had eaten a few buns today. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Ma Finglay's eyes couldn't help but narrow. He then burst into laughter and said, good job, Zhao Hai. What do you think? Would you be interested in joining our Fire God Palace? I'll give you the position of an outer sect camp master. Hearing Ma Fenglay's words, Xing Li and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. In the Array world, no one who had ascended could become the camp lord of the outer camp. Yet Ma Fenglay actually admired Zhao Hai so much that he had given him the position of camp lord. This was a huge matter. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Finglay and smiled. Bishop Ma, you must be joking. You should know my relationship with Margaret. How could I join the Fire Shrine? Ma Finglay looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just women. As long as you agree to join the Fire God Palace, I can find you as many women as you want. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Finglay's expression and suddenly laughed. Bishop Ma, do you think that I, Zhao Hai, have never seen a woman before? If that's what you really think, then you're looking down on me, Zhao Hai. As soon as Zhao Hai said this, Xing Li and the others broke out in a cold sweat. Ma Fenglay's temper was extremely famous in the Array world. Zhao Hai was the first person in many years who dared to speak to Ma Fenglay in such a manner. Ma Fenglay looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly burst into laughter. Good Zhao Hai, I didn't misjudge you, you're good. With a flip of his hand, he took out something and threw it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai caught it and saw that it was a small badge. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Finglei in confusion. Ma Finglei smiled and said, "This is the Fire God's Palace's guest badge. We have many guest elders, so you can't be considered a member of our Fire God's Palace. Take it." Hearing Ma Finglei's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Quat, all right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Zhao Hai would like to thank Bishop Ma here. Ma Fenglei laughed heartily, waved his hand, and turned to leave. After Ma Fenglei left, Zhao Hai turned to look at Xingli and the others and smiled. "We really didn't stop eating today, but I don't think anyone will come and disturb us in the future. Let's go, we won't go home until we're drunk." Xingli looked at Zhao Hai's expression and suddenly laughed. "Little Hai, I really admire you. Do you know that there are only a few people in the entire array world who would dare to speak to Ma Fenglei like that? And among those who have ascended from the lower realm, you are the only one. You are really quite bold." Zhao Hai smiled slightly but didn't say anything. He believed that Ma Finglei wouldn't do anything to him. Now that the Divine Palace of Fire was at its weakest, if Ma Finglei really dared to deal with him at this time, then he wouldn't be worthy of being the bishop of the Divine Palace of Fire. The Earth God of the Temple of Fire had suffered the most damage in the recent turmoil in the mecha industry. The two temples were important members of the Magic Alliance. The loss of the two temples' strength had indirectly caused the Magic Alliance to suffer physical losses. Therefore, the Magic Alliance would be united like never before. Whether it was the dojo headquarters or the mecha army, anyone who dared to provoke them would be met with the fiercest counterattack. Therefore, at this moment, Ma Finglei dared to offend the mecha army, but he wouldn't offend Zhao Hai. Because of Zhao Hai's identity, Zhao Hai's position in the Ashley family was very special. He had already received the news that Zhao Hai was the hope of the Ashley family in this Great Six World competition. The Ashley family had already asked all the other contestants to withdraw and only allowed Zhao Hai to participate in the competition. Under these circumstances, if anyone dared to touch Zhao Hai, the Ashley family would definitely fight them to the death. To be honest, even if the Fire God Temple's strength had been greatly damaged, they would not be afraid of the Ashley family. However, the Ashley family was an important part of the Dark God Temple. If they started a war with the Ashley family, it would be equivalent to becoming enemies with the Dark God Temple. This was something that the Fire God Temple would not do. It was because of this that Zhao Hai was sure that Ma Finglei wouldn't do anything to him. Moreover, Ma Finglei didn't look like that kind of person. After the waiter left, Dongfeng Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Quat little Hai, are you really going to annihilate everyone in the mecha army in this new 6-sector tournament?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I have this plan, but it will depend on the situation. After all, I am not representing myself now, but the Ashley family. I am not afraid of the mecha army, but I don't want to cause trouble for the Ashley family. However, if the mecha army really doesn't want to give face, then I will not be polite. Quat." Dongfeng Yu looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly laughed. "Quat, good little Hai. Good job, ha ha ha. Come, let's do it. Remember, if those people from the mecha army really don't want to give us face, let me know. If I meet any of them, I will kill them too. Quat." Xingli laughed loudly. "How can I not be involved in this? Count me in, Quat." And Mi Fei also raised his glass, and they all laughed and drank the wine. They ate very happily and drank a lot of wine. When they went out to pay for the bill, the staff told them that it was on the house today. Zhao Hai didn't stand on ceremony. After thanking them, he followed the three of them out. The moment they reached the outside, Zhao Hai's driver came over and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Sir, the head chief asked me to pick you up. He said he has something to discuss with you." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Xingli and the others. "Big brother Xing, big brother Dongfeng, brother son, I'll take my leave first. Come and find me for a drink when you have time." Xingli and the others also cupped their fists to Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai got on the car and left. Looking at Zhao Hai's flying car in the distance, Xingli sighed. "Little Hai is really not an ordinary person. He can see things so clearly. I can't compare to him." Dongfeng Yu smiled bitterly. "Quat, it's not just you. Even those old foxes can't compare to Little Hai. What a joke. At first, I thought he was a guy who only knew how to cultivate. Now it seems that his identity in the lower realm must be extraordinary. Quat." Fei nodded. "Yeah, Big Brother Hai is very strong, but he won't kill people easily. However, if you really become his enemy, I'm afraid it won't be easy. It's a good thing that I came out with you guys this time. Otherwise, I'll have to suffer in the competition." After hearing what Fei said, Xingli and Dongfeng Yu both laughed. Of course, they knew that Fei was right. If Fei didn't come with them this time, he would definitely suffer if he really met Zhao Hai. After all, they were enemies before. The three of them didn't realize that at some point in time, they all thought that they weren't Zhao Hai's match, and that it was only natural for Zhao Hai to defeat them. This thought had taken root in their hearts. The three of them chatted for a while more before bidding each other farewell and leaving. They needed to find a place to digest what had happened today. They also needed to inform their respective forces so that they could make preparations in advance. After all, this matter involved too many people and forces. It was impossible for them not to report it. Moreover, they believed that the Ashley family was in a hurry to call Zhao Hai back because of this matter. After Zhao Hai got out of the car, he immediately took out a bottle of space water and drank it. He felt better after drinking it. Soon, the car stopped in front of the office. Zhao Hai got out of the car and went upstairs. A robot immediately led Zhao Hai to Kadalo's room. When they arrived outside Kadalo's room, the robot knocked on the door twice and continued, "Head Chief, Mr. Zhao Hai has arrived." "Come in," Kadalo immediately said. Zhao Hai then pushed the door open and entered. Kadalo, Debor, and Luke were all there. Zhao Hai bowed to the three of them, but Kadalo didn't mind. He immediately said, "Little Hai, I just received a letter from Ma Fenglei. He seems to admire you very much and has allowed you to become a guest elder of the Fire God Palace. What's going on?" Zhao Hai smiled as he explained the situation at Delin's rotisserie to the three of them. Kadalo and the other two listened quietly, and when Zhao Hai finished, Kadalo nodded. "Quad, I see. Not bad, you've done well. Although you've offended the Mecha army, you've handed them over to the Fire God Palace and even brought the Wu and Yan families to our side. This is only good for us. After all, we belong to the Magic Alliance. The Magic Alliance has a good relationship with the Martial Arts Association headquarters, but they don't have a good relationship with the Mecha army. It's no big deal to offend the Mecha army. They won't dare to do anything to us." Quat. Debar nodded. "Quad, I don't think today's incident is a coincidence. It's very likely that the Mecha army is testing us. Otherwise, there would be a Mecha soldier who dared to cause trouble in public on the planet. They should know that causing trouble on the planet will not end well." Quat. Luke nodded and said, "Delin Rotisserie is quite famous on the Mecha planet. Almost everyone knows that it's a property of the Pyro God Temple, but those mech soldiers still dare to cause trouble there. This matter isn't simple. Kadalo, I think we should report this to the Patriarch so that he can be prepared." Quat. Kadio nodded. "Quat, we should report this to the Patriarch. At the same time, we should contact the Fire God Palace, the Wu family, and the Yan family. It would be best if we could contact the people from the other God Palaces at the same time." Quat. Luke nodded. "Quat, I think so. But this time there are 5 people from the Mecha army participating in the competition. When the time comes, they might make a move on Little Hai. Little Hai, you have to be mentally prepared." Quat. Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. Kadalo looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Quat, if the Mecha army doesn't go too far, then let them go. After all, we can't offend the Mecha army too much. If they dare to kill us, you don't have to be polite either. Kill them." Quat. "Yes, don't worry, Head Chief. I know what to do." Zhao Hai nodded. Kadalo nodded. "Quat, all right, go and rest. Although the mech formation looks calm on the surface, there are undercurrents in the dark. You should be more careful in the future." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded, bowed to them, and left. Watching Zhao Hai leave, Kadalo smiled and said, "Quat, that's right. I didn't expect the turmoil of the mecha formation to give our Ashley family a chance. If we can really become allies with the Wu family, the Huo family, and the Fire God Temple, it'll definitely be a good thing for us." Quat. Kadio smiled and said, "Actually, there are some things that Little Hai didn't say just now. Ma Finglay tried to win Little Hai over, and the first thing he said was that he was the camp lord of an outer camp. However, Little Hai didn't agree. Debar laughed and said that Ma Finglay still doesn't know much about Little Hai. Little Hai isn't the kind of person who would do anything for money and status. He used to value relationships very much. Now that he has feelings for the Bone Battalion, as long as the family doesn't do anything to harm him, I believe he won't leave." Quat. Kadalo said in a deep voice, "It's fine if he's leaving. As long as he still has the Ashley family in his heart and can lend a hand when the Ashley family is in trouble, will be considered to have profited." Quat. "That's right, I think so too," Debar nodded. Zhao Hai had already returned to his room. As soon as he entered his room, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the origin space. Margaret and the others were all in the origin space. As soon as Zhao Hai came in, Margaret and the others immediately came up to him, especially Margaret. She looked at Zhao Hai with a worried face and said after a long while, "Big brother Hai, you've taken too much risk today. You should know that Ma Fenglei is not to be trifled with. If he really wants to deal with you, then you'll be in trouble." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. He won't do anything to me. Don't worry. Go in." Quat, Laura, and the others also knew that Zhao Hai was fine. However, when Zhao Hai was talking to Ma Finglay, they were really worried for him. After all, Ma Finglay's reputation in the array world was just too great. At first, Laura and the others didn't know about Ma Finglay's matter, but Ma Gray did. When she saw Zhao Hai talking to Ma Finglay like that, her face changed, and she immediately told Laura and the others about Ma Finglay's matter, which made them nervous. Fortunately, the matter was finally resolved satisfactorily, and the few of them were relieved. After they all went into the room and sat down, Zhao Hai turned to Margaret and said, "Quad, in fact, I'm doing this for the sake of the Ashley family. I want to get a few more allies for the Ashley family. I can't stay in the field of matrices for too long. Maybe I won't leave during this competition. Margaret, you have to come with me. Are you reluctant to leave?" Margaret shook her head and said, "No, don't worry. In fact, I don't have much feelings for the Ashley family, but I have no choice. I am always a member of the Ashley family. Brother, hi, I will go with you. But if the Ashley family encounters any trouble in the future, you must help them. Even if you don't help others, you must help the camp master and the others. Quat. Quat, don't worry, Zhao Hai said with a smile. Quat, if anything happens in the future, I'll definitely help them. You don't have to worry. Quat. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Zhao Hai didn't go to the arena. He could watch the competition from the origin space. He didn't need to go to the arena. However, there wasn't much to see in these 2 days of competition. Those people's skills weren't that high, and they didn't pose any threat to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had thought that the competition would not be too bloody after the incident with Huang Xing. However, he did not expect that the competition would be even more bloody than he had imagined. The injuries of the eliminated people were considered light. Some people were killed in the ring, while others were disabled. Many people ended up with both sides injured. Seeing this, Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, and his face turned very ugly. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and asked curiously, "What's wrong, big brother Hai? Is there something wrong?" It seems like the people from the Array's world really don't treat those who have ascended as humans. Have you ever thought about how many people will die after the qualifiers? There were close to 100,000 people, and many of them were even disabled. No wonder the warriors and mages of the realm of Arrays had never been a match for the cultivators. It should be known that the people who had been lost were the elites of the major families. If they were properly trained, they could become experts in the future and could even compete with the cultivators of the realm of Arrays. Now, they had died in this arena before they had even grown up. Under such circumstances, warriors and mages were no match for each other. What kind of expert could it be? How could they fight against the cultivators from the cultivation world? It seems like there are people in the Array world who don't want those who ascend to become experts. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others were stunned for a moment before their expressions changed. Margaret also said in disbelief, "Big brother Hai, that's impossible, right?" Zhao Hai snorted coldly. "Why is it impossible? What's the current ruling power in the Array world? It's warships and mechas. If the mages and warriors in the realm of mechas are allowed to develop, the status of warships and mechas will be affected. Have you ever thought about how many people's interests will be affected by those warships and mechas? It was impossible for those people to allow the mages and warriors to develop for the sake of profit, not to mention the people born and raised here in the realm of Arrays. They had a natural discrimination against ascendants. They would naturally suppress the mages and warriors, and this kind of suppression could not be done openly. They wanted to put a code on this suppression, and what better way of suppression was there than such a competition? In this competition, almost all the geniuses who have ascended in the past 5 years have been defeated. Even the remaining geniuses are being suppressed by the cultivation world. In this new 6-world tournament, the mages and warriors who have potential are either dead or injured. Even if the last few survive, what's the use? A few people can't change the fate of the Array world. Laura and the others subconsciously nodded their heads. They agreed with Zhao Hai's words. If this matter was really as Zhao Hai had said, then it would be too terrifying. The Array world was destroying their own walls. Zhao Hai let out a long sigh. The attitude of the cultivation world towards the cultivation world is different from the Array world because those large sects will absorb the cultivation world into their sect. As long as the cultivation world really becomes an expert, they will obtain the same status as everyone else. This is because everything in the cultivation world is based on strength. They won't suppress ascendants for this or that reason because they cultivate themselves. On the contrary, the stronger the person who ascends is, the more beneficial it is to their sect. It is precisely because of this that the cultivation world is developing very quickly, while the mages and warriors in the Array world are unable to develop, even though they have the formation devil technique. Laura and the others were all listening attentively. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Quat, during this time, you should have gained a certain understanding of the formation devil technique. It's very powerful, especially when it's at a high level, where it's able to stack 10,000 formations. It's powerful enough to fight a warship. If this continues, there's no reason for the mages and warriors of the world of Arrays not to be a match for those cultivators. Even if they're not a match for high-level cultivators, they can still fight to a draw at low or medium levels. But now look, the mage and the warrior have been suppressed by the other party and they can't fight back at all. Isn't this very wrong?" Bang, bang. Margaret slammed the table hard, gritted her teeth and said, "Quat, shameless, these shameless guys, they actually did such a thing. Damn it, they deserve to die, Quat." Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and was slightly stunned. He did not expect Margaret to have such a big reaction. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret in confusion and asked, "Margaret, why are you so excited? Even I, a person who has ascended, am not as excited as you." Margaret let out 2 long breaths and calmed down. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, I'm considered half an ascender. My mother is also an ascender. Besides, I've been working in the Ascender Academy for so many years. I've personally seen each and every Ascender enter the array world with a heart full of hope, only to end up like this. The most hateful thing is that there was someone behind this. It's too hateful. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and smiled. Quat, forget it. This isn't something you can manage. Let's see. If there's a chance in the future, I'll come and take care of this matter. But now I can't do anything. Quat. Margaret laughed. I'm not asking you to take care of it now. I'm just angry. The array world has been suppressed by the cultivation world all these years because we're at the low and middle levels. We can't compare to the cultivation world. We clearly have the ability to surpass them, but we're suppressed by them. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Forget it. It's useless to think about this now. Let's get ready. The 6-realm rookie competition is a good opportunity for us to get in touch with the other 5 realms. Quat. Margaret and the others all nodded. Laura turned around and said, Big Brother Hai, will Lu Wei recognize us this time? So what if you recognize me? Zhao Hai smiled. I'm not afraid of him. Don't worry, Lu Wei and Ghost Emperor Yin Wind are no longer our opponents. We only have one opponent, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Compared to Lu Qiuan and Ghost Emperor Yin Wind, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion is the most dangerous. However, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion has never seen what we look like, so I believe they won't discover us. We'll be fine. Laura and the others nodded in agreement with Zhao Hai's words. Lu Wei and the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor were no longer Zhao Hai's match. Their only opponent now was the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Time passed day by day, and soon the preliminaries were coming to an end. There were more than 100,000 contestants in the mecha world, but only 1,000 were left. At this time, the 20-seeded players also needed to participate in the competition. This time, among the 20-seeded players, 19 of them were deemed to have no problem. Only one person was an exception, and that was Zhao Hai. People doubted Zhao Hai's strength. The key was that no one had ever seen Zhao Hai in action. Although Xingli and Fei both respected Zhao Hai a lot, because Zhao Hai stood up for Fei, everyone knew that he was drinking with Xingli, Dongfeng Yu, and Fei. Therefore, people thought that Xingli and Fei were only doing this to help their friends. Originally, after Xingli announced his reputation, these voices were already very quiet, but for some reason these voices were getting louder. Of course, Zhao Hai knew what was going on. This was probably the work of the Mecha Army. The Mecha Army had definitely suffered a huge loss in the hands of M.A. Finglay. They didn't dare to touch M.A. Finglay now, nor did they dare to touch the god of Fire Palace. However, they wanted to touch Zhao Hai. To the Mecha Army, Zhao Hai was just an outsider of the Ashley family. So what if he was the same as the young lady of the Ashley family? Even if he was a core disciple of the Ashley family, what could the Ashley family say if they killed one in such a game? This time, questioning his qualifications was just the beginning. It seemed like the Mecha Army wasn't going to let this matter rest. Thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sneer. Mecha Army, fine. Let's play then. The competition for the top 1,000 was still decided by drawing lots. It was still done automatically by the computer. The Array Planet had already prepared 10 arenas, and all 10 arenas would start at the same time. They had no other choice. The day of the 6th World Rookie Competition was getting closer and closer. They did not have any more time to delay. In the first round, Zhao Hai and Xingli weren't among the 20 people who were drawn. Fei and Dongfeng Yu were drawn, but they didn't go to watch their matches. Their opponents weren't strong, so it didn't matter if they went or not. Zhao Hai and Xingli sat at the seats arranged for them and chatted. The people around them looked at them from time to time. Of course, most of them looked at Zhao Hai with suspicion in their eyes. Xingli looked at those people and said in a deep voice, "These bastards, they actually doubted your strength. Little Hai, if you meet anyone this time, don't be polite, just kill them." Zhao Hai smiled. What's the rush? I've already prepared a list. If I meet anyone on the list, I promise I won't let anyone off. Xingli was stunned. Name list. What are they? Zhao Hai smiled. You'll know when the time comes. Great, Big Brother Dongfeng sure is fast. You're back so soon. While Zhao Hai and Xingli were talking, Dongfeng Yu had already returned. Zhao Hai saw Dongfeng Yu and shouted, "Big Brother Dongfeng, aren't you a little too fast? Are you admitting defeat?" Dongfeng Yu laughed and scolded him. Get lost, you little brat. You can't say anything nice from a dog's mouth. It was the other party who gave me face and directly admitted defeat when he saw me on the stage. Zhao Hai laughed heartily. You're relaxed now. Have a seat. You'll have to treat us after today's competition. Dongfeng Yu laughed heartily. You rascal, you're taking advantage of me. Sure, please. Let's wait for Xiaofai to come back and see how he's doing. Oh, he's back. Xiaofai, you're pretty fast. Fei smiled and said, "It's not that bad. I was lucky this time and met a level 3 warrior. That guy was lucky. It's not easy for a level 3 warrior to enter the top 1,000. Just as they were entering, a broadcast was heard. Xingli, please get ready. Arena number 5. Big Brother Xing, it's your turn. Zhao Hai turned around and said. Xingli laughed, stood up, and strode away. Dongfeng Yu turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Quat little Hai, how long do you think Boss Xing will take to come back?" When Zhao Hai and the others first met, they all shared their ages. Xingli was the oldest, Dongfeng Yu was the second, Zhao Hai was the third, and Fei was the fourth, so Dongfeng Yu called Xingli Boss Xing. Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, don't worry, it won't grow. Boss Xing is notorious. If he goes on stage, those who aren't confident won't fight him. I'm afraid they'll be destroyed by him. Quat." Fei nodded and said, "Yeah, it's easy to deal with us. The key is you, big brother Hai. There are a lot of bad rumors about you these days. I'm afraid that if they meet you, they will fight you to the death. You have to be careful." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, I do hope that more people will challenge me. I won't hold back this time. Since my undead army doesn't have many people, I'll just add them in." Quat. Fei smiled and said, "I say, big brother Hai, how many undead creatures do you have? When that day comes, you can also let me see you." Quat, forget it, Zhao Hai laughed. "Quat, it's better if you don't see it. Almost everyone who sees my undead army has changed. They've become a part of the undead army. Do you still want to see it?" Fei shook his head with a bitter smile. "Forget it, I haven't lived long enough." Great, Big Xing is back, and it looks like his opponent really admitted defeat. NBSB Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, that's right. If he really had a big fight, he would definitely be in high spirits, but look at how dejected he is now. He definitely didn't win. Quat." Dongfeng Yu laughed and said, "What's wrong, Boss Xing? So what if I lose? What's with the long face?" Xingli glared, "Get lost, you're the one who lost. That grandson admitted defeat the moment I went on stage, it's too boring. Damn, I thought we could fight for a round, but in the end it's still like this, really." Quat. When Zhao Hai and the others heard Xingli's words, they all laughed out loud. At this time they heard the broadcast. "Zhao Hai, please get ready. Arena number 3. Zhao Hai stretched lazily and said, "Good fellow, it's finally my turn. I'm really curious to see who my opponent is. If my opponent is someone from the Mecha army, then tonight's meal will be on me." Quat. Zhao Hai stood up and left. Seeing that Zhao Hai had left, Xingli turned to Dongfeng Yu and said, "Dongfeng, what do you think little Hai meant by that? Did the Mecha army offend him?" "Boss Xing, don't you think the rumors about little Hai came a little too suddenly?" Dongfeng Yu's eyes lit up. "After your statement, there aren't many people who doubt little Hai's strength anymore, but recently the voices of doubt have been getting louder and louder. Isn't that strange?" Hearing what Dongfeng Yu said, both Xingli and Sun Fei were stunned for a second. But soon they reacted and turned to Dongfeng Yu. "You mean the Mecha army?" Dongfeng Yu nodded and said, "That's right, the Mecha army. Last time little Hai really offended the Mecha army badly. I heard that M.A. Finglay has been dealing with the Mecha army quite a lot recently. The Mecha army doesn't dare to touch M.A. Finglay now, so they can only take it out on little Hai. That's why they made up this rumor. I think this is just their first step. They must have other plans." Quat. Xingli's expression changed. "Isn't that troublesome? What if they go against Zhao Hai?" Dongfeng Yu shook his head and said, "Don't worry, they won't dare to. At this time, if they dare to fight against little Hai outside the arena, the situation in the mecha world will be out of control, so they can only fight against little Hai inside the arena. However, it is obvious that those idiots in the mecha army have underestimated little Hai's strength. Hehe, even if they asked Strip to come out, it would be impossible." Xingli's expression relaxed, but he still snorted coldly. "Quat, those mecha army bastards. They really dared to attack us. Fine, since they've attacked, we'll attack as well. In the future, if we meet anyone from the mecha army in the arena, I'll lead the way and destroy them." Quat. Dongfeng Yu smiled bitterly. "Quat, I'm afraid that they won't give us the chance to do so. I think that other than the 5 seeded contestants from the mecha army, the rest of the mecha army will admit defeat immediately if they encounter us." Quat. Xingli's expression became even uglier as he snorted coldly. "We'll meet sooner or later. As long as the 6 world competition is over, I'll deal with them." Dongfeng Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Let's think about how to survive this time's 6-realm rookie competition. I heard that many geniuses have emerged from the other 5 realms. Compared to the other 5 realms, we have no advantage at all. It will be very difficult for us to survive under these circumstances." Quat. Xingli snorted coldly. "FCK, at most I'll just fight to the death. What's the big deal? I've killed many people, so what if I die?" At this moment, someone shouted, "Quat, Zhao Hai is going to compete with someone. Everyone, let's go and take a look." Quat. Following that, a large group of people ran towards the 3rd arena. When Xingli saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then the 3 of them shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Xingli muttered, "That idiot spread that rumor. He mistook a tiger for a mouse. Great, this is going to be interesting. Let's go and see who little Hai met. If it's really someone from the mecha army, then Dongfeng, you can save a meal today." Quat. "Sure." Quat. Dongfeng Yu laughed heartily. "Quat, although I don't want to save money, I still hope that little Hai will treat us." Quat. After saying that, the 3 of them stood up and laughed heartily. Then they walked toward the 3rd arena. As soon as they arrived at the 3rd arena, the 3 of them were stunned because there was already a sea of people there. It was much more spectacular than when they were competing. The 3 of them looked around and saw 2 people standing on the stage. One of them was Zhao Hai, and the one standing opposite him was a warrior. The warrior was very tall, about 2 meters tall, had a metallic blue skin, and was bald. The weapons in his hands were also very special. In one hand he held a huge tower shield, and in the other he held a thick ghost head sword. Seeing this, Xingli couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he smiled bitterly. FCK, he's really from the Mecha army. Isn't that Tittabori from the Mecha army? This guy is famous for being difficult to deal with, and he almost became one of the 20 seeds. I heard that he was originally one of the 20 seeds, but because of my suggestion with Faye, he became Little High. I didn't expect them to meet in the first round. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Dongfeng Yu frowned. Quite yeah, it's too much of a coincidence. Do you think this is arranged by the Mecha army? They want Little High and Bori to meet in the first round so that the others can see who is qualified to be the seed player. After hearing what Dongfeng Yu said, Xingli and Sun Fei were both stunned. Xingli said in a deep voice, Dongfeng, what do you mean by this? Don't tell me you can be a ghost by drawing lots. Dongfeng Yu snorted. Those guys from the Mecha army are so arrogant now. It's not like you guys didn't see it. It's not like they don't dare to control the results of the lots. However, we have to react to this quickly. If the Mecha army continues like this, we will be in trouble too. What if those bastards put us in the same group as Zhao Hai? When Xingli and Sun Fei heard what Dongfeng Yu said, they couldn't help but be stunned. Then their expressions changed drastically. They knew all too well how serious the consequences would be if something like what Sun Fei said happened. They were sure that if they met Zhao Hai, they wouldn't have the chance to go back. Xingli immediately said, I'll go now. Quat. Dongfeng Yu grabbed him and said, don't be so anxious. There's only one match today anyway. After that, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. We'll go back together after Little Hai's match. Quat. Only then did Xingli nod his head and turn to look at the stage. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at Poli. He knew Poli. He was from the outer gate camp of the Mecha army. His nickname was Iron Tower. It was because of his height, the huge tower shield in his hand, and the technique he practiced. The technique he practiced was very special. It was a way of training his body. This method of training was very powerful. When trained to a certain level, his body would turn green and become impenetrable. His defense was so strong that it was shocking. Zhao Hai also knew that Boris had the chance to become a seeded contestant. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai had gone up and he had been replaced. Zhao Hai looked at Polly and smiled. Quat, this is interesting. The two of us are going up against each other in the first round. Ha, the Mecha army's arrangement is really good. Quat. HMPH, Tai Ta looked at Zhao Hai and snorted, you can still laugh. Today I'll let you know who is qualified to be a seeded contestant. Zhao Hai looked at Tai Ta and smiled. Quat, it's not necessarily good to be a seeded player. Forget it, it's useless to talk about this. Let's see who's the real one. Quat. That's exactly what I wanted, Tai Ta snorted. With that said, he raised his tower shield in front of him, roared and charged at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled. With a wave of his hand, a 5-in-1 magic array appeared. Tai Ta hurriedly used his shield to block it, but the 5-in-1 magic array exploded with a loud bang. A black mist filled the air, covering the two of them. No one outside could see what was happening. However, Tai Ta felt that it was strange. Although the surroundings were covered by the black mist, the center of the stage was not. They could still see things from here, and the black mist was like a barrier that surrounded the two of them. Tai Ta didn't know what Zhao Hai was up to. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Quat, you think I don't have the information to be a seeded player? Then I'll let you see if I'm qualified to be a seeded player. Quat, after saying that, Zhao Hai moved his hands. A huge tower shield appeared in one of his hands, while a huge hammer appeared in the other. Tai Ta looked at Zhao Hai in a daze. Zhao Hai looked at Tai Ta and smiled, come on, let me see what you've got. Tai Ta snapped out of his daze. He looked at Zhao Hai and gasped, you're a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Zhao Hai laughed out loud. Quat, that's right, you're right, I'm a dual cultivator. Ha, come on. After saying that, my body moved and I charged straight for the Iron Tower. Tai Ta also came back to his senses. He shouted and charged towards Zhao Hai. The two of them raised their tower shields in front of them and charged at each other like tanks. Boom, the two of them crashed into each other with a loud bang. The entire stage shook violently from their collision. Both Zhao Hai and Tai Ta had to withstand the force of the collision. However, Zhao Hai's body rippled like water as the force of the collision hit him. The blue stone under his feet cracked, but he didn't retreat. Tai Ta, on the other hand, did not have Zhao Hai's ability. He was forced back a few steps by the force of the impact, each step leaving a footprint on his green steel rock. Tai Ta only managed to regain his balance after taking 8 steps back. As soon as he did, Zhao Hai charged at him with his tower shield. He was like a giant elephant. Seeing this, Tai Ta knew that if he were to be hit again, he would be finished. With a loud shout, he raised his shield high and slammed it into the ground. Tai Ta's tower shield was specially made. There was a sharp point at the bottom of the tower shield. With his strength, Tai Ta was able to pierce through 1/3 of the tower's weight into the lazite. Tai Ta wanted to use this method to alleviate Zhao Hai's impact. However, Tai Ta had still underestimated the power of Zhao Hai's charge. Zhao Hai had not used his full strength in the first collision, only about 40. Zhao Hai's current strength was very strong. He didn't have this much strength before, even with the help of his warrior power. However, Zhao Hai's strength and reaction speed were much stronger than before after he had trained with the star physical forging technique. Zhao Hai had also seen Tai Ta's attack, but he didn't care. This time, he had used 80 of his strength. With a light boom, Tai Ta was sent flying. His shield had also been broken. 1/3 of it had been broken from the bottom. The fracture was very neat, showing how much strength Zhao Hai had used. Seeing that Tai Ta was unable to stabilize himself, Zhao Hai took a few steps forward and leaped into the air. The hammer in his hand was like a mountain as he smashed it down on Tai Ta. Tai Ta was indeed a battle-hardened soldier. Even at this moment, he was still able to remain calm. His left hand that was holding the shield had already lost all feeling, so he couldn't move. However, he still raised the huge executioner's blade in his right hand and met Zhao Hai's hammer. Clang! Tai Ta's body was like a metal ball that had been thrown from a plane. He fell down the stage, and the ghost head blade in his hand had been deformed by Zhao Hai's attack. Bang, bang. Tai Ta fell heavily onto the stage and spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Although Tai Ta's body tempering skills were quite good, he was still an ordinary person. Not only did he fall, but he also had to deal with the force of Zhao Hai's hammer. Naturally, he was not in a good state and had injured his inner mansion. At this moment, Zhao Hai had also landed on the ground. He then quickly ran towards Tai Ta. Tai Ta knew that Zhao Hai wanted him dead, so he did not call for surrender. He knew that even if he did, it would be useless. The Mecha Army's intelligence department didn't even know that Zhao Hai was a dual cultivator. This showed how well Zhao Hai kept his secret. Now that Zhao Hai let him know his secret, he would definitely kill him. If he didn't kill him, Zhao Hai's secret would be exposed. Hence, he had to die today. No one wanted to die, and Tai Ta was no different. He rolled on the ground and then used the force of the roll to stand up. However, because he stood up too fiercely, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Zhao Hai turned to look at Tai Ta and smiled. Tai Ta, do you think I'm qualified to be a seated contestant now? Tai Ta coldly snorted but didn't say anything. When he saw that Zhao Hai was a warrior who practiced both magic and martial arts, he knew that he wouldn't be able to beat Zhao Hai. Not only did Zhao Hai have the qualifications to be a seated contestant, but in terms of strength, he was probably the strongest of all the contestants. Zhao Hai looked at Tai Ta and smiled. Quad, I've said it before. If the Mecha Army wants to deal with me, I won't let anyone from the Mecha Army off. Now it's time to counter my words. Die. Quad, after saying that, he moved like a cheetah and went through. The tower shield and hammer in his hands disappeared at the same time, and in his hand was a guan dao that was as big as a door. Tai Ta's eyes narrowed. He didn't see how Zhao Hai changed his weapon, nor did he know what weapon Zhao Hai was using. However, he was certain that Zhao Hai's weapon was extraordinary. Just by looking at the weapon, he could tell that it was extremely suitable for cutting down enemies. With that thought, Tai Ta quickly raised his tower shield. Although he only had 2/3 of his shield left, it was still much larger than an ordinary shield due to its massive size. Although his hands had just regained feeling, lifting the shield was no longer a problem. Just as he raised his tower shield, Zhao Hai's large blade arrived with a ka sound. Then Zhao Hai fell to the ground. He stood there with the guan dao in his hand, while Tai Ta was still standing in front of him with the tower shield in his hand. After a while, with a clang, half of the tower shield fell to the ground. This tower shield was connected to half of Tai Ta's arm. Then Tai Ta's body tilted and he fell to the ground as well. Only then did a red line appear on his body. From his left shoulder to his right lower abdomen, a huge wound appeared on his body. Zhao Hai's slash had actually cut his body in half. Zhao Hai glanced at Tai Ta and stomped his foot. The half of the tower shield that Tai Ta had inserted into the ring flew out. Zhao Hai waved his hand and put Tabori and his weapon into his origin space. He then turned Tabori into an undead and fixed the tower shield and ghost head blade. After that, Zhao Hai removed the black mist. When the black mist disappeared, Zhao Hai saw the angry crowd outside, but he didn't care. Instead, he turned to look at the judge standing below the ring. The judge also looked at Zhao Hai in a daze. At the same time, his eyes kept sweeping back and forth across the stage. He was clearly looking for Tai Ta. Zhao Hai saw that the judge had not been announced, so he could not help but say in a deep voice, "Judge, can you make the announcement now?" The judge was stunned for a moment before he continued. "Zhao Hai, where's your opponent? Why didn't your opponent appear? If he's not here, I can't declare a rebellion." Zhao Hai looked at the judge with a half smile on his face. The judge felt a little uncomfortable under Zhao Hai's gaze. He had received a bribe from the Mecha Army and wanted to help Tai Ta during the competition. However, Zhao Hai had covered the entire stage, so he couldn't help Tai Ta even if he wanted to. Thus, he had to make things difficult for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the judge. He knew that the judge was trying to make things difficult for him. In a match like this, there were many experts who could beat their opponents to a pulp. Under such circumstances, would the judge still have to let their opponent come out to determine the winner? If someone else had been put in such a difficult position, the audience would have been pissed off already. However, because it was Zhao Hai on stage, no one said anything. They all wanted to know what Zhao Hai had done to Tai Ta. Zhao Hai looked at the judge and smiled. It should be his problem that Boris disappeared, right? He's gone and I'm on stage. According to the rules of the competition, I should be the winner, right? I wonder why the referee didn't make a decision. The judge was left speechless by Zhao Hai's question. According to the rules of the competition, the last person standing on the stage was the winner. Even if Tai Ta wasn't killed by Zhao Hai and wasn't on the stage, he would still have lost. The judge was a little angry. He looked at Zhao Hai and snorted, I'm the judge, my words count. Zhao Hai looked at the judge and laughed, that's right, you're the judge, so you have the final say. But don't forget, you're also under the committee's control. Have you forgotten what happened to those people from the committee? Do you really have the final say? When the judge heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then his expression changed. He had indeed wanted to make things difficult for Zhao Hai, but after hearing Zhao Hai's words, he didn't know what to say. That's right, it was just as Zhao Hai had said. He was the judge, but he was under the control of the organizing committee. The guys in the organizing committee had been removed because they had suppressed the contestants. It was said that those people were all dead now, killed by the revenge of the small families. He was just a small judge. If he dared to cause trouble at this time, he would be dead for sure. Thinking about this, the judge couldn't help but feel guilty. He hated himself for taking the Mecha army's money. Now trouble was coming. The judge was caught in a dilemma. Zhao Hai's ring was the center of attention. The rumors surrounding Zhao Hai had piqued everyone's curiosity. They wanted to see how strong Zhao Hai was. It was precisely because of this that the judge didn't dare to speak carelessly. If it was too obvious that he was making things difficult for Zhao Hai, then he would be done for as a judge. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Zhao Hai, cut the crap. Let's see what method you used to trick Tai Ta away. What qualifications do you have to be a seeded player? Only Tai Ta has the qualifications. As soon as that person finished speaking, a few people in the crowd chimed in. At that moment, they suspected that Zhao Hai's voice was too loud. Zhao Hai looked in that direction. Then Laura and the others immediately gave him an answer. Those people who spoke were mostly from the Mecha army. Their jeering caused the people around them who didn't know what was going on to join in the jeering. That was why it ended up like this. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised. He looked at them and smiled. Do you all really want to see Iron Tabori? There was another round of commotion, but Zhao Hai did not care. He smiled and said, all right, I'll show you all the Iron Tabori. Everyone in the audience looked at Zhao Hai. They wanted to see what he was going to do. Would he take out a handful of ash or a rock? They had already seen Zhao Hai burn Poli to ashes. Zhao Hai didn't mind. He just smiled and moved his hand. A person appeared beside him. This person had blue skin and held a tower shield and a death's head blade in his hands. He stood beside Zhao Hai without moving. This time, everyone was stunned. They really did not expect that Boris would actually appear. Moreover, it seemed like he had appeared completely intact. This time, even the judge didn't know what to do. He looked at Iron Tabori and said, Boris, where did you go just now? Are you really going to admit defeat? Bori did not say anything and just stood there without moving. However, Zhao Hai suddenly burst out laughing, and the people in the audience were confused. Zhao Hai looked at the judge and said, Quat, Mr. Judge, you really should practice your eyesight. With your level, what right do you have to be a judge? It'll be terrible if you misjudge. Quat. When the judge heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Tittabori in confusion. After staring at Tittabori, he quickly realized that there was a problem. Bori wasn't breathing. At this moment, even an idiot would know what was going on. At the same time, he was shocked by Zhao Hai's ruthlessness. He actually killed Tai Ta and made him into an undead. He was indeed ruthless. Zhao Hai looked at the judge and smiled. Quat, Mr. Judge, shouldn't you announce the result now? When the judge saw Zhao Hai's smile, he felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Only now did he realize that Zhao Hai was a ruthless person. It was not wise to make an enemy of such a person. Besides, now that Boris was dead, he had no choice but to judge Zhao Hai as the winner. So he immediately let out a long breath and said, Zhao Heisheng. Only then did Zhao Hai smile and walk down the stage. Although the stage was designed with steps for people to get off, most people would not walk down the steps. They would usually display their abilities, jump onto the stage, or fly onto the stage. No one would walk down the steps. Now that Zhao Hai was walking down the steps, it immediately caused a roar of laughter from the audience. Zhao Hai didn't care at all and continued to walk down the stage. Tai Ta didn't return to his side, and he continued to walk slowly behind Zhao Hai. Mecha army below the stage couldn't take it anymore. They were still quite a distance away from Zhao Hai and couldn't see Tai Ta's face clearly. Thus the Mecha army immediately shouted, What do you mean he won? Tai Ta is still on the stage. The judge wasn't an idiot. He knew what kind of people were causing a ruckus. However, he didn't want to offend Zhao Hai anymore. At the same time, the people he sent to the hidden weapons Mecha army were all idiots. What was the point of them still causing a ruckus? The judge looked at the people below coldly and said, Are you all blind? Couldn't they tell that Taita had already become an undead creature? What are you shouting for? Are you the judge or am I the judge? Everyone was stunned by the judge's words. They turned to look at Taita, who was standing behind Zhao Hai. Sure enough, Taita wasn't breathing. No one said a word. They all looked at Taita and then at Zhao Hai in a daze. The stage immediately fell silent. There were even some people who were close to Zhao Hai. When they saw that Zhao Hai was coming down, they subconsciously moved back. Zhao Hai looked at those people and laughed out loud. Then he strode away. Those who were looking at Zhao Hai's back looked at each other in shock, especially those from the mecha army. They felt as if Zhao Hai's gaze had stopped on them for a moment. This made them even more frightened, and they immediately ran away. Zhao Hai quickly regrouped with Xingli and the others. The moment Xingli saw Zhao Hai, he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and laughed. Good job, little Hai. Well done. Let's go for a drink. All right, let's go for a drink, Zhao Hai said with a smile. They laughed and left together, attracting countless gazes along the way, but Zhao Hai didn't care at all. When they got on the flying car, Zhao Hai also put away the tower and followed everyone to a restaurant. This time, they didn't go to Delin's restaurant, but to another restaurant. After they all ordered and sat down, Fei spoke first. Quat big brother Hai. Second brother Dongfeng said that there might be someone behind your drawing of lots this time. He wants to report this to the higher-ups so that the mecha army won't have any bad ideas and arrange for us to be together. What do you think? Zhao Hai smiled and said that's definitely the case. It's not a good time to get into a conflict with the mecha army. If Taita is a witness, I'm sure he will know what is going on. When that happens, he will come out and command the mecha army. However, it's not a good time to do that now. We should do as Dongfeng's second brother said and let the family protest to the higher-ups. I want to see what they will do in the end. Quat. Xingli's expression was ugly. Quat HMPH, don't let me meet the mecha army this time. As long as I meet them, I will kill them all. Quat. Quat, forget it, Zhao Hai said with a smile. Quat, we can't interfere with the higher-ups' fights. Let's drink. We still have a competition tomorrow. Quat, at this moment, the dishes and wine were also served. When Zhao Hai returned to the office, Kadalo and the others had already raised their objections to the higher-ups. However, Kadalo didn't mention anything about the drawing of lots. Instead, he said that Zhao Hai had received an unfair judgment. This alone was enough to make the mecha army behave themselves. This time, it was not only the Ashley family who protested. The Wu family, the Yan family, and even the Fire God Temple protested. Their protest was not about the judgment, but about the drawing of lots. This was serious. When the three families raised such a protest, it immediately caused a chain reaction. There was no force that wanted to compete in a game that was manipulated, so another investigation began. The mecha army suddenly realized that they had made a mistake. This was a sensitive time for the mecha clan. They were just asking for trouble by causing so much trouble at this time. They immediately took some measures to make up for it, but the results weren't good. In the end, the inspection team still managed to find some clues, and the target was the mecha army. However, the three major factions also knew that this matter was not appropriate to be announced. If the smaller factions found out about this matter, the array world would probably fall into turmoil again. It was because of this that the mecha army paid a huge price to suppress this matter. However, this also made the mecha army hate Zhao Hai. Then the preparation team announced a new rule. In order to better ensure the combat power of the participants in the six-realm rookie competition, the seeded contestants would not be placed in the same group for the competition. This rule would remain until the top 100 were selected. This rule caused a lot of commotion, but it was suppressed by the three magnates. Zhao Hai and the others were completely relieved. This storm was eliminated without the knowledge of most people. Other than a few unlucky judges, no one was affected. There was nothing they could do about it. The mecha industry had just experienced a huge upheaval and could not afford any more trouble. Therefore, no one, be it the mecha army, the Magic Alliance, or the headquarters of the martial arts dojo, wanted the mecha industry to be in chaos. Everyone made some concessions. The mecha army offered some items as compensation, while the people from the Magic Alliance and the headquarters of the martial arts dojo did not make a big deal out of this. This time, the mecha army suffered the greatest loss. Other than keeping the 5 seeded contestants, they didn't gain anything. They also lost many things. Now, the higher-ups of the mecha army would clench their teeth in hatred whenever Zhao Hai was mentioned. This was because Zhao Hai was the cause of their 2 failures. Zhao Hai didn't care about that. The mecha army didn't dare to touch him now. Not only that, but there would also be very few people who would cause trouble for him. If the mecha army caused any trouble, the Magic Alliance and the martial arts school headquarters would not let them off. Whether it was the Magic Alliance or the chief of the martial arts school, the mecha army would not be afraid of anyone if it was a one-on-one battle. However, if they offended both parties at the same time, they would be in big trouble. They did not dare to do so. Zhao Hai knew about this matter. He had already stored the entire planet in his spatial map. He could monitor wherever he wanted to. No equipment or magic array could stop him, so he knew exactly what those people would do. Zhao Hai wasn't disappointed. This was within his expectations. It would be strange if the people from the machine array world didn't do this. After all, they weren't idiots. The turmoil in the machine array world was too sudden and completely unexpected to the cultivation world. Before the people from the cultivation world could react, the turmoil had already ended. If they caused any more trouble, the people from the cultivation world would definitely extend their hands and everyone would be in trouble. That's why they used such a relatively peaceful way to solve it. However, this didn't affect Zhao Hai much. If he met anyone from the Mecha army again, he wouldn't be polite either. He would still kill them. The Mecha army now hated him. There was no need for him to be nice to them. If he wanted to offend them, he would just offend them more. However, there was one thing that made Zhao Hai very disappointed. After the new rules were implemented, he would not be able to meet the 5 seeded contestants of the Mecha army before the top 100 competition. This made him a little disappointed. However, on second thought, it was a good thing. If he could really meet those seeded contestants before the top 100 competition, he might be matched up with Dong Fangyu or Xingli at some point. That would be even more troublesome. After 3 consecutive days of competition, the top 100 had finally emerged. Without exception, the top 20 seeds had all entered the top 100. Until now, no one doubted Zhao Hai's strength. After the top 100 was decided, the next step would be the ranking competition. The ranking competition was a ranking competition for the top 100. In this ranking competition, no casualties were allowed. If you caused other people's injuries or deaths, you would be eliminated from the top 100. Then, those who were not in the top 100 would be selected to join the top 100. This rule was to protect the top 100 to the greatest extent, so that they would not suffer any injuries that would affect their combat effectiveness before they officially fought with the newcomers from other realms. Zhao Hai didn't object to such a rule. After all, he was considered a member of the mecha industry. The top 100 could be said to be the elites of the mecha industry in the past 5 years. The loss of each of them was a loss. Even though Zhao Hai did not object to this, it did not mean that he supported this method. In reality, Zhao Hai did not think much of this method. In Zhao Hai's opinion, the people from the array world wanted to be whores, but at the same time wanted to make a name for themselves. If they were really afraid of losses, the entire competition would not have been so cruel. Compared to the top 100, the 100,000 participants were more important. No matter how strong 100 people were, it was impossible to change the difference in strength between the machine array world and the cultivation world. However, if these 100,000 people all developed, perhaps the machine array world would not be completely helpless against the cultivation world. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't talk about this now. Even if he did, no one would listen. On the contrary, it would attract the attention of everyone in the mecha industry. This was because Zhao Hai had already discovered that in the mecha industry, mechas and battleships were the main types of combat. The benefits involved were too great and couldn't be changed in a short time. The top 100 ranking competition finally began. It was the most lively day in the arena. This was because the top 100 ranking competition represented the highest level of competition among the newcomers in the field of arrays in the past 5 years. There was also another reason for this. People seemed to be born with a competitive nature, especially when it came to ranking. It was something people were passionate about, so the first round of the top 100 ranking competition was a very lively competition with the most people watching. The most important thing was that the top 100 ranking competition could be broadcast live because there wasn't much blood to be seen. The top 100 people were all seated not far from the stage. Zhao Hai and Xingli sat there. Xingli looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, are you interested in going up against Strip this time?" NBSB Zhao Hai smiled. "What's there to be interested in? It's not that interesting. I'm more interested in fighting with those from the cultivation world. People like Strip aren't that interesting." Quat. Xingli rolled his eyes at Zhao Hai and said, "Get lost, aren't you bringing us along with you? But you have extraordinary means. If we really have to face the people of the cultivation world in the future, you have to help us." Zhao Hai looked at Xingli in confusion and said, "Quat boss Xing, we're competing with those people from the self-cultivation world. How can I help you in the ring?" Xingli looked at Zhao Hai unhappily and said, "You're really something. When you're smart, you're smarter than a monkey. When you're stupid, you're not much better than a pig. Get lost. Talking to you is lowering my intelligence." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and turned to look to the east. Dongfeng smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Quat, the 6-realm rookie competition schedule is similar to the preliminaries that the array formation world is holding this time. First, there will be an elimination round, followed by the actual competition. However, the scale is much smaller. After all, each realm can only send out 100 people. This elimination round is usually held at a specific location. Everyone will carry a number plate and fight for it. The more you fight for it, the more you can become a seeded contestant. If you don't, you'll become an ordinary contestant. The first 2 rounds of the official competition are elimination rounds, and the third round is a competition of points. The one with the most points will be the first. Then, will the people outside of the top 100 still be ranked? Zhao Hai nodded. Dongfeng Yu nodded and said, quite yes, from the 1st to the 600th place they will be ranked. From the 500th to the 600th place you will only get some consolation prizes. Compared to weapons, a precious ore, a precious herb, and so on, from the 400th to the 500th place will get 10 pieces, from the 300th to the 400th place will get 50 pieces, and from the 200th to the 300th place will get some small mines and so on. The main show will still be the top 100. All the division of benefits will depend on the competition within the top 100. The first place will get the most. Of course, the rewards are only part of it. In fact, the biggest profit of the new 6-sector tournament is not these rewards, but the bets on the outer circle. Bet? Zhao Hai asked, stunned. Dongfeng Yu nodded and said, quite yes, there are betting tables outside the 6 World Rookie Tournament. Some of these betting tables are for individuals to participate in, and that is to bet on a contestant. If you see a contestant who can fight for first place, you can bet on that one. The odds are different, so you will earn different amounts. It is a bet between the major forces. If you are representing the mecha world in the tournament, and you are from the Ashley family quat, the Ashley family can take out one of their family's resource stars or other things to bet with people from other forces. If you win, then the Ashley family will make a lot of money. In fact, there are also bets on the periphery of our top 100 ranking competition. NBSB Zhao Hai nodded. Quat, so that's how it is. Interesting. It seems like the people from the cultivation world will have to pay a price. Quat. Horse Dongfeng Yu understood what Zhao Hai meant. He looked at Zhao Hai and shook his head gently. He really didn't know where Zhao Hai got his confidence from. Although he knew that Zhao Hai was almost unrivaled in the field of mecha arrays, when it came to the 6-realm rookie competition, they would have to face the experts from the other realms. That was completely different from the field of mecha arrays. The experts from the other 5 realms couldn't be compared to the people from the field of mecha arrays. At this moment, the computer had already displayed the list of contestants for the first round. Zhao Hai took a look and saw that one of them was a seeded contestant of the mecha army. The other was not a seeded contestant, but he was also a level 4 powerhouse. In fact, almost all of the people who could make it into the top 100 were level 4 powerhouses. It was precisely because he had seen so many rank 4 experts that Zhao Hai believed that mages and warriors had the power to fight against the people of the cultivation world. They had only cultivated for about 4 years and already had the strength of a rank 4. If they were allowed to continue cultivating in peace, who knew what level they would reach? Unfortunately, nearly 100,000 ascendants had almost died this time. Even those who didn't die had suffered serious injuries that couldn't be recovered in their entire lives. They no longer had any hope of advancing. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai felt angry. This was completely the suppression of the ascendants by the natives of the array world. It was a pity that the ascendants were the weaker group and had no chance to resist. At this moment, the battle in the arena had already begun. The mecha army's seeded contestant was a warrior. The weapon in his hand was a long spear. His nickname was Iron Spear General. The reason for his name was because he was a rarely seen cavalryman. However, this Iron Spear General was a cavalryman, and his mount was a magical beast that had been brought up from the lower realm. This magical beast was a special type of warhorse and was very strong. The Iron Spear General had made a name for himself in the mecha army by getting shot in the palm of his horse. This was why he had been chosen as a seeded contestant. Zhao Hai had also seen the Iron Spear General's performance. He was indeed very strong, especially the demonic beast he was riding on. It was extremely powerful and was not any weaker than the demonic beasts in the array world. Moreover, they worked very well together. The combat power that the man and the demonic beast could display was definitely not as simple as 1.1 equals 2. The Spear General's opponent was a magician. The magician was dressed in a black magician's robe. He looked like a black magician. He was as thin as a stick and looked like a skeleton that could move. The black magician was best at summoning dark creatures. Zhao Hai had seen his previous battles. He could use his magic array that was stacked with hundreds of arrays to summon dark creatures to fight for him. He was very strong. The area of the stage in the arena had now reached 500 meters long and 200 meters wide. This was so that everyone could display their strength to their heart's content. The Spear General and the Black Magician were only about 300 meters apart. The Spear General was already riding on his horse. His horse was also very special. It had a horn on its head, a black body, scales, a hooked tail, and sharp teeth in its mouth. It didn't look like a horse, but more like a wolf. The signal for the start of the game came, and the Iron Spear General slowly raised the iron spear in his hand, pointing it at the Black Magician. Then he squeezed the horse's belly with his legs and rushed towards the Black Magician. The Black Magician's hands moved, and a magic array appeared in front of him. He immediately cast it, and a huge black wolf appeared in front of him. This wolf was no smaller than the Iron Spear General's horse. The wolf roared and pounced on the Iron Spear General. After releasing the giant wolf, the black mage took a step back. At the same time, his hands moved quickly and he chanted something. Another magic array appeared in front of him. This time the magic array was composed of 30 magic arrays. A black rhinoceros came out of the magic array. The rhinoceros did not attack the Iron Spear General immediately. Instead, it stood in front of the black mage and formed a huge shield. Then the black magician chanted another spell. At this time, the Iron Spear General had already taken care of the giant wolf. He waved the iron spear in his hand, and Sword Chi rushed towards the black rhinoceros. The black rhinoceros growled, and a layer of black light appeared on its body, covering it. At the same time, it lowered its head and rushed towards the Iron Spear General. But at this time, the iron spear pressed on the horse's belly. The magic horse under him neighed and jumped. It jumped over the rhinoceros's attack and appeared in front of the black mage. Before the black mage could react, the tip of the spear was already at the black mage's throat. The black mage had lost. After defeating the black magician, the Iron Spear General put away his spear and turned to look down the stage. He didn't know if he did it on purpose, but his eyes met Zhao Hai's eyes with a strong sense of provocation. I had something to do today, so I went out for a while and came back late. Please forgive me. Zhao Hai looked at the Iron Spear General, then turned to Xing Li and said with a smile, "Did you see that? This guy is provoking me. It's a pity that the ranking competition doesn't allow killing. If only I could kill him." Xing Li snorted. "Quat, just wait. There will be a chance. Isn't it the main competition of the 6-realm rookie competition? With their abilities, if they can't pass the elimination round, we won't be able to either." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, then let's talk about it during the elimination round. To be honest, I really want to see how strong those self-cultivators are." "All right, Boss Xing, it's your turn." Quat, in the second round, Xing Li went up. His opponent was not a seeded contestant, but a warrior in the top 100. Xing Li took a look at the name list, and his eyes lit up. "Damn it, we can finally have a fight." "Brother, I'm going." After saying that, he stood up and went into the ring. Zhao Hai smiled slightly and did not say anything. Xing Li's battle also ended very quickly. Although his opponent wasn't weak, he was still not Xing Li's opponent. The next few matches had nothing to do with Zhao Hai, but they all ended very quickly and there were very few situations of entanglement. Zhao Hai knew very well that the more skilled a person was, the faster their battle would end. Even if you had a slight flaw, it would be caught by the opponent and the battle would end. In a battle between experts, life and death was only a thin line. This was a principle that everyone understood. It was rare for a battle to last for hundreds of rounds and even several days and nights. A real battle would usually end very quickly. The day's battles quickly ended. There were a total of 30 matches today. Among Zhao Hai's group of 4, only Xing Li was chosen. The other 3 were not chosen. Zhao Hai and the others were not disappointed, but they were a little worried. If they did not get a draw today, their chances of being in the same group tomorrow would be greatly increased. This was not what Zhao Hai wanted to see. On the second day, Zhao Hai and the others came to the arena again. However, compared to the relaxed atmosphere on the first day, they were more or less nervous today. They were worried that they would be matched up with Dongfeng Yu. When everyone had arrived, the lot drawing ceremony officially began at 8:00 in the morning. The list of the first group's competition was printed out, and everyone couldn't help but be in an uproar when they saw the list. It wasn't that there was anything strange about the list. It wasn't the 4 brothers fighting each other that people wanted to see. On the contrary, the list looked very ordinary. It was just that the names on the list were a little eye-catching. The first name was Zhao Hai, and his opponent was one of the 5 seeded contestants of the Mecha Army, the Wind Swordsman Zhang Yu. It had been 3 days since Zhang Yu had ascended to the Array realm. Since 2 years ago, he had been using the wind-chasing rapier in his hands. His sword technique was extremely fast and was considered the fastest sword among the newcomers in the Array realm. Because Zhang Yu's sword was fast, he was considered the nemesis of magicians. Because Zhang Yu's sword was too fast, the speed of his sword aura was also very fast. This way, he could interrupt the process of the magician's spell casting and prevent the magician from using his spell, thus allowing him to defeat the magician. It was because of this characteristic of his that caused the audience to be in an uproar. Although the ordinary people didn't know about the relationship between Zhao Hai and the Mecha Army, they were initially deceived by the Mecha Army and thought that Zhao Hai became a seeded contestant through his connections. However, after these few battles, they no longer had such thoughts. Zhao Hai used his own strength to prove to them that he had the ability to become a seeded contestant. Those people had been doubtful at the start, but now they were supporting him. After all, the top 20 seeded fighters were all very famous people in the field of arrays. Only Zhao Hai was not famous. He could be said to be a completely dark horse. People always hoped to see the dark horse show its power and defeat the old experts. Now that they saw that Zhao Hai's opponent was Zhang Yu, who was known as the nemesis of mages, the crowd could not help but feel worried. Zhao Hai was unaffected. He slowly walked up to the ring. Zhang Yu had also entered the ring. She was looking at Zhao Hai coldly. As soon as Zhao Hai stepped onto the stage, the barrier immediately rose. Zhao Hai bowed to Zhang Yu, but Zhang Yu did not return the bow. Instead, she looked at Zhao Hai coldly and said in a deep voice, "Quat, don't think that you're so great just because you defeated Boris. Boris is just a stupid bull with thick skin. If you had met me earlier, you would have been dead long ago. You should have felt the new rules of the committee." Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Yu and smiled. "Quat, it's the top 100 competition now. You won't dare to do anything to me. If you do, you'll be sent out of the arena. Quat." Zhang Yu looked at Zhao Hai with disdain and said, "Did you get to where you are today through this method? Then let me tell you, you can only be at the bottom in the top 100 ranking competition. You will never get any good results and will only embarrass the seed players. Let's see who's the real deal," Zhao Hai said with a smile. At this moment, the bell signaling the start of the match rang. Zhang Yu moved his hand and wind blade appeared in his hand. He swung the sword at Zhao Hai and a beam of sword chi was released. The speed at which he shot out the sword chi was extremely fast. The speed at which the sword chi was shot out was also extremely fast. In almost an instant, the sword chi had already arrived in front of Zhao Hai. At this moment, Zhao Hai extended his hand, and a magic array appeared in front of him. The magic array blocked the sword chi before it could reach Zhao Hai. Zhang Yu's seemingly aggressive sword chi did not do much to Zhao Hai's defensive magic array. Although Zhang Yu sounded arrogant, as if he did not care about Zhao Hai at all, he was actually very careful around Zhao Hai. He knew how strong Terry was, and he was not as weak as he had said. The sword chi he had just used was just a test to see how strong Zhao Hai was. He already knew the result. He was very strong. Zhang Yu knew that she could no longer hold back. She waved the wind-chasing sword in her hand, and sword chi shot toward Zhao Hai like bullets from a machine gun. The audience was excited to see Zhao Hai's performance. The reason why so many people liked to watch Zhao Hai's matches was that he was like a dark horse. The second reason was that he was mysterious. When Zhao Hai fought, he would always cover the stage with a black mist so that the audience couldn't see anything. By the time the black mist dispersed, Zhao Hai would have won. People couldn't see how he attacked his enemies, so they were very curious about Zhao Hai. Now that they saw that Zhao Hai didn't use the black mist to cover the stage, they could finally see how Zhao Hai fought. This made them even more excited. Zhao Hai's eyes narrowed when he saw how fast Zhang Yu was shooting the sword aura. His right hand was still holding the defensive magic array, but his left hand quickly made a few gestures and extended forward. A magic array with 10 overlapping arrays appeared in front of him. Seeing Zhao Hai's methods, the people below couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Not only were the spectators surprised, but even the top 100 contestants of the field of arrays were also shocked. Using 2 different magic array groups with 2 hands at the same time was not an easy task. It required one to do 2 things at the same time, and it was even more difficult than doing 2 things at the same time. After all, magic arrays were controlled by spiritual power. If one was distracted, the magic array might collapse, which might cause a backlash. Therefore, ordinary magicians would not use 2 magic array groups at the same time, even if they were like Zhao Hai, who only used 1 magic array with 1 hand in the other. Not many people could do it. After Zhao Hai's magic array took shape, a large number of fiery feather arrows shot out from the magic array. This was the magic array that Zhao Hai was famous for, the 10,000 fiery feather arrow array. These fiery feather arrows were not shot to attack Zhang Yu, but to block the sword chi that Zhang Yu had shot out. Boom, 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 boom. There was a loud bang, and the entire arena was like a cloud of smoke. The people watching the match cheered continuously, while those who knew the game had dark expressions. Whether it was Zhao Hai or Zhang Yu, their strength was enough to attract the attention of everyone in the top 100. While the stage was still filled with smoke like sparks, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, slash. Following his words, the crowd saw a huge sword slashing toward Zhang Yu. 100 giant shields were raised at Zhao Hai's position. The shields trembled twice, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. At this moment, the flames on the stage had disappeared. Everyone could finally see the situation on the stage again. They saw a huge shield in front of Zhao Hai, blocking Zhang Yu's attack. The sword that Zhao Hai had used to attack Zhang Yu had been dodged by her. Not only was Zhang Yu's sword speed extremely fast, but his body technique was also very fast. He kept spinning around Zhao Hai, sending sword chi straight at Zhao Hai, constantly on guard for Zhao Hai's counterattack. Zhao Hai was directing the shield to block in front of him. At the same time, his other hand was gently moving. He was clearly preparing a new magic array. Zhang Yu finally felt the threat from Zhao Hai. He was best at using a fast sword to interrupt the casting of spells, which was why he could defeat the magician. However, Zhao Hai's current situation was beyond his imagination. Zhao Hai could fight him with 2 hands. It was as if he had to deal with 2 magicians at the same time. One magician was defending while the other was attacking. Zhang Yu obviously had no advantage. Now that he saw Zhao Hai preparing other spells, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He paid more attention to Zhao Hai and slowly distanced himself from him. At this moment, Zhao Hai finally waved his hand, and a magic formation consisting of 50 magic formations was formed. The moment the magic formation was formed, it immediately turned red. Then giant fireballs that were more than a meter tall shot out from the magic formation, straight at Zheng Yu. However, the fireballs were not very fast. Zheng Yu laughed disdainfully. He dodged the fireballs that Zhao Hai's magic array shot out. At the same time, he swung his sword at Zhao Hai's giant shield. In his opinion, fireballs that were shot out so slowly would not pose any threat to him. However, as Zheng Yu moved, Zhao Hai's magic array followed her. The giant fireball was still fired at Zheng Yu. The giant fireball shot out more than 10 fireballs, but Zheng Yu dodged them easily. This puzzled the audience. They did not understand why Zhao Hai would use a fireball that was obviously not a threat to Zheng Yu. Although Zheng Yu found it strange, he was still fighting Zhao Hai, so he did not notice anything wrong. He dodged Zhao Hai's fireballs while attacking him. He noticed that Zhao Hai's shield was becoming more and more unstable, which was definitely a good thing for him. Zheng Yu's attack became even faster. He didn't notice that the people below the stage were looking behind him in surprise. Zheng Yu didn't notice that the fireballs that Zhao Hai shot out didn't disappear after reaching his back. Instead, they slowly turned into a burning man. The man was made of fire elements, a fire-type summoned creature. Every type of magic was summoning magic, and the creatures summoned by each type of summoning magic were different. These firemen were the creatures summoned by fire summoning magic, fire demons. In fact, in the lower realm, fire mages could use fire summoning magic to summon fire demons. However, the fire demons summoned in the lower realm were of the lowest level and had very poor strength. In the Jiji realm, the magic of a ray demon was used, and with the rich spirit chi, the fire demons summoned were still very strong. Zhao Hai had already shot out more than a dozen fireballs, and all of them had turned into his fire demon. By now, the audience finally understood why Zhao Hai's fireball was so fast. It was because the fireball was a summoning spell, not an ordinary fireball. After firing 15 fireballs in a row, the magic array finally disappeared. Zhao Hai's hand began to draw again, preparing for the next spell. All of Zheng Yu's attention was on Zhao Hai. He had been watching Zhao Hai, waiting to see what kind of spell he would use next. At that moment, he suddenly felt a burning sensation behind him. Zheng Yu was shocked and dodged to the side, dodging a flaming claw that was reaching for his back. Zheng Yu had just dodged the attack of a fire demon when the attacks of the other fire demons came. These fire demons' attacks were not as slow as Zhao Hai's fireball technique. Their attack speed was also very fast. With more than 10 fire demons, Zheng Yu was in a fluster. Just as he was dodging the fire demons' attacks with all his might, Zhao Hai made his move. With a wave of his hand, a magic array consisting of 10 overlapping magic arrays appeared in front of him. Then 10 huge black arrows emerged from the magic array. The dark sniper arrow was a spell that Zhao Hai had used before. This type of arrow was a combination of wind and dark magic. It was extremely fast and did not make any sound. It was definitely the best spell for assassination. Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the 10 huge dark sniper arrows shot toward Zheng Yu. Although the arrows were fast, they were silent, making it impossible to defend against them. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu was paying attention to Zhao Hai while dealing with the fire demon's attacks. He had also noticed Zhao Hai's spell. When he saw the speed of the arrows, Zheng Yu could not help but be shocked. With a light sneer, he brandished his wind-chasing sword even faster. The sword energy slashed the fire demons into pieces and blocked the dark sniper arrows at the same time. However, at this moment, the 10 dark sniper arrows took a turn and shot straight at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu was shocked, but she did not slow down. The sword in her hand danced into a ball of light, surrounding her in the middle, making it impossible for the arrows to attack her. At this moment, the 100,000 dark assassination arrows circled around and gathered together again. Then these arrows lined up and shot straight at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu immediately gathered her battle energy and waved the wind-chasing rapier in her hand, heading straight for the 100,000 dark assassination arrows. He had just blocked the 10 dark sniper arrows when he found himself surrounded by them. Zhao Hai's flaming feather 10,000 arrow formation had already surrounded him, but it did not attack him. Seeing this, Zheng Yu could not help but feel discouraged. He knew that he had lost, and he did not lose in vain. It could be said that apart from the beginning, the rest of the battle was under Zhao Hai's control. Spell after spell, he was completely led by the nose by Zhao Hai. He did not even manage to play to his own rhythm. Under such circumstances, he could not avoid losing. Zheng Yu kept her wind blade dejectedly and looked at Zhao Hai. "I lost. Zhao Hai, you're really strong. I didn't lose in vain." After he finished speaking, he bowed to Zhao Hai and turned around to leave the ring. At this time, the judges also made their decision. Of course, Zhao Hai won. Now, the judges did not dare to act rashly. At this sensitive time, if they acted rashly, they would be the unlucky ones. Zhao Hai came down from the stage and walked to Xingli and the rest. Xingli patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Good one, little Hai. You're really good. Not bad at all. He's just underestimating the enemy," Zhao Hai replied with a smile. However, Dongfeng Yu shook his head and said, "Come on, Hai, do you really think we're idiots? He didn't underestimate you, but he really isn't your match. I have to say that Xiaofei has the most say in this matter." "Xiaofei, tell me, if you were to face Zheng Yu, what are your chances of winning?" Fei smiled bitterly and said, "Less than 3 levels. Zheng Yu is indeed worthy of his name. His sword speed is really fast. If it wasn't for you being able to use magic arrays at the same time, you would have been the one who lost." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Not bad. Zheng Yu's swordsmanship is really fast. People like her are the most difficult to deal with. Forget it, let's not talk about him. Xiaofei, come to my place when you have the time. You still can't use 2 magic arrays at the same time, right? Come to my place and I'll tell you." After hearing what Zhao Hai said, Fei was overjoyed. It should be known that using 2 magic array groups at the same time was like having one more person to help him in battle. This was definitely a good thing. Although the energy consumption was double, it was completely different from being able to use 2 magic arrays at the same time. When fighting with others, one didn't need to use 2 magic arrays at the same time. When it came to the critical moment, one could use 2 magic arrays at the same time. It could also be used as a surprise. Fei replied immediately. At this moment, the name list of the second group was announced. This time it was Dongfeng Yu, and his opponent wasn't one of the seeded warriors, but one of the top 100. Dongfeng Yu greeted a few people and went up the stage. Because Zhao Hai was on good terms with Xing Li and the others, the people in the array world liked to call them the Four Brothers. This meant that they had a good relationship and were very strong. It was also because of their good relationship that the Ashley family and the Wu family, the Yan family and the Fire God Temple had formed an alliance. This was out of the Ashley family's expectations, but the Ashley family was very happy to see this result. This time, Dongfeng Yu's opponent was also a powerful magician. He had to be more careful. However, his fire dragon sword technique was indeed unique. He defeated his opponent in a short time. After that, Fei was the only one who didn't participate in any matches, and he was really lucky. It wasn't his turn until the second last round. Fei's opponent was also a mage, and that mage wasn't a seeded player. After a while, Fei won. After 2 days of competition, the top 50 had been determined. In the next few days, Zhao Hai and the others could have a good rest. This was because the bottom 50 of the top 100 would have to fight for the 51st to 100th place. Zhao Hai and the others could only be spectators. Although it was only a competition for the 51st to 100th place, it still attracted a large number of spectators every day. After all, the people competing here could be said to be the most outstanding rookies in the field of arrays in the past 5 years. Their battles were still very interesting to watch. After another 4 days of competition, the rankings from 51st to 100th had been decided. Windblade Zheng Yucheng was ranked 51st, and the other contestants were no match for him. This also allowed people to see the strength of the seeded contestants, and at the same time, they had a better understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. The 51st to 100th place had been announced, and the next step would be the battle between the 1st to 50th place. It was time for Zhao Hai and the others to go on stage. In a day's time, another 25 people were eliminated. Then it was time for Zhao Hai and the others to rest, and the eliminated people would fight for the 26th to 50th place. Fortunately, Zhao Hai and the others didn't run into each other. They all successfully advanced to the top 25. In this competition, Zhao Hai met another seeded contestant. However, this seeded contestant wasn't from the Mecha army. He was a seeded contestant from the Light God Powder. In the end, he was defeated by Zhao Hai. After the 26th to the 50th place, it was the fight for the top 25. It was a 2-on-2 fight. There was a bye, and the person who got the bye was naturally lucky. However, this could not be helped. After all, there were people far away. This time, this good luck fell on Fei's head. Fei didn't need to fight to level up, and he was treated to a meal by Zhao Hai and the others. The remaining 24 people were divided into 12 groups to fight each other. However, Zhao Hai's group was not so lucky this time. Zhao Hai finally met Dongfeng Yu. This match had attracted a large number of viewers. The number of online viewers had reached a new high. One reason was that the two of them were both famous experts in the field of arrays. The other reason was that the two of them were friends, so the audience wanted to see the results of the match. Zhao Hai and Dongfeng Yu stood on the stage. Dongfeng Yu looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. "I really didn't expect that I would be so unlucky to meet you first. You have to show mercy and don't let me lose too badly." Zhao Hai looked at Dongfeng Yu and laughed. Quat, I've been looking for a chance to test Second Brother's Fire Dragon Divine Sword for a long time. Today I finally have the chance. Come on, Second Brother, let's have a good battle. Quat. Good, Dongfeng Yu laughed heartily. Let's see how strong you are. After saying that, he drew out his Fire Divine Sword and pointed the tip of the sword at Zhao Hai. At this time the bell rang. Zhao Hai smiled and waved his hand. A 5-layered magic array appeared in front of him. Then the magic array quickly turned red. A fire dragon flew out of the array and pounced toward Dongfeng Yu. Dongfeng Yu couldn't help but laugh when he saw Zhao Hai's attack. He waved the fire dragon divine sword in his hand, and a fiery red sword chi slashed at Zhao Hai's fire dragon. However, to Dongfeng Yu's surprise, when the sword chi was about to hit Zhao Hai's fire dragon, the fire dragon opened its mouth and bit the sword chi. With a loud bang, the sword chi disappeared, but the fire dragon's head was blown away. However, the fire dragon's body suddenly shrank and its head reappeared. It continued to pounce toward Dongfeng Yu. Good, Dongfeng Yu shouted. His body flickered as he flew back. At the same time, he waved the sword in his hand, sending out 2 more sword chi. Finally, he destroyed Zhao Hai's fire dragon. Dongfeng Yu had never thought that Zhao Hai's control of magic would be so exquisite, and that his magic would be so powerful. Dongfeng Yu didn't know that this was just Zhao Hai's normal magic attack. If he were to really fight Dongfeng Yu, he would definitely use his earth energy to enhance his attack. That way, his attack would be even more powerful. The people who had come to watch the competition were overjoyed. The two of them had used such gorgeous big moves. It was very subtle to the people who were watching, and they all cried out. The other people in the top 100 were also watching the battle. Fei and Xingli sat together and stared at the stage. After this exchange, Xingli turned to Fei and said, "Zio Fei, what magic did Zio Hai use just now? How could he be so strong? The sword chi from the east is not to be trifled with. He actually used 3 sword chi to break Little Hai's magic." On the surface, it looks like a normal 10-layered fire dragon spell, but I'm sure that the 10-layered fire dragon spell can't be that powerful. Also, I noticed that there are a lot of magic arrays that I haven't seen before in the magic array group that Big Brother Hai used. I don't know what those magic arrays are for, but the reason why his magic attacks are so strong is probably because of those magic arrays. Fei smiled bitterly. Although Xingli wasn't a mage, he knew a little about magic arrays. After hearing Fei's words, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "So you're saying that Little Hai has already started to create his own magic array?" Fei shook his head and said, "Impossible." If he said that he created his own magic array, then it might be possible. However, it is impossible for him to create his own magic array. Creating his own magic array is much harder than creating his own magic array. Maybe those are the secret magic array groups of the Ashley family. After all, every family has some secret magic array groups that are not passed down. Xingli nodded, sighing. "When people first heard that I was a genius, but compared to Little Hai, I was really too far behind. This kid has only ascended to the upper realm for less than a year, but he already has such achievements. It's really incredible." Fei nodded and sighed. "I don't want to think about it now. The moment I think about it, I feel like I'm going to commit suicide." After hearing Fei's words, Xingli laughed and patted Fei's shoulder. "Quat, don't think too much. That kid is a monster. He can't be measured by normal standards. Quat." While the two were talking, Zhao Hai and Dongfeng Yu had already exchanged a few rounds on the stage. Although the two were fighting with sparks flying everywhere and it looked extremely exciting, those who knew the game knew that the two had not used their full strength at all. It was just a sparring match, like a performance. This made the people in the audience a little puzzled. They knew that the two of them had a good relationship, but this was related to the ranking and the interests of their families. In this situation, they shouldn't be going easy on them, but looking at the two of them, it was really suspicious. The two of them fought for more than half an hour. Zhao Hai mostly used fire magic arrays, and Dongfeng Yu's fire dragon sword was not called for nothing. The fiery red sword chi filled the stage, and the fight was very lively. The audience below the stage was exclaiming, but the judge could not help but smile bitterly. The two of them had really treated the stage as a place to practice. However, they couldn't stop the match. After all, the two of them were still fighting, and they didn't stop to chat. This made them very impatient. Zhao Hai and Dongfeng Yu fought for another 10 minutes before they lost interest in continuing. They had a rough idea of each other's strength. Dongfeng Yu's strength was not bad, but he was still far from Zhao Hai's. The two of them stopped attacking at the same time. Dongfeng Yu put away his fire dragon divine sword and laughed. "Good kid, you're strong enough. It's up to you to fight those guys from the cultivation world." After saying that, Dongfeng Yu turned to the judge and said, "I admit defeat." The judge didn't say anything after seeing the two of them. He went straight to Zhao Haisheng's decision. Of course, no one would object. After all, Dongfeng Yu had admitted defeat. Zhao Hai looked at Dongfeng Yu and laughed. "Quat quat, don't worry, I'll definitely teach those guys from the cultivation world a good lesson. Let's go, I've been bleeding a lot today." After Boss Xing's match, we'll go for a drink. Quat. After saying that, the two of them walked down the ring hand in hand. Looking at the two of them talking and laughing, the people in the audience were surprisingly not angry. On the contrary, they gave the two a round of applause. In the eyes of the people in the audience, this match was completely a witness to the friendship between the two. However, those who were well-versed in martial arts had already noticed something. Although the match just now was just for the sake of sparring, those with discerning eyes could see that Dongfeng Yu had actually tried his best in the match, while Zhao Hai still looked like he was at ease. If the two of them had really fought, the final victory would still have been Zhao Hai. One must know that Zhao Hai's previous opponents had all used up all their means. Whether it was Zheng Yu or Tai Ta, they were all members of the Mecha army. It could be said that they had enmity with Zhao Hai, so they naturally wouldn't go easy on him. However, under such circumstances, they still lost to Zhao Hai. This showed Zhao Hai's strength. After Zhao Hai and Dongfeng Yu sat down beside Xingli, Xingli looked at Dongfeng Yu and chuckled. Dongfeng, how's little Hai's strength? Revealed a little, I'll defeat him then. Dongfeng Yu rolled his eyes at Xingli. Quad I say, boss Xing, don't say I didn't warn you. I know what you're capable of. Although you're a little stronger than me, you're not that strong. If you really want to fight with little Hai, you're far from good. If I were you, I would just admit defeat on the stage. Quat. Xingli laughed and scolded, get lost. Even if you want to admit defeat, you have to fight first before admitting it. Otherwise, people will think that I can't compare to you. Quat, then I'll lose face. When Dongfeng Yu and Fei heard what Xingli said, they couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, the second group's participants were also announced. This time, the participant was Zhu Chen, who was going to fight against the Iron Spear General. It was going to be a battle between two powerhouses. Not to mention Zhu Chen, he was just like Fei a while ago and became a famous figure in the field of arrays. Also, he was a talent that the Earth Godly Palace had been focusing on cultivating. His defense was amazing, his attack was not bad, and he was also very vicious. Iron Spear General, a rare knight. His combat strength was also amazing. One man, one spear, one magic horse, all the way to the top 25. There were very few people who could last more than 20 minutes against him. It could be seen how strong he was. If the two of them were to fight, it would definitely be a good show. Xingli and the others also perked up. Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Chen. Zhu Chen was not tall, but he was very fat. He looked like a Maitreya Buddha, but his eyes were shining with a cold light, causing people to feel a chill down their spine. However, Zhu Chen was still smiling. The smile seemed to have been embedded in his face. It was an unchanging smile that could not be put into words. At this time, Xingli snorted coldly. I think this Zhu Chen is even more annoying than that Iron Spear General. That Iron Spear General only provoked little Hai a little, but this Zhu Chen is a smiling tiger. His smile never disappears, but when he kills people, he never goes easy on them. I hate people like this the most. Quat. Zhao Hai turned to look at Xingli and smiled. Quat, don't worry. No one is allowed to hurt or kill anyone in the arena. We can wait slowly. When the 6th World Tournament is over, we can destroy them. Quat. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xingli and the others all turned to look at him. Xingli looked around and said in a low voice, Quat, little Hai, don't say such things. The 6th Realm Tournament is for the sake of the entire field of arrays. If the people in the field of arrays find out that you have killed them, they will not let you off. Quat. Zhao Hai laughed coldly. Quat, as long as we get a good ranking and gain benefits for the machine array world, they won't even have the time to praise us if they dare to control us. Quat. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Dongfeng Yu and the other two couldn't help but look at each other. They could see a trace of excitement in each other's eyes. They weren't afraid of trouble, but they knew their own strength when it came to fighting against the entire mecha industry. However, if they could really take care of these people who didn't like them, that would be a good thing. Zhao Hai looked at the three of them and smiled. Then he turned his eyes to the arena. Zhu Chen and the Iron Spear General seemed to be talking about something. Unfortunately, the people below couldn't hear them because of the protective shield. However, the two of them soon started fighting. Zhu Chen's defensive ability was indeed very strong. He could easily use 5 or 10 defensive magic arrays. Although the Iron Spear General's attacks were fierce, they couldn't break through Zhu Chen's defense in a short time. Zhu Chen also began to use earth magic to counterattack. The earth magic Quicksand and Earththorn had strong defensive abilities against cavalrymen. Although the magic horse of the Iron Spear General was not weak, it was also affected. Its attacks were not as sharp as before. Zhu Chen's attacks were not weak either, but he was not a weakling either. Although the Spear General's attacks were not as sharp as before, his defense was not bad either. Zhu Chen's attacks could not do anything to him for a while. Zhao Hai and the others were prepared for this. Zhu Chen was a strong defense but weak offense player. When he was up against an opponent, his opponent would usually attack first. When his opponent could not attack him, he would slowly wear his opponent down. Among the top 100 players, Zhu Chen was the one who took the longest time. This time was no exception. The Iron Spear launched a series of attacks, but it couldn't break through Zhu Chen's defense. Then Zhu Chen's counterattack was followed by a series of attacks. To be honest, his counterattacks couldn't be compared to his defensive methods. His offensive methods were too weak. Zhao Hai watched for a while and felt like he was falling asleep. A brilliant match in the eyes of others was boring in Zhao Hai's eyes. This kind of match that didn't allow anyone to be hurt had many concerns on both sides. It was very difficult to perform at their true level. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, the match lasted for more than an hour. In the end, Zhu Chen was the one who wore out the Spear General and won. However, the audience was very dissatisfied because their fight was too ugly. It was not even as good as the match between Zhao Hai and Dongfeng Yu. After the two's match ended, it was Xingli's turn. Xingli had met a good opponent this time. His opponent was Zhang Qinghe, the gold egg who was ranked 10th in the top 10 experts. Zhang Qinghe was a metal element mage, so if he were to fight Xingli, the two would definitely be a match for each other. So when Zhao Hai saw that Xingli's opponent was Zhang Qinghe, he turned to Xingli and said, "Quat boss Xing, you have to be careful. Don't get eliminated by your teacher before the two of us have a chance to compete." Quat. Quat HMPH. Quat Xingli snorted coldly. "Don't worry, I'll definitely have a good spar with you in the arena." Quat he stood up and walked to the ring, but he was not as relaxed as he said. He still attached great importance to Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing was a metal element mage who was known for his offensive power. In addition, he was a metal element sorcerer when he was in the mortal world, which made his magic attacks more varied, and his control was also very strong. Judy was an extremely difficult opponent. To be honest, in terms of strength, he might be a little stronger than Fei. Xingli and Zhang Qinghe stood on the stage, both of them calmly looking at each other. They both knew that the other was not easy to deal with. Although the top 10 experts were ranked together, they had never fought before. They had also seen each other's strength before and had a rough understanding of each other's strength. However, if they were to really fight, neither of them dared to be careless. As soon as the competition bell rang, Xingli immediately shouted. The flail was already in his hand. At the same time, his body moved and he pounced straight towards Zhang Qinghe. Zhang Qing moved his hand, and a big iron ball appeared in his hand. Then the big iron ball split into 5 small iron balls and surrounded him. Then Zhang Qing moved his hand, and a magic array of 5 overlapping formations appeared in front of him. The magic array exploded, and a sky full of arrows shot towards Xingli. Zhang Qing's 10,000 arrow formation was not like Zhao Hai's, which was composed of fire and metal magic. On the contrary, Zhang Qing's 10,000 arrow formation was only metal magic, but it was faster, sharper, and more penetrating. Xingli coldly snorted and swung the hammer in his hand forward. A huge circular chi shot out from his hammer. This chi was Xingli's unique hammer chi, which was also a variation of sword chi. However, sword chi was like an arrow or a blade, while Xingli's chi was like a hammer. The 10,000 arrow formation that Zhang Qinghe had released was scattered by Xingli. Then Xingli swung the hammer in his other hand forward, and another circular chi jin shot towards Zhang Qinghe. Xingli saw that Zhang Qinghe didn't use any defensive magic array, so he wanted to give him a long-range attack to see how good Zhang Qinghe's defense was. Zhang Qing didn't dodge. One of the 5 iron balls floating beside him suddenly stopped in front of him and instantly turned into a big shield, blocking in front of Zhang Qing. At this time, Xingli's hammer-shaped chi jin slowly reached in front of Zhang Qing and was blocked by the big shield. The big shield in front of Zhang Qinghe trembled and let out a sound like a giant bell, blocking Xingli's chi jin. Seeing this situation, Xingli's eyes couldn't help but narrow. He was very clear that although his hammer looked very casual, he had used about 70 of his strength. Because the battle energy he had learned was based on strength, ordinary people might not be able to block this attack even if they used 5 magic arrays. However, Zhang Qing blocked it with an iron ball. It seemed that his defense ability was really strong. Although he knew that Zhang Qinghe was very strong, Xingli wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he was excited. He had long wanted to find an equal opponent, but unfortunately his previous opponents were not hidden. This time he could finally have a good fight. Thinking about this, Xingli laughed madly, his battle intent raging as he shouted, "Good, Zhang Qing, you really didn't disappoint me. Ha ha ha, come, let's have a good fight." After that, he roared and pounced on Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing looked at Xingli's appearance and cried out in his heart. Although he seemed to have easily blocked Xingli's attack, he had actually used all his strength. Xingli's one attack was already so strong, if it happened a few more times, it would be even worse. Zhang Qinghe immediately changed his tactics. He tried to keep a distance from Xingli and then used magic to attack. He no longer took Xingli's hammer-shaped chi jin head-on, but dodged it. Xingli naturally noticed Zhang Qing's change, but he didn't get angry. It was normal for a mage to use Zhang Qing's tactics in a fight between a warrior and a mage. Although in the array world, a warrior could release chi jin to attack a mage, it would take time for the chi jin to hit the enemy. A mage could use this time to dodge or defend, just like a warrior could also open up the distance between a warrior and a mage. It was like avoiding the spells cast by mages. Xingli had experienced this kind of tactic before, so he already had a way to deal with it. Not to mention that they were on a stage that wasn't very big, so Xingli was even less afraid of this tactic. Xingli's figure moved, his body movements turning sharply. The chain hammer in his hand swung out, and the hammer shadow pressed down on Zhang Qinghe. Zhao Hai noticed that Xingli's hammer technique was very special. It wasn't just a close combat hammer technique, but a set of close combat hammer techniques that was used in combination with hammer-shaped chi jin. The close combat hammer technique could only attack the enemy within the range of a warrior, while the hammer-shaped chi jin could attack the enemy from a distance. Xing Li's hammer technique was a very good combination of the close combat hammer technique and the hammer-shaped Qi Jin. His hammer Wu Zai would shoot out Qi Jin from time to time, and his whole body was like a wall that pushed towards Zhang King. At the same time, it was slowly squeezing Zhang King's movement space, making it smaller and smaller. As a result, it was impossible for Zhang King to use the method of increasing the distance to deal with Xing Li. Zhao Hai carefully observed Xing Li. He realized that the two flail in Xing Li's hands were specially made. Not only could they shoot out hammer-shaped Qi Jin, the flail's chain was also very special. It was very long. When Xing Li used the chain, the flail's attack range would cover at least a few dozen meters around him. This number was definitely not an exaggeration. Zhang Qinghe also noticed Xing Li's tactic. To be honest, Xing Li's tactic wasn't a smart one, but it was the most unsolvable one. Xing Li was tall and strong, his defensive power was amazing, and his offensive power was also amazing. In addition, the method he used seemed clumsy, but it was very effective. Zhang Qinghe really didn't have a better way to deal with it. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and Zhang Qing's room for movement was getting smaller and smaller. Zhang King knew that this couldn't go on. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He shouted and waved his hand. The 5 big iron balls around him suddenly combined together and stood in front of him, turning into a huge shield. At the same time, he began to chant a spell slowly and made a hand seal. It seemed that he wanted to use the huge shield to block Xing Li's attacks and then take this opportunity. Use a powerful spell to force the bear back and gain some space for yourself. However, by doing so, the consumption of his mental strength would be very large. He would still be at a disadvantage against Xing Li, but if he didn't do this now, then he could only watch as he was forced to a dead cow by Xing Li bit by bit. That would be even worse. But just as he raised the shield in front of him, Xing Li suddenly moved. He retracted his 2 chain hammers and then his body suddenly moved forward. In an instant, he was in front of the shield. He raised the 2 hammers in his hands and fiercely smashed them onto the shield. Clang! This sound was much louder than the sound of a bell. Zhang Qinghe, who was forming hand seals, was also shocked. He knew that the thing he was most worried about had happened. Xing Li didn't wait for him to form hand seals, but took the opportunity to launch an attack. Zhang Qinghe sighed in his heart. He knew that if Xing Li got close to him, he would lose. If he continued to fight, he would only humiliate himself. Thinking of this, Zhang Qinghe moved his hand and put away the big shield. Then he looked at Xing Li and said, "I admit defeat." Just as Xing Li raised his hammer and was about to hit Zhang Qinghe again, he suddenly realized that the shield had disappeared. Following that, Zhang Qinghe admitted defeat. Xing Li couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he pouted and said, "It's so boring." After he finished speaking, he put away his hammer. At this time, the judge announced that he won. However, Xing Li wasn't that happy and directly left the stage. Zhao Hai looked at Xing Li's expression and smiled. "Come on, big brother, don't think so much. Let's go. There's nothing much to see in the rest of the competition today. Why don't we go for a drink?" Xing Li nodded. "Okay, let's go and drink." Just as they were about to leave, Dongfeng Yu suddenly stopped and pulled Xing Li and the others back. Xing Li and the others were stunned. Dongfeng Yu pointed at the ring, and the others looked at the ring and also stopped. After Xing Li's match, the drawing of lots for the next group began. The person who appeared on the stage this time made Zhao Hai and the others stop, because this person was simply too famous. In terms of fame, he was even more famous than Xing Li. This person was Strip. The Ice Saint Strip was the #1 genius that had appeared in Water Spirit Temple in recent years. He was powerful and handsome, and was the Prince Charming of countless girls in the world of arrays. Moreover, this person was gentle and polite to others, and usually did all kinds of good things. He was a perfect incarnation. However, Zhao Hai felt that this person was too hypocritical. Zhao Hai did not believe that there was such a perfect person in this world. If he was really so perfect, so selfless, and did so many good things, he would not have been able to ascend to the array world. He would have been killed many times. However, in the array world, he had chosen to do this perfectly. This made Zhao Hai very confused. He didn't know what this guy was up to. The realm of arrays was not like ancient China. If you pretended to be a gentleman, everyone would really treat you as a gentleman or a saint. In the realm of arrays, strength was everything. If you were not strong enough, it was useless to pretend to be a gentleman. If you were strong, even if you were a bad person, there would be people protecting you. Therefore, Zhao Hai was a little confused by what Strip was doing. He had no idea what he was trying to do. It was because of this thought that Zhao Hai wanted to take a closer look at Strip to find out what he was doing. So when he saw that it was Strip's match, he stopped. As for Xing Li and the others, they were even more so. Strip was the #1 expert in the top 10, and Xing Li was not convinced by him. Now that he was finally going to fight, they naturally had to stay and watch. Strip had fought with others before, but those who were not in the top 100 had admitted defeat. After entering the top 100, Strip had not met any decent opponents, and had finished them off in a few moves. That was why Zhao Hai and the others had not yet had a clear understanding of Strip's strength. This time, they thought that Strip would be serious because of his opponent. His opponent was also one of the top 10 experts, Lu Dingshan. Lu Dingshan, the army destroyer, was the most low-key among the top 10 experts. He was probably the most low-key apart from Yan Zhenshin, the lone wolf who had been a death warrior. However, he was different from Yan Zhenshin. In the 4 years since Yan Zhenshin ascended, he had made 1,000 moves and killed all his opponents. Although he was very low-key, the things he did were not low-key at all. But Lu Dingshan was different. He was really low-key, whether it was his behavior or his actions. However, his strength was beyond doubt. With the long spear in his hand and the army-breaking spear technique, he was absolutely worthy of the title of the top 10 experts. As expected of the idol of thousands of girls, Strip's handsome appearance and blue hair made him have the ability to charm thousands of girls. Compared to him, Lu Dingshan was much more ordinary. Lu Dingshan looked to be about 30 years old. He was dark and thin. He was not very tall and his face was cold and hard. He wore armor and held a long spear in his hand. He looked like a soldier in ancient times, not a powerful warrior. After the two stood still, Strip bowed to Lu Dingshan. Lu Dingshan returned a military salute. This military salute was very strange. He only raised his dagger axe and knocked it on the ground once and it was over. Then the bell for the start of the match rang. Lu Dingshan held his dagger axe with both hands and looked at Strep with eagle-like eyes. However, Strep smiled slightly, full of confidence. Just as Zhao Hai was about to take a closer look to see who was going to make the first move, he suddenly heard an OWW coming from behind him. Zhao Hai jumped in shock. He turned around and saw that the women in the stands behind him had all gone crazy. They were all shouting Strip's name loudly. They looked like they had gone mad. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. Then, he could not help but smile bitterly. He really did not expect to see a star chaser in the array world. Furthermore, it was such a crazy star chaser. Xingli and the rest also noticed the women and they couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xingli even sighed, if we're talking about this person's teacher aura, he's really taking advantage of others. I have a feeling that this guy isn't a good person. I'll fight him once in a while. I'd like to test his strength. Zhao Hai chuckled. At this moment, Strep and Lu Dingshan had already started fighting. Strep used 10 magic arrays instantly. Lu Dingshan's army-shattering dagger axe wasn't to be trifled with either. The two of them fought back and forth, and it was very lively. However, Zhao Hai felt that something was wrong when he saw Strip's attack. The magic arrays that Strip used were all very ordinary magic array combinations. Such magic array combinations couldn't possibly have such great power. However, in Strip's hands, these magic arrays had suddenly become extraordinarily powerful. This was truly strange. Zhao Hai looked at Strip's actions and said to Laura and the others in his mind, "Quat Laura, analyze Strip's situation. Why is he so powerful even though he's using an ordinary magic array?" Laura and the others responded and immediately used the universal analysis machine in the realm to analyze the process of Strip's attack. Soon, the results were out. Laura's voice came, "Quat Brother Hai, it's over. The reason why Strip is so strong is probably because of his special cultivation method. He might have added some other methods into his mental power during his cultivation, so that when he uses magic attacks, there will be a stacking effect, just like how you added Gang Chi into a magic array, Brother Hai." Zhao Hai was taken aback. Then his expression changed like Gang Chi. Judging from his appearance, it's not the reaction of adding stellar energy into the magic array. It must be some other method. Could it be baleful energy? Quat, I don't know yet, Laura replied. Quat, we don't have any information on baleful chi. Quat. Zhao Hai didn't ask any more questions. He was very clear that Lu Dingshan was going to lose. Strep had something similar to Gang Chi to help him attack, which was an advantage in itself. Moreover, his true strength was not at all inferior to Lu Dingshan's, so Lu Dingshan had no chance of turning the tables. However, Lu Dingshan was not to be trifled with. Although Strip used a Qi Jin that Zhao Hai didn't know about to attack Lu Dingshan was tightly guarding the door and didn't fall into a disadvantage for a while. The two of them fought for more than an hour. In the end, Lu Dingshan was frozen by a spell from Strip and lost. Seeing this result, Xingli and the others' faces became heavy. Xingli could already see that Lu Dingshan's strength was almost on par with his. The two of them really fought. It might end in a situation where both of them would be injured. However, Lu Dingshan was not Strep's opponent. In other words, if he were to fight Strep, he might not be his opponent either. This made Xingli's heart heavy. Zhao Hai looked at Xingli's expression and chuckled. "What's the matter, boss Xing? You're not afraid of him. Don't worry, but he met me. I promise I'll take care of him." When Xingli heard what Zhao Hai said, he rolled his eyes and said, "Quat, get lost. I'm afraid of him, but to be honest, this Strip does have some skills. Quat." Zhao Hai smiled. Of course, he knew why Strip was so strong. With the addition of that thing that Zhao Hai still didn't know what kind of power it was, he was definitely strong. If it wasn't for him, he would have lived up to his title of first place. They found a place to have a good meal and then went back to rest. The next day, they gathered at the arena again. There were 13 people in the competition this time. They were divided into 6 pairs, and one of them would get a bye. The one who got the bye was the one who got the least chance. Zhao Hai and the others knew this person. He was one of the top 10 masters, gentle breeze and fine rain Lei Zai Ocean. He had wind and water attributes and was from the wind god Jan Lei's family. He was also very weak. Now that Lei Zai Ocean got the free pass, the rest of the participants had to draw lots. Fei wasn't as lucky this time, and he drew Zhu Chen, the shooting star. Two of them fought on the stage, and in the end, Fei's attacks couldn't break Zhu Chen's defense and he was defeated. Then Xingli was picked. His opponent was not simple either. He was one of the top 10 experts, Lone Wolf Yan Zhenshen. This person's movement technique was swift and powerful. However, he was still defeated by Xingli in the end. However, Xingli had also used a lot of strength to defeat him. Zhao Hai was drawn this time, and his opponent was another of the top 10 experts. Zhao Hai had seen him fight before, and it was Crazy Gale Li. To be honest, Zhao Hai liked Maniac Li's personality very much. Although this person was very impulsive and had a bad temper, he had a straight temper and liked to seek justice. This kind of person was worth befriending. Zhao Hai walked out of the ring and looked at Maniac Li, who was standing opposite him. He smiled and bowed to Maniac Li. "Quad, I've long heard of the name, Mad Gale Li. I truly admire you, especially when Zhang Minju of the Zhang family made a big speech outside. When Mr. Li fought with his 5-element swordsman, Zhao Hai was really envious. It's just that I've never had the chance to make friends with you. It's really a pity. Quat." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Maniac Li couldn't help but have a good impression of him. He laughed and said, "Quat, Mr. Zhao Hai, you're too kind. To be honest, I didn't agree for you to become a seeded player, but after seeing your skills, I can only admit that I'm impressed. It's my bad luck to have met you today. I don't think I'm your match, but I'll have to fight you. Quat." Zhao Hai laughed. "Quat, that's right. After the competition, let's have a drink together. I'll introduce you to big brother Xingli, second brother Dongfeng, and son Fei. Quat." "Quat, that's great." Quat Maniac Li laughed. "Quat, sir, let's start." Quat at this time, the bell that signaled the start of the match rang. Madman Li's 2 axes were in his hands. Zhao Hai didn't hold back. He cast a 5-layered magic spell and fought with Maniac Li. Although Maniac Li knew that he wasn't Zhao Hai's match, he was still a battle maniac. He had given his all in this battle. Zhao Hai didn't hold back either. He knew that if he didn't give his all in this battle, people would think that he was looking down on him, so he didn't hold back. Sword, chi, and magic flew everywhere in the ring. It was very lively. The two of them fought for more than half an hour before Zhao Hai finally found an opportunity to defeat Li Quangren. The two of them left the stage, and Zhao Hai introduced Li Quangren to Xingli and the others. Xingli and the others were very happy and wanted to go for a drink. They didn't care about the rest of the competition at all. The next day's competition was to compete for the top 4. Of course, one person would still have to get a bye. Although it seemed unfair, there was no other way. The result of the drawing of lots made people wonder if someone had manipulated the competition. Lei Zai Ocean had gotten a bye again. Not only Zhao Hai, but even Xingli and the others were surprised by this result. However, the competition had to continue. Zhao Hai was the first to fight, and his opponent was a familiar face, Zhu Chen. Zhao Hai could not help but smile when he saw Zhu Chen. He wanted to test Zhu Chen's defensive capabilities. Without saying anything, the two of them went up to the stage and waited for the bell to ring before they made their move. Zhu Chen did the same thing as before. He immediately set up a defensive magic array and not just one layer. Of course, Zhao Hai would not hold back. This time, he launched a series of fierce attacks. He stacked up 10 to 50 formations and threw them at Zhu Chen as if they were free. The ferocity of his attacks was something that Zhao Hai had never seen before in any of his matches. This time, Zhu Chen stopped his attack and focused on defense. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, stopped his defense and focused on his attack. The audience was dumbfounded. They had never seen such a battle before. This was a battle between the strongest attacker and the strongest defender. The only thing that mattered now was who could win. Zhao Hai had not used his righteous force in the past few matches because it was not necessary. He did not use his righteous force in the match against Zhu Chen either. Although he was the attacker and he might consume more energy than Zhu Chen must have consumed a lot of energy as well. If he were to just use his righteous force, Zhu Chen would not be able to beat him. Only now did everyone realize Zhao Hai's power. Seeing how Zhao Hai had casually cast the 50 magic arrays, everyone now had a better understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. They no longer had any doubts about him. The two of them had been fighting for more than an hour. Zhao Hai's attack had not weakened at all. Zhu Chen, on the other hand, was getting a little tired. Although he had consumed the recovery potion, his consumption of energy was slower than his recovery. He was now at a complete disadvantage. He did not even have the chance to fight back. On the other hand, Zhao Hai had yet to drink any potions. It was clear that he was stronger than Zhu Chen. Zhu Chen knew that he would not be able to win if the battle continued, so he surrendered immediately. The top 4 had finally been decided. They were Zhao Hai, Strip, Xingli, and Lei Zai Ocean. This time there would be no one else getting a bye. However, after the top 4 appeared, the 4 of them would have a few days of rest. Next up would be the battle between the 5th to 25th place. This was still a few days' time for the individual competition. After that would be the final highlight, the battle of the top 4. Zhao Hai also watched the battles between the 5th to the 25th place. After all, Fei and the others were all going to participate in this competition. Zhao Hai was quite satisfied with the results. Fei, Dongfeng Yu, and Li Quangren all made it into the top 10. Li Quangren was in the 6th place, Dongfeng Yu was in the 8th place, and Fei was in the 10th place. The results were not bad. Although the battle between the 5th to the 25th place had reached the point of white heat, it was not the main event. The main event was still the top 4. However, the competition between the 5th to the 25th place took 3 days. During these 3 days, Zhao Hai and the others would go to the arena to watch the competition. After watching the competition, they would go for a drink and live a happy life. Over the past few days, Xingli and the others had a better understanding of Maniac Lei. There was nothing to say about his temper. It was very bad. He was not only bad-tempered, but he was also the kind of person who would find trouble for you. However, in general, this person's character was really straightforward and cute. In his eyes, there was no right or wrong, only whether he liked it or not. If he didn't like it, he would even dare to fight with the emperor. If he liked it, he would do anything. Even if his axe was immediately exchanged for wine to drink, he would not say anything. On the contrary, he would laugh. If such a person befriended a bad person, he would definitely be used as a tool. However, befriending Zhao Hai and the others was the right choice. Zhao Hai and the others were not bad people. Finally, under everyone's anticipation, the semi-finals officially began. The name list for the first match of the semi-finals was quickly announced. Steep vs Xingli won. Seeing this name list, the people below the stage were all overjoyed. Strip was originally ranked first among the top 10 experts and was originally the one with the highest chances of winning the championship. In addition, he was handsome, gentle, and polite. He was very popular in the array world. Xingli, originally ranked second in the top 10 experts, had strong combat power. Coupled with his burly appearance, he was the dream man of many women. Moreover, he was the only warrior to enter the top 4, so he had a high prestige among warriors. Moreover, this was a direct clash between the first and second ranked of the top 10 experts. Naturally, sparks would fly in all directions, and people would be very excited. The semi-finals were different from the others. The competition was more formal. After the list was out, both sides were allowed to prepare for half an hour before the competition officially began. Xingli sat there and looked at Strip, who was not far away. Strip also looked at Xingli and smiled at him, nodding his head. His demeanor was really good. Although Xingli hated people like Strip, he also knew that there were many people watching them from the array world. He couldn't lose his composure, so he also nodded to Strip and smiled. Zhao Hai looked at Xingli and smiled, whispering in his ear, "Quat boss Xing, you have to be careful this time. I've received news these past few days that this Strip is a little strange. Quat." When Xingli heard Zhao Hai say this, he immediately became alert and said, "Strange. What's strange?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, this Strip might have had some kind of fortuitous encounter. I've been watching him for the past few days, and the magic arrays he uses are all ordinary magic arrays, but their offensive power is extremely strong. So I think there must be something strange about him that makes his magic array attack different from the others. So, Boss Xing, if you're going to fight him, you have to be careful." Quad. When Xingli heard what Zhao Hai said, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he said, "Okay, I know, don't worry, I'll be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. Half an hour passed quickly, and Xingli and Strip also went up the stage. After they stood still, their expressions were heavy. As soon as the bell rang, the match officially began. However, unexpectedly, no one attacked first. Both of them knew that the other party was not to be trifled with, so they were very careful. Xingli's twin hammers were already in his hands, and Strip had also cast a defensive magic array on himself. The two of them stared at each other, and neither of them moved. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. After a full 5 minutes, Xingli suddenly roared and swung the hammer in his hand. A hammer-shaped energy shot towards Strip. Strip also quickly raised his hand, and 10 magic arrays stacked on top of each other went up to meet the energy. The battle had finally begun. Xingli's hammer technique had been completely unleashed. However, this time he didn't push it forward like he did when he fought with Zhang Qinghe. Instead, he unleashed his hammer technique, tightly guarding his door, and at the same time he sent out his Qi Jin to attack Strip. Strip's attacks were also very careful. He casually cast 5 and 10 overlapping magic circles, and at the same time, he would cast a defensive spell on himself from time to time. The battle between the two was very strange. In the first 5 minutes, neither of them made a move, but when Xingli made a move, it was like an explosive that had been lit, suddenly exploding. The two of them attacked each other with all their strength, hoping to end the battle quickly. Xingli's Thunderbolt hammer technique had already been fully unleashed. Every hammer strike contained the power of 10,000 thunderbolts. However, he wasn't feeling good either. He realized that Zhao Hai was right. Strip's attacks were indeed a little strange. He had fought with ice mages before. The spells cast by ice mages were very powerful, but they were not a threat as long as they were blocked by his combat energy. However, the magic in Strip's hand was different. Even if his magic was blocked by battle energy, there would still be threads of cold air that would pierce into the body like needles, forcing you to spend some effort to resolve these cold air. No one could concentrate on attacking. At first, Xingli didn't pay much attention to these needle-like Qi Jin, thinking that it wasn't a big deal for them to enter his body. However, when the Qi Jin entered his body, Xingli realized that something was wrong. As soon as the Qi Jin entered his body, it immediately started to destroy everything. Xingli had to waste a lot of Du Qi to digest it. This made Xingli even more careful, but even so, he was still slowly falling into a disadvantage. Strep was not Zhu Chen. Zhu Chen's attack was not very strong, but Strep's attack and defense were both extremely strong. The two of them fought for more than an hour. Zhao Hai's brows were furrowed, and the expressions of Dongfeng Yu and the others weren't looking good either. Xingli was now at a complete disadvantage and had almost no hope of winning. If the two were fighting for their lives, Xingli could still use some other methods, but he was not allowed to hurt people on the stage, so Xingli's hands and feet were bound and he couldn't use his full strength. The two fought for another half an hour. Xingli realized that if they continued, he would lose very badly. Xingli knew that he couldn't do anything, so he stopped and admitted defeat. When Xingli came down from the stage, Zhao Hai looked at him and said with a smile, "Boss Xing, is there something strange about that guy?" Xingli nodded. "It's indeed strange, very strange. That guy's attack seems to have another kind of Qi Jin in it. Normally, a mage's attack shouldn't have Qi Jin, but there is Qi Jin there. It's very strange." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, this strip must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter, but don't worry, Boss Xing. I'll definitely take care of him. I'll definitely get first place." Quat. Xingli chuckled. "If I really fought with my life, I wouldn't be afraid of that guy. It's just that in this arena, many methods can't be used. That's why he has an advantage." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. The second round of the competition had entered the preparatory stage. Of course, there was no need to draw lots this time. There were only two contestants left, Zhao Hai versus Lei Zai Ocean. Half an hour passed by in the blink of an eye. Zhao Hai walked up the stage. To his surprise, Lei Zai Ocean did not go up. Zhao Hai waited for a few minutes before Lei Zai Ocean slowly walked up. Lei Zai Ocean looked to be in his 20s. He was wearing a navy blue magic robe with all kinds of patterns embroidered with gold threads. He looked very beautiful. His long golden hair was tied into a ponytail casually. He looked very handsome, but the arrogance on his face was really unpleasant to look at. Zhao Hai looked at Lei Zai Ocean with a calm expression. When Lei Zai Ocean stood on the stage, the ring's protective shield was raised. Zhao Hai did not make a sound. He knew that if he were to get angry now, he would be at a disadvantage. Lei Zai Ocean's plan to enter the stage late would be realized. Lei Zai Ocean was surprised to see Zhao Hai keeping his silence. However, he still chuckled and said, "Zhao Hai, it wasn't easy for you to get to where you are today. How about this, just admit defeat. It'll save you from embarrassment if you lose." Zhao Hai looked at Lei Zai Ocean. He did not know if he should call Lei Zai Ocean arrogant or stupid. He had already come this far. There was no way he would surrender, let alone that he was strong. Even if he was not strong enough, he would still have to give it a try. Otherwise, how could he survive in the field of arrays? However, Lei Zai Ocean had actually asked him to surrender as if he was doing charity. This left Zhao Hai speechless. Seeing that Zhao Hai did not say anything, Lei Zai Ocean could not help but reveal a look of displeasure. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's wrong? Don't you want to surrender? I'm giving you face, but I'm giving you face. If you don't surrender, then I won't give you any face." Zhao Hai looked at Lei Zai Ocean and suddenly asked, "Are we close?" Lei Zai Ocean was stunned for a moment before he shook his head. "I'm not." Zhao Hai nodded. "So we knew each other before, or do you know Xingli and the others? We have a friendship." Lei Zai Ocean did not know what Zhao Hai meant. He chuckled and said, "What's wrong? Trying to make friends? I'm telling you, I don't know any of the people you're talking about. Weren't familiar with each other before, so that's how it is. Since we're not close, why are you giving me face?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Could it be that you're not strong enough and you're only relying on others to give you face to get to where you are today? So you also like to give face to others. I wonder if I'm right." Lei Zai Ocean's face turned red with anger when he heard Zhao Hai's words. "Quat bullsh t. I, Lei Zai Ocean, ascended at the age of 20 and became a 4th-grade magician at the age of 23. I'm a publicly acknowledged genius in the field of magic arrays. I don't need people to give me face. All right, since you've said so, I won't hold back. If I don't show you my power today, you won't know how powerful I, Lei Zai Ocean, am." With a wave of his hand, Lei Zai Ocean conjured a 10-fold magic array and fired a series of ice arrows at Zhao Hai. The speed of the ice arrows was extremely fast. It was obvious that they had been enhanced by wind-type magic. Zhao Hai didn't seem to mind at all. He smiled and waved his hand. A 5-layered magic array appeared in front of him. Then the magic array turned into a huge shield, blocking in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand as soon as the shield appeared. A fire magic array consisting of 10 overlapping formations appeared. a fire dragon flew out of the magic array and charged at Lei Zai Ocean. Lei Zai Ocean snorted coldly as the 10 overlapping formations appeared. Following that, an ice dragon flew out of the magic array. The ice dragon and the fire dragon intertwined with each other, as if they were two real dragons biting each other. Right after Zhao Hai launched the fire dragon, he immediately launched another flaming feather arrow formation at Lei Zai Ocean. Lei Zai Ocean was a little surprised. The ice dragon and the fire dragon were currently fighting each other. Although they were fighting intensely, it would take a lot of spiritual power to command them to fight like real dragons. Lei Zai Ocean was using all his spiritual power to command the ice dragon and could not release any other magic spells. However, Zhao Hai was able to do so now. This was enough to prove that Zhao Hai was stronger than him. Lei Zai Ocean's face turned even uglier at the thought of this. He had always been regarded as a genius since he was young, which had developed his arrogant character. He had never put anything in his eyes, but now someone more talented than him had appeared. How could he accept this? Lei Zai Ocean immediately gave up on controlling the ice dragon and immediately released a 10-layered magic array. The magic array exploded immediately and turned into 5 huge ice shields, protecting Lei Zai Ocean. Meanwhile, Lei Zai Ocean was chanting a spell softly and making hand gestures. It was obvious that he was preparing to release an even more advanced magic. Zhao Hai took a glance at Lei Zai Ocean and smiled. With a wave of his hand, a magic array consisting of 10 overlapping formations appeared in front of him. Following that, a huge icicle flew out from the magic array. The moment the icicle flew out, a strong wind immediately surrounded it. The icicle began to spin like a huge drill. With a wave of Zhao Hai's hand, the huge drill flew towards Lei Zai Ocean. Lei Zai Ocean's ice shield immediately appeared in front of him. However, the drill only stopped for a moment before it bore a huge hole in the ice shield and continued its way toward Lei Zai Ocean. Lei Zai Ocean, who was in the middle of forming a hand seal, was taken aback. He could not care less about the hand seal and flew backward. However, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his back. Lei Zai Ocean was shocked when he felt a warm breath coming from behind him. He turned around and realized that the fire dragon that had been fighting with his ice dragon had already appeared behind him. It was waiting for him to fly over with its mouth wide open. Just as Lei Zai Ocean stopped in his tracks, the icicle stopped right in front of him. Lei Zai Ocean could feel the cold air on the icicle. It was a combination of fire and ice. This was a classic combination of fire and ice. Lei Zai Ocean knew that he had lost. He never thought that Zhao Hai would still be able to control the fire dragon under such circumstances. Although he did not see how the fire dragon had managed to get behind him, he was sure that it had only managed to get behind him after destroying his ice dragon. This meant that Zhao Hai had been controlling the fire dragon all this time. He was multitasking. Lei Zai Ocean's guess was not wrong. Zhao Hai was multitasking. In fact, he could do more than that. However, it was enough to deal with Lei Zai Ocean. When Lei Zai Ocean gave up on controlling the ice dragon, Zhao Hai did not give up on controlling the fire dragon. Instead, he commanded the fire dragon to destroy the ice dragon. Then he commanded the fire dragon to run behind Lei Zai Ocean. At that time, Lei Zai Ocean was preparing his great magic, so he did not pay attention to the fire dragon. Thus, the fire dragon successfully hid behind Lei Zai Ocean and became a surprise attack. Under such circumstances, even if Lei Zai Ocean did not admit defeat, Zhao Hai would still win. Hence, with a wave of his hand, Zhao Hai kept away the icicle and fire dragon. At this moment, the judge had also declared Zhao Hai's victory. Lei Zai Ocean looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. He had never thought that he would lose to Zhao Hai. To be honest, he did not think highly of Zhao Hai. However, it did not mean that he was looking down on Zhao Hai. In fact, he was jealous of Zhao Hai. All along, Lei Zai Ocean had been regarded as a genius. In fact, he was regarded as the most talented one. However, when compared to Zhao Hai, he seemed to be lacking. In less than a year's time after his ascension, he had already become a 4th-tier magic caster. On the other hand, Lei Zai Ocean had only achieved this in 3 years. It was precisely because of this jealousy that he had not been able to see Zhao Hai smoothly, so he had put on an arrogant look. Half of it was because that was his personality, and the other half was because he wanted to embarrass Zhao Hai. He wanted to defeat Zhao Hai in front of everyone and prove that he was the most talented one. Although he had watched Zhao Hai's matches before, he never thought that Zhao Hai could beat him. But now, Zhao Hai had really beaten him, and he had won so easily. From the start of the match until now, it had only been 20 minutes. 20 minutes was considered a short time even in the competition of the top 25, let alone the battle for the top 4. In the battle of the top 4, they had been defeated in 20 minutes. Lei Zai Ocean felt as if the sky had collapsed. Zhao Hai noticed Lei Zai Ocean's reaction, but he was not in the mood to comfort him. He was not related to Lei Zai Ocean in any way, so there was no need for him to be a good person. Hence, after the judge announced the result, Zhao Hai left the ring. The moment he returned to Xingli's side, Xingli immediately gave Zhao Hai a bear hug and laughed. Good boy, well done. This is the shortest semi-finals I've ever seen. Ha 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 ha. Quite yeah, I didn't expect it to be over in such a short time, Dongfeng Yu said with a smile. Quite well done, little Hai. Quite. Quite it's nothing. Maybe Lei Zai Ocean has underestimated him. I'm not going to do anything today, but Boss Xing, you're going to fight Lei Zai Ocean soon. I haven't tested his skills yet, so you'd better be careful. Quat Zhao Hai smiled. Don't worry, I'll definitely win this match. Xing Li smiled. Dongfeng Yu and the others also laughed. They did not leave the arena because there would be a competition later. This competition would be to fight for the third and fourth place, Xing Li against Lei Zai Ocean. There would be a half an hour break in between. The battle for the first and second place would be held tomorrow. Half an hour's time passed by very quickly. Xing Li had also entered the ring, and not long after, Lei Zai Ocean had also entered the ring. However, it was very obvious that this time, Lei Zai Ocean did not come up late on purpose. He had not yet recovered from the blow just now, and was a little out of sorts. With the sound of a bell, the battle between Xing Li and Lei Zai Ocean began. Lei Zai Ocean's performance was a little off-standard, and his strength was not even at the 6th level of his peak, which allowed Xing Li to win the competition easily. To be honest, Lei Zai Ocean's level was not just this. It was only when he was defeated by Zhao Hai that his confidence was severely affected, which caused him to perform abnormally. Otherwise, even if Xing Li could win, it would have been a tough battle. After all, Lei Zai Ocean was a dual-element magician. Following the conclusion of Xing Li and Lei Zai Ocean's match, the entire preliminaries were nearing their end. Tomorrow would be the final match of the preliminaries, with Zhao Hai against Strip. This was considered by everyone to be the biggest dark horse in the field of mecha arrays. It was really hard to say who would have the last laugh in the battle against the #1 rookie. In the eyes of the people from the array world, although Zhao Hai's performance was not bad, it would still take some time for him to surpass Strep. Although Zhao Hai's battles against his opponents were very easy and he did not use any tools, it was the same for Strep. He did not use any tools, and when he defeated his enemies, it was also very easy. Other than the last battle with Xing Li, which he had to use some strength, the rest of the time he was still very relaxed. Now that the two of them had met, it would definitely be a fierce battle. However, there were more people supporting Strip than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could tell that Strip's attack was not ordinary, and so could the others. The people of the array world should not be treated as fools. They were not stupid at all. Anyone who knew the game could tell that Strip's attack was different from the others. However, everyone had the same thought as Zhao Hai. They thought that Strip had some kind of fortuitous encounter to obtain such strength. The next day, because it was the last and most important match, there were even more people in the arena. Even some of the prominent figures from the major families had come. Cadelo and Debar were no exception. In addition to the two, Luke and Margaret were also present. They all had smiles on their faces and didn't look worried at all. In fact, they were already very satisfied with Zhao Hai's current results. Even if Zhao Hai lost this time, they would be content. After all, Zhao Hai's results this time were the best the Ashley family had achieved in decades. Such an achievement was enough to bring more benefits to the Ashley family. They could make use of what Zhao Hai had won to develop the family and make new allies. In addition, they had also established relations with the Fire God Temple, the Wu family, and the Yan family. They had also gotten rid of the great enemy, the Zhang family. It could be said to be a great harvest. Therefore, Keijo and the others were in a very good mood. They smiled at everyone they saw and greeted those they were familiar with. Those people also smiled and greeted them. Even those who weren't familiar with them would exchange a few words with them. The people in the field of arrays were realistic. If the Ashley family achieved good results, they would be able to get more benefits. With the foundation of the Ashley family, they could completely develop with these things and become a more powerful force. At this time, it was very important to have a good relationship with the Ashley family. Time passed by slowly, and soon it was 9 o'clock. The bell in the arena rang, and all the people who were walking around stopped. They found a place to sit down while Zhao Hai was still sitting in the player area. The official match was scheduled for 10 o'clock, so there was still an hour left. This time was for him and Strip to prepare. However, no one in the arena would be sitting around doing nothing. There would be some performances in the arena. It was Zhao Hai's first time seeing the artistic performances of the realm of arrays. The artistic performances here were very unique. There were dance performances, singing performances, and some performances similar to stage plays. All the dancers had learned martial arts. The dance movements were designed to be very difficult but very beautiful. In addition, some mages released some non-offensive but very gorgeous magic as the background. It was very good to watch. Zhao Hai didn't need to prepare anything. In this 1 hour, he just stood there and watched the performance. He didn't look nervous at all. Meanwhile, Strip's reaction was similar to Zhao Hai's. Neither of them showed any signs of nervousness, which was very strange to the others. Soon, the bell in the arena rang again and the performances in the ring stopped. Zhao Hai looked at the time. There were about 10 minutes left before the official match. Zhao Hai couldn't help but look at Strep, who was sitting there calmly and talking to the people around him. He didn't look nervous at all. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He understood why Strip wasn't nervous. The special Qi Jin in his attack had given Strip absolute confidence. He believed that no one in the wind rank was his match. Even if Zhao Hai's previous performance had been very strong, Strip didn't think that he would lose. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Even if he beat Strip to death, he would never have thought that he had already condensed Gang Qi into his body. Strip had an unknown Qi Jin, while Zhao Hai had Gang Qi. Zhao Hai believed that his Gang Qi was only stronger than Strip's unknown Qi Jin. The reason why Zhao Hai was so confident was because he had come up with this conclusion after much analysis. He had asked Xing Li about how he felt when he fought Strip, and after analyzing the space, he came to this conclusion. After the space's analysis, it concluded that the unknown Qi Jin used by Strip was very likely to be a kind of Qi Jin similar to Evil Qi, but its attack power was not as strong as Evil Qi. It could only increase the damage to a certain extent, but not by a large amount. It was still much weaker than Gang Qi or Evil Qi. It was because of this conclusion that Zhao Hai was relieved. He didn't want to reveal too much of his strength. It wouldn't be worth it if he revealed too many of his trump cards just to defeat Strip. Clang, the melodious sound of a bell rang out. Zhao Hai and Steep stood up and slowly walked towards the arena. The bell was a reminder that it was time to enter the arena. The two of them went up the arena and stood opposite each other. The protective shield of the arena also rose up. The two of them were about 100 meters apart, and they both looked at each other. A confident smile appeared on Strip's face. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Quat, Mr. Zhao Hai, I've heard of you for a long time. It's my honor to be able to spar with you on this stage today. Quat." Zhao Hai smiled and bowed to Strip. Quat, that's right, Mr. Strip. As the #1 expert of the top 10, I really admire your strength. It's my great honor to be able to ask you for some advice today. Quat. Looking at the two of them, they were like opponents who wanted to compete with each other. Instead, they were like two friends who appreciated each other and wanted to have a spar. Of course, the two of them would not take each other's words seriously. Whoever took each other's words seriously would be a fool. At this moment, the bell rang. Both of them knew that it was the bell for the official competition. When Zhao Hai heard the bell, he smiled at Strip and said, "Sir, the competition has officially begun." Zhao Hai apologizes for his rudeness. "Please make the first move, sir." Although Zhao Hai was talking to Strip, he didn't let down his guard. He felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling from Strip, which raised his guard to the highest level. Although Strip's performance was perfect and polite, Zhao Hai never had the intention to make friends with him. The uncomfortable feeling kept reminding him to stay away from him. Strip was also stunned by Zhao Hai's words. In fact, he had been collecting information about Zhao Hai recently. Zhao Hai was very strong. In less than a year after he ascended, he had already reached the level of a 4th-tier magic caster. He had also managed to get the young lady of the Ashley family, so it was very likely that he would become a core member of the Ashley family. Most importantly, in a short time, he could work with Xing Li, Dongfeng Yu, and Fei. To make friends with people like Maniac Lei, who had different personalities, it showed that he was a very capable person. The fact that the person he wanted was speaking to him so politely made him feel a little uneasy, so he had to be extra careful with Zhao Hai. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Strip was slightly taken aback. Then his expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Quat, Mr. Zhao Hai, you're too kind. We serve our own masters and have no choice but to fight." "Mr. Zhao Hai, please go ahead, Quat." Zhao Hai looked at Strip and smiled. "All right, then I won't be polite." With a wave of his hand, a 5-layered magic array appeared in front of Zhao Hai, following which a fire dragon flew out of the magic array and pounced at Strip. Strip glanced at Zhao Hai's attack. With a wave of his hand, a 10-layered magic array appeared in front of him. Then the magic array turned into a huge machine gun, and icicles shot out from the magic array, shooting straight at the fire dragon. Obviously, Strip had also discovered Zhao Hai's ability to multitask. He knew that if he also used the ice dragon against the fire dragon, he would be at a disadvantage in terms of control. Therefore, he changed his strategy and used icicles to shoot at the fire dragon. This way, it was much easier to control. He only needed to adjust the direction of his shot to deal with Zhao Hai's fire dragon. This was the best way to deal with the fire dragon. Zhao Hai's eyes went wide when he saw Strip's response. He then waved his hand, summoning the 10,000 flaming feathers arrow formation once more. However, the fire dragon was quickly destroyed by Strip's icicles. When Strip saw Zhao Hai use the 10,000 flaming feathers array, he immediately summoned a 10-layered ice shield in front of him, blocking the 10,000 arrows. Zhao Hai's attacks became even fiercer. He was able to cast 2 different spells at the same time, but Strip was no simple character. After blocking most of Zhao Hai's attacks with his ice shield, he began his counterattack. Following his words, bursts of white smoke suddenly rose up from the entire ring. This white smoke was very overbearing. As long as it touched something, it would immediately form a layer of ice. Even the green steel stone on the ring was no exception. One had to know that Strip's 10,000 miles of ice magic array group was made up of hundreds of magic arrays, so its power was naturally very strong. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew how powerful this attack was. He waved his hands and summoned 10 fire dragons. Each of them was 3 meters long and looked alive. However, they did not attack Strip this time. Instead, they circled around Zhao Hai and spun. Strip could not help but smile when he saw Zhao Hai's expression. He believed that his 10,000 miles of ice would not be that easy to break. The 10,000 miles of ice was not as simple as a 4th-grade spell with 100 arrays stacked on top of each other. There was also a large amount of yin qi added to it. This yin qi was what Strip relied on the most. It was because of this yin qi that Strip was able to become the first of the top 10 experts. Without this yin qi, he might not even be able to enter the top 10. Just as Zhao Hai had seen, although Stripe was a genius, he was definitely not a top genius like Lei Zai Ocean and Xing Li. His use of magic arrays was only average. However, after he obtained a secret technique that allowed him to obtain a large amount of yin qi and add it to the magic array, the power of the magic array increased greatly, making him one of the top 10 experts, and the first one at that. It was because he had discovered the great use of this yin qi that Strip had been collecting it all these years. As he collected more and more yin qi, the power of his magic array became stronger and stronger. In the past 2 years, no one at the same level as him, whether it was a mage or a warrior, was his opponent. It was because of this that he was very confident in his magic. He believed that with the fire dragon spell that had 10 overlapping arrays, he would be able to use it. It was impossible to block his 10,000-mile ice seal technique, but to his shock, when the white mist reached the fire dragons, it started to emit white smoke. Although the fire dragons kept shrinking, they still blocked his 10,000 miles of ice. Strip's eyes widened in shock. This was the first time he had seen someone use 10 overlapping magic arrays to block his 10,000 miles of ice. In the past, even if his opponent used fire magic to block his 10,000 miles of ice, the spell would be frozen along with the opponent's fire magic. This was the first time he had seen someone block his 10,000 miles of ice like Zhao Hai. After releasing more than 10 fire dragons, Zhao Hai stopped and began to chant a spell softly while making hand signs. In fact, Zhao Hai was just putting on an act. He didn't even need to chant any spells or make any hand gestures to cast the spells. The magic arrays were already stored in his space. He could just summon them and use them. However, he still had to do this in front of others. Otherwise, if others found out that he could instantly cast 1,000 magic arrays, they would be scared to death. How long had it been since he ascended? In less than a year, he had become a 4th-tier magic caster and was already considered a monster. If he released the 1,000 arrays, he would not be a monster anymore, but a monster. After pretending for a while, Zhao Hai waved his hand forward and said loudly, "The wind aids the fire, and the fire borrows the might of the wind. Wind and fire link the city, rise." As he said that, a sea of fire rose into the sky with him as the center. Following that, a huge tornado rose from the ground. However, as the saying went, the wind helps the fire, and the fire borrows the power of the wind. Quite a huge tornado of fire flew up from the ground and pounced straight at Strip. As for the 10,000 miles of ice spell that Strip had shot out, it had been broken the moment the wind and fire city linking technique had appeared. Strip's expression changed when he saw this. His hands quickly formed seals and he mumbled something. In a few seconds, a magic array with hundreds of overlapping arrays appeared in front of Strip. With ice as the body and water as the soul, ice dragon roar, buzz. As soon as Strip finished speaking, an earth-shattering dragon's roar came from the magic array. Then a huge blue figure flew out of the magic array. It was a 300-meter-long dragon. As soon as it appeared, it crashed into Zhao Hai's wind and fire palatial spell. Boom! The entire arena shook a few times, and cracks appeared on the magic shield outside the arena. It looked like it was going to crack at any moment. When the judge saw this situation, he was shocked and immediately called a few mages to transfer mana into the shield. Only then did the shield stabilize and not really crack. However, due to the huge explosion just now, it was now filled with smoke. No one could see the situation inside clearly. However, there were no sounds of fighting coming from the ring, which made people feel a lot more relieved. Although the sound of the explosion was very loud, the magic arrays used in the previous battles were too gorgeous. It made people cry out in surprise. Although they found that the protective shield of the ring was about to break, no one wanted to leave. They all stared at the ring with wide eyes, even though they couldn't see anything on the ring. Soon the smoke on the stage dissipated, and 2 figures appeared on the stage. These 2 figures stood there, one on the left and one on the right, about 100 meters away from each other. It looked as if they had not moved since they stepped on the stage. In fact, this was the case. Ever since the 2 of them went on stage, they had been standing there and bombarding each other with magic. Neither of them moved. The 2 of them were really evenly matched. However, when the smoke completely dissipated and people saw the two of them, they couldn't help but be in an uproar, because the two of them were drinking and standing there on the stage, but their expressions were different. Zhao Hai was still standing there calmly. His magic robe was intact too. He did not look like he had just been through a great battle. On the contrary, Strip looked a little embarrassed. His sky blue magic robe had a few holes burnt through it, revealing his underwear. Some of his hair was also burnt away, and his face was stained with black ash. It was obvious who was the stronger one. This was also the reason for the uproar. They had originally thought that Strip was stronger than Zhao Hai, but now it seemed that Zhao Hai was stronger than Strip by just a little. Strip had also noticed his own situation. He glared at Zhao Hai with eyes full of anger. Strip had always been very concerned about his image, but he had never thought that he would be forced into such a state by Zhao Hai in this battle. What made him even more annoyed was that Zhao Hai was completely fine. Strip hated Zhao Hai. He hated Zhao Hai for making him look like this. He hated Zhao Hai for being stronger than him, and he hated Zhao Hai for being able to defeat him. However, Strip was also a scheming person. He knew that it was impossible for him to make a move on Zhao Hai in the ring, so he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He then bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Teacher's strength is indeed extraordinary. I admire you. I admit defeat." After saying that, he turned to the judge and made a gesture of surrender. The judge was stunned when he saw Strep's gesture, but he immediately reacted and opened the ring's barrier. At the same time, he shouted, "Array World 6 World Rookie Tournament, preliminaries first, Zhao Hai second, Strip." As soon as the judge said this, the arena was in an uproar again. Many people were cursing at Strep, who had admitted defeat because he had made them lose money. Zhao Hai was slightly surprised when he saw that Strip had admitted defeat. Then, he revealed an intriguing smile. He could naturally see the killing intent in Strip's eyes, but he didn't expect Strip to be so scheming that he would admit defeat. Of course, Zhao Hai wasn't naive enough to think that Strip would let him go just like that. That was impossible. The reason why Strip was holding back now was because he was waiting for an even bigger revenge. When Strip took his revenge, it would be extremely intense. It would probably take Zhao Hai's life. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of him. He wanted him to take revenge on him so he could kill him. With the judge's announcement, Zhao Hai had officially become the champion of the tournament. At this moment, the entire arena was filled with cheerful music, and all sorts of magic paintballs flew into the air like fireworks. Zhao Hai stood on the stage and bowed to the audience. There was originally no such segment, but Zhao Hai did it. When the audience saw Zhao Hai's actions, they were very excited. They stood up and applauded Zhao Hai. Kadalo, who was standing in the VIP area, was clapping his hands with tears in his eyes. This time, the Ashley family had really made a huge profit. Not only did Zhao Hai become the champion of the tournament, but he was also known as the #1 dark horse in history. Kadalo had made good use of this fact. He did not have the strength to gamble with others. Through Zhao Hai's victories, the Ashley family had earned a lot. Kadjard knew that the opportunity for the Ashley family to rise had come. Now the Ashley family did not have many enemies. They had territory, money, people, material things, and allies. If they still could not rise up even with this, it could only mean that they were too useless. Following that was the award ceremony. There was nothing much to say about it. The prizes that they gave out to Zhao Hai were not worthy of Zhao Hai's attention. It was only in the afternoon that it officially ended. After the ceremony ended, Zhao Hai wanted to go drink with Xingli and the others, but he was pulled back by Kadalo, who told him to prepare for a banquet that night. Zhao Hai also knew that this kind of social interaction was inevitable, so he did not object. Instead, he agreed and told Xingli and the others about the situation. He promised to meet them for a drink the next day, then followed Margaret back to the office. When they arrived at the office, Zhao Hai and Margaret returned to their rooms and entered the realm. As soon as they entered the realm, Laura and the others immediately came to greet them. They looked at Zhao Hai with joy. "Quat, congratulations, big brother Hai. You've finally gotten first place. Quat." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, what's there to congratulate? It's just the first place in the preliminaries. By the way, have you been monitoring Strep's situation?" Lola nodded and said, "Don't worry, big brother Hai. I've already started monitoring him. He's already returned to his own residence. However, this person really has a golden exterior but a rotten interior. As soon as he returned to his own residence, he found a woman. How shameless." Quite as she spoke, Laura's face couldn't help but turn red. It was obvious that Strip wasn't up to anything good. Hearing Laura's words, Zhao Hai frowned slightly. "Found a woman." It seems that the strange aura on this Strip has something to do with women. You should still pay attention to him. Of course, don't look at him when he's looking for women, or I'll get angry. Laura and the other girls pinched Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai just laughed and led them into the room. After taking a bath, he came out and found Laura and the other girls talking about something. Zhao Hai walked behind them and watched what they were doing. He found that they were facing the computer, which was showing his face. Laura and the other girls were putting all kinds of clothes on him, trying to see which one was suitable. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw their reactions. Zhao Hai wasn't really that particular about his clothes. He usually wore his shapeshifting clothes that could be turned into a magic robe. The magic robe was of an ancient style. It was black and didn't look special on Zhao Hai, let alone nice. However, Laura and the others were not willing to do so. In their eyes, Zhao Hai's clothes were too ugly. Furthermore, there would be a banquet tonight that would be attended by many people. Naturally, they wanted Zhao Hai to look more handsome. Zhao Hai smiled and didn't mind. He didn't want to care too much about this matter. He usually wore clothes for comfort, but for such a formal event, he definitely had to dress formally. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the only one embarrassed. Zhao Hai sat at the side and sipped his hot tea while watching Laura and the others discuss what kind of clothes he should wear. This made him feel extremely peaceful. In fact, this was the kind of life he yearned for the most. Life without any disputes was true. When this woman talked about clothes, she reached a shocking level. After 2 to 3 hours, they were still discussing. They had already chosen one, but they felt like they would find something better, so they kept looking. Zhao Hai didn't mind. Kadalo and the others were busy preparing for the ball, so they didn't come to him or disturb him. Zhao Hai was happy to be at ease. He switched the screen to Strips and made it silent to monitor him. Right now, Strip was cultivating. It seemed that the woman Laura had mentioned had already left. In fact, Strip was not injured this time. He only looked a little disheveled. At most, his hair and clothes were slightly burnt. Zhao Hai did not dare to really hurt him. If he really did, the first place might go to Strip. Zhao Hai would never do something so stupid. He had plenty of time to deal with Strip, so he would never do it in the ring. During their fight, Zhao Hai had released an extremely thin silver needle and pierced it into Strip's scalp. At the time, Strip was in a tense battle and did not notice the pain, which was lighter than a mosquito bite. Zhao Hai's silver needle could be hard or soft. Now that it had pierced into Strip's scalp, it immediately became soft. Even if someone saw it, they would only think that it was a strand of white hair. Strip's hair was blue to begin with, so it would be a better cover for his silver needles. That was why Zhao Hai didn't think his silver needles would be discovered. After watching Steep for a minute, Zhao Hai transferred the image on the spatial screen to the computer in the Array realm. There were movies, TV series, and news in the Array realm, but there was still a lot of content to watch. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw the news. The news was showing the scene of him winning the championship. He was bowing to the audience. Zhao Hai looked at the content on the screen and smiled. As he was changing the channel, Laura's voice suddenly sounded, "Big Brother Hai, speak louder. Let's see what they have to say." Zhao Hai turned around and saw Laura and the others looking up at the screen with their eyes shining. They looked even more attentive than when they were on TV. Zhao Hai laughed and turned up the volume of the TV. A voice came from the TV. Quat Zhao Hai has reached the 4th grade in less than a year of his ascension. With his undisputable strength, he won first place in the 6-realm rookie competition. He is the pride and future of the field of Mecha Quat. Hearing this, Zhao Hai could not help but smile bitterly. He really did not expect that the television programs in the Array world would also say such conventional words. Laura and the others were watching with great interest, and they would even discuss it from time to time. Zhao Hai looked at them and didn't know what to say. After a while, he said, "What's wrong? You've chosen your clothes." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others immediately became interested. They took out their computers and showed Zhao Hai the clothes on the screen. They had chosen this one after choosing thousands of clothes. Zhao Hai took a look at the robe. It was a nice magic robe. It was black with silver embroidery. It was gorgeous but not ostentatious. It didn't look like a traditional magic robe. There was a robe inside, but it wasn't a long robe that dragged the floor. It was divided into a top and a pair of pants. The top was covered with a buttonless windbreaker-like robe. It looked very handsome. "That's right. What about you, Margaret?" Zhao Hai nodded. "You're definitely going to be my female companion for tonight's banquet. What are you going to wear?" "I'll wear this one," Margaret said with a smile. Then he pulled out another piece of clothing from the computer. It was also a magic robe. It was black and had silver embroidered patterns on it. However, the style was very novel and beautiful. It looked more like a unique evening gown. Zhao Hai nodded. "Quite not bad. This one is not bad either. It's a pity that your identities are not public yet. Otherwise, I would bring you all to the party and make everyone envious." Quat Zhao Hai looked at the clothes on the computer screen and said to Laura and the others with a smile. Laura said nonchalantly, "What are you afraid of? We'll have time sooner or later. Big Brother Hai, you should be prepared, right?" "It's almost time." Zhao Hai nodded and adjusted the image on his computer. He looked at the situation at Kadalo's place. Kadalo's place was almost ready. The party would be held in the office's restaurant. There was definitely enough space and everything was well prepared. All that was left was some finishing touches. Zhao Hai looked at the time and said, "It's almost time. We should go out. In a while, Big Brother Xingli and the others will come. They might have to come and find me first." Quite as he said that, a sound came from his room. Zhao Hai looked over and saw Xingli and the others. He immediately brought Margaret out of the space. Zhao Hai's clothes had been changed into the magic robe for the night, and Margaret's clothes had been sent to the universal manufacturing machine. Later, Laura and the others would send the clothes to Margaret's room and let her change. As for other things, such as hair, accessories, and makeup, they had already been equipped. Margaret would not do her hair with too complicated a hairstyle, as it would not match her clothes. Her and Zhao Hai's clothes were mainly simple and elegant. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai opened the door and saw Xing Li and the others standing outside. Xing Li, Dongfeng Yu, and Maniac Li were all in new warrior clothes and looked very energetic. Xing Li put away his hammers and Fei put on a new magic robe. He looked very handsome. The few of them were taken aback when they saw Zhao Hai. With the gorgeous clothes on, Zhao Hai immediately exuded an air of nobility, making him look a lot more handsome. It was a dazzling sight. Xing Li laughed loudly. Not bad, little Hai. I didn't expect you to look like a different person after changing your clothes. Not bad at all. Why didn't I find that you were so handsome before? Dongfeng Yu and the others burst into laughter. The night came quietly. The Array planet was a place where night never fell. The people's nightlife was still very rich, and today was even more so. Because today was the end of the preliminaries, many families held wine parties, and among them, the Ashley family's wine party was the most eye-catching. The Ashley family wasn't considered one of the top forces in the field of mechas. Before this, their family could be said to be unknown in the field of mechas and didn't have much of a reputation. Although the Ashley family had been on good terms with other families before, they were only small and medium-sized families. They were not the top forces in the Array world. Previously, when the Ashley family held a banquet, they would also give some invitations to the big forces. Of course, they would not get any response. Those who came to their family's banquet were mostly small and medium-sized forces that had good relations with their family. Besides a few who had good relations, they would usually send a representative to attend and would not pay much attention to it. But today was different. Now that Zhao Hai had become the champion of the tournament, it had brought huge benefits to the Ashley family. Even the top families in the field had to give the Ashley family some face, because they knew that the Ashley family's rise was unstoppable. It was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. It was for this reason that very few people would come to the Ashley family's office in the aircraft carrier planet. Today, it was particularly lively. In the parking lot, all kinds of flying cars came in and out from time to time. Men and women in gorgeous clothes with crystal glasses in their hands stood in the restaurant on the first floor and chatted on the lawn outside. From time to time, there would be the delicate laughter of women. The melodious music was faintly discernible, and the night breeze brought a trace of coolness to the people. It was not as hot as the day, but instead made people feel more comfortable. Catalo weaved through the crowd, greeting those he was familiar with and those he was unfamiliar with. Debar and Luke were no exception. The three of them were now the representatives of the Ashley family. Xing Li and the other three were also standing on the grass. Xing Li looked at the people around him and snorted, "Quad, I hate attending such parties the most. I can't drink or eat anything. I can only watch some people wearing masks and talking nonsense. It's so boring, Quat." Maniac Li nodded. "Quat, that's right. Look at how fake their smiles are. It's better for us to find a place to have a drink or two and eat a few pieces of meat, Quat." Dongfeng Yu looked at the two of them and smiled. "Quat, Quat, come on, stop complaining. It's good enough that you can attend this party. You don't even know who's here. They're all influential people from all the major forces. If it weren't for our relationship with Hai, the Ashley family wouldn't have let us attend this party. Did you see any outsiders at this party?" Fei nodded and said, "Yeah, Boss Xing, don't be too greedy. We can use this as an excuse to knock some sense into Hai. He has a lot of good wine." After hearing Fei's words, Xing Li couldn't help but stare and say, "Good, you actually want to scheme against little Hai. But hehe, I like it. It's decided." The few of them laughed out loud and attracted a wave of attention. However, there was a trace of disdain in their eyes. It was obvious that the people of the Array world still did not like ascendants. Xing Li and the others didn't care at all. They were all influential figures in the lower realm and had seen all kinds of situations. Even in the Array world, they weren't as bad SS as they were in the lower realm, but they were still geniuses. In the outer sect of their respective families, they were definitely people who were held in high regard, so why would they care about such a small matter? It was already around 8:00 in the evening, and almost all the guests had arrived. Zhao Hai and Margaret also came down from the office. The appearance of the two men immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. The clothes they were wearing were black. At first glance, they didn't look very gorgeous, but the material and workmanship of the clothes immediately revealed the extraordinariness of these two clothes. Most importantly, these two clothes were specially designed. When the two men stood side by side, the patterns on their clothes could be connected together. Even a blind man could see it. The two of them were wearing two specially designed couple outfits. When Zhao Hai came out, everyone came over to greet him. Zhao Hai returned the greeting politely. What surprised them was that Zhao Hai could call out their names so easily without feeling unfamiliar. It wasn't easy to do this because these people were sure that this was the first time they were in contact with Zhao Hai. When the Ashley family sent the invitation to them, they didn't say who they would send, which meant that Zhao Hai didn't know they were coming. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai was still able to call out their names accurately, which was very impressive. This was not the first time Zhao Hai had attended a party like this in the lower realm. Even though the environment had changed, the social interaction at this party had never changed for Zhao Hai. He just had to follow the routine. Even though the party was held in the name of a celebration for him, Zhao Hai knew very well that he was only one of the top players in the Ashley family's outer circle. If it were not for the Ashley family's face, these people would not be so enthusiastic towards him. Zhao Hai was the main character of this party in name, but that was not the case at all. This was just a gathering to use his name to connect the various major forces. It was a gathering of open and secret strife. Zhao Hai's role at this party was probably just a flower vase. After Zhao Hai greeted those people, he led Marguerite to where Xingli and the others were. When Xingli and the others saw Zhao Hai and Marguerite, they smiled at them. Xingli even said, "Not bad, little Hai. I see that you have a lot of experience dealing with these people. Do you think that you always attend parties?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quad, I don't have the time to always attend these parties. To put it bluntly, these parties are all the same. As long as you attend them once, you'll know what to do next time." Quad. Xingli laughed. This was not the first time he had attended a party like this. Naturally, he knew that Zhao Hai was right. The few of them formed a small circle and started chatting. Most of the people were still chatting with Kadalo. After all, everyone who came here knew that Kadalo was the most trusted person of the head of the Ashley family. He was definitely a powerful figure in the Ashley family. The person in charge here tonight was still Kadalo. Of course, Zhao Hai also knew about this situation. Therefore, after he greeted those people, he brought Margaret to Xingli's place to chat with them. He didn't try to get close to those big shots. Time slowly passed in this unhurried environment. Without realizing it, it was almost 9 o'clock. Kadalo had already finalized the partnership with a few families, and it could be said to be a great harvest. At this moment, a dazzling blue light came from the distance and quickly reached the parking lot. When Keiju saw the blue light, his face couldn't help but change slightly. He recognized this blue light. On the machine array planet, there was only one force that used this kind of blue flying car, Water Spirit Temple. The Water Spirit Temple was one of the top forces in the field of mecha arrays. It was an important part of the Magic Alliance, and its strength was more than one level stronger than the Ashley family. Originally, there was no enmity between Water God Temple and the Ashley family. If they could send someone to attend the banquet, it was equivalent to supporting the Ashley family, so Kadalo should be happy. But don't forget, Master Strep was a member of Water Spirit Temple. If Zhao Hai didn't appear, then the title of first place in the qualifiers would belong to Strep. Now that Strep had been defeated by Zhao Hai, it was equivalent to having a grudge with Water Spirit Temple. Of course, Keijo had sent an invitation to Water Spirit Temple, but there was no reply from them. Keijo thought that Water Spirit Temple wouldn't come, but the banquet had already been going on for more than an hour. The sudden appearance of the Water Spirit Temple's people made Keijo think more. At this time, the dazzling flying car had already stopped in the parking lot. The door opened, and two people came out. Kadalo's eyes shrank when he saw the two because he didn't know one of them. The person's clothes weren't the style of the array world. From the way he dressed, he seemed to be from the cultivation world. Kadalo still believed in his own judgment. The way people from the cultivation world dressed was very different from the array world, and their auras were also different. Even if people from the array world wore the cultivation world's clothes, they didn't look like people from the cultivation world. People from the cultivation world all had a very special aura. Another person that Keijo knew also made his heart skip a beat. That person was a bishop of the Water Temple. His name was Ba Dong, and he had a nickname, Venomous Snake. Ba Dong the Venomous Snake. Just by hearing his nickname, one would know what kind of person he was. Just like his nickname, Ba Dong was really a man like a venomous snake. Anyone who was targeted by others would not have a good life. This man was sinister and ruthless. He would use all means to deal with his enemies. He was definitely a very difficult person to deal with. Keijo wouldn't have been so nervous if it had been anyone else from Water Spirit Temple, but when he saw the venomous snake Ba Dong, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly walked over and laughed when he was a dozen meters away from Ba Dong. Quad, I didn't expect Bishop Barden to come. My Ashley family is really honored. Keijo is very polite. Quad. Ba Dong was dark and thin. He looked ordinary and had a pair of misty eyes. However, when his eyes swept over you, you would immediately feel uncomfortable because his small eyes always reflected a venomous snake-like ruthless light, which made you feel very uncomfortable. Ba Dong looked at Keijo and nodded slightly. Quat Kadalo, your performance this time was really not bad. Come, let me introduce you. This is the cultivation world's Far West Cold City's genius newcomer, Lee Chuchin. He's also a new contestant in the Six Worlds tournament. In the internal qualifiers of the cultivation world this time, he obtained a good result of 10th place. Quat. Ba Dong's comment that Lee Wuchen had gotten 10th place was definitely not a sarcastic remark, but a compliment. The 10th place in the cultivation world was much more important than the first place in the array world. It should be known that the 10th place in the cultivation world was almost equivalent to the 10th place in the 6 world newcomer competition. In the regular world competition, few people could break this rule. Keijo was originally very angry with Ba Dong's tone, which sounded like he was lecturing a junior. However, after hearing Ba Dong's introduction, Keijo could not be bothered to be angry. Although there were occasional conflicts between the array world and the cultivation world, there were still exchanges between the two worlds. In fact, there were quite a lot of exchanges between the two worlds, but the cultivation world had always had the upper hand in these exchanges and was in a leading position. And because the main competition of the 6 world tournament was about to begin, Keitaro had a certain understanding of the new geniuses that had appeared in the cultivation world, and the name Li Tutu was one of the names he had heard before. Li Chuchen, nicknamed the Skyfrost Sword, was a genius who had ascended from the far west cold city in the last 4 years. Although he had only ascended for 4 years, he was already a cultivator in the foundation stage. Moreover, he had a high-grade magic weapon in his hand, the Skyfrost Sword, which was a special gift from the Lord of the far west cold city. He had relied on this sword to slowly make a name for himself. The cold city of the far west was not a small force in the cultivation world. It was one of the major forces in the cultivation world. It had tens of millions of disciples, more than 1 million inner disciples, and about 10,000 core disciples. In addition to the elders and some other masters in the sect, its strength in the cultivation world was definitely counted. Although there were only about 10,000 core disciples in the far west cold city, the strength of these disciples was extremely strong. The core disciples in the self-cultivation world and the core members of the clan in the machine array world were completely different. The core members of the clan in the realm of arrays were usually members of the clan. No matter how strong or how capable you were, as long as you had the bloodline of an important member of the clan, you were generally a core member of the clan. This was because the realm of arrays did not pay special attention to the strength of special people, so some of the core members of the clan were very weak. However, it was different in the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, everything was based on strength. Before the foundation establishment stage, it was usually the outer sect disciples. Only those who had reached the foundation establishment stage had the information to become inner sect disciples. Inner sect disciples were usually made up of foundation establishment stage disciples. If you could reach the golden core stage, then you would have the information to become a core disciple. And a sect's core disciple had the strength to fight against a fleet of the array world here. Li Chuchen had become a foundation establishment expert in less than 4 years after his ascension, and had been promoted to become an inner sect disciple of the far west cold city. This in itself was not a very remarkable thing, and could definitely be said to be a genius in the cultivation world that was rarely seen in 100 years. Therefore, although Li Tutu was only ranked 10th in the formation world's qualifiers, Keitaro didn't dare to be the least bit negligent. He immediately bowed to Li Tutu and said, "Quatso, it's young hero Li. Keitaro is being rude. I didn't expect young hero Li to come to the Ashley family. This is a great fortune for the Ashley family, Quat." Li Chuchen didn't give Kate any face. He only snorted through his nose and then said in a deep voice, "I've heard that a genius appeared in your family." Less than a year after he ascended, he became the champion of the preliminaries in the field of arrays. Hahaha, the strength of the field of arrays is really regressing. A person who has just ascended for a year can already be a king in the field of arrays. What a joke. Why are you still holding a celebration party? Don't you think it's too ridiculous? Hearing Li Chu's words, Keidyo's face suddenly changed. Then he turned to look at Ba Dong. On Ba Dong's dark and thin face, a smile flashed. Keidyo wasn't angry at Li Dushi for being impolite. The people from the cultivation world had always looked down on the people from the array world. This wasn't anything strange. Keidyo's face changed because Li Dushi had mentioned Zhao Hai and seemed to be very dissatisfied with him. If Li Dushi was really dissatisfied with Zhao Hai, he might challenge Zhao Hai, which would put Zhao Hai in danger. It was clear that Water Spirit Temple was behind this. Keidyo couldn't help but hate Water Spirit Temple even more when he thought of this. He hadn't thought that Water Spirit Temple would be so unforgiving. Zhao Hai's strength was strong, and if they allowed him to participate in the 6 World Newcomer competition, it would definitely bring even greater benefits to the array world. However, for the sake of revenge, Water Spirit Temple had actually wanted to cripple Zhao Hai. This was definitely a matter that would hurt their loved ones and please their enemies. They didn't think of the big picture at all. Although he thought of this, Keitaro had no choice but to suppress his anger. Instead, he politely said to Li Chuchen, "Quat, the strength of my Ashley family is naturally not enough to catch Li Xiaoxia's eyes. It's because my Ashley family has not achieved any decent results that we are celebrating. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Quat." It wasn't that Keitaro wanted to be so humble. If it was another occasion, he might not be so polite to Li Tutu. After all, no matter how powerful Li Tutu was, he was only a disciple of the far west cold city. He was also a cultivator. Even if he offended Li Tutu might not dare to do anything to him. After all, this matter concerned the cultivation world and the array world, so Li Tutu didn't dare to act rashly. The main reason Keiju was so polite was to divert Li Tutu's attention so that he wouldn't challenge Zhao Hai again. Keiju was a wily old fox who had been in the martial world for a long time. He could tell from Li Tutu's words that Li Tutu had come with ill intentions. Although Li Tutu was from the cultivation world and did not dare to easily start a war with a big family in the array world, if he used the name of a challenge to challenge Zhao Hai, even if he killed Zhao Hai, the Ashley family would not be able to do anything, because the Ashley family did not dare to start a war with the Western Cold City. One Li Chuchen was not scary. What was scary was the power behind him. The far Western Cold City was powerful. If the Ashley family really did something to Li Chuchen, the far Western Cold City would definitely take revenge on the Ashley family. At that time, not many people in the array world would dare to stand up for the Ashley family. After all, no power would be willing to offend a big power like the far Western Cold City. It could be said that Water Spirit Temple's move was extremely vicious. They didn't come out to deal with Zhao Hai, but instead sent Li Tutu. If Li Tutu really wanted to challenge Zhao Hai had no choice but to accept the challenge. This was the rule of the array world. The people of the array world had always been suppressed by the cultivation world, but they had their own dignity. If the experts of the cultivation world wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, the array world would definitely step in for him, because they could say that the cultivation world was bullying the weak. However, if a newcomer came to challenge Zhao Hai had to accept the challenge. If Zhao Hai didn't accept the challenge, then he would be a disgrace to the field of mecha arrays. The people of the field of mecha arrays would rather Zhao Hai accept Li Chuchen's challenge and die in battle than see Zhao Hai escape the challenge like a coward. This was the dignity of the field of mecha arrays. It was precisely because of this that Water Spirit Temple had asked Li Tutu to challenge Zhao Hai to help them vent their anger. In the eyes of Water Spirit Temple's people, Zhao Hai had snatched first place from their hands, causing Water Spirit Temple to be unable to obtain what they wanted, so they had used this method. It was also a coincidence that Li Tutu was now an intersect disciple of the Far West Cold City and was also going to participate in the 6 World Newcomer competition, so he shouldn't be running around. The reason why Li Tutu had come here this time was because Water Spirit Temple had something he needed, and that was the Heavenly Divine Water. Heavenly Divine Water was considered a treasure in the cultivation world, but there weren't many of them. However, this item was extremely beneficial to Li Chushu's cultivation. In addition, he had recently reached a bottleneck in his cultivation and wanted to come out and gain some experience, so he had personally gone to Water Spirit Temple to seek the Heavenly Divine Water. The Heavenly Divine Water was also extremely important to Water Spirit Temple, but if Li Chu asked for it, they wouldn't be reluctant. After all, this would make Li Chu owe them a favor. If Li Chu's cultivation base improved because of the Heavenly Divine Water and he could obtain good results in the 6 World Newcomer competition, then even the Far West Cold City would owe Water Spirit Temple a favor. Naturally, Water Spirit Temple had no reason to refuse. Li Tutu's situation was somewhat similar to Lei Zai Ocean's. They both grew up under the praise of others, so they were very proud. Bie Dong also saw this, so he made a small mistake and provoked Li Tutu to come to the Ashley family's banquet with him, ready to challenge Zhao Hai. Bie Dong also knew that his actions would bring trouble to Water Spirit Temple. After all, he was colluding with outsiders to deal with the array world. However, he couldn't care less now. He only wanted to kill Zhao Hai. There was a reason why Bie Dong was so angry. Strafe was a powerful man, and Bie Dong had been doing his best to nurture him. In order to raise Strafe's strength as soon as possible, he had put in a lot of effort, all for the sake of getting first place in the qualifiers. This way, Bie Dong's position in the Water Spirit Temple would be higher, and perhaps one day he would become the Archbishop of the Water Spirit Temple. However, all of this was ruined by Zhao Hai, so Bie Dong hated Zhao Hai to the core. Now that Li Chuchu had come to find him, how could Bie Dong give up such a good opportunity? Even if it was not a problem, as long as he could get rid of Zhao Hai, it would be worth it. Moreover, a dead genius was no longer a genius. As long as Zhao Hai was dead, the Ashley family would not be able to achieve any results in the 6 World Newcomers competition. It would be impossible for the Ashley family to rise smoothly. The Ashley family's current allies would not help them with all their might. As long as Strep could get a good result in the 6 World Newcomers competition, the Ashley family's allies would not be able to help them. He would have become Water Spirit Temple's ally and wouldn't have had any trouble. It was precisely because he had thought of all these consequences that Bie Dong had decided to provoke Li Tutu into making a move, which led to today's scene. Although Keijo didn't know what kind of mental struggle Ba Dong had gone through to make such a decision, he knew the purpose of Ba Dong's visit. This time, Ba Dong and the others had come for Zhao Hai, so he had lowered his attitude. He wanted the child to change the topic and not let Li Chuchu challenge Zhao Hai. At this time, the people who had come to the banquet had also noticed Keitalo and his group. They had also heard their conversation. Everyone at the banquet was looking at Ba Dong with a look of disdain, but Ba Dong seemed to have not noticed their gazes. Now that things had come to this, Ba Dong had no way back. This time, he didn't ask Li Tutu to deal with Zhao Hai, but to provoke Li Tutu to deal with Zhao Hai. Now, even if he didn't want Li Tutu to deal with Zhao Hai, it was impossible, as Li Tutu would not listen to him. Keidio's idea was good, but Li Tutu wasn't that easy to fool. Although Keidio had already put on a very humble attitude, it didn't dispel Li Tutu's intention to challenge Zhao Hai. Li Chuchen snorted and said in a deep voice, "I heard that Zhao Hai is very arrogant. He even wants to compete with the masters of our cultivation world. Just nice, I'm here today. Let me teach him a lesson and let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." As soon as Li Chu said this, the people at the scene began to discuss, and everyone's eyes were on Ba Dong and Zhao Hai. None of the people present were idiots. From Li Chuchu's words, they knew that he must have been incited by someone to come here. And this person was definitely Ba Dong, because he was a member of Water Spirit Temple, and Zhao Hai's final opponent was Water Spirit Temple's Stripe, who had won first place in the qualifiers. Everyone felt that Ba Dong's actions were extremely shameless. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Zhao Hai. Moreover, he had colluded with outsiders to deal with the people of this world. This was even more shameless. However, they had to admit that this was a very vicious move. No one in the field of mecha arrays would reject such a challenge. If you rejected it, it would be equivalent to losing the face of the entire field of mecha arrays. You would be showing weakness to the world of cultivators, and you would no longer be able to stay in the field of mecha arrays. Furthermore, all the benefits would be cancelled, and you would also be eligible to participate in the 6-realm newcomers competition. Therefore, everyone looked at Ba Dong with shame and deep fear. However, when they looked at Zhao Hai, there was a trace of sympathy in their eyes. However, most of them were gloating at Zhao Hai's misfortune as if they were looking at a dead man. When Keitalo heard Li Chuchu's words, his body couldn't help but shake slightly, and then his face turned pale. He knew that this matter couldn't be changed. It wasn't just Keidio. Other than Zhao Hai and Margaret, Luke and Xing Li's faces all turned pale. They had the same thought as Keidio. Zhao Hai was finished. Zhao Hai naturally knew what had happened. He pulled Margaret and slowly walked to Keidio's side. He looked at Li Chuchu and smiled. "Young hero Li Chuchen, right? Hee, I'm Zhao Hai. It's my great fortune to meet young hero Li." Li Guku looked at Zhao Hai and snorted. "You're the one who spoke such arrogant words." Zhao Hai shook his head lightly. "Quad, I didn't say anything like that. It seems that Li Xiaoxia has misunderstood. I admire the almighty of the cultivation world very much. How could I be so arrogant as to say something like that? Li Xiaoxia is wise and divine. He should be able to tell right from wrong. Be careful not to be used by some people with ulterior motives." When Li Tutu heard Zhao Hai's words, he immediately understood what he meant. He turned to look at Ba Dong and snorted, but he still turned to Zhao Hai. "Who do you think you are? It's not up to you to teach me a lesson. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, then just say it. Ali Dushi will not make a move against cowards, lest my sword gets dirty." Originally, seeing Zhao Hai's appropriate response, Keitalo's heart still had a trace of hope. But when he heard Li Tutu's words, his face instantly turned ashen. He didn't expect Li Tutu to be so overbearing. Even though he knew he had been tricked, he still insisted on attacking Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also didn't expect that Li Guku would be so unreasonable. His eyes slightly narrowed, and then he smiled. "Since Li Xiaoxia is determined to do it, Zhao Hai has no reason to disagree." "Li Xiaoxia, please set a time and place," Li Wuchen snorted. "What time and place? I don't need to set a time to teach you a lesson. Let's do it now. As long as you can take 3 strikes from me and not die, I'll let you live. When the new 6 World Tournament comes, I'll teach you a good lesson. If you can't even take 3 strikes from me, then you deserve to die." Quat. Zhao Hai looked at Li Tutu's appearance and smiled. "That's good too. Let me experience the power of the Skyfrost Divine Sword." Li Chuchen snorted coldly. With a move of his hand, a small sword appeared in his hand. The sword wasn't long. The entire sword was only about 1 meter in length. The sword body was white, and even the hilt was white. Behind the hilt, there was a sword pendant with a white sword tassel, which looked very beautiful. As soon as this sword was taken out, the surrounding temperature immediately dropped rapidly. In a short while, it had reached the point where the breath turned to ice. Li Tutu's face carried a confident smile as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you ready?" Zhao Hai looked at the people around him and smiled. "Quat Li Xiaoxia, there are too many people here. If we fight, we will inevitably involve the innocent. How about this? I will find a place with fewer people." Li Chu also knew that the people who came here were all respected in the field of arrays. If he really hurt these people, it wouldn't be good. He snorted coldly and nodded. "All right, let's go." After he finished speaking, his figure moved and he flew towards a forest not far away. The realm of arrays was sparsely populated, and the natural environment had always been well protected. Other than some cities, the distance between two buildings was not close. Some buildings were even several miles apart, and there were many places like forests. There was a forest not far from the Ashley family's office. In fact, this forest was planted by the Ashley family. The forest was made up of a kind of tree called the congealing fragrance tree. This congealing fragrance tree was a type of tree that was used as a spice. The tree trunk could emit a burst of fragrance. Fragrance was not strong, but it could calm people's minds and also had the effect of repelling insects. The cost of this forest was quite high, but no one cared about it now. Zhao Hai and Li Chuchu flew to the forest, and all the others who could fly flew above the forest to watch the two. Those who could not fly on their own also got into the flying cars and watched the two not far from the forest. Xing Li and the others looked into the woods with an ugly expression on their faces, and so did Margaret. Xing Li and the others looked at Margaret and found that she didn't look worried at all. They couldn't help but feel a little strange. Margaret's current behavior was a little abnormal. Was she that confident in Zhao Hai? Maniac Li, who couldn't hide his thoughts, looked at Margaret and said, "Sister-in-law, are you really not the least bit worried about little Hai? His opponent is a genius of the Zheozhen world." Margaret turned to look at Maniac Li and smiled. "Quat third brother, don't worry. Big brother Hai will be fine. I have confidence in him. Even the people of the cultivation world can't do anything to him." The moment Margaret said that, she heard a cold snort. She turned around and found it was Ba Dong. She squinted her eyes and turned her head away, not looking at him anymore. Margaret had learned to squint her eyes from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai would only do this when he was very angry, and Margaret had also learned it. Li Quengren and the others also heard Ba Dong's sneer. They all glared at him, but Ba Dong pretended he didn't see it. However, Li Quengren and the others didn't make a move. Even the most impulsive Li Quengren didn't curse Ba Dong, because Ba Dong was a bishop of Water Spirit Temple. They couldn't afford to offend him, but they would remember this grudge. No matter what the result of Zhao Hai's battle was today, they would definitely take revenge on Water Spirit Temple. Although Maniac Li and the others had not known Zhao Hai for a long time, they had a very good temperament. It could be said that they hit it off very well. Sometimes, fate was a very wonderful thing. They had only known each other for a short time, but it felt like they had known each other for a lifetime. This was the case for the few of them. In the eyes of Maniac Li and the others, Zhao Hai was their brother. Now that their brother had been set up, how could they not be angry? It was just that they were not strong enough, so they could only swallow their anger. At this time, Zhao Hai and Li Chuku had already flown to the sky above the fragrant forest. The two of them did not land in the forest, but stood on the top of the forest, about 100 meters apart. Li Tutu glanced at the people around him who were watching the show, and then revealed a mocking smile to Zhao Hai. "It seems that your good intentions didn't get rewarded." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, I'm only doing what I think is necessary. Li Xiaoxia, please, Quat." Li Chuchen looked at Zhao Hai and snorted. The Skyfrost sword appeared in front of him once again. Then Li Chuchen made a hand seal and waved his hand, crossing mountains and rivers, the first sword. As he spoke, the Skyfrost sword in front of him suddenly grew in size. The sword, which was originally less than a meter long, instantly grew to more than 10 meters long as if it was being inflated. The blade was as thick as men's eye. Then he slashed at Zhao Hai. This sword seemed like a simple downward stroke, but only Zhao Hai, who was ready to receive the attack, knew that it was not that simple. When the Skyfrost sword fell from the sky, the sword's body trembled slightly. This slight tremble was not to be underestimated. It was not because Li Chuchu's control over the sword was not good. On the contrary, Li Chuchu's control over the Skyfrost sword was quite good. The reason the sword trembled was to seal off all of Zhao Hai's escape routes. No matter where Zhao Hai dodged, the Skyfrost sword would adjust in the shortest time and continue to slash down. It could be said that this sword Zhao Hai had no other choice but to fight. Zhao Hai's expression changed when he saw this. With a wave of his hand, a silver staff appeared in his hand. Everyone was stunned when they saw Zhao Hai take out a staff. This was because Zhao Hai had never used a weapon before in the competition. All along, everyone thought that Zhao Hai had not found a suitable staff for himself. They did not expect him to suddenly take out a staff. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't have a magic staff, but that he hadn't used it before. In other words, he hadn't used his full strength in the previous match. The staff that Zhao Hai took out was naturally liquid silver. He had also noticed the extraordinary aspects of the Skyfrost sword. However, it was impossible for it to pose a threat to him. If Zhao Hai used the Bada-Forge fist to attack, he could knock the Skyfrost sword back without the liquid silver. However, Zhao Hai did not want to expose his strength, so he took out the liquid silver. After taking out the liquid silver, Zhao Hai immediately waved his hand. A magic array instantly appeared in front of him. As soon as the magic array appeared, it immediately turned into a huge shield, blocking Zhao Hai's path. At this time, Li Wudu's Skyfrost sword had already slashed down. The The incomparably huge Skyfrost sword brought with it an earth-shaking power of heaven and earth as it slashed down on the huge shield that Zhao Hai had set up. Boom. The crowd discovered that the shield in front of them had been sliced open. The Skyfrost sword continued to slash downwards. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, because if it continued, it would hit Zhao Hai. However, just as the Skyfrost sword broke through the large shield, a slightly smaller shield suddenly appeared from the large shield and blocked in front of the Skyfrost sword. The Skyfrost sword did not stop and broke through the shield again. However, another 100 shields appeared in front of the sword, and this shield was even smaller than the previous one. It was only now that everyone realized that the Skyfrost sword had not completely broken through the shield's defense. Although it looked like a huge shield, it was actually a shield formation formed by multiple shields stacked on top of each other. The Skyfrost sword continued to slash through Zhao Hai's shield formation layer by layer, and the speed at which the Skyfrost sword descended gradually slowed. A busybody counted. As the Skyfrost sword descended, it had already destroyed over 60 large shields. This was already an astonishing feat. The large shields were made up of 100 magic arrays stacked on top of each other. Each of them was not easy to destroy. However, the Skyfrost sword had actually destroyed over 60 large shields in one go. This was already very impressive. Finally, the Skyfrost sword stopped after breaking through the 90 shields. The crowd let out a long sigh of relief, then couldn't help but cheer. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be able to block Li Chuchen's overbearing sword with a magic array set that was made up of 100 magic arrays. Li Tutu's expression was somewhat unsightly. He looked at Zhao Hai and snorted coldly, "Not bad. I didn't expect you to be able to block my sword, but try blocking this one again." After saying that, Li Chuchen formed a sword seal and said in a deep voice, "Quat pierce through heaven and earth, second sword." Quat as soon as he finished speaking, the Skyfrost sword, which had not been as huge as before, returned to its normal form. Then it stabbed toward Zhao Hai. This sword was filled with an indomitable aura, as if it was really going to pierce through the heavens and earth. Zhao Hai stared at the sword without moving. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that he couldn't. Li Chuchen's move, piercing through heaven and earth, was extremely powerful. The chi movement on the sword had completely locked onto him. If he moved, the sword would move. Li Chuchen was using a flying sword, which could not only fly straight, but also turn. Therefore, it was impossible to dodge it. It would only waste his time, so he could only take it head-on. With a wave of his hand, another magic array set consisting of 100 magic arrays appeared before Zhao Hai. As soon as this magic array set appeared, a large sword flew out of it. The large sword was extremely large, no smaller than the Skyfrost sword after it had grown in size. The large sword was golden in color, and it looked extremely gorgeous. The huge sword flew towards the Skyfrost sword, tip to tip. One was a huge sword, while the other was a small sword that was only a meter long. The two swords collided in the blink of an eye. Boom! The tips of the two swords collided with each other, creating an unprecedented force. The force was like a wave, spreading out from the tips of the two swords. Wherever the force passed, the Agarwood was cut in half. The people standing outside the forest immediately set up protective barriers. They were very clear that these Qi Jin were just the residual force formed by the two people's Qi Jin spreading out. They were not very powerful, and ordinary protective barriers were enough to block it. At this moment, frost appeared on the huge sword that had collided with the Skyfrost sword. Then, the huge sword turned into fragments on the ground with a bang. However, the Skyfrost sword's attack had been blocked. Now, the Skyfrost sword had stopped and lost its momentum. Even if Li Wudu ordered it to continue flying forward to attack Zhao Hai, the power that could be exerted by this move would be less than 2 levels of its usual power. Li Chushu knew that his attack had been in vain. His face was gloomy. Although he had been used by someone, Zhao Hai's strength was beyond his expectation. He knew how powerful the magic array of mages in the field of arrays was. To be honest, he didn't put Zhao Hai in his eyes before the battle. In his opinion, he could kill Zhao Hai with one sword strike. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. He had sent out 2 sword attacks in a row, but they were both blocked by Zhao Hai. This made him feel a little embarrassed. The cultivators of the cultivation world rarely lost when they went up against the mages and warriors of the array world. Even those cultivators who had not reached the foundation establishment stage could stand undefeated against a 4th or even 5th grade magus. They could even kill the other party. This had a lot to do with the cultivation methods of both sides. The vital chi that cultivators cultivated was to guide the vital chi into the body and then continuously train the body. Finally, one's danshan would be the sea of qi, and all the vital qi would be stored in it so that it could be used in battle. When the yuan qi has reached a certain concentration, it will turn into liquid. When all the yuan qi has been successfully liquefied, it means that you are already a foundation stage cultivator. When the liquid yuan qi in your danshan finally condenses into a golden core, it means that you are a core formation stage cultivator. However, the training methods of the warriors in the realm of arrays were different from that of the cultivators. The warriors in the realm of arrays mostly cultivated fighting energy, which was mainly used to temper their bodies. They had to train their bodies crazily before they could produce fighting energy. After the fighting energy was produced, it would be stored in their bodies and slowly transform their bodies. However, the fighting energy would not be stored in their dantians, so the cultivation of fighting energy was much more difficult than that of the cultivator's primary energy. It was even more so for mages. Mages cultivated mental strength, and the cultivation of mental strength was not that easy. In addition, the tools that mages could use were really too few. However, it was different for cultivators, who could use many tools. In the realm of arrays, mages usually only used magic staffs or things like magic array assembly discs. It could be said that they were very monotonous. Warriors were similar. Apart from warriors and defensive equipment, there was nothing else that could be used. However, cultivators were different. Cultivators could use a lot of tools, from flying swords to all kinds of magic weapons. It could be said that they had everything. It was because of this that ordinary cultivators would have the upper hand when they fought against mages or warriors. However, today, Li Tutu said that as long as Zhao Hai didn't die after blocking 3 of his sword strikes, he would let Zhao Hai go. Therefore, the only weapon he could use now was the Skyfrost sword, because he was too full of himself. Li Tutu was proud, not only because he was a genius, but more importantly because he was a cultivator of the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, the strongest world was undoubtedly the cultivation world. Therefore, no matter where the cultivators of the cultivation world went, they would naturally think that they were superior to others. Li Dudu was naturally no exception, not to mention that he had come to a place like the array world this time. Therefore, Li Wuchen wanted to destroy Zhao Hai to show off his might. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would block 2 of his sword strikes, which put him in a situation where he couldn't back down. A foundation stage cultivator actually couldn't deal with a 4th-grade magician. If this were to be spread out, it would definitely be laughed at to death. He, Li Wudu, would lose face. Not only would he lose face for himself, he would also lose face for the Western Cold City and the world of cultivators. Therefore, he couldn't afford to lose this last strike. Li Tutu looked at Zhao Hai with a gloomy face. He really didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so difficult to deal with. Although he had never fought with a mage before, he still had some understanding of the situation. The mages in the realm of magic arrays were determined by the number of magic arrays they could use. The more magic arrays they could use, the stronger they were. However, this didn't mean that a 6th-tier mage who could use the 1,000 arrays superposition could use the 1,000 arrays superposition at any time. It was almost impossible. It was just like in the cultivation office. You couldn't use an ultimate move so easily. If it was so easy to use, it wouldn't be a unique move. Therefore, it was very easy for ordinary cultivators to fight against mages. Cultivators could use all kinds of tools to maximize their strength, or even exceed their own level. Mages could only use magic arrays that were lower than their true strength because they needed too much time to prepare. No enemy would give you that much time to prepare. In real combat, instant magic was the mainstream. However, Zhao Hai was able to instantly cast the 100 magic arrays, which was definitely beyond Li Chuchen's estimation. If the first time Zhao Hai used the 100 magic arrays, it could be said that it was because he used a magic staff. But what about the second time when he used this sword magic? Li Tutu's attack wasn't just a random attack. Every move of his, crossing mountains and rivers, was actually to see Zhao Hai's true strength. That move was no longer a problem for dealing with an ordinary 4th-grade magician, because that move had already sealed off all of Zhao Hai's escape routes. He could only block it. Even if Zhao Hai blocked it, Li Tutu could also use a second move based on Zhao Hai's characteristics. Sure enough, Zhao Hai used a magic array to block his first move, but this also allowed Li Tutu to see the weakness of Zhao Hai's shield spell. Therefore, Li Tutu used the second move, penetrating heaven and earth. The first move, crossing mountains and rivers, was a chopping move, so the power would be somewhat scattered. Moreover, because he had to take into account the subsequent changes, it was impossible to divide the power 100%, so it was not surprising that it was blocked by the shield formation. The second move was the same. The second move, piercing through heaven and earth, was an extremely overbearing move. It was a full power attack with a locked chi movement. It had the posture of never turning back. Li Tutu wanted to use this move to break Zhao Hai's shield formation and kill Zhao Hai on the spot. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would also follow with a magic array group and use a big sword to block his attack. This made Li Tutu think highly of Zhao Hai. Li Tutu looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly smiled, "Quite not bad. It seems that you, a newcomer in the field of arrays, do have some ability. You can actually block 2 of my swords, however that's all I can do. I'll kill you with every 3 swords." Zhao Hai held the mercury staff and smiled. "Quite please, young hero Li. If I die at your hands, it can only be said that I'm not skilled enough. I have no complaints." Li Chuchu coldly snorted. Quat, so what if you have complaints? Who can hear the complaints of a dead man? Take this, floating clouds like flowing water, third move. Quat, as soon as he finished speaking, Li Wudu's Skyfrost sword flew out. This time, the Skyfrost sword's flying trajectory was very strange. It was not flying in a straight line. On the contrary, the sword was like a spirit snake, slithering forward. At the moment when the Skyfrost sword flew out, bursts of white fog appeared in the surroundings. This white fog was even faster than the Skyfrost sword and covered Zhao Hai in the fog in an instant. Zhao Hai could already feel that this strike was not as domineering as the previous two strikes. However, it was extremely agile, like water, silently moistening things. Of course, the killing was also completed in silence. Zhao Hai discovered that the white mist emitted from the Skyfrost sword was not as simple as it seemed. Not only did the white mist emit a frighteningly cold air, but it also greatly suppressed one's spiritual power, preventing one's spiritual will from reaching too far. Seeing this, Zhao Hai made a prompt decision. He immediately released a fire dragon magical array. After the fire dragon appeared, it immediately circled around Zhao Hai to help dispel the white mist. However, the white mist was not to be trifled with. The fire dragon was getting smaller and smaller. Zhao Hai didn't seem to mind. He immediately cast another magic array. This was the same one he had used before, Wind to Ice Blade. The tornado contained ice blades. It was originally used for offense, but Zhao Hai used it for defense. He stood in the center of the magic array. There was no wind or ice blades in the center. The wind and ice blades flew around him and expanded bit by bit, blocking the white mist outside. The next two magic arrays gave Zhao Hai some space to expand his mental power. However, at that moment, Zhao Hai suddenly felt as if something had entered his wind to ice blade magic array. The feeling was very faint. If not for Zhao Hai's strong mental power, he would not have felt it. Sensing this, Zhao Hai could not help but be stunned. He immediately focused his mental power and probed into the wind to ice blade. Very quickly, he discovered the abnormality within the wind to ice blade. Zhao Hai was familiar with the spell Wind to Ice Blade. There were a total of 360 ice blades in the spell. These ice blades flew according to their own trajectories, forming a large net and killing anything that entered the whirlwind. However, as soon as Zhao Hai's spiritual power entered the whirlwind, he felt 361st ice blades. Soon, Zhao Hai felt that the 361st ice blade was Li Wuchen's Skyfrost sword. This time, the Skyfrost sword's attack method was extremely peculiar. The sword could actually enter Zhao Hai's Wind to Ice Blade spell. The Skyfrost sword was like a fish swimming freely in the wind blades. He slowly advanced with the whirlwind. He didn't blindly resist the whirlwind. Instead, he followed the force of the whirlwind and slowly advanced. This way, not only would he not attract Zhao Hai's attention, but he could also use the whirlwind's force to conceal his own aura. The previous two attacks from Li Tutu were extremely overbearing, but this time's attack was like floating clouds and flowing water, Zhu Ranru. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare to underestimate this attack. If Li Tutu's previous two attacks were prepared to fight him head-on with a real sword and gun, then this attack was to snipe him to death. The Skyfrost sword was like a stealth killer. It would only attack at the right time, and that was extremely dangerous. If Zhao Hai's spiritual power was not strong enough, he would not have been able to dodge the attack. Even if he had discovered it now, it would be very difficult for him to deal with this attack. The Skyfrost sword was already very close to him. This was too dangerous. Zhao Hai was very clear about it. Although it was only the Skyfrost sword moving, it was definitely attached with a trace of Li Tutu's divine sense. Li Tutu could clearly sense everything inside. If he used any means other than magic to deal with the Skyfrost sword, Li Tutu would definitely discover it. Thinking up to this point, Zhao Hai's eyes turned cold. He then waved his hands, and 50 magic arrays stacked on top of each other appeared. As soon as these magic arrays appeared, they immediately transformed into ice dragons. These ice dragons shook their heads and wagged their tails as they charged into the wind blades. They pounced toward the Skyfrost sword as if they had a mind of their own. The Skyfrost sword seemed to have noticed the ice dragons as well. It knew that Zhao Hai had discovered its presence. A powerful aura burst forth from the Skyfrost sword, and it charged out of the Wind to Ice Blade spell. The tip of the sword pointed straight at Zhao Hai. However, this sword attack was not a straight attack. It was like flowing water, drawing an arc as it attacked Zhao Hai. This time, the traces of the attack were more complex and unpredictable. The attack speed was not slow either. Zhao Hai's expression was extremely heavy. He raised his magic staff and softly chanted a few words. Then 100 magic arrays stacked on top of each other suddenly appeared in front of him. As soon as the magic array appeared, it instantly turned into a huge metal hammer. As soon as the metal hammer appeared, it immediately locked its aura onto the Skyfrost sword. Then it smashed toward the Skyfrost sword with a destructive power. As the Skyfrost sword's trajectory changed, so did the hammer's. Due to the flow of chi, Zhao Hai couldn't track it accurately. In an instant, the hammer and the Skyfrost sword collided. Boom, Zhao Hai's iron hammer completely disappeared. However, the Skyfrost sword did not slow down. Instead, it became even faster as it stabbed toward Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's heart skipped a beat. He had not expected the Skyfrost sword to have the ability to borrow force. It seemed like it would not be easy to deal with this. Thinking up to this point, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and another massive magic array appeared before him. As soon as the magic array appeared, the whirlwinds and ice blades around him disappeared. These two forces gathered into the magic array, and even the surrounding white mist was sucked into the magic array. The anxious people outside could see what was happening. The magic array group spun rapidly. As it spun, all the magic arrays slowly fused together to form a huge magic array disc. The magic array disc spun in front of Zhao Hai, blocking the Skyfrost sword's path. The Skyfrost sword seemed to be swimming in the air. It tried to avoid the disc array, but it failed. However, wherever the Skyfrost sword flew, the disc array was like a tiger in the way. It kept spinning in front of Zhao Hai, but it didn't attack the Skyfrost sword. It only protected Zhao Hai. The sword and the plate were in a stalemate. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Li Chu's expression changed. He realized that it wouldn't do him any good to continue dragging things out. Most importantly, even if he wanted to attack, he wouldn't be able to break Zhao Hai's magic array. Zhao Hai's magic array was very strange. Although it was only a magic array with 100 arrays stacked on top of each other, it could continuously absorb the surrounding world energy to strengthen itself, making the array discs more and more solid and harder. It was impossible for him to break through the array disc now. This didn't mean that Li Wudu really couldn't break this disc array, but that his attack this time couldn't break it. Just like what Zhao Hai said, the sword-move floating water used by Li Wudu this time was mainly to make use of the constantly changing trajectory of the attack, like water, to sneak to the enemy's side and then suddenly attack. Although this attack was difficult to guard against and was the best way to throw an attack, it was undeniable that the power of this attack was far inferior to the hole through the world. This was a method of sacrificing one's attack power to pursue a strange path of attack. However, if one were to attack the Skyfrost sword would be able to borrow the power of one's attack to strengthen its own attack power. This was what it meant by borrowing power to attack power. After Zhao Hai had unleashed that hammer strike, he had also discovered this unique point of his team. As a result, he had immediately changed his battle strategy. He had used the Ice Wheel spell and controlled it so that it would not be used to attack. Instead, he had used it as a defensive spell. This way, he would not be afraid of the Skyfrost sword's attacks. Zhao Hai was dragging it out. He knew that he could afford to drag it out, but Li Tutu couldn't. Li Tutu's status didn't allow him to be in a stalemate with Zhao Hai. He had to either withdraw his sword or take a risk. Putting away his sword proved that he, Zhao Hai, had blocked 3 of Li Tutu's sword strikes. With Li Tutu's pride, he would not attack Zhao Hai anymore. Zhao Hai had passed today's trial. If he attacked, Zhao Hai was confident that he could block Li Tutu's attack. In that case, he would still win. If he could block Li Tutu's third sword, he would also be able to pass today's trial. Of course, the meaning of withdrawing the sword and attacking was different. Withdrawing the sword represented Li Tutu's demeanor. After discovering that his attack was unparalleled, Li Tutu decisively gave up. This kind of him was actually very dangerous. He had the courage to break his arm. This kind of enemy was very dangerous. If he attacked, it meant that he was a person who couldn't afford to lose. Even if he knew it was impossible, he still did it for the sake of his face. This kind of person was equally dangerous because he might be a despicable person who would take the opportunity to take revenge. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, while a villain would take revenge from morning to night. It didn't mean that a gentleman wouldn't take revenge. On the contrary, a gentleman would take revenge calmly. He could wait for an opportunity 10 years later. When the opportunity came, he would make you unable to recover for the rest of your life. The revenge of a vile person lacked this kind of patience and calmness. His revenge from morning to night might not be effective, but it would be extremely annoying. In the end, it might not even be as effective as the revenge of a gentleman. Right now, Zhao Hai was waiting for Li Tutu's next move. He wanted to see what Li Tutu would do next, and from his next move, he could infer what kind of person he was. Li Chuchen's face was gloomy as he looked at the sword and the plate that were in a stalemate. He knew that this attack had failed. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he had to admit this. Li Wuchen looked at Zhao Hai, who was controlling the disc array with all his strength and couldn't help but sneer. His 3 attacks had also tested Zhao Hai's strength. The first attack had tested Zhao Hai's ability to deal with it. It was not easy to block, but Zhao Hai had blocked it. The second strike was a test of Zhao Hai's full power attack. That strike was not just a simple one, it also represented confidence, and Zhao Hai managed to survive. The third slash tested Zhao Hai's control over magic. Magic was not that simple, and neither was the flowing water and floating clouds. This move required a high level of control over the sword. Only someone with the same level of control could block this attack, and Zhao Hai had done it. Although it seemed a little weak, he had really done it. Li Wudu knew that he couldn't kill Zhao Hai within 3 strikes. He couldn't help but sneer and put away the Skyfrost sword. He He knew that he was in the field of arrays after all, and it wasn't appropriate for him to deal with Zhao Hai with all his strength. If he wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, he could save it for the 6th World Newcomer competition. Li Tutu retrieved his Skyfrost sword, looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Quite very good, Zhao Hai. You are really good. I will see you at the 6th World Rookie competition." Quite after saying that, Li Tutu turned around and glanced at Ba Dong. Without saying anything to Ba Dong, he turned around and flew away. As soon as they saw Li Tutu fly away, the crowd burst into a thunderous applause. Almost everyone's face was filled with an excited smile. In the past few years, the world of mecha arrays had been suppressed by the world of cultivators. In one-on-one battles, the world of cultivators had almost no victory. Now that Zhao Hai had blocked Li Tutu's 3 swords, this was a victory for the world of mecha arrays. There was only one person at the scene who had an extremely ugly expression on his face. That person was Ba Dong. Ba Dong didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to block 3 of Li Chuchen's sword strikes. Now he had gone for wool and came home shorn. Everyone knew that he had lured Li Chuchen here to deal with Zhao Hai. He was afraid that his days in the array world would not be easy. At this moment, Kadalo's voice could be heard. "Quat Bishop Barden, please forgive us for not being able to serve you well today. Bishop, please come in and have a drink." Quat Kadio's words were light-hearted and cold. Kadio's tone perfectly expressed his current mood. He was happy and wanted to kill someone. He was happy because Zhao Hai was fine, and the person he wanted to kill was naturally Ba Dong. When Ba Dong heard Kadio's words, he couldn't help but shiver. He turned to look at Kadio and found that Kadio was looking at him with cold eyes. Ba Dong's heart couldn't help but turn cold. He said to Kadio, "No, I've already bothered you for a long time today. I won't stay any longer. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards his flying car. He got into the flying car and ran away as if he was escaping. Kadio looked at Ba Dong's distant appearance and couldn't help but sneer. He finally remembered Ba Dong. Ba Dong wouldn't have a good life anymore. His nickname of the Smiling Yama wasn't for nothing. At this time, Zhao Hai also flew out from the forest. He had already kept his staff and arrived beside Kadio. He smiled at Kadio and said, "I'm sorry, head chief. I've destroyed this patch of agar wood. Please don't ask for compensation." Kadio couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Quite good, well done, too well done. I'm going to ask for a reward from my family." Quat. Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. At this time, the people who came to the party all came over to congratulate Zhao Hai and Kadio. Zhao Hai and Kadio just casually dealt with them. However, this time these people didn't focus their attention on Kadalo, but on Zhao Hai. Because Zhao Hai had blocked 3 of Li Tutu's sword attacks, it was enough to prove his strength. Zhao Hai looked at these people and couldn't help but feel a burst of sadness. The world of arrays and the world of cultivators should be equal. He was the #1 expert among the newcomers in the world of arrays, while Li Dushu was only the 10th expert among the newcomers in the world of cultivators. Zhao Hai was able to block Li Dushu's 3 swords, but he was seen as a miracle and a hero by the people here. This was a tragedy for the ascendants of the world of arrays. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't show this emotion on his face. He still smiled and dealt with those people without any arrogance, which made people have a good impression of him. At this moment, Xingli and the others couldn't squeeze through, but they didn't mind. They stood at the side and looked at Zhao Hai, who was surrounded by people with smiles on their faces. Xingli even said, "Do you guys think that little Hai has become famous in one battle? I think everyone in the field of arrays will know about this by tomorrow." Fei looked at Zhao Hai with excitement and said, "Quat, he's too strong. Big Brother Hai is too strong. He's my idol, Quat." Maniac Li laughed. "Quat, good job, but this way we'll have wine to drink tomorrow. Ha ha ha, I've disliked those guys from the cultivation world for a long time. Good, let's see if they can still be arrogant, Quat." Xingli chuckled. "I think Ba Dong is the saddest person right now. You didn't see how Ba Dong looked when he left. He looked more like he was running away. HMPH, he schemed against Little Hai, but Little Hai was fine. Now that Little Hai has become a hero, he has become the biggest thief in the array world. Let's see how he will survive in the array world, Quat." Margaret, who did not go forward to join in the fun, smiled and said, "Quat, that's not all. Did you forget that there's still Chief Steward Kajord? Chief Steward Kajord is known as the Smiling Yama. He's always been the one scheming against others, and no one has ever dared to scheme against him. Now that Ba Dong has set him up, how could he possibly swallow this? Ba Dong is really in trouble this time, Quat." Hearing Margaret's words, they all nodded unconsciously. Xingli and the others had ascended for a few years, so they knew the name Smiling Yama very well. They knew what this name meant, so they agreed with Margaret. Only Dongfeng Yu looked at Marjorie in confusion and said, "Sister-in-law, why aren't you with Little Hai? Why are you still here?" Margaret smiled and said, "I don't like to deal with that kind of situation. In fact, Brother Hai doesn't like it either. It's just that he has to deal with it now. I think if it wasn't for the Ashley family, he would definitely prefer to go drinking with you guys now, rather than dealing with those people. Dealing with those people is very tiring. Quat. Dongfeng Yu and the others all laughed. They had a certain understanding of Zhao Hai. They knew very well that Zhao Hai really did not like to deal with such a situation. If it were any other ascender in Zhao Hai's position, they would be overjoyed. It was very important for an ascender to be able to form a relationship with these people of status. Therefore, if those ascenders were in Zhao Hai's position, they would definitely try their best to please those people. They would be like Zhao Hai, who was obviously just trying to deal with them. Dongfeng Yu and the others couldn't help but ask themselves if they could be as calm as Zhao Hai if they were in his position. However, after thinking about it, they realized that they had no answer. This time, the Keijo family's banquet ended very late. After hearing about the situation here, many people specially drove to the banquet to inquire about the situation, so the end time of the banquet had to be delayed. The party didn't officially end until late at night. Everyone went back to rest. Zhao Hai and Margaret also returned to the origin space. Zhao Hai didn't feel anything during the battle with Li Tutu, but he was really tired after dealing with those people. He hung out with Margaret and went back to his room to have a good sleep. Zhao Hai didn't know that while he was sleeping, the entire array world was in a mess. The scene of his battle with Li Dusu had been uploaded to the internet by someone. It spread to every corner of the array world in an instant, causing a sensation. In the field of arrays, they had always been at a disadvantage in one-on-one battles. Even those who were 1 or 2 levels higher than the cultivators didn't dare to challenge them, let alone those of the same level. As a 4th-tier magician, Zhao Hai was able to block 3 strikes from the 10th-ranked rookie in the self-cultivation world and didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. This in itself was already very sensational, but Zhao Hai was also the biggest dark horse in the array world. He was already very famous, so this made him even more famous. That night, countless people sat in front of their computers and watched the battle between Zhao Hai and Li Tutu over and over again. Countless people were so excited that they couldn't control themselves and couldn't sleep. This battle was too exciting. His attack was exciting, and his defense was even more exciting. From the screen, Zhao Hai was only defending, but his defense was flawless. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all, and he didn't look like he was in a difficult position at all. Exciting, simply too exciting. This was the most exciting battle between an opponent of the same level in the world of mecha arrays and the world of cultivation. Zhao Hai's popularity instantly soared. Zhao Hai didn't know any of this. He was still sleeping in the space. He slept very soundly. He also knew that Li Chuchen was a foundation stage cultivator. This battle with Li Chuchen had made him aware of his own strength. He hadn't used his full strength, but he was able to fight Li Chuchen to such an extent. This made him even more confident in himself. Zhao Hai knew that Li Tutu hadn't used his full strength. The cultivators of the cultivation world were all famous for their magic weapons, and Li Tutu was of course the same. He definitely still had a lot of magic weapons that he hadn't used, but Zhao Hai also had a lot of means that he hadn't used. It must be known that in today's battle with Li Tutu, he didn't even use Gang Qi, because Zhao Hai was afraid that Li Tutu would find out the secret of him condensing Gang Qi into his body. The people of the cultivation world were very sensitive to all kinds of energy, and Gang Qi was an even more overbearing kind of energy. If Li Dushi sensed the existence of Gang Qi in Zhao Hai's attack power, then Zhao Hai's future troubles would definitely not be small. After a good night's rest, Zhao Hai and Margaret left the realm and returned to their room in the office the next morning after having breakfast. As soon as the two of them came out of the room, Kadalo immediately went to look for them. When they arrived at Kadalo's room, they were stunned. There were only Kadalo, Debor, and Luke in the room, but their eyes were red. It was obvious that they hadn't slept for the entire night, but their expressions were filled with excitement. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 of them and asked in confusion, "General Director, Camp Master, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you sleep last night?" Keiju looked at Zhao Hai and immediately said excitedly, "Come, come, come. Little Hai, quickly sit. Ha, this is a good thing, a good thing. Ha, you're famous now, you're famous. There's no one in the entire array world who doesn't know you." Zhao Hai looked at Kadalo in confusion. He didn't know what Kadalo meant. He hadn't gone online since last night, and neither had Laura and the others. Therefore, they didn't know what was happening online. After Kadalo let Zhao Hai sit down, he said, "Quat, last night, someone uploaded the video of your battle with Li Dushu onto the internet. This matter has already caused a sensation on the internet. Everyone on the internet is talking about you, saying that you've brought honor to the people of the field of mecha arrays and that you're a hero." Quat. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Quat, this is too much of an exaggeration. They actually said that I'm a hero in the field of mecha arrays. How can I take this? Besides, I only blocked 3 sword strikes from Li Wuchen. The cultivators in the world of cultivators have more tricks than we can imagine. If we really fight to the death, I can't guarantee that I can win." Keijo waved his hand. "Quat, you don't have to win in a life and death battle. If you can block 3 of his attacks, you're already a hero. In the field of mecha, no one at your level can do that. Let alone 3, they can't even block 1. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Quat, I believe that, but so what? Even if I become famous, it won't do me any good. It's not a big deal if I don't become famous. Quat. Kadalo looked at Zhao Hai and shook his head. Quat, quat, you stupid kid, this is not directly good for you, but it is very good for the Ashley family. You are now almost a living signboard for the Ashley family. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Quat, forget it. I don't want to care about these things. If someone invites me to a banquet or something, just help me reply. Just say that I'm going into closed-door cultivation. You guys can do as you see fit. Quat. Kadalo looked at Zhao Hai and shook his head. He smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say. Dibar, on the other hand, laughed and said, Quat, okay, it's better for you to show your face less now. Once you show your face, someone might challenge you. If they can defeat you, they will become famous. So before the 6th World Newcomer competition begins, you'd better stay in seclusion. Camp Master, didn't you say that no one is allowed to challenge us before the competition? Zhao Hai asked, stunned. Why, will there still be people coming to challenge us? Dibar smiled. Quite of course, ordinary people wouldn't dare to challenge him. However, don't forget that this news has caused such a sensation in our mecha world. How could the cultivation world not know about it? What if someone from the cultivation world comes to challenge you? Therefore, you'd better go into closed-door cultivation immediately. Zhao Hai nodded. All right then, I'll go into closed-door cultivation. However, I've already said that I'll treat Xingli and the others to a drink. I won't be going out either. If I go out, there might be trouble. If they come to find me, let them come to my room. Quat. Dibar nodded. Quat, don't worry. I'll arrange this for you. You don't have to worry. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and led Marjorie back to his room. As soon as she got back to her room, Margaret immediately rushed to the computer, turned it on, and went to a portal website. As soon as she opened the website, she saw the front page of the website, which had the words new top scorer Zhao Hai, battling against the top 10 cultivators. Quat written in bold and heavy font. There was a video link below. Margaret took a look at the link. Damn, it had been clicked tens of billions of times and the number was still jumping. Margaret could not help but cheer. She turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, Quat, big brother Hai, this is great. You're really famous now. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled and did not mind. He opened the video and watched it. It was obviously filmed by one of the people who had watched the battle. The quality of the video was not very good, but it was because of this that it looked real. Although the quality of the video wasn't very good, it captured the entire situation. It even captured the voices of the two people talking. Third comment, I didn't think that the mages of our array world could actually fight with cultivators. Strong, too strong. Why hasn't anyone done this before? It was too strange. Fourth floor, the person upstairs is obviously not a magician. Zhao Hai's strength is far beyond that of an ordinary fourth-tier magician. In the realm of mecha, a fourth-tier magician can be considered a fourth-tier magician as long as they can use the spell of 100 overlapping arrays. On the other hand, even an ordinary 6th-tier magician may not be able to instantly cast 100 overlapping arrays. This is where Zhao Hai's strength lies. Fifth comment, don't get your hopes up. Zhao Hai only managed to block 3 of his opponent's attacks. The cultivators in the world of self-cultivators have many Dharma treasures. 3 attacks won't be enough to show their true strength. Moreover, Zhao Hai has always been on the defensive. It's not surprising that he was able to block 3 attacks. Quat. 6th floor, 5th floor's guardian is Bulsh-Ting. If you have the guts, go and block it. Although Zhao Hai was in a defensive position for all 3 strikes, he didn't look the least bit embarrassed. His clothes weren't even messed up and he didn't take a step back. This means that Zhao Hai still has strength left. In terms of strength, Zhao Hai should be on par with Li Tutu. 5th floor, if you don't know, don't randomly shout. Zhao Hai had become famous. He's famous. Everyone in the world of arrays was talking about Zhao Hai. It wasn't just the ordinary people who were talking about Zhao Hai. Even the powerful families in the world of arrays were talking about him. Zhao Hai had still underestimated the extent of the hatred the people of the array world had for the people of the cultivation world. This hatred did not begin because the people of the cultivation world had invaded the array world. This hatred started from the spiritual level and also started from their attitude. The people of the cultivation world had always looked at the people of the Jicheng world with a haughty attitude, like an emperor looking at a beggar. It was this attitude that made the people of the Jicheng world hate the people of the cultivation world. This kind of hatred was getting stronger and stronger, so the people of the array world hoped that someone in their world would be able to live up to expectations and reach the same level as the people of the cultivation world. However, in the realm of arrays, be it mages, warriors, or mecha soldiers, they were all very disappointing. No one could defeat a cultivator of the same level. This made the people feel more and more resentful. This time, although Zhao Hai had only blocked Li Sanjian, the meaning was completely different. It could be said that this was a zero breakthrough in the field of arrays, which was why the people in the field of arrays were so happy. No one in the field of arrays believed that Li Chuchen would deliberately go easy on them, because the cultivation world had never been polite to the field of arrays. As long as they fought with people from the field of arrays, they would definitely fight to the death. It was impossible for them to go easy on them. It was precisely because of these precedents that people believed that Zhao Hai had relied on his own strength to block Li Chuchen's 3 sword strikes. It was because of all these reasons that Zhao Hai was now completely famous in the field of mecha arrays. He was now the hero of the entire field. Just as everyone was waiting to see what Zhao Hai was going to do next, he suddenly announced that he was going into seclusion. No one knew when he would come out. Upon hearing this news, everyone in the field of arrays was shocked. For a while, there were rumors in the field of arrays. Some said that Zhao Hai had been seriously injured in the battle with Li Tutu. At that time, he had only suppressed his injuries. Now that his injuries were acting up, Zhao Hai would not have long to live. Some said that Zhao Hai was actually cultivating a secret technique in seclusion so that he could defeat more people from the cultivation world in the 6 World Rookie competition. All sorts of rumors appeared, and the entire array world fell into chaos. Everyone wanted to see Zhao Hai, but he had not shown himself. Later, when they saw that the situation was getting out of control, the Ashley family had to come out and hold a press conference to announce to everyone that Zhao Hai was not injured and that he had gone into seclusion to prepare for the 6 World Rookie competition. Originally, people were a little dissatisfied with the Ashley family's answer, but what happened next made them understand why the Ashley family did it. It was just as Debar and the others had said. The battle between Zhao Hai and Li Dushu had caused such a huge reaction in the array world. The cultivation world and the array world weren't completely unrelated, so whenever something big happened in the array world, the cultivation world would know. The cultivation world naturally knew about the battle between Zhao Hai and Li Dushu, which was the biggest event in the array world. When the people of the cultivation world heard this news, they were in an uproar. Among the 6 worlds of the cultivation world, the individual combat standard of the array world was the lowest. This was also one of the reasons why the people of the cultivation world looked down on the array world. Now the 10th ranked expert among the rookies had not been able to defeat the top expert of the rookies of the mecha world in 3 moves. This was unsightly in the eyes of the people of the cultivation world. The people of the world of cultivation immediately found the scene of the two's battle at that time and took it out to watch. Although the quality of the picture wasn't very good, they were all people who knew the industry. They could all see that Li Dushu had done his best at that time. It wasn't that his strength wasn't good, but that his opponent really wasn't someone to be underestimated. It was precisely because of the video as evidence that the people from the cultivation world didn't blame Li Chu. They were only surprised by Zhao Hai's strength. Of course, this wasn't Li Chuchu's fault, but only the mainstream opinion. In other words, the higher-ups of the major sects in the cultivation world didn't blame Li Chuchu for this matter. After all, Li Chuchu's strength was still very strong, but Zhao Hai's strength wasn't weak either. He didn't hold back and didn't take down Zhao Hai within 3 moves. It was entirely Zhao Hai's fault, and it had nothing to do with Li Chuchu, so Li Chuchu wasn't to be blamed. The mainstream voices didn't say anything, but the non-mainstream voices said a lot. Competition existed in any place, and it was even more so in the cultivation world. Even though the cultivation world was rich in resources, they were still needed when compared to the huge population in the cultivation world. Under such circumstances, the competition became even more brutal. Among the top 10 newcomers, Wu Ying was an existence that stood at the top of the pyramid of the new generation in the cultivation world. She was high and mighty, enjoying better supplies than ordinary people, cultivating the best techniques, and was the most enviable existence. Because these masters had been very eye-catching before, no one dared to say anything even if they had something against them. In the world of self-cultivators, everything was based on strength. If they talked nonsense and were heard by the top 10 masters, killing them would be in vain. No one would find trouble with the top 10 masters for an irrelevant person. But this time, it gave those people at the bottom an excuse. You Li Chuchen are one of the top 10 newcomers in the cultivation world and enjoy the best things, but you can't do anything to a person from the array world. You're not qualified to be one of the top 10 masters. Such remarks were not uncommon in the cultivation world. Of course, most of the experts would not say this because they had seen Zhao Hai's strength. However, those who had been suppressed by Li Chuchu didn't care so much. They didn't care about Zhao Hai's strength. They just kept talking about Zhao Hai's identity as a member of the array world and tried to pour dirty water on Li Chuchu. There were also many people who were slightly weaker than Li Chuchu, but they had another idea, which was to get rid of Zhao Hai. In their eyes, Li Chuchu's strength was definitely stronger than Zhao Hai's. The reason why he didn't kill Zhao Hai was because he had made a 3-move agreement with Zhao Hai. If he didn't make the 3-move agreement, he would definitely have been able to kill Zhao Hai. But now Li Tutu didn't kill Zhao Hai, which gave them a chance to show their face. They could go and kill Zhao Hai, and then they could show their face in the cultivation world. There were quite a few self-cultivators who had this thought. they immediately used the magical teleportation array and arrived at the array world, ready to challenge Zhao Hai. These people's strange movements naturally couldn't be hidden from the people of the array world. The people of the array world were also very wary of the sudden influx of cultivators from the cultivation world. They immediately began to investigate why these people had come. NBSB very quickly, the answer was revealed. These people were here to challenge Zhao Hai, and they did not plan to hide their purpose. They went straight to the Ashley family to challenge Zhao Hai. However, the Ashley family only gave them one answer. Zhao Hai was in closed-door cultivation and could not accept the challenge. It could be said that this excuse was the one that left people the most helpless. Closed-door cultivation was a method that almost all cultivators would go through. It was not unique to the machine array world, nor was it unique to the cultivation world. When people were in closed-door cultivation, it was the most taboo to be disturbed. Thus, no one could say anything about the excuse that Zhao Hai was in closed-door cultivation and did not accept the challenge. This matter was also posted on the web of the mecha industry. People immediately understood why Zhao Hai suddenly went into seclusion. To be honest, once they knew the truth, they heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the top 100 contestants of the preliminary round announced that they were going into seclusion at almost the same time. Then, a large number of people also went into seclusion. Suddenly, the word seclusion became the most popular word in the array world. The self-cultivators who had come to challenge the array world could do nothing about the shameless behavior of the array world. Some of them had thought that since they could not challenge Zhao Hai, they could challenge someone else. After all, they had to destroy a few people from the cultivation world to boost their prestige. However, now that all the important figures in the cultivation world had gone into seclusion, they could not find anyone to challenge even if they wanted to. This made them very impatient. These cultivators also knew that they couldn't challenge the famous masters. It would be completely meaningless if they challenged some small fry. Even if they killed many mages and warriors in the array world, it would be useless. They would only be laughed at when they returned, and they wouldn't have any chance to show their faces at all. It was because of this that all of a sudden, these challengers had fallen into a very embarrassing situation. If they stayed, there would be no one to challenge. If they just went back like this, they would be a little unwilling. They were in a dilemma. The higher-ups of the realm of mecha arrays were in a similar situation. The higher-ups of the realm of mecha arrays did not have a good time either. Although they were under the protection of the new experts and had sent those experts into seclusion, they also had to bear a huge amount of pressure. The ordinary people in the field of arrays did not care about what the higher-ups were like. To them, the experts of the field of arrays were all in seclusion. This was obviously an escape operation, an action of cowardice. Thus, the internet was filled with curses. To them, they would rather let Zhao Hai and the others die in battle than let them hide like this. This was too embarrassing. The higher-ups of the field of arrays pretended not to hear the clamoring of the ordinary people. They knew very well that they could not listen to the words of the ordinary people. If the current top 100 of the field of arrays were to die in battle, how would they be able to fight for the interests of the field of arrays in the 6 World Newcomers competition? If the realm of arrays could not obtain greater benefits, they would only become weaker and weaker. When that time came, they would only be bullied by others. If they fought now, it would bring immeasurable losses to the future. This was something the higher-ups of the realm of arrays did not want to see. In fact, whether it was the ordinary people in the world of machine arrays or the higher-ups in the world of machine arrays, they did not really treat the Ascendants as their own people. In their past life, the Ascendants were just tools. The difference was that some of these tools were useful, while others were useless. It was clear that Zhao Hai and the others were just useful tools in the eyes of the higher-ups in the array world. They could not be sacrificed. Of course, Zhao Hai knew about the chaos outside, but he didn't take it to heart. To him, those people from the outside world were nothing. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to expose his strength, he would have run out and killed them all. Of course, Zhao Hai was just thinking about it. He wouldn't really do it because there was no need to. To Zhao Hai, killing people depended on whether it would bring him benefits. He didn't want to kill people that had no meaning. Every day, Zhao Hai would be practicing his spellcasting and the usage of liquid silver in the boundless space. At the same time, he would also be practicing the Bodaforge Fist in the Yellow Sand region. Zhao Hai knew his own strength. He could not run amok in the field of arrays yet, so he needed to increase his strength as soon as possible, and the Bodaforge Fist was undoubtedly a good way. The people from the cultivation world slowly retreated because they really had no good ideas about the array world's shameless tactics. Therefore, most people left, leaving only a few people behind to see if there was still a chance. With the departure of the people from the cultivation world, the machine array world also regained its calm. People couldn't focus on one thing for too long, especially when this matter didn't have much to do with them. The higher-ups of the realm of arrays were happy to see the storm die down. They did not want the participants of the competition to be disturbed. This was because the higher-ups of the realm of arrays were very interested in the six-realm newcomers competition. In this year's six-realm rookie competition, there were Zhao Hai, Strip, Xingli, Dongfeng Yu, Zhu Chen, and Lei Zai Ocean. It could be said that the rookies of this realm were the strongest among the rookies of the array realm in the past few decades. Previously, when the mecha world participated in the six-world rookie competition, they were just training partners. There were a total of 600 participants, and it was very likely that they would enter the 400th to 500th place. Even if some of them managed to enter, their ranking would be very low. It could be said that they had completely embarrassed the mecha world, and at the same time, they did not get any valuable resources. Among the rookies of this world, Zhao Hai's strength was the strongest. He was able to take 3 strikes from the 10th strongest cultivator and not lose. This was definitely a breakthrough, because the 10th strongest cultivator was almost equivalent to the 10th place in the 6-world rookie competition. Although Zhao Hai had only blocked 3 of Li Dushu's sword strikes, it had given the higher-ups of the mecha array world hope. They really wanted Zhao Hai's new generation to help them win some glory and also some wealth for them. As the days passed, the day of the 6-realm rookie competition drew closer. The cultivators who were still waiting for an opportunity in the machine array world gave up hope and returned to the cultivation world when they saw that the machine array world was really planning to be a coward. After all, compared to the cultivation world, the materials in the machine array world were poorer and more unfavorable for their cultivation. The departure of all these people from the cultivation world also allowed the higher-ups of the array world to heave a sigh of relief. The array world had returned to its former peace, and all that was left was to wait for the 6-world newcomers competition to begin. Zhao Hai didn't end his closed-door cultivation just because those from the world of self-cultivators had left. He still announced to the public that he was in closed-door cultivation and hadn't come out. This made those who had been observing Zhao Hai believe that he was really injured. After all, the 3 sword strikes of the 10th ranked rookie in the world of self-cultivators weren't easy to take. The Ashley family did not clarify the matter this time. To them, it was no longer necessary. Although there were still many people watching Zhao Hai, there were not as many as before. After another month, Zhao Hai finally announced that he was done with his closed-door cultivation. It was not that he did not want to continue his closed-door cultivation, but that he could not do so anymore. This was because all of them had to gather to participate in the 6-realm newcomers competition. Although there was still more than a month to go before the new 6-realm tournament officially began, they should have set off now according to the usual practice. As soon as Zhao Hai announced that he had come out of seclusion, Xingli and the others came. They mainly came to see if Zhao Hai was really injured. Otherwise, why would he be in seclusion for such a long time? Now that they saw that Zhao Hai was fine, they were relieved. After Xingli and the others left, Kaitalo immediately called Zhao Hai to his room. Kaitalo looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, how has your cultivation been recently?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, don't worry, head chief. There won't be any problems. I promise that I will be able to enter the top 100 of the 6-realm rookie competition." Quat. Kaitalo laughed. "Quat, it's fine. Don't give yourself too much pressure. If you really can't do it, don't force yourself. The head of the family is already very satisfied with your performance." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. "Quat, don't worry, head chief. I know what I'm doing. By the way, how are we going to the mecha world this time? Take a spaceship. When do we leave?" Kadio shook his head. "Quat, we're not taking a spaceship. We're going through the teleportation array. You'll have to rest in the cultivation world for about a month. This is also the rule of the realm." Quat. When Zhao Hai heard Kaitalo say this, he couldn't help but say, "Recuperate in the cultivation world for a month. What kind of rule was this? Wasn't this sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth? What if those people from the cultivation world come to challenge us this month?" Kadio shook his head. "Quat, you don't have to worry about that. The people of the cultivation world won't challenge you because the spiritual energy there is a bit different from our array world. You'll go there a month in advance to get used to the environment there. Also, the cultivation world has a rule that no one is allowed to challenge you during this time." Quat. Zhao Hai's brows were still furrowed. He didn't believe the words of the cultivation world. In front of the cultivation world, the machine array world had always been weak. Weak countries had no diplomatic ties. This was a very obvious principle. Although the cultivation world said that they wouldn't let anyone challenge them, there were countless ways for them to accept the challenge. This was a very simple principle. Kaitalo looked at Zhao Hai and knew what he was thinking. He sighed, "I know what you're thinking. Don't think too much. These are the rules. You have to be careful when you go. You guys won't be following us this time, will you?" Zhao Hai asked. Kadio nodded. "Quat, that's right, we won't be going. There are only 150 people going to the world of cultivation this time. You 100 contestants plus 50 leaders. These 50 leaders are all experts from the 3 forces. The leaders are all like dragons with blades and horses." Quat. When Zhao Hai heard Kadio say this, he was stunned for a moment. He knew about the heaven-cleaving saber Ma Rulong. The heaven-cleaving saber Ma wasn't someone who had ascended. He was born and raised in the field of arrays. Usually, there were very few people born and raised in the field of arrays who practiced martial arts. However, Ma Rulong was an exception. He had loved martial arts since he was young, and his family was one of the traditional and powerful families of the Warrior Association. His family also had a tradition of practicing martial arts. However, for a core member of the family like him, he naturally didn't focus on martial arts. However, Ma Rulong wanted to learn martial arts, and in the end, he really did manage to learn it. Ma Rulong's specialty was his executioner's blade. He was already a grade 7 martial warrior and was very powerful. It was rumored that he had once fought a Golden Core stage master in the cultivation world and was not at a disadvantage. However, Ma Rulong did not have a problem. He did not have a prejudice against ascendants like most people. Perhaps it was because he practiced martial arts, so he had a good impression of ascendants and was very protective of them. With him leading the team, they were not afraid of those people from the cultivation world making things difficult for them. I didn't expect Senior Sky Splitting Saber to be leading the team. It seems like we don't have to worry about anything. Head Chief, when are we leaving? Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. Quat the day after tomorrow, Kaidio said. Quat, even though Ma Rulong is leading the team, you have to be careful. Sometimes, even Ma Rulong can't protect you. After all, you're going to the cultivation world this time. That's the territory of cultivators, not our territory. It's better to be careful. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. Quat, don't worry, Head Chief. I know what to do. You don't have to worry. Quat. Kaidalo sighed and walked to Zhao Hai's side. He patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, Quat, remember, your safety is the most important thing. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for Margaret. Even if your results are not ideal this time, the family will not blame you. After all, you have become the #1 newcomer in the field of mecha arrays. Such a result has already exceeded the expectations of the family head. Don't worry, Head Chief, I'll be careful. I'll be fine, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. Kaidalo nodded and said, Quat, let's go out for a walk and let those people see you. Don't let them think that you're really injured. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, all right, I'm leaving anyway. I'll train and agree to have some fun on the planet for the next 2 days. I haven't had a good time since I arrived. Quat. Kaidalo chuckled. Quat, all right, go on. You're practically the richest person in the family now. It's a little unreasonable for you to be reluctant to spend money. Quat. Zhao Hai chuckled and didn't say anything. He couldn't tell Kaidalo that he didn't care about the things sold outside. If he needed anything, he could just take it from the origin space. Even if it wasn't in the origin space, he could use the all-purpose machine to make it. It was better than buying it from outside. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 days, Zhao Hai and Margaret made a high-profile appearance on the Array planet and played around, attracting the attention of many people in the Array world. However, no one came to find trouble with Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai and the others were about to participate in the 6-realm rookie competition, the people from the Array field would not come to find trouble with Zhao Hai. However, when Zhao Hai and Margaret went on a trip, many ordinary people surrounded Zhao Hai, which made Zhao Hai and Margaret a little uncomfortable. NBSB Zhao Hai's sudden, high-profile appearance shocked those who had been paying attention to him. They didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. They had thought that Zhao Hai was injured, but looking at him now, it didn't seem like he was injured at all. Could it be that he had recovered? He was still suppressing his injuries. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. Although Zhao Hai didn't care about the things in the Array world, it was good to buy some gifts for Laura and the others. The gifts didn't need to be too expensive. It was enough to show his sincerity. The items that Zhao Hai gave to Laura and the others were all carefully selected by him. They were all small trinkets that were not worth much, but they were very beautiful. Most girls liked these things. Zhao Hai felt sorry for Laura and the others. They had always been by his side, but they could only stay in the origin space and observe the Array realm through the screen. They couldn't come to the Array realm to have some real fun. This made Zhao Hai feel guilty. After spending 2 days with Margaret on Planet Array, it was time for them to set off on the 3rd day. Zhao Hai got up in the morning and went to Planet Array's defensive array with Cade and the others on a flying painting. There were 2 large teleportation arrays on the machine array planet. One of them was specially used for the internal use of the machine array realm. This teleportation array could be adjusted and could be connected to more than 1,000 main planets in the machine array realm. As for the other teleportation array, it was a defensive one. It was specially used to send people to and from the cultivation world. This teleportation array wouldn't be opened normally and would be closed using a secret technique. These 2 teleportation arrays were located in 2 teleportation towers that were specially built on the machine array planet. They were usually guarded, and Zhao Hai and the others were heading to the teleportation array that was connected to the outside world. Gray Ma sat beside Zhao Hai and leaned into his arms. He whispered, Big brother Hai, you have to be careful this time. The people from the cultivation world aren't easy to deal with. You have to be especially careful of that Li Dushi. Last time you embarrassed him, he'll definitely take revenge on you. In fact, Margaret didn't have to do this. They could have talked in the space. However, if Margaret didn't do this, it would arouse Kadio's suspicion, so Margaret acted like this. This was what Laura and the others had taught her. Quat, don't worry, Zhao Hai nodded. Quat, nothing will happen. I promise I'll come back safely. Quat. Margaret nodded slightly, her eyes a little red. Zhao Hai couldn't help but tighten his grip on Margaret's hand. Although the two of them could talk about anything in the origin space, it was different to talk about it in the origin space. In the origin space, Zhao Hai didn't belong to Margaret alone. He belonged to everyone. Only in the array world did Zhao Hai belong to Margaret. Margaret was acting, but she was also really worried about Zhao Hai. She loved Zhao Hai and didn't want him to do anything dangerous, which was why she was acting like this. Zhao Hai hugged Margaret and whispered in his ear, "All right, don't worry. It's not like you can't see me. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Margaret buried her head in Zhao Hai's arms and nodded, but Zhao Hai felt a wet sensation on his chest. Zhao Hai sighed. He was afraid that he would never be able to clear his debt of love in this lifetime. The only thing he could do now was to let his women live a better life. Kadio and the others saw Zhao Hai and Margaret's appearance, but they didn't say anything. Wook had already spoken and let the two of them develop their own relationship. In other words, he had agreed to their relationship, so Kadio and the others naturally wouldn't care. In fact, Kadalo and the others hoped that Zhao Hai could be with Margaret. Zhao Hai's strength was clear for all to see, and Kadalo and the others already knew Zhao Hai's character. They believed that Margaret would definitely be happy if she followed Zhao Hai. In the realm of arrays, marriage was actually a very vague concept. If two people's feelings were good, they could be together even if they didn't get married. Ordinary people usually didn't hold any ceremony. Those who held a wedding ceremony were usually large families. Only when two families were connected by marriage would a wedding ceremony be held. Zhao Hai was also surprised by the situation, but he was happy about it. It was fine if they didn't hold a ceremony. Marjorie loved him, and he loved her too, so it was fine. The flying car soon arrived at the portal tower. There were already many flying cars there. Zhao Hai and the others got off and went straight into the portal tower. The first floor of the teleportation tower was a large hall. The entire hall was very large, over 1,000 square meters. There were many people standing in the hall. The moment Zhao Hai entered the main hall, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. There were people who looked at him with provocation, envy, and even hostility. However, Zhao Hai didn't care because he saw Xingli and the others. Zhao Hai quickly walked over. He had been accompanying Margaret for the past 2 days and didn't look for Xingli and the others. When Xingli and the others saw Zhao Hai, they also came over to greet him. Xingli laughed, "Little Hai, you've had a good time these past 2 days, but you're a little too attached to your girlfriend. But since you're going to part soon, we'll forgive you." Quat. Without waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, M.A. Gray pouted and said, "Big brother Xingli, do you have a problem with Big brother Hai accompanying me?" Xingli quickly laughed, I don't dare, ha ha ha. Sister-in-law, don't be angry, I was just saying." Quat. Xingli's appearance caused everyone to laugh. Zhao Hai smiled. Quat. Ever since I ascended to the array world, I've either been on missions or in seclusion. I haven't had the chance to come out and play with Margaret. Since I have these 2 days of free time and we're in a place like the array planet, of course I'll have to walk around with her. When I'm done with the cultivation world, I'll have a few drinks with you guys. Quat. Maniac Li laughed and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. Quat, that's great. The wine you brought out is really flavorful. I can't even get used to other types of wine now. Quat. The few of them talked and laughed, but they attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Their identities were not ordinary. These few people were all experts in the top 100. Together, they could be considered a large force in the top 100. Naturally, the others would look at them. At this moment, the hall suddenly fell silent. Zhao Hai and the others were also stunned. They turned their heads and saw a person walking in from outside. He had sky blue hair and still looked so suave. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with disdain when he saw Strip. It wasn't that he looked down on Strip's strength, but rather the martial arts he practiced. These days, Zhao Hai had not given up on keeping an eye on Strip. Strip had been changing women almost every day, and he had never kept a woman by his side for more than 2 days. Zhao Hai knew that Strip was cultivating. He must have practiced some kind of legendary plucking technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be changing women so frequently. This also explained why there was a trace of cold chi in his attack. It must be because he had cultivated that technique. Strip also saw Zhao Hai. He smiled and nodded at Zhao Hai as if they were very close. Zhao Hai looked at Strip's expression and nodded reluctantly. He then turned his head and ignored him. When Strip saw Zhao Hai's expression, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes before he turned around and walked away to greet the other participants. Zhao Hai turned around and saw Xingli and the others with ugly expressions. Li Quangren snorted and said, "Quat, what is he? I just don't like him." Quat. Zhao Hai looked at Li Quangren and the others and knew that they were fighting for the team. After all, the last time Li Dushu came to challenge him, it was Ba Dong who incited him. They hated the house and the crow, so naturally they also hated Strep. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. Brothers, how are your preparations? We're about to set off. Xingli smiled and said, don't worry, everything has been prepared. There's nothing to worry about. You, on the other hand, have you prepared anything good since you've been accompanying Marjorie for the past 2 days? Zhao Hai smiled. Quite of course I've prepared. I've prepared top-class wine and seasonal dishes. I've also prepared a lot of good food and drinks. Quat. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xingli and the others were stunned. They looked at each other and then at Zhao Hai. Dongfeng, you even said, little Hai, don't tell me you only prepared those things. Where's the weapon? Where's your armor? Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, don't worry, I've prepared it, but I'm used to it. Every time I go out, I'll bring some food and drinks with me. Hee hee, Quat. Xingli laughed, I know about this. Let's talk about the time when we went to Huangsha Xing for the knockout competition. We fought to the death there, but this kid was good. He laid out a recliner, held an umbrella, and drank juice. I don't know how free he was. Quat. Zhao Hai was about to say something when he heard footsteps coming from the top floor of the portal tower. Zhao Hai looked up and saw a group of people walking down. The leader of these people was a warrior. This warrior was very tall, but he looked very thin. His skin was slightly dark, and there was a scar on his face. His hair was about an inch long, and his eyes were filled with fierceness. One look and one could tell that he was not someone to be trifled with. Zhao Hai recognized him at a glance. This man was none other than the heaven-splitting saber Ma Rulong. He was a killer and had fought thousands of battles ever since he left the Dao. He had been seriously injured dozens of times. He had probably killed at least 800 people, if not 1,000. He was definitely a fiendish figure. The people behind Ma Rulong were the leaders of the team. They were all dressed as mages and warriors. They were experts chosen from the 3 major forces. They were here to protect Zhao Hai and the others. After Ma Rulong and the others came down, they glanced at Zhao Hai and the others and said in a deep voice, has everyone arrived? His voice was very low, and there was a sense of authority in his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a man in a magic robe walked over and bowed to Ma Rulong. Quat, my lord, everyone is here. Ma Rulong nodded and said in a deep voice, all the participants, follow him to the house over there. Those from the family who came to send him off can go back now. With that, he ignored Zhao Hai and the others. He turned around and walked to a room on the side. The room he was going to was the room where the teleportation array was located. Zhao Hai and the others were going there as well. Hearing Ma Rulong's words, Zhao Hai immediately turned to Kadalo and the others. Quat, head chief, I'll take my leave now. Take care, camp master, you too. After saying that, he bowed to the 2 of them and turned to look at Margaret. He nodded slightly and turned around to walk toward the room that Ma Rulong had gone to. At this time, Xingli and the others had also greeted their own clan members. The few of them walked side by side into the room. The moment they entered the room, they saw that many participants had already arrived. Ma Rulong and the others were also in the room. Because of Ma Rulong and the others' presence, the participants were all talking in low voices, making the room extremely quiet. Zhao Hai entered the room and couldn't help but look at the floor. There was a magic array drawn on the floor. It was very complicated and huge, covering the entire room. The mysterious magic symbols made the room look mysterious and beautiful. The few of them stood there and whispered to each other. After a while, everyone had entered the room. The magician who had reported to Ma Rulong walked to his side and said, Sir, everyone is here. Ma Rulong nodded and looked at Zhao Hai and the others. Quad, I'll be leading this trip to the cultivation world, so you all have to listen to me. The cultivation world is different from the array world. No one is allowed to walk around without my permission. If something really happens, I can't protect you. Do you understand? Ma Rulong nodded and turned to the mage. Quat, let's start. The magician responded. He took out a bunch of wrist laptops from his storage equipment. With a wave of his hand, the laptops flew towards Zhao Hai and the others as if they were being carried by hands. Zhao Hai and the others took the laptops and looked at them curiously. Quat, the main function of this computer is communication and positioning, the man said in a deep voice. Quat, the computer has all the contact information of the team leaders. If you go out alone in the cultivation world and encounter any problems, you can use this computer to contact the team leaders. The computer also has a positioning system, so we can find you in the shortest time possible. So you must bring this computer with you and not put it in your storage. Quat. Zhao Hai and the others didn't have any objections. They carried the computers on their hands. The computers were made like wrist guards. Although they were bright silver in color, they weren't heavy at all. Instead, they were very soft and comfortable to wear. Seeing that everyone had their heads ready, the magician walked to the corner of the room. There was a machine there that was used to activate the magic array. He walked over and pressed a button on the machine. A white light flashed, and Zhao Hai and the others disappeared from the room. Zhao Hai only saw a flash of white light before he lost his vision. However, his eyes quickly returned to normal. When he looked again, he realized that he was in another place. It was no longer the teleportation tower. Zhao Hai and the others were in a huge square. Zhao Hai estimated that the square was tens of thousands of square meters. There were dozens of magic arrays like the one they were in. From time to time, white light would flash on the magic arrays. As soon as the white light flashed, people would appear in the arrays. It was a busy scene. Just like Zhao Hai, Xingli and the others were also looking around curiously. Even though they had ascended for a few years, they had never been to the cultivation world before. The array world wasn't very far from the cultivation world, but it was still very difficult for people like Xingli and the others to go to the array world. They were usually doing missions in the array world, and when they weren't doing missions, they were cultivating or accompanying their family. Thus, it was normal that they had never been to the cultivation world. There were only two ways to go from the machine array world to the cultivation world. The first was to take a flying ship. However, the flying ship from the machine array world to the cultivation world was usually a cargo ship. It was used by the big families of the machine array world to trade with the big sects of the cultivation world. Ordinary people couldn't board it at all. The second method was to use the teleportation magic array. Not everyone could use this teleportation array. It cost a lot of money to teleport from one's own world, let alone to the cultivation world. If you wanted to use the teleportation array to go to the cultivation world, you had to first explain your identity and what you were going to the cultivation world for. You also had to leave a record and go to their family to verify it. Only then could you go to the cultivation world. It was very troublesome. So if it wasn't for the competition, Xingli and the others might never have come to the cultivation world, just like some ordinary China people on Earth who might never go abroad. It was because of this that Xingli and the rest were very curious about the cultivation world. They kept looking around, and at this moment, a voice suddenly said, "Quat, hey, you guys, hurry up and leave. Don't take up space and delay others. Quat." Zhao Hai and the others followed the direction of the voice and saw a man dressed as a manservant standing not far away. He was shouting at them with an undisguised look of disdain in his eyes. Quat what? Zhao Hai was taken aback. They were all dressed in magician and warrior robes, different from the cultivators in the cultivation world. This manservant should be able to recognize them at a glance, so why did they learn to be impolite? Don't they know what they are here for? At this moment, a cold sneer was heard. Zhao Hai looked over and saw that it was Ma Rulong. Ma Rulong turned around and glanced at the servant and snorted, "What are you?" A manservant also dared to make a fuss here. "Are you tired of living?" The servant straightened his neck and sneered, "I'm a member of the Sea Mountain sect. What do you want? You're the ones who are tired of living, aren't you?" The Sea Mountain sect. Ma Rulong's face changed. "Are you really from the Sea Mountain sect?" When the manservant saw Ma Rulong's appearance, he couldn't help but be even more proud. Quat, that's right, I'm from the Sea Mountain sect. If you want to see something, leave 10 crystal stones for Grandpa, or else I'll make you guys watch. Quat. Ma Rulong suddenly laughed. Quat, a small Sea Mountain sect dares to give face to our array field. You're really bold. I'll kill you today and see if the Sea Mountain sect dares to come and find trouble with me. Quat. After saying that, Ma Rulong moved his hand and a 1.5-meter long executioner's blade appeared in his hand. Ma Rulong gently waved the blade, and a blade chi flew towards the manservant. The manservant cried out in alarm and was cut in half in an instant. Ma Rulong didn't even look at the manservant's body and said in a deep voice, "Let's go," he said. After he finished speaking, he put away the ghost head blade and walked into the city. Zhao Hai and the others were a little dumbfounded. In the realm of mecha arrays, although the people from the major families were very arrogant, it was rare for them to kill someone on the street. But in the realm of mecha arrays, Ma Rulong had immediately drawn his sword and killed someone just because of a disagreement. This really frightened Zhao Hai and the others. However, seeing Ma Rulong walk forward, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't stay any longer and followed him. However, there were people who would glance at the servant's corpse from time to time. Ma Rulong had used his own methods to teach these newcomers from the machine array world to the cultivation world a good lesson. Ma Rulong and the others quickly left the square. Almost no one in the square gave the servant's body a second look. In the cultivation world, a dead person was really not worth paying attention to, especially a dead person without any status. After a while, another man dressed in green came to the square. That person was also very straightforward. After collecting the servant's body, he did not care about it anymore. He continued to maintain order in the square as if nothing had happened. Ma Rulong led Zhao Hai and the others into the city. As soon as they entered the city, Zhao Hai suddenly felt as if he was walking through the air. He was too familiar with the original buildings in the city. The buildings in the city looked like ancient China buildings, but they were more exquisite. As they walked on the green stone streets, Zhao Hai thought that he had entered an ancient Chinese world. The people around him were all wearing ancient robes, which made the feeling even stronger. In a short while, Ma Rulong and the others arrived in front of a courtyard. Zhao Hai took a look at the courtyard and saw a small board on the courtyard. On it were 3 words, Magic Array Courtyard. Zhao Hai was stunned. Ma Rulong had already pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Zhao Hai saw 2 mages busy with people. In front of them were 2 robots. It was obvious that the 2 mages were repairing the 2 robots. When the two magicians saw that someone had come in, they quickly turned their heads and were stunned when they saw Ma Rulong and the others. Then, one of the magicians immediately put down the tools in his hand and walked to Ma Rulong's side with a face full of joy. "It's actually Lord Ma who personally led the team here. I've failed to welcome you, please forgive me." Ma Rulong waved his hand and looked at the man. "Quat, quat, forget it, you do your thing. How's the preparation of the room?" Ma Rulong walked directly into the second courtyard and turned around when he reached the third courtyard. "Quat, quat, 30 people live in this courtyard. According to the ranking, the first to the 30th place will live in this courtyard, and the rest will live in the two courtyards at the back. Dodge, go and make arrangements. Quat." The magician who was repairing the robots replied, "Yes, Lord Ma, don't worry. I'll make the necessary arrangements." Ma Rulong nodded and turned to the team leaders. "Team 1 and Team 2 will stay in the second courtyard with me. The remaining 3 teams will each stay in a courtyard. You can make your own arrangements." Those leaders responded and immediately went to make arrangements. Zhao Hai, Xing Li, and the others stayed in the third courtyard. The other top 10 experts, the top 30 experts of the preliminaries, also stayed in the courtyard. The leader assigned rooms to Zhao Hai and the others. The rooms were not allocated according to ranking. Zhao Hai, Xing Li, and the others were placed together. Their rooms were next to each other. The layout of the rooms was not as gorgeous as the ones in the array world. They were just some items for use, and there was nothing special. Zhao Hai and the others came out of the room after checking it out. There was nothing worth paying attention to in the room anyway. They just needed to settle down and familiarize themselves with the room. There was a large courtyard in each of the courtyards. There were trees in the courtyards, and stone tables and chairs were placed there. Zhao Hai and the others came out of their rooms and sat at the stone tables in the courtyards. Xing Li looked at the other people gathered in the yard and turned to Zhao Hai with a bitter smile. "I really didn't expect it to be like this. This cultivation world is really cruel. Senior Ma actually killed people as soon as he arrived." The few of them nodded. They didn't expect Ma Rulong to kill someone right away. This was indeed beyond their expectations. Dongfeng Yu said in a deep voice, "Senior Ma might be trying to establish his authority. In my opinion, that servant was also incited by someone to give us a taste of his authority." If Senior Ma had not retorted so unyieldingly at that time, I'm afraid that we would not have had a good time this time. NBSB Zhao Hai nodded. "I think so too, but I don't think this matter will end just like that. There will definitely be people coming to cause trouble. It seems like the world of self-cultivators is going to give us a hard time this time." Quat. Faye smiled bitterly and said, "It's not just this time. I checked the information a few days ago. In that 6-realm rookie competition, the people of the cultivation world tried to make things difficult for us. Before the competition even started, there were already contestants who died in the process of the challenge. The most that happened was before the actual competition started, and more than 20 of our contestants from the array world were killed." In BSB, Zhao Hai and the others' expressions all changed. They really didn't notice this. They thought that they would at most be bullied and be a little more careful. After all, they were here to participate in the competition, and the people of the cultivation world shouldn't be too much. Now that they heard what Faye said, they realized how naive they were. The people in the cultivation world were used to being arrogant, and they didn't care about the rules. Also, those people in the cultivation world looked down on the people from the magic array world. In their eyes, it wasn't a big deal to kill a few people from the magic array world. The reason why those cultivators who went to the array world did not dare to be so arrogant was because they were in the array world. Those cultivators also knew that their own sect would not start a war with the array world for the few of them, so they appeared to be so well behaved. But now they were in the cultivation world, the territory of those cultivators. Those cultivators naturally wouldn't be so polite. It was really hard to say what they would do. 1507, Chapter 134, Lowering His Horses Might 1. As Zhao Hai and the others were talking, they suddenly heard a loud shout from outside. "You be starred from the array world, get out here." Zhao Hai and the others were stunned. This shout contained chi strength, which caused their chi and blood to surge. It was obvious that this person was an expert. Zhao Hai and the others' expressions changed. They stood up and were about to walk to the front yard. At this moment, one of the team leaders saw what Zhao Hai and his team were doing. He immediately said, "Don't move. You don't need to worry about what's going on in front. Just stay here obediently." He didn't go to the front yard after he finished speaking. Instead, he stayed in the yard to watch Zhao Hai and the others. When Zhao Hai and the others saw the man, they were stunned. They didn't say anything and sat down. At this moment, Ma Rulong's voice was heard. "Who's making such a ruckus here? Don't you know that this is the headquarters of our array world? Is the field of arrays so impressive?" The person outside shouted. "Why did you kill people in Sea Mountain City for no reason? Come out now and give us an explanation." "Quathahaha, what is Haitian City? Do you think it's worthy of an explanation from the array world? I've already killed my grandfather. What do you want?" Overbearing, these words were too overbearing. When Zhao Hai and Xing Li heard Ma Rulong's words, they knew that this battle had to be fought no matter what. Even if the other party wanted to save face, they would still fight this battle. As soon as Zhao Hai released his spiritual power, his expression changed. He realized that the courtyard they were in was surrounded. Zhao Hai turned to look at the team leaders, and their expressions changed as well. They had also noticed the problem. Zhao Hai turned around and said to Xing Li and the others, "Boss Xing, let's get ready. Those guys from the Sea Mountain sect have surrounded our courtyard. It looks like they're not just going to attack us this time." I suspect that the manservant from before was arranged by them. Quat. When Xing Li and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they were stunned for a moment before their expressions changed. They had also figured out the crux of the matter. They all nodded their heads and took out their weapons. Sure enough, as soon as they took out their weapons, they heard the person outside shouting, "What a domineering mecha world." However, this is not the mecha world. In the cultivation world, you can't be arrogant. Men, attack. I want to kill all these people from the mecha world. As soon as that person's voice fell, the sounds of killing rose from all around. The people who had risen up flew up from all directions in the courtyard and pounced straight into the courtyard. The leaders in the courtyard knew that the situation was not good. It seemed that the other party had come prepared. They immediately organized people to fight back. Zhao Hai snorted when he saw the situation. He waved his staff, and 100 magic arrays appeared in front of him. The magic array turned into tens of thousands of red and golden arrows and shot them at the people who were charging into the courtyard. This move was the 10,000 Flaming Feathers array, but it was 100 arrays stacked on top of each other. Not only were there more of them, but the attack power was also stronger. Those people were just about to rush into the courtyard, but they didn't expect to be hit by a rain of arrows. For a moment, they were actually shot and flustered. Zhao Hai's 10,000 Fireplume arrow array could explode, and a few people were injured on the spot. At this time, the other people in the courtyard also reacted. They were all experts in the field of arrays and had rich combat experience. Now that they had started fighting, they naturally didn't hold back, and each displayed their abilities to fight against those who attacked the courtyard. Zhao Hai's group of 5 formed a team and attacked the enemy together. As soon as they started fighting, they realized that the other party was not weak. Not only was he not weak, but he was even stronger than them. At this moment, Ma Rulong and the others were also fighting with those people in front. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with the sound of explosions. The conflict between the two sides had officially erupted. NBSB Zhao Hai observed his surroundings as he fought. He realized that the people attacking them might not be from the Sea Mountain sect alone. There must be other people hiding among them. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Sea Mountain sect to have so many experts. NBSB, although Ma Rulong's previous actions seemed reckless, Zhao Hai believed that he wasn't a reckless person. If the Sea Mountain sect was a big sect, he might have swallowed his anger, but he didn't, which was enough to explain the problem. It seemed like the Sea Mountain sect was also under someone's command. However, it was unknown whether the person really wanted to kill everyone here or just wanted to give them a warning. NBSB Zhao Hai looked around and noticed that Ma Rulong and the other experts were being held back. The others who were fighting with them didn't seem to be using their full strength either. Otherwise, they would have suffered a lot of casualties. But now, they didn't suffer many casualties. Zhao Hai knew that the Sea Mountain sect must have been ordered by someone this time, but they didn't dare to go too far. It seemed that they were here to show off their power and also to test the waters. Zhao Hai was relieved when he thought of this. If they wanted to test him, then let them test him. Zhao Hai focused on dealing with their attacks. He didn't kill them because he knew that if he was too ruthless, they might kill him too. In the end, they would be the ones to suffer. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, the two groups of people fought for about an hour before the peacemaker appeared. First, he let out a long whistle, followed by a clear voice, "Quat everyone, please stop. This is the preparation meeting for the rookie competition of the 6 lower realms. Fan Yike are the people who are fighting below our friends from the array field who are here to participate in the competition." Ma Rulong also knew that they wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation if they continued to argue, so he held back his anger and said, "That's right. I'm Ma Rulong, the team leader of the Formation World's participating team." Hearing Ma Rulong's words, Fan Yike immediately said, "So it's swordsman Ma Rulong who has arrived. I'm sorry for being impolite. Everyone from the Sea Mountain sect, please stop. We're all friends and we can't hurt our friendship." At this moment, the person from the Sea Mountain sect who had been scolding at the entrance earlier also said, "Brothers, please stop." The people of the Sea Mountain sect had also retreated. The leaders of the various courtyards had also restrained all the participants and asked them not to attack. At this time, Fan Yike, Ma Rulong, and the others had also arrived and had gone into the courtyard to have a secret discussion. Zhao Hai and the others landed from the sky and looked around. The courtyard had been damaged by the battle, but it wasn't very serious. There weren't many casualties either. Only a few contestants had died and the others were only injured. Looking around, Xing Li snorted, "Ocean Mountain sect, good job. I'll remember this. Just you wait." Zhao Hai smiled and said, the sea mountain sect's operation this time must have been ordered by someone. They came to give us a show of strength and test our strength. The person from the preparatory meeting appeared at the right time. I think he's been waiting for a long time and has just appeared. Quat. Xingli and the others were stunned for a moment, but they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Their expressions turned ugly, and Dongfeng Yu snorted coldly, quat shameless. I didn't think that someone from the cultivation world would use such a technique. Too shameless. Quat. Maniac Li snorted in anger. He was so eager to rush out and fight with the people of the Sea Mountain sect. However, Zhao Hai was slightly aware. It seems like those people from the world of self-cultivators know that we're pretty strong this time. That's why they're here to test us. Interesting. But this is good. If they want to test us, then let them test us. I'll take care of them when the competition comes. Xingli and the others smiled bitterly. The only person who could say such words was probably Zhao Hai. When they were fighting earlier, they had used all their strength, but Zhao Hai seemed to be at ease. Only now did they know the gap between them and Zhao Hai. Although they had all landed, many of them were still on guard in case the Sea Mountain sect attacked again. However, Zhao Hai and the others were not afraid. They sat down at the stone table again. Zhao Hai even took out some food and wine, and they started drinking. Zhao Hai's attitude stunned everyone in the courtyard. It wasn't just the contestants who were stunned. Even the leaders were stunned. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so bold. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, once Fan Yike showed up, the two sides naturally stopped fighting. The people of the Sea Mountain sect also withdrew their troops. Ma Rulong also arranged for people to come to the cultivation courtyard. It was as if nothing had happened. At night, when Zhao Hai entered the medium, Laura and the others immediately led him to a room and played the video of the conversation between Ma Rulong and Fan Yike. There wasn't much content in the video. Fan Yike appeared as a peacemaker. After persuading one person after another, it seemed like he was really here to mediate. Although Ma Rulong knew what was going on, he could only swallow his anger. After Fan Yi and the others left, Ma Rulong slammed the table and said to the magician beside him, every time we participate in the 6 World Newcomers competition, there's always this. Don't those bastards from the cultivation world know how to change their tactics? Damn it, you're looking down on me. The magician beside him smiled bitterly and said, Quat, those guys from the cultivation world are used to being arrogant. Why would they change their techniques? To be honest, it's already good enough that they can use such a technique. They didn't come to challenge us directly. Quat. Ma Rulong snorted and let out a long breath. He calmed himself down and said, this time the contestants from our mecha clan are the strongest in history. We can't let any accidents happen, especially that Zhao Hai. Go and make the arrangements. We must ensure Zhao Hai's safety. The magician responded and said to Ma Rulong, why don't we just ask Zhao Hai to stay in the courtyard and cultivate? Ma Rulong shook his head and said, forget it. We'll just send someone to protect him in secret. It won't be good if we don't let him go out. Let's not talk about what he might think. I'm afraid others might have opinions too. Zhao Hai's strength is not bad. He has a high chance of ranking this time. We still need him to fight for supplies in the array world. Quat. The magician nodded and said, what about Strip and the others? Do you want to send someone to protect her? Ma Rulong shook his head and said, forget it. I think Zhao Hai is much stronger than Strip. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I think Zhao Hai's strength might not be weaker than mine. I just need to protect him. Quat. No way, the magician asked in shock. Zhao Hai is that strong. Quat, I hope he's that strong, Ma Rulong sighed. Quat, if he's really that strong, then it's definitely a blessing for our array world. Quat. Zhao Hai had never expected Ma Rulong to have such a high evaluation of him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed like the mecha industry had really placed all their hopes on him this time. He had no choice but to show his true abilities. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai and knew what he was thinking. Laura smiled and said, Big brother Hai, it looks like you've become a national treasure in the field of arrays. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Quat, the more it's like this, the more dangerous it is for me. Just wait and see. In the future, I'll have a lot of trouble. But you really have to say that the cultivation world is a good place to cultivate. The spiritual energy here is very rich, much more than the array world. Quat. Margaret nodded. Quat, I heard that there are many spiritual veins in the cultivation world. The spiritual chi in those spiritual veins is more abundant, hundreds of times more than the outside world. Of course, it's twice the result with half the effort to cultivate there. Quat. NBSB Zhao Hai nodded. Don't worry, there will be chances in the future. I believe that it's not just the cultivation world, but the array world as well. I just don't know where the array world's spirit vein is. Quat. Margaret smiled wryly. Quat, there are some spiritual veins here in the array world, but they're very rare. The spiritual veins in the entire array world can be counted on one hand, and the concentration of spiritual energy in those spiritual veins is far worse than in the cultivation world. If not for this, the people from the cultivation world would have robbed them long ago, and we wouldn't have a chance to use them. Quat. Zhao Hai laughed bitterly. After understanding the situation in the realm of machine arrays, he had no choice but to admit that the realm of machine arrays was much weaker than the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, every big sect was no weaker than the realm of machine arrays. However, among the big sects in the cultivation world, the realm of machine arrays was considered a wild land with nothing they wanted. In addition, although the realm of machine arrays was not strong, if they resisted with all their might, it would still bring them great losses. Thus, no one bothered about the array world. If the cultivation world was really determined to take care of the array world would have been destroyed 800 times. To put it bluntly, the 6 realms of cultivation were just a big event, but they were forcibly separated into 6 realms by people. Compared to the cultivation world, the strength of the array world was equivalent to a sect in the cultivation world. Compared to a sect, the array world took up a lot of space, but it was not very useful. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown slightly. He turned to Margaret and the others and said, if I get first place this time and get a large number of resource planets, will the people of the cultivation world start a war with the array world? If this is really the reason for the war between the cultivation world and the array world, then what we've done will be a disaster and not a blessing for the array world. Margaret and the others were stunned when they heard Zhao Hai's words. Their expressions changed. They had never thought about this before, but now that Zhao Hai had said it, they felt that it was very possible. What should we do then? Margaret asked nervously. Big Brother Hai, will the cultivation world really take action? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and patted Margaret's hand. Quat, forget it. It's useless for us to think about this now. Even if it's really like what we said, we don't have the ability to change anything. Let's just take it one step at a time. Quat. Margaret and the others nodded. Although their hearts were heavy, it was just as Zhao Hai had said. Even if it was really as he had said, what could they do? They simply did not have the ability to change all of this. They did not have the final say in the field of mecha arrays. They were all silent for a while. After a while, Margaret suddenly looked up at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, I have a favor to ask of you. Zhao Hai was stunned. He looked at Marjorie in confusion and asked, what is it? Do you still need to beg me? Margaret didn't laugh, but said with a serious face, Quat, Big Brother Hai, if the self-cultivation world really wants to destroy the array world one day, I hope you can move the Ashley family into the realm and give them a background so that they can live in peace. Quat. Hearing Margaret's words, Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment and frowned. To be honest, Margaret's request was really difficult for him. NBSB space was Zhao Hai's biggest secret. In the world of self-cultivation, Zhao Hai had always been very careful about keeping his space a secret, but if he were to bring the Ashley family into his space, he didn't know if he could keep it a secret. Looking at Zhao Hai's expression, Margaret knew that this matter was of great importance to him. This space was really strange. With this space, Zhao Hai could slowly develop and strengthen his strength. However, if others knew about the existence of this space, it would be troublesome. Zhao Hai would not be able to establish himself in the cultivation world in the future. She was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't agree, but she didn't want to force him either, so she could only sit there silently and cry. When Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai's expression, they also knew that he was in a difficult position. In fact, they did not want to let Zhao Hai's Ashley family win, but they could not say it out loud. Thus, they all looked at Zhao Hai with eager eyes. Zhao Hai looked at them and then at Margaret, who was crying at the side. He said in a deep voice, Quat, well, Marjorie, I can only promise to help the Ashley family as much as possible, but I can't let them know about the existence of space. Quat. Margaret was overjoyed when she heard Zhao Hai's words. She immediately said, Quat, okay, Big Brother Hai, don't worry. I promise I won't tell anyone. I'll tell them that you want to transfer them to another planet. Is that okay? Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Laura and the others. Quat, Laura, during this period of time, you should also pay more attention to the situation in space, especially places like the rainbow meteorites and the endless sea of sand. See if you can find a planet with a similar environment. Even if the environment is a little worse, it doesn't matter. We can slowly transform it and make it our base in the future. This way, we can ensure that space will not leak to the maximum. Quat. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others were stunned for a second before nodding their heads. Their eyes were shining as if they had found something interesting. Zhao Hai could only smile bitterly. Margaret was extremely touched. She had not expected Zhao Hai to come up with such a plan to help her. It was not an easy task to find a planet to use as a base. Seeing Zhao Hai do so much for her, Margaret was touched. The next morning, Zhao Hai came out of the medium and walked to the outside of the room. The place they were living in now was not bad. At least they could have their own room and not live together. The moment Zhao Hai came out, he found that Xingli and the others had already come out. The few of them were sitting at the stone table and chatting. Zhao Hai also walked over and said, Brothers, you're up early. Xingli laughed. Quat, what early, we just got up. Little Hai, we're going out to play today. How about it, let's go together. Let's find a place to have a drink or two. Boss Xing, it seems like you don't know much about the cultivation world. There are a lot of shops in the cultivation world, but there are only a few hotels. Fei laughed. Why is that? Xingli was stunned. Fei smiled and said, Quat, the people of the cultivation world think that eating will produce impurities that are not conducive to cultivation. So many people here don't eat. Instead, they eat a pill called Inedia pill. This pill is very interesting. With one pill, you can go without eating for a few days. It's very magical. Of course, it doesn't have any taste, just like ordinary pills. It's because the people of the cultivation world like to eat Inedia pills that there are few hotels here. Even restaurants are rare, especially in a cultivation city like this. Only places where commoners live have hotels, but there are rules in the cultivation world that ordinary commoners are not allowed to enter such a big city, so it's really difficult for us to drink in the city. After hearing Fei's words, Xingli was stunned for a second, and then he cursed, Mother Seeker, what kind of rule is this? If we don't let them drink, what's the fun in living? The people of the Zhejian world are really weird. Li Quangren laughed and said, You're right, Boss Xing. Those immortal cultivators can't drink and eat big chunks of meat. Living is worse than death. Even if such people can live for 10,000 years, how can they be compared to us? Even if we only live for 10 years, we'll be happier than them. Quat. Xingli and the others also laughed. Zhao Hai said, All right, then we'll go out for a walk, but everyone has to be careful. We're in the cultivation world after all. If those cultivators really want to deal with us, they'll have many ways. What we need to do now is to endure it for now. We'll talk about it when we have the chance. Dongfeng Yu nodded, but then he sighed and said, Speaking of which, we are the same as the ascendants of the cultivation world. When we first ascend, we are all the same. But because those people ascended in the cultivation world, the techniques they learn are better than ours, so their strength is stronger than ours. If we learn the same techniques as them, I don't believe we can't compare to them. When Zhao Hai saw Xingli and the others nod their heads in agreement, he couldn't help but smile. He stretched his head forward and said in a low voice, Actually, it's not impossible for us to learn the cultivation world's techniques. This is an opportunity. After hearing what Zhao Hai said, Xingli and the others were all stunned. Then they all looked at Zhao Hai with bright eyes and leaned over at the same time. Fei said in a low voice, Big Brother Hai, what's the solution? Zhao Hai understood. Quat, don't forget that the beginning of the 6th World Rookie Competition is an elimination round. In this elimination round, you can kill anyone you want. Some of the people from the cultivation world will get used to carrying their cultivation techniques with them. As long as we kill a few of them and get their cultivation techniques, we can cultivate them, right? Hearing Zhao Hai say this, the few of them went over. Xingli stared, I thought you had some good idea, but it turns out to be this. Let me tell you, little Hai, you don't have to think about this idea. It's useless. The people in the cultivation world do carry cultivation methods with them, but the things they use to engrave cultivation methods on are called jade slips. These jade slips have a mental seal. As long as it's not the master's mental power, the jade slip will be destroyed immediately. It's useless. If it was as simple as you said, the array world would have become another cultivation world by now. Dongfeng Yu and the others also nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. Since I can say this, of course I have a solution. Brothers, don't worry. As long as we can get the cultivation technique, I can let you cultivate it. How about it? Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the few of them perked up. Dongfeng Yu immediately said, Is what you said true? Little Hai, you should know that the restrictions of the cultivation world aren't that easy to break. If you're not careful, you'll hurt yourself. NBSB Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, don't worry, brothers. If I say I can do it, then I can. So in this elimination round, we have to kill a few more people from the cultivation world. As long as we get their techniques, we'll be able to cultivate. Quat. Their eyes lit up. They had seen the power of those from the cultivation world. They didn't think that they were weaker than those people. They had all ascended less than 5 years ago, but those people were so impressive that one of them could beat 10 of them. They who were known as geniuses could only become their stepping stones. It was not a good feeling. Now that they had the opportunity to learn the techniques of the cultivation world, they were naturally excited. Just like what Dongfeng Yu had said, they didn't think that they were any worse than the ascendants of the cultivation world. Zhao Hai looked at them and continued, Quad, in fact, the training methods of the realm of magic arrays are not bad. It's just that the realm of magic arrays has been focusing on mechas and warships for the past few years, so they are not as interested in the research of magic arrays and the cultivation of mages and warriors. Quat. Fei looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, Brother Hai, are you serious? Can the cultivation methods of the array realm really be compared to those of the cultivation realm? Zhao Hai nodded, Of course I can. Didn't I just block 3 sword strikes from that Li Tutu? Zio Fei, don't you think that the magic array I used is much more powerful than the magic array used by ordinary mages? Fei nodded and said, Of course, that goes without saying. In the same 5-layered magic array, the magic array that you used is more powerful than the 10 most powerful magic arrays of others. Zhao Hai smiled, Quat, there are reasons for this. First, my mental power is strong. Mental power is the foundation of a mage. With strong mental power, the magic array you use will naturally be powerful. Second, the master of the magic array I use is mostly assembled by myself. It is unique to me. In those array groups, there are not only defensive magic arrays that protect the attacks that are often used by magic arrays, but also many auxiliary magic arrays used in mechas and warships. Many people say that, if an auxiliary magic array is added to a magic array group, the power of the magic array group will be reduced. Actually, that is not the case. If the auxiliary magic array is used well, it can increase the power of the magic array group. After hearing what Zhao Hai said, everyone was stunned, especially Fei. He looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. He couldn't believe what Zhao Hai said. Fei looked at Zhao Hai and opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. After a while, Fei came back to his senses and stood up. He stared at Zhao Hai and moved his mouth up and down, but no sound was made. Dongfeng Yu, who was sitting next to Fei, also came back to his senses when he saw Fei's reaction. He patted Fei and pressed him onto the chair. Then he said in a low voice, "All right, little Fei, calm down. Little Hai said this to let you understand that he will teach you this method. However, you can't tell anyone about this, or else it will bring little Hai a lot of trouble." After hearing what Dongfeng Yu said, Fei came back to his senses. He let out a long breath, looked at Zhao Hai, and nodded his head firmly. "Quat, don't worry, big brother Hai. I won't tell anyone, not even the people in the church." Quat. Everyone nodded their heads, even warriors like Xingli. In the realm of arrays, no matter if they were warriors or mages, they all had to have a certain understanding of magic arrays. After all, the realm of arrays was supported by magic arrays. Whether it was a warship or a mech, whether it was a light bulb or a computer, they were all engraved with magic arrays. If you didn't know anything about magic arrays, then it would be difficult for you to move. Zhao Hai continued, "The only one here who knows magic arrays the best is Xiaofai. Xiaofai is a fire magician. I'm using an ordinary fire spell, Fire Shield. It's a 5-layered array. Xiaofai, you have to take a closer look at my magic array and see if there's anything different about it." Quat, with a wave of his hand, a 5-layered magic array appeared in front of him. However, the 5 magic arrays were extremely small. Moreover, they did not absorb any fire-type energy from their surroundings. They looked like 5 toys. Fei was called the Fire Saint Messenger, so he was very familiar with fire magic arrays, not to mention this ordinary level 1 Fire Shield array. Therefore, as soon as Zhao Hai showed this magic array, he immediately saw the difference. The level 1 Fire Shield array was made up of 5 magic arrays: the Solidification array, the Spirit Gathering array, the Fire array, the Reinforcement array, and the Direction Changing array. The Solidification array and the Reinforcement array were usually close to each other. One fixed the magic released by the magic array into the shape of a shield, and the other strengthened the shape of the shield to make it more solid and better in defense. The Spirit Gathering array was an array without any attributes, and it was also the most used array among all the array groups. Its main function was to make the Fire Shield array more powerful. It was to help the magic array draw in the spiritual chi between heaven and earth, making the magic array more solid, and at the same time making it easier for the user. The Fire array was the foundation of the Fire Shield array, which showed the attributes of the magic array. Of course, if this Fire array was replaced with a Water array, this magic array would be renamed Water Shield array. Once the attributes were changed, mages of different elements would not be able to use it. The Directional Change array was even simpler. It didn't make it convenient for magic arrays to control magic arrays. Without the Directional Change array, the Fire Shield could only be placed in place. With the Directional Change array, the Fire Shield could move and block attacks from any direction. However, Zhao Hai's Fire Magic array was a little different. Out of the 5 magic arrays, 4 of them were the same as a normal Fire Shield array. They were a fixed array, a Spiritual Energy Gathering array, a Fire array, and a Turning array. However, there was no Reinforcement array. On the contrary, there was a magic array that Fei didn't recognize in Zhao Hai's magic array. Zhao Hai pointed at the magic array and said, "This magic array is not the Reinforcement array that mages usually use. It is a defensive magic array used on a warship. This magic array is called the Fish Scale array because it is usually engraved on the outermost part of a warship, just like the scales of a fish. Its main purpose is to increase the defensive ability of the warship. However, this magic array is the best for use here. It is at least 3 times better than the Reinforcement array." Quat. After hearing what Zhao Hai said, Fei was surprised. 3 levels of defense. What does that mean? He thought. This meant that this magic array was the equivalent of a 7-layered magic array. Moreover, 7-layered magic arrays consumed a lot more mental power than 5-layered magic arrays. It was definitely a blessing for a magic array master to strengthen their defense without increasing their mental power usage. With a wave of his hand, the Fire Shield formation began to absorb energy from the outside world and quickly turned into a fire shield. However, because Zhao Hai was only testing it out, the fire shield was very small, only the size of an ordinary person's palm. However, Fei immediately saw the difference in Zhao Hai's fire shield. Normal fire shields would be covered in flames, and it looked very powerful. However, Faye and the others knew that the biggest weakness of this fire shield was the flames. Once the flames appeared, they would scatter the magic array's energy, causing the magic array to be unable to achieve its best defensive effect. The main point of a shield array was still defense, not whether it looked good or not. However, Zhao Hai's magic array was different. The fire shield array looked like a red shield without any flames. This meant that the magic array had focused all its power on defense. This way, the defense of the magic array would naturally be better. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the fire shield disappeared. Zhao Hai continued, "Quote, in recent years, many new magic arrays have appeared in the world of magic arrays. In the past, people had thought that auxiliary magic arrays couldn't be combined with offensive or defensive magic arrays because they had tested it out. Once auxiliary magic arrays were combined with offensive or defensive magic arrays, the power of the magic array group would be reduced. However, after so many years of development, whether it was offensive magic arrays, defensive magic arrays, or auxiliary magic arrays, there have been many more of them than before. For example, this fish scale array. It was only developed in recent years, and it quickly replaced the original magic array, becoming the most commonly used defensive magic array on the battle mech. So I think that if we add auxiliary magic arrays into the magic array group, it will definitely be more useful for the magic array group." Faye nodded in excitement. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, give me that magic array. I want to learn it." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quite all right, I'll leave it to you. But it's getting late and we still have to go out and play. Boss Xing, are you coming?" Xing Li shook his head. "Quite no, I'm not going today." "Little Hai, why do I see that you seem to be very familiar with magic arrays? How long have you been up here? How could he know more than Xiaofai?" Zhao Hai had already thought of a reason. Hearing Xing Li's words, he immediately smiled. "Quite, you probably don't know this, but when I was in the lower realm, I studied magic arrays very thoroughly. It's just that the lower realm's use of magic arrays is far less comprehensive and systematic than the mechanical array realm. After coming to the mechanical array realm, I learned the magic array text, so my use of magic arrays is naturally better." Quat. Xing Li nodded and looked around, saying, "Quat, let's go inside and talk. Little Hai, we won't be going out today. Let's talk about magic arrays. Have you studied the magic arrays used on weapons?" When Zhao Hai heard Xing Li's words, he finally understood what he meant. He nodded his head and said, "Quat, I do. I'll study all magic arrays. Big Bear, there are about 70 magic arrays in your two hammers, right?" Xing Li was excited when he heard Zhao Hai's words and immediately said, "Quat, yes, that's great. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about magic arrays. Let's go inside and talk about magic arrays with us. It would be best if you could modify our weapons." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. The magic arrays on Xing Li's and the others' weapons were different from the auxiliary magic arrays used on mechas and battleships. The magic arrays used on warriors' weapons were also offensive magic arrays. The most important use of these magic arrays was to enhance warrior energy attacks. Because Zhao Hai had liquid silver, he had also done some research on the magic arrays used on weapons. With Kellan and the others around, as well as the universal analysis machine, Zhao Hai's understanding of the magic arrays used on weapons was not any less than the magic arrays used by magicians. He was naturally happy that Xing Li was willing to let him help. The few of them entered Xing Li's room, and Xing Li immediately took out his flail and placed it on the ground. He said to Zhao Hai, "Little Hai, take a look." Zhao Hai nodded. He squatted down and looked at Xing Li's flail. The flail was well made and the materials used were not bad. It could be seen that the Wu family placed a lot of importance on Xing Li. Zhao Hai used his spiritual power to check the flail. There were many magic arrays engraved on the flail. These magic arrays were not big, and they were all made from mithril that had good magic detection abilities. The arrangement of the magic arrays was also very good. If anyone else looked at Xing Li's two flails, they would say, "Yu Ding thought that this was a perfect product," but in Zhao Hai's eyes, these two hammers still had many flaws. From the arrangement of the magic array to the use of the magic array, there were big problems. Xing Li and the others looked nervously at Zhao Hai. After a long while, Zhao Hai raised his head and said, "Quat, boss Xing, this weapon of yours is pretty good. The materials used are all of the highest quality, and the forging is also very good. However, it can still be improved. However, it cannot be done here. You have to wait until we return to the realm of mecha arrays. After we return to the realm of mecha arrays, if you trust me, I will help you refine this hammer again. I believe that it will increase your attack power by at least 3 to 5 levels." Quat. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the few of them gasped. Their attack power increased by 3 to 5 levels. Wasn't that the same as increasing his attack power by half? This number was too shocking. Xing Li looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, are you confident? Do you want me to ask my family to draw all the magic arrays in the weapons for you?" Zhao Hai smiled and shook his head. "Quat, no need. I have a rough idea of the magic arrays in your hammer. If others see these magic arrays, they might think that they are wrong, but my new magic array formation will definitely be able to exert a better effect. And Big Bear, to put it bluntly, the magic array formation in your hammer cannot allow you to exert 100 of your power. Quat. Xingli nodded. That's right, my strength has increased again. This hammer is no longer suitable for me. Now the family is trying to make a new weapon, but it's not done yet. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded. Quat, that's good. After the competition is over and we return to the array world, I'll help you make a weapon. I believe it won't be worse than the one your family makes. Quat. Xingli laughed. Of course, I believe you. How about I tell my family not to make weapons for me? Hearing Xingli's words, Zhao Hai quickly said, Quat, no, please don't. Boss Xing, you must not do this. You must know that many of the magic arrays used in these weapons are unique to the Wu family. If they find out that you asked me to make a magic array for you, they might not be happy. They might think that you leaked the family's magic array on your own accord. It would not be good if you cause some misunderstanding. Quat. Xingli nodded. Then what do you think we should do? After a period of time, the clan will bring me new weapons and this weapon will be taken back. Fine, I'll take it back. I'll just modify the new weapon when the time comes. Zhao Hai smiled. There's no need to worry. All right then, that's all we can do for now. Xingli nodded. At this moment, Dongfeng Yu pushed Xingli aside and took out the fire dragon sword. He handed it to Zhao Hai and said, It's my turn, little Hai, help me take a look. Zhao Hai smiled and took the fire dragon divine sword from Dongfeng Yu's hand. He sent his spirit energy into the fire dragon divine sword, but unexpectedly, a ball of flame suddenly emerged from the fire dragon divine sword and blocked his spirit energy. At the same time, the ball of flame attacked him. Zhao Hai was stunned. With a thought, a defensive magic array appeared before him, blocking the ball of flames. However, this also allowed him to withdraw his energy and calm his fire dragon sword. Dongfeng Yu and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Zhao Hai looked at the red fire dragon divine sword and turned to Dongfeng Yu with a smile. Quat, second brother, your fire dragon divine sword is really not simple. It can actually reflect spiritual power. Your sword is really not bad. I don't need to modify it anymore. It is a divine weapon by itself. I don't think you have yet to unleash the full power of this sword, right? Dongfeng Yu nodded and took the fire dragon sword from Zhao Hai. He sighed and said, This sword is a treasure sword that the Yan family obtained. Every person who uses this sword has to bind it with blood. Before the owner dies, no one else can use this sword. I always feel that this sword has many other magical aspects, but I've never been able to use them. I wanted you to help me take a look, but I didn't think that this sword has a self-defense ability. Sigh, what a pity. Zhao Hai nodded. Quat, there will be a chance. This sword is indeed very magical. When I have the chance in the future, I will study it carefully. I believe that once I understand this sword, it will be very helpful to you, second brother. Quat. Then he turned to look at Maniac Li. Without saying a word, Maniac Li passed his grandfather to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the axe from Maniac Li and sent his psyche into the axe. This time, nothing unexpected happened. His psyche successfully entered the axe. When Zhao Hai's psyche entered the axe, he was stunned. Then his face changed. He looked up at Maniac Li and said in a deep voice, Third brother, did Duoju offend someone from the Song family? Maniac Li was stunned and looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Quat, offend people? I don't think so. Dongfeng Yu knew that something was wrong when he saw Zhao Hai's expression. He immediately said, What's wrong, little Hai? Is there a problem? Zhao Hai let out a long sigh. Quat, third brother's axes have a very fatal flaw. Once the two axes are under great pressure, they may explode. The power of the explosion is no less than a small nuclear bomb. Quat. What? Xingli and the others all cried out in shock. They looked at the two axes in Zhao Hai's hands in disbelief, as if they had seen a monster. A small nuclear bomb was definitely a big killing weapon for people like them. Even cultivators in the world of self-cultivators would not be able to survive if a small nuclear bomb exploded near them. And there was a small nuclear bomb in Madman Li's axe. This was unbelievable. Maniac Li was also stunned. Then his eyes turned red and he roared, Those bastards. No wonder after the preliminaries rankings were confirmed, they took back my axe and said that it needed to be upgraded. FCK, is this how they leveled up, these bastards? Hearing what Quangren Li said, Xingli and the others' faces turned ugly. If Quangren Li's axe really exploded, then they would not be able to survive. They looked at each other and saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, We still don't know if this is targeted at third brother or all of us. If it's targeted at all of us, then it means that there is a mole in the Song family, and it's a mole with a high position. Quat. After what happened to the Zhang family, the array community was very sensitive. So Zhao Hai immediately thought of this when he found out about the mystery in Maniac Li's axe. During the preliminaries, everyone in the mecha world knew that Maniac Li was on good terms with Zhao Hai and the others. They were almost inseparable. The first round of the 6-realm rookie competition was the knockout round, and the knockout round here was different from the one in the mecha world. The knockout round in the mecha world did not allow the formation of teams, but the knockout round here allowed it. The elimination round allowed for forming teams, which was to Zhao Hai's advantage. His friends would naturally form a team and move together. Under such circumstances, if Crazy Lee's axe suddenly exploded in the middle of a battle, it wouldn't just be Crazy Lee who died. Zhao Hai and the others would definitely be affected as well. Therefore, this incident was likely targeted at Zhao Hai and the others, not just Crazy Lee alone. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xing Li and the others all nodded. They understood what Zhao Hai meant, and their expressions turned ugly. Dongfeng Yu and helped Maniac Li up and turned to Zhao Hai. Quad, I think it's best to let our family know about this first. Third brother, don't tell the Song family about this disappearance. It might alert the enemy. Dongfeng Yu frowned. Zhao Hai's words made sense. He lowered his voice and said, then what should we do? Zhao Hai looked at the axe in his hand and said to Maniac Li, Quat, third brother, let me handle your axe. I promise to give you 2 brand new axes in 2 days and they'll be the most suitable for you. How about it? Take it. I trust you. Maniac Li nodded. Zhao Hai nodded. With a flip of his hand, he put Mad Li's axe back into the origin space. Then he turned to Fei and said, Quad, I'm going back to my room. Don't tell anyone about this. We'll slowly investigate this matter in the future. Quad. Xing Li and the others all nodded. Zhao Hai turned around and went back to his room. Dongfeng Yu and the others also went back to their rooms with ugly expressions. This matter made their hearts feel a little more gloomy. Once Zhao Hai returned to his room, he immediately entered the inner space. He took out Maniac Li's axe and quickly walked to the universal manufacturing machine. Laura and the others also came out of their rooms and followed Zhao Hai to the all-purpose manufacturing machine. When Zhao Hai reached the all-purpose manufacturing machine, he placed the 2 axes on a magic array and activated the all-purpose manufacturing machine. Then he pressed the button to restore the axes. A white light flashed, and a pile of materials appeared on the other side of the magic array. Among the materials, there was the color of a pile of things. They did not look like metal, but a pile of powder. Zhao Hai knew that those items were the materials for the small nuclear bomb. He then put them away and turned around to look at Laura and the other girls. Laura and the others also looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I didn't expect something like this to happen. Interesting, very interesting. Big brother Hai, let's finish the axe first. Do you want to add some materials? Laura asked as she looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the material on Maniac Li's axe and shook his head. Quat, there is no need for the materials. The materials used for third brother's axe are not bad. We don't need to add anything. Let's go inside and discuss what magic array we should carve. They nodded and followed Zhao Hai into the room. After entering the room, Laura and the others immediately picked up the computer and started analyzing. Maniac Li's attacks were very unique. His attacks were like whirlwinds, and he had to use the spinning force to attack the enemy. So the axe couldn't be too light, but it couldn't be too heavy either. If it was too heavy, it would be more difficult to control, and the magic array inside the axe was also very demanding. After analyzing for a while, they finally came up with a rough plan. Then they took the plan to the Universal Analyzer and let it arrange the most suitable magic array group for Madman Li. There were 70 magic arrays in Maniac Li's axe, which was the same as Xing Li's hammers. However, there were some differences. Maniac Li's magic arrays were focused on speed and sharpness, while Xing Li's hammers were focused on thickness and weight. After the analysis of the Universal Analysis Machine, Zhao Hai was sure that he could carve 80 magic arrays into Maniac Li's axe. Adding 10 magic arrays would make Maniac Li's attacks more powerful, and it would also reduce the consumption of his battle energy. Zhao Hai had locked himself in his room for 3 days. He didn't come out of his room, and Xing Li and the others didn't disturb him. On the contrary, they took turns to guard Zhao Hai's room and didn't allow anyone to disturb him. Their actions had, of course, attracted Ma Rulong's attention. As the leader, Ma Rulong was very concerned about every contestant, and Zhao Hai was one of his main targets. Now that Zhao Hai had locked himself up in his room for 3 days, Ma Rulong was a little anxious. He went to the courtyard where Zhao Hai and the others were staying, and saw Xing Li and the others sitting outside Zhao Hai's room, talking in low voices and not paying attention to him. Ma Rulong quickly walked in front of the few of them. Xing Li and the others also saw Ma Rulong, and the few of them quickly stood up and bowed to Ma Rulong. Greetings, Senior Ma. Ma Rulong nodded and looked at Zhao Hai's room. Quat, what's with Zhao Hai? Why did he lock himself in his room and not come out? Did something happen? If there's anything, you must tell me. Xing Li quickly shook his head. No, Senior Ma, don't worry. Little Hai is fine. He just has some enlightenment and needs to go into seclusion. I believe he will come out in 2 days. Don't worry, Quat. Ma Rulong looked at Xing Li and asked, are you really okay? Don't hide anything from me. Xing Li nodded. Quat, Senior Ma, don't worry. If something happens, we will definitely tell you. It's really fine. You don't have to worry, Quat. Ma Rulong nodded and looked at Xing Li and the others. Quat, not bad, Emo said. Quat, you guys haven't gone out for the past few days. Some of the contestants who went out were challenged by the world of self-cultivators using all sorts of methods. Some of them were even injured. If you guys want to go out, you have to be careful, especially Zhao Hai. The people of the world of self-cultivators are very afraid of him. Quat. Xingli and the others nodded. Yes, please rest assured, senior. We will be careful. Quat Ma Rulong nodded and turned to leave. Seeing Ma Rulong leave, Xingli turned to the others and said, it seems like those guys from the cultivation world really don't want us to have an easy time. Do you guys think we should go out if Little Hai comes out? Yes, of course I'm going. Zhao Hai's voice came from behind Xingli. When Xingli and the others turned around, they saw Zhao Hai standing in front of the door with a smile. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, Xingli and the others immediately surrounded him. They all looked at Zhao Hai and Zhao Hai smiled. Come in then. Zhao Hai turned around and went back to his room. Xingli and the others immediately followed. Zhao Hai closed the door as soon as he entered the room. With a flip of his hand, 2 axes appeared in his hands. The shape of the 2 axes was no different from the ones that Madman Li used before. They looked exactly the same as the axes that Madman Li used before. Zhao Hai passed the axe to Maniac Li and smiled. Quat, third brother, let's give it a try. I've remade these 2 axes. Although I didn't add any materials, I've modified the magic arrays inside. Quat. Madman Li nodded and took the axe. He weighed it in his hand and nodded. Quat, not bad, even the weight hasn't changed. Not bad. After saying that, he began to inject battle energy into the axe. As soon as the battle energy was injected into the axe immediately lit up with a blue light. Quengren Li was stunned and immediately withdrew his battle energy. The light then disappeared. Maniac Li injected some battle energy again, and the axe immediately lit up again. Maniac Li's eyes lit up. Not bad at all. This is great. I feel that the amount of warrior power that I put into the axe is a lot less than before, but it can achieve the same effect as before. Little Hai, is this the case? Zhao Hai nodded and smiled. Not bad, third brother's feeling is right. Right now, as long as you put in 7 levels of warrior power into your axe, you can display the same effect as if you put in 10 levels of warrior power. How is it? Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, that's not all. I've also added a vibration magic array in your axe. If you're about to hand over your enemy's weapon, your axe will produce a vibration effect and break through his weapon. Quat. Maniac Li and the others were stunned. Then their expressions changed and they shouted at the same time, vibration weapon. Quat, yes, Maniac Li replied. He turned around and looked around the room. Apparently he was looking for something to test out the vibration effect that Zhao Hai had mentioned. When Xingli saw his expression, he was speechless. Quat, that's enough, third brother. Stop looking. Even if you don't use your battle energy, you can easily cut through the things in this room. Here, try this. Quat, with that, Xingli flipped his hand and took out a weapon from his storage space. This was a 2-handed heavy sword, and the workmanship was very good. One look and one could tell that it was someone's personal weapon. Xingli laughed. Quat, this is a weapon I got from killing a grade 4 swordsman during a mission. To be honest, his weapon is no worse than my hammer. Third brother, try this. Quat. With that said, Xingli held the sword hilt with one hand and raised it up. Maniac Li responded, circulated his battle energy, and chopped down on the sword with his axe. In order to test how strong this vibration weapon was, Xingli also injected his battle energy into the big sword. The 2 weapons quickly collided. With a kai sound, the axe cut through the sword as if it was a piece of paper. Then, with a clang, the sword tip fell to the ground. Everyone in the room looked at the sword in Xingli's hand in a daze. It could no longer be called a sword. There was only the hilt and a small section of the blade that was more than 10 centimeters in front of the hilt. The tip of the sword that fell to the ground was less than 10 centimeters. A 2-meter-long sword was only left with this small part. The rest of it had disappeared. That's right, it disappeared. It didn't break into pieces or anything, but it really disappeared, turning into metal powder on the ground. When they saw this, Xingli and the others all took in a deep breath. Maniac Li looked at his axe in a daze as if he had seen a monster. Hiss! With a loud gasp, Xingli and the others finally came back to their senses. Xingli raised the sword in his hand. The broken part of the sword seemed to have been melted by something, leaving behind an uneven crack. If he hadn't tried this sword before, he would have thought that he had seen it wrong. Ha 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 ha. A maniacal laugh came as Li Quengren waved the axe in his hand excitedly. Xingli and Dongfeng Yu's eyes turned red with envy. After a long while, Maniac Li finally calmed down. He immediately put away his axe. Xingli and Dongfeng Yu both turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 of them and smiled. Quat, when Big Bear's weapon is here, I'll modify him as well. As for second brother Dongfeng's weapon, I don't think the Fire Dragon Sword needs to be modified yet. It's better to figure out the secret of the Fire Dragon Sword first. Quat. Xingli nodded. Okay, you have to fix it up for me. This vibration weapon is really too awesome. Quat. Dongfeng Yu was a little depressed, but when he thought about how even Zhao Hai couldn't see through his Fire Dragon Sword, he couldn't help but feel a little hopeful. Fei was the most depressed one. He was a mage and he couldn't use those weapons. Zhao Hai also saw Fei's expression, and he smiled and said, all right, Zio Fei, you don't have to worry about it. In 2 days, I'll organize a few fire element magic array groups and give them to you. I believe they will be of help to you." After hearing what Zhao Hai said, Fei got excited. He nodded and said, "Then it's settled. Big brother Hai, you have to be quick." Zhao Hai laughed heartily. "Quad, all right, I understand. Let's go, brothers. How about we go out and have some fun today?" When Xingli and the others heard Zhao Hai say this, they were stunned. Xingli frowned and said, "Little Hai, are you really going? You'd better think this through. There are countless Xiajianists out there who are watching you. If you go out, they'll definitely find trouble with you." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quad, of course I know. However, it's time to teach those guys a lesson. Do they really think that there's no one else in the mecha industry? Don't worry, if they really dare to come to me, I promise I'll give them a good beating." Hearing Zhao Hai say this, Xingli and the others knew that it was useless to try to persuade him. They all nodded, and Zhao Hai then led them out. The moment they stepped out of the courtyard, Zhao Hai felt someone following them. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He was very clear that the people following him were the people that Ma Rulong had arranged to protect him. Thus, he acted as if he didn't know anything and followed Xingli and the others out of the courtyard to the street. They hadn't strolled around the city since they arrived. However, Zhao Hai was familiar with the streets. Since they entered the Sea Mountain, Laura and the other girls had already put the map of Sea Mountain City into the teleportation space. The map of Sea Mountain City had long been stored in the teleportation space. In the past 3 days, besides cultivation, Zhao Hai spent a lot of time reading the map of Sea Mountain City. Therefore, he knew every street in Sea Mountain City. Xingli and the others didn't know. It was their first time shopping in Sea Mountain City, so they all followed Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't wandering around. His destination was the market of Sea Mountain City. The market in Sea Mountain City was actually their business district. However, in this business district, there were not only shops but also many people who lined up in small stalls. These people were all cultivators from the cultivation world. However, most of the people who lined up their stalls were itinerant cultivators, while most of the shops were controlled by some major forces. There was a rule in the cultivation world that only cultivators were allowed to enter big cities. Ordinary people who had never cultivated were not allowed to enter big cities. In the cultivation world, not everyone cultivated. In terms of matters, ordinary people who had never cultivated were the majority. However, the lives of ordinary people in the cultivation world were not as good as those in the array world. The magic technology in the realm of arrays was very advanced. Ordinary people could know what was going on outside just by sitting at home. As long as you were willing to work, you would live a good life even if you didn't cultivate. However, it was different in the world of cultivators. Almost all the ordinary people here were controlled by the major sects. They couldn't plant things randomly. If a family had 10 mu of land, only 5 mu was under their control. As for the other 5 mu, they would plant whatever their sect asked them to plant without any autonomy. Of course, their sects didn't let them plant for free. They would be rewarded after they planted something. Furthermore, the rewards were usually not too low. However, if they didn't take care of the land that the sect asked them to farm, they would also be punished, and the punishment wouldn't be light. Other than that, the commoners had to pray to their sects so that their sects could obtain some power of faith from them. If the sects found out that the commoners had offered too little power of faith, they would be punished. Compared to the machine array world, the commoners in the cultivation world were more like slaves in captivity. However, their lives were much better than slaves. There was only one way for a commoner to stand out in the array world, and that was to cultivate. As long as you could cultivate, then congratulations, not just for yourself, but for your family as well. Their living environment would also be greatly improved. However, in the cultivation world, not just anyone could cultivate. In the cultivation world, one had to have spiritual roots. Spiritual roots were like the talent that mages and warriors talked about. If you didn't have talent, you couldn't learn magic. If you didn't have talent, you wouldn't have high achievements even if you forced yourself to learn martial arts. It was the same in the cultivation world. If you didn't have spiritual roots, you couldn't cultivate at all and could only be a civilian. However, not everyone who could cultivate could enter the various sects. For example, small sects like the Sea Mountain sect were very strict in accepting disciples. Those who did not have good cultivation talent and great development potential could not enter the sect. They were generally given some low-level cultivation techniques free of charge by the sect. They could be said to be inferior cultivation techniques. They would explore and cultivate on their own. Such people were called individual cultivators. Therefore, all the rogue cultivators wanted to join a sect, but there were only a few lucky ones. There was only one way for rogue cultivators to join a sect, and that was to successfully reach the chi cultivation stage. Perhaps some small sects would accept you, but those rogue cultivators wanted to cultivate, so they needed medicinal pills and better cultivation methods. These things could only be bought in the city, and in order to buy these things, they needed crystal stones. In order to earn crystal stones, those rogue cultivators would go hunt demonic beasts or pick medicinal herbs. Or they would look for ores and the like, and then bring them to the market to trade for jingxi. They would then use jingxi to exchange for things they needed for cultivation. There was a saying in the cultivation world, if there's a treasure on a stall, it depends on whether your eyes are on point. Quote, this sentence, which was somewhat teasing, revealed the true meaning of the stall. No one in the cultivation world would look down on the use of street stalls, because it was really easy for treasures to appear on street stalls. This person's treasure didn't necessarily have to be a weapon or a magic treasure. It could be a type of plant or an ore. After all, those individual cultivators were not as good as the disciples of the big cultivation sects. Although they cultivated, their knowledge of various treasures could not be compared with the disciples of the big cultivation sects. Sometimes, they would get something that was clearly a treasure, but they would not recognize it and would only sell it as an ordinary thing. Such things happened from time to time. It was because of this that these stalls set up by individual cultivators had become a special sight in the cultivation world. The people of the cultivation world did not object to this situation. On the contrary, they were very supportive of it. The more individual cultivators set up stalls in a city, the higher the chances of the sects in the city getting treasures. For all the people in the cultivation world who were based on practicality, getting treasures was the most important thing. Zhao Hai's destination today was the market. He was going there to dig for treasures, as well as the plants and minerals. He hadn't put any plants into his space for a long time, and that wasn't what he wanted to see. He wanted to put more into his space. The few of them chatted as they walked forward. Xingli and the others were looking around nervously. The uniforms of the mecha array world were different from the ones in the cultivation world. Xingli and the others were too eye-catching. Along the way, everyone who passed by them couldn't help but look at them. Their eyes were not very friendly. Fei looked at the cultivators around him and whispered to Zhao Hai, "Quat, big brother Hai, those guys' eyes aren't very friendly. What should we do?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, why should we be afraid of them? It's not a big deal. Don't worry. If they really dare to challenge us, I'll teach them a lesson." Quat. Seeing Zhao Hai's confident look, Fei didn't say anything else. He knew how powerful Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai wasn't on the same level as them. He knew this from the moment Zhao Hai blocked 3 sword strikes from Li Tutu. Therefore, he wasn't surprised by Zhao Hai's words. They walked for about half an hour before they arrived at the market. From afar, they could see that there were many people there, and it was very noisy. Seeing this, Xingli and the others, who weren't familiar with Haitian City, were stunned. Then they turned to Zhao Hai and asked, "What is this place?" Unconsciously, Zhao Hai had become the center of attention. Although he was ranked 4th among his friends, he was the strongest among them. In this world where strength was everything, the strong would naturally become the center of attention. NBSB Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, the market. This is where the self-cultivators buy things. Let's take a look and see if there's anything good." Quat. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xingli and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. Dongfeng Yu looked at Zhao Hai gloomily and said, "So what if there's good stuff? This isn't the formation world. They don't take the formation market, they only take jingxi. We don't have any jingxi on us." NBSB Zhao Hai smiled. "You don't, but I do. Don't worry, if you see anything you like, I'll buy it. You don't have to worry about the crystals." Quat. Zhao Hai's space could now produce crystal stones. He had quite a lot of crystal stones in his space. Even in the cultivation world, he would be considered a rich man. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xingli and the others were stunned. Xingli looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. "Where did you get the jingxi? Crystals are considered a strategic resource in the field of mecha. Did the Ashley family give it to you? They're so generous." Zhao Hai chuckled. "Quat, you don't have to worry about how I got it. All you need to know is that you have jingxi in your hands. Today, we'll let the people of the cultivation world know what it means to be rich and overbearing." Quat. Looking at Zhao Hai's nouveau rich appearance, Xingli and the others laughed. Their joking around as if no one else was present made the surrounding self-cultivators angry. The people of the cultivation world had always looked down on the people of the machine array world. In their opinion, the people of the machine array world were a class lower than them. They were not even comparable to the civilians that he had raised. People of the machine array world should have been well-behaved and pretended to be grandsons in the cultivation world. They even dared to joke around so arrogantly on the streets. They were simply too savage. In fact, there was nothing special about joking on the street. There were no rules against joking on the street, so it was very normal to joke and play on the street. However, the person who joked became a person from the machine array world, which the people of the cultivation world couldn't accept. Zhao Hai didn't care about them and led the group into the market. Once they entered, Xingli and the others were stunned. The stalls that filled the ground were really out of their expectations. It was rare to see such a stall in the array realm. Most people had their own shops, and such a stall had almost disappeared from the array realm. Zhao Hai didn't care and walked straight in. Xingli and the others immediately followed. Their appearance immediately became the focus of the market. Everyone looked at them and whispered to each other. It was obvious that these people knew Zhao Hai and the others' identity. Zhao Hai didn't care about being the center of attention. As long as he didn't wear his magic robe in the cultivation world, this kind of thing was inevitable. This was because people from the array world rarely came to the cultivation world. Some of the cultivators from the cultivation world would go to the array world to find something they needed. However, people from the array world rarely came to the cultivation world. First, the transfer array couldn't be used casually. If they wanted to take a flying ship, they didn't have a special flying ship. Second, people from the array world would be discriminated against in the cultivation world. No one liked to look at other people's faces, so people from the array world rarely came to the cultivation world. It could be said that there hadn't been a single machine array in the cultivation world for a few years. Now that they suddenly found a few people from the machine array world in the cultivation world, they were even more curious. Zhao Hai didn't care. His eyes swept across the stalls from time to time. However, he was disappointed to see that most of the stalls were selling things like animal skins or bones. These things were of little value to him. What he wanted was a living demonic beast, not animal skin. Suddenly, Zhao Hai noticed a small stall in the corner. To his surprise, the stall owner was a young child. The child looked to be in his teens and was very strong. However, he seemed to be a little rash. His stall was very simple. There was a piece of rag on the ground and a plant on it. The plant was placed in a small pot. It was a tree-like plant, but it did not have many leaves. Moreover, the tree trunk looked dry as if it was half dead. Zhao Hai didn't care much. He walked to the stall and looked at the potted plant. Although it looked half dead, Zhao Hai could feel a strong life force from it. He decided to buy it. He looked at the child who had set up the stall and said, "What is this plant? How many jingxi?" The child looked at Zhao Hai in a daze. When he heard what Zhao Hai said, he immediately said, "I don't know what kind of plant it is, but I dug it out from Mount Yapin. If you want it, I'll give you 10 crystals." To be honest, 10 crystals was not a cheap price, especially for this plant that did not look very good. Although Zhao Hai could feel the vitality of the plant, others could not. Zhao Hai had the space, so he had a special feeling about these plants. Others did not have the same feeling. Therefore, the child had been setting up a stall here for a few days, but he had not sold any. Zhao Hai didn't say a word. He took out 10 crystals and gave them to the child. Then he carefully examined the plant. It was a plant that looked like a tree. It was less than a meter tall, and there were a few small leaves on it. The bark was dry, like the wrinkles on an old man's face. To be honest, it didn't look good. However, this was also the most special part of this plant. Normally, the surface of such a small plant would not have so many cracks. However, this plant had so many cracks as if it had been through countless years of wind and rain. It was really strange. Just as Zhao Hai was looking at the plant, a haughty voice suddenly sounded, "I want this tree, how many jingxi?" Zhao Hai turned around and saw a young man dressed like a cultivator standing behind him, looking at the child arrogantly. The cultivator's clothes were very gorgeous. He tied his hair into a ponytail with a headscarf and held a folding fan in his hand. He looked like a young master. The child looked at the young man and said with some trepidation, "I'm sorry, I've already bought this tree for this gentleman. He has already paid for it." Hearing the child's words, the cultivator turned his eyes to Zhao Hai and the others. He snorted in disdain. "Quat, you country bumpkins from the array world, state your price. I want this plant. Quat." Zhao Hai looked at the young cultivator and smiled. With a wave of his hand, he put the plant into his space and said softly, "I'm sorry, I'm not selling." The cultivator's eyes narrowed when he saw Zhao Hai put the plant into his space. His subtle movement didn't escape Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai was sure that the plant was not simple. If it wasn't here, the young man wouldn't have bought it. When the young cultivator heard that Zhao Hai wasn't selling, he couldn't help but smile strangely. He said in a deep voice, "You're really not selling?" "Yes, not for sale," Zhao Hai replied with a smile. The young man suddenly burst into laughter. "Quite a machine array bumpkin dares to come to our cultivation world to steal treasures. You really don't know what's good for you. If you don't give me that plant, hee, I'll let you know that the cultivation world isn't a place for bumpkins like you." When Xingli and the others heard what the young man said, they knew that today's matter would not end peacefully. Zhao Hai also looked at the young man and said with a smile, "What's wrong? You're planning to snatch it if you can't buy it. Are you sure you can take her away?" The cultivator suddenly laughed and said, "You can't snatch it. Are you kidding me? Would I not be able to snatch it? You country bumpkins don't really think that the people of the array world can compare to us cultivators, do you? Obediently put down that plant, and I will leave your corpses intact." Good Lord, he put down the things and still wants to kill me. He just left me an intact corpse. It seems like he's taking care of me. How arrogant. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and smiled. "Sir, tell me your identity. Maybe I'll let you go for the sake of the force behind you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The man looked at Zhao Hai as if he was an idiot. He suddenly burst out laughing and only stopped after a while. He looked at Zhao Hai coldly and said, "Quat, country bumpkin, you're dead. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Quat." "Please," Zhao Hai said with a smile. After he finished speaking, his figure moved and he walked out of the city. Xingli and the others followed him. Seeing this situation, the cultivator also immediately flew over. Zhao Hai and the others quickly arrived at a barren mountain outside the city. The few of them stood in the air above the barren mountain. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "You really know how to choose a place. It's not bad to use this place as a grave." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and sneered, "Quat, don't worry. After you die, I'll make you a member of my undead army. You'll fight for me. It's your honor, Quat." The cultivator snorted and said in a deep voice, "You're looking for death." With a wave of his hand, the fan in his hand immediately flew up. Then balls of black gas flew out of the fan. The black gas immediately turned into malicious ghosts and pounced directly at Zhao Hai. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai. "Quat, today, I'll let you have a taste of my 10,000 ghost fan. I'll let you understand the difference between the cultivation world and the array world. I'll refine your soul into my 10,000 ghost fan, Quat." Zhao Hai sneered. With a wave of his hand, a magic array consisting of 50 magic arrays appeared in front of him. The magic array then exploded, and hundreds of white arrows appeared beside Zhao Hai. With a wave of his hand, the arrows shot toward the ghosts. The cultivator laughed coldly. He did not take Zhao Hai's spell seriously. In his opinion, magic could not be compared to his. Therefore, he continued to command the ghosts to charge at Zhao Hai. However, what happened next shocked him. When Zhao Hai's light arrows hit the malicious ghosts, they immediately began to scream as if they had been severely injured. Their bodies kept shrinking and becoming more and more transparent. At the same time, the evil chi on their bodies decreased a lot. Cultivators who were very familiar with malicious ghosts knew that this was a sign that the malicious ghost had suffered a very serious attack and was dropping in level. The cultivator was shocked. He had spent a lot of effort to collect and cultivate these malicious ghosts. If they dropped in level, it would be a great loss for him. It should be known that malicious ghosts were divided into levels. A grade 1 malicious ghost could only be called a ghost soldier. Its attack power was very weak. If you wanted to use grade 1 malicious ghosts to deal with an enemy, you could only rely on numbers. However, if you wanted to deal with a cultivator, you would need at least 100,000 grade 1 malicious ghosts. A level 2 baleful specter was slightly stronger, but not by much. It would only be of great use when a baleful specter reached level 5. There were many other ways for malicious ghosts to level up besides cultivating in a place with dense yin qi. Letting malicious ghosts devour each other was a good way. Letting low-level malicious ghosts devour each other would slowly cultivate high-level malicious ghosts. However, this would cost a lot of malicious ghosts. There was another way to increase the level of the hostile ghosts, which was to provide them with blood and food. Blood food, as the name suggested, fed on flesh and blood. This was a very special method. If used well, it was a method that could quickly increase the combat power of hostile ghosts. If not used well, it was the most evil method to increase the combat power of hostile ghosts. There were two kinds of blood food. One was fed on demonic beasts and the other was fed on humans. These two kinds of blood food were different. If a malicious ghost fed on demonic beasts, its combat power would increase, but its intelligence would increase very slowly. In other words, if a malicious ghost fed on demonic beasts' blood and flesh, its combat power would increase very quickly, but it would become stupid, just like a wild beast. It would only act on instinct and could only understand some simple orders. By feeding a malicious ghost with a human, not only would the ghost's combat strength increase rapidly, but it would also become very intelligent. This was especially true when the malicious ghost was fed with the flesh and blood of a cultivator. The malicious ghost's combat strength would increase even more rapidly. No one would object to using the flesh of demonic beasts to feed malicious ghosts. There were many places in the cultivation world that raised demonic beasts. This method was also used by some ghostly cultivators. It was very normal. However, some evil cultivators used another evil method to make their malicious ghosts more powerful, which was to feed their malicious ghosts with humans. It was said that there were some evil sects in the devil world that specialized in rearing humans in captivity in order to feed their malicious ghosts. The cultivator fighting Zhao Hai was using the method of using humans to raise malicious ghosts. It wasn't easy to raise these malicious ghosts, and if someone in the cultivation world found out that he was using this method to raise malicious ghosts, he would be dead. Therefore, when he saw that the specters were injured, his heart ached. If the level of the specters dropped, how long and how much risk would he have to take to level them up again? With that thought, the cultivator immediately put away his fan and looked at Zhao Hai with an ugly expression. He snorted, "Quat, fine, you dare to hurt my malicious ghost. I'll turn you into their blood food, Quat." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators and shook his head. "Quat, don't tell me that all the cultivators in the cultivation world like to talk so much. This is unbelievable. Before you fight, do you have to treat each other to a drink, then have a tea party, bicker for an hour, and then fight? If that's the case, then I really admire you guys." When Xingli and the others heard Zhao Hai mocking the cultivator, they all laughed out loud. The cultivator's face turned black and he sneered, "You have a sharp tongue, Dai." With that, he waved his hand and a sword appeared in front of him. He formed a sword hand seal and swung the sword at Zhao Haijian. The sword was very strange. The body of the sword was like a snake, and there was a skull at the end of the handle. It was completely black and looked sinister and terrifying. Zhao Hai had already discovered that this cultivator's strength was a lot weaker than Li Tutu's. Although his sword looked aggressive, it couldn't block all of Zhao Hai's escape routes. Even if Zhao Hai didn't want to fight him head-on, he could still easily dodge this sword. With a wave of his hand, a magic array consisting of 50 magic arrays appeared in front of Zhao Hai. The magic array then exploded, and a huge sword of light appeared in front of him. The sword of light then slashed at the cultivator's skeleton sword. The cultivator snorted coldly, and the spell in his hand moved. The skeleton sword that was stabbing forward was wrapped in a layer of black mist and became unreal. It was as if the entire sword had turned into black mist and became a ghost. Zhao Hai didn't care. Even if that person's sword kept changing, it wouldn't change its attribute of yin. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's light magic was specialized in breaking yin attribute spells. On this point, Zhao Hai had the upper hand, so he wasn't afraid. The lightsaber and the skeleton sword collided with a huge explosion. The cultivator's face changed. When the explosion disappeared, the lightsaber Zhao Hai had released also disappeared. Although the skeleton sword was still there, the black mist on it had disappeared, and the sword had returned to its original shape. The cultivator put away the skeleton sword with an unsightly expression. This skeleton sword was a mid-grade magic weapon, which was very rare even in the cultivation world. It had just collided with the light sword, so of course there was no loss. However, the spirit sense he attached to the sword had been severely damaged. It was impossible for him to use the skeleton sword as smoothly as before. The cultivator didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so powerful. He had already drawn his skeleton sword, but he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. This was too shocking. The cultivator waved his hand, and a small banner appeared in his hand. He then waved the banner, and black chi filled the sky, surrounding Zhao Hai and the others. Then he moved his hand again, and 5 small black flags appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, 400 small flags shot out in all directions. He held a small flag in his hand, and with a gentle wave, the small flag instantly grew larger. Following that, the black chi that filled the sky moved and attacked Zhao Hai and the others. Quat HMPH. Quat Zhao Hai snorted when he saw the situation. He moved his hand again, and a light array with hundreds of arrays stacked on top of each other appeared in front of him. Then, a ball of white light exploded with him as the center. A light magic array with 100 overlapping arrays couldn't be compared to 50 overlapping arrays. As soon as the white light burst out, it immediately dispelled the black gas released by the cultivator. The cultivator also let out a miserable groan, and his expression became very unsightly. Zhao Hai knew that his spiritual sense had been damaged. How could he let this opportunity go? He cast a wind to ice blade, followed by a flaming feather array, then a metal array, and finally a dark kill arrow. Zhao Hai's sudden burst of power caught the soldier off guard. The cultivator was a malicious spirit. After the black mist was broken, he immediately took out a black shield with a ghost face to defend himself. The shield's defensive ability was very strong. It blocked 3 of Zhao Hai's spells. However, Zhao Hai's dark sniper arrow broke through the shield and shot into the cultivator's throat. When the cultivator's throat was pierced by the dark sniper arrow, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Then his eyes quickly dimmed. He was dead. Before the cultivator's body fell, Zhao Hai released a cloud of black energy to wrap around the cultivator. When the black energy disappeared, the cultivator disappeared as well. He had become one of Zhao Hai's undead creatures. Seeing that Zhao Hai had killed the cultivator so easily, Xing Li and the others all cheered. Just then a person flew over from the distance. This person seemed to be not far from them and was flying over at full speed. Seeing this situation, Xing Li and the others immediately became nervous and went into a defensive position. They were afraid that it was an enemy this time. However, Zhao Hai was not nervous at all. He said in a deep voice, "Don't be nervous, it's the leader." As soon as he finished speaking, a leader in a magic robe appeared in front of them. That person didn't waste any words and said in a deep voice, "Quat, come with me. The one you just killed is a core disciple of the Sea Mountain sect. He's one of the participants in the new 6 World Tournament. The Sea Mountain sect already knows about this situation, and their reinforcements will be here soon. Let's go." Quat, after saying that, he turned around and flew away. The route he took was not the way he came. It was obvious that he was trying to avoid the people of the Sea Mountain sect. When Zhao Hai and the others heard him say that, they were stunned. However, they immediately reacted and followed the man. Not long after they opened up their defenses, a group of people appeared at the place where Zhao Hai and the cultivator were fighting. The leader was the sect master of the Sea Mountain sect. He looked around and said in a deep voice, "It's indeed Zheng Er's aura. He's fought with someone here, and it seems like he's been killed." An elder of the Sea Mountain sect beside him said, "That's impossible. We've already investigated before. Zheng Er came out with a few people from the array world. It can't be that simple, right?" The sect leader sighed. "Quad, it seems that we've underestimated the strength of the array world. That Zhao Hai from the array world was able to block 3 full-powered sword strikes from Li Tutu. This in itself shows Zhao Hai's strength, and Zhang Er is still a lot weaker than Li Tutu. 4 years of hard work has been wasted. NBSB sect leader, the elder coldly snorted when we get back. We'll immediately go to the array world and demand Zhao Hai. If they don't hand him over, we'll teach them a lesson. Quat. The sect leader shook his head and sighed. Quat, it's no use. The mecha world won't hand over the person. The last time they fought with us, they didn't use their full strength. They're not afraid of us, but those big sects, just our Sea Mountain sect alone, isn't enough to make the people of the mecha world afraid. Now that the people from that big sect have left, if we go to the mecha world again to cause trouble, they'll definitely deal with us. Do you really think those big sects will turn against the mecha world for our Sea Mountain sect? That's impossible. The most heartless people are those big sects. They won't care about our life or death. The elder fell silent. He knew that the sect master was right. In the eyes of those big sects, a small sect like the Sea Mountain sect that could only control one city was like an ant. He would never look at them in the eye. Even when he used them, it was in the form of orders, let alone standing up for them. It was possible that the people of those big sects didn't even remember their names. The sect leader sighed. Quat, those guys from the array world are a bunch of lunatics. Don't think that the array world is suppressed by the cultivation world and can't move. If those big sects want to deal with the array world, they have to think carefully. If they really provoke those guys from the array world, their death warriors won't be polite. Our Sea Mountain sect is far too weak compared to the array world. We shouldn't get involved in this mess. We also give up on the new 6 World Tournament this time. At worst, we'll just have to start over again in 5 years. If we really push the array world into a corner, the Sea Mountain sect will probably disappear in less than 5 years. The elder sighed. Quat, that's right. The array world is placing great importance on Zhao Hai. If we really deal with Zhao Hai, the array world will definitely fight us to the death. Quat. The sect leader nodded and sighed. Quat, let's go back and pretend that nothing happened today. I want to see how far Zhao Hai can go in this 6 World Newcomers competition. Quat. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had already returned to their courtyards. As soon as they entered their courtyards, they found Ma Rulong there as well. Ma Rulong couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw Zhao Hai and the others return. A smile appeared on his cold and hard face as he walked up to them. He looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. Let's talk inside the house. Then he turned around and walked towards Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai and the others immediately followed him in. Ma Rulong burst into laughter as soon as he entered the house. Zhao Hai and the others felt strange from the laughter. After a while, Ma Rulong calmed down. He looked at Zhao Hai and patted his shoulder hard. Quat, Zhao Hai, well done, really well done. You've really made the array field proud. You actually eliminated the core disciple of the Sea Mountain sect, one of the top 100 cultivators in the 6 World Newcomer competition. Ha ha ha, good, this is great. Quat. Zhao Hai and the others were stunned as well. They didn't expect Ma Rulong to be so clear about the identity of the person they fought for so long. Ma Rulong looked at Zhao Hai and the others and smiled. When you left, I already sent people to follow you. You're the treasures of our array world. I can't let anything happen to you. When you were fighting Gongsun Zheng, the leader responsible for protecting you was about to attack, but he didn't in the end. I didn't think you'd be so strong, little Hai. You actually killed the other side. Good, very good. We've collected the list of the top 100 from the other worlds. I'll be able to let you guys take a look after I've tidied it up in 2 days. All right, take a rest. Only then did Zhao Hai and the others understand what was going on. Zhao Hai knew that Ma Rulong had sent people to follow him, but he didn't know about the information gathering. It seemed like the array world had many hidden forces in the cultivation world. After Ma Rulong left, Zhao Hai chuckled and said, Quat, I didn't expect that the one we killed would be a contestant from the Sea Mountain sect. Ha ha ha, this is so interesting. Quat. Xingli and the others looked at Zhao Hai like he was a monster. After a while, Xingli said in a deep voice, Quat, it seems that you'll definitely get a good result in this 6 World Newcomers competition, little Hai. Even one of the top 100 newcomers of the cultivation world was killed so quickly. You'll definitely make it into the top 100. Quat. Dongfeng Yu and the others all nodded. If they did not have a direct impression of Zhao Hai's strength before, this time they finally understood his true strength. The top 100 of the world of cultivators had always dominated the 6 World Rookie competition. Today they were the top 100 of the world of cultivators, and tomorrow they might be the top 100 of the 6 World Rookie competition. They rarely made a mistake. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai had actually killed a top 100 cultivator. What kind of concept was this? In other words, Zhao Hai now had the strength of one of the top 100 in the cultivation world. When they thought of this, Xingli and the others couldn't help but feel excited. They were happy for Zhao Hai, and also for the array world. NBSB, the array world had been suppressed by the cultivation world for far too long. They had always been looked down upon by the cultivation world. Now that Zhao Hai could finally stand up for them, how could they not be excited? Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, my goal isn't just to be in the top 100. I'm here to challenge the authority of the cultivation world. I want to let the people of the cultivation world know that in this world, it's not just the cultivation world that can produce experts. The field of mecha arrays can do it too. Xingli and the rest cheered, while Li Kuangren said happily, "Okay, I'm so happy today. Little Hai, do you have any wine? If I don't drink some today, I'll be letting myself down." Zhao Hai laughed and waved his hand. A few jars of wine appeared in the room. The eyes of Xingli and the others brightened as they carried the wine jars and walked out. Zhao Hai followed them outside and placed the wine jar beside the stone table. He then took out a few side dishes from his interspace. They sat at the stone table and started drinking, causing the people in the courtyard to be envious. After drinking, Zhao Hai went back to his room and entered the origin space. He drank 2 glasses of water to clear his mind, then took out the plant he bought today. As soon as Zhao Hai took out the plant, he heard a voice from the origin space. Quat discovered a spiritual tree root left behind at the beginning of the universe. The space has been upgraded to level 180. The spiritual chi concentration in the space has been increased by 100. All the plants in the space have been upgraded by 10 levels. The time accelerated area in the space has been expanded by 10 times. The highest rate of time acceleration in the time accelerated area can reach 100 times. The host has the right to purchase high-level cultivation backgrounds, high-level technology backgrounds, high-level magic backgrounds, and all the backviews that the space has evolved into a small universe form. All the ore and materials in the space can be transformed into ore veins. The ore veins have the ability to grow on their own. The all-purpose manufacturing machine has been upgraded to advanced level, and the all-purpose analysis machine has been upgraded to advanced level. Host's ability has been increased by 10 times, so the demonic beast level has been upgraded by 10 levels, officially reaching the demonic beast level. Zhao Hai wasn't the only one who was stunned. Laura and the others were also stunned. The realm had leveled up too much this time. It had leveled up dozens of times in one go. Everything in the realm had been upgraded too quickly. All of this was beyond Zhao Hai and the others' expectations. The realm was upgraded by dozens of levels in one go. This was something Zhao Hai had never thought of. Even when the realm first appeared, when it was easy to level up, there was no such crazy thing. It had upgraded by dozens of levels in one go and even turned into a small universe. In other words, the realm was just like the cultivation world. The background was now full of planets. This was definitely good news for Zhao Hai. If the background world became a planet, it would seem like Zhao Hai was at a disadvantage. Before becoming a planet, Zhao Hai would never know where the end of the background world was. However, after becoming a planet, he could know. From this perspective, Zhao Hai seemed to be at a disadvantage. But don't forget, there was another thing in the space, and that was the 100 Spirit Tree. The 100 Spirit Tree could bear a small planet every 100 years, and this small planet could even float in the universe. If the space did not become a small universe, what would happen when the 100 Spirit Tree bears a small planet in the future? Where should I put that small planet? All of this was a problem. Now that all the problems had been solved, and the realm's power had been enhanced with the growth of the plants and animals, Zhao Hai believed that the undead creatures had also been upgraded. In addition to the upgrade of the all-purpose manufacturing machine and the all-purpose analysis machine, the increase in the density of spirit chi, the production of various mineral veins, the growth of spirit veins, and other changes, all of which were very beneficial to the development of the space. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and turned to look at the small, withered tree. Who would have thought that this small tree was a spiritual root that had existed since the beginning of the universe? If the people of the cultivation world knew about this, they would definitely go crazy. In BSB, however, Zhao Hai was surprised that no one in the cultivation world recognized him. In fact, it wasn't that the people of the cultivation world couldn't recognize this thing. First, it had only appeared for a short time, and second, it was because the divine items themselves were hidden. It was impossible for you to see a real treasure at a glance, because real treasures would hide themselves. Ordinary people couldn't see it. This spirit root could definitely be called the top treasure in the cultivation world. However, Haitian City was a small city. Besides Haitian City, almost no one would go to the stalls here. The Haitian sect didn't go there every day either. During this period of time, the people from the array world had been very nervous and didn't have time to care about the things at the stalls, so they didn't discover the existence of this divine item. As for Gongsun Zhang, he only felt that the spirit root was not simple, but he did not know what it was. Furthermore, the person who had bought the spirit root was Zhao Hai. He had only thought that he had used the spirit root as an excuse to teach Zhao Hai a lesson, which was why he had forced Zhao Hai to transfer the spirit root to him. He did not really know the price of the spirit root. Zhao Hai thought for a while and turned to Kai-Er. Kai-Er, plant the spirit root in the ground and take good care of it. Kai-Er nodded and immediately took the spirit root. After thinking for a while, Kai-Er decided to plant the spirit root near the 100 spirit tree. This way it would be easier to take care of it. Moreover, with this spirit root, it would be very beneficial for Zhao Hai and the others. Just as Kai was about to plant the spirit root into the ground, the spirit root in her hand suddenly seemed to come to life. It suddenly struggled from her hand, fell to the ground, and quickly pierced into the ground. Kai was startled and used her mental power to look down, only to find that the spirit root had already been tightly bound to the roots of the 100 spirit tree, as if it had become a part of the 100 spirit tree. This time, only Kai was stunned. Even Zhao Hai was stunned. He really didn't know what was going on. At this time, the spatial system's voice sounded again. What spiritual root is combined with the 100 spirit tree? After the 100 spirit tree is upgraded, as the 100 spirit tree is originally a spiritual object, after being combined with spiritual root, the 100 spirit tree will slowly change into a universal spiritual tree. It will bloom once every 100 years and bear 100 fruits each time. The largest one among them is an asteroid fruit. Like ordinary asteroids, after falling off the tree, it can undergo a second growth in the universe. The asteroids can be inhabited, planted, and have minerals. As for the other 9,900 spirit fruits, they can recognize their owners and become space teleportation equipment. Quat. When Zhao Hai heard the notification from the realm, he couldn't help but cheer. This was great, this was too powerful. He didn't expect the spirit root to be able to be combined with the 100 spirit tree. This was great. Now that the spirit root had just combined with the 100 spirit tree, the 100 spirit tree had already been upgraded. In the future, if the entire 100 spirit tree became a spirit root, what level of success would it reach? Of course, this wasn't the best. The best thing was that after the 100 spirit tree turned into an asteroid, it could grow a second time. In other words, the asteroid would slowly grow on its own in the universe, just like a plant. This was amazing. Laura and the others were also very happy. The realm's upgrade this time was too powerful. Not only did the realm obtain countless benefits, but Zhao Hai's strength had also increased. This was very important to them. Because the inner space had just been upgraded, many of its functions had also been upgraded. Zhao Hai still didn't fully understand the situation of the interspace, so he wasn't in a hurry to go out or cultivate. Instead, he followed Kai and studied the upgraded interspace. The space was upgraded in all aspects, so its functions had been greatly improved, especially Zhao Hai's strength. Previously, Zhao Hai could use the 1,000 array stack without using the liquid silver, and the 10,000 array stack could also be used without being forced. However, it required a long time to prepare, so it was not very useful in actual combat. But now, things were different. Now that Zhao Hai's strength had been improved, he could easily use the 10,000 array position. Although he couldn't directly use the 100,000 array position, he believed that it wouldn't take long. After all, the spiritual chi in the spatial space was very abundant. He could cultivate twice the result with half the effort. If he used liquid silver now, he could easily let it exert 100 of its power. With the help of liquid silver, he could even easily use the 300,000 arrays to stack his strength. With his current strength, even if he wasn't the #1 expert in the field of mecha arrays, he was close to it. Even in the cultivation world, he could compete with experts in the nascent soul stage. Now Zhao Hai finally had some confidence. However, he knew that there was still a lot of room for improvement in his strength. Just the condensation of the goo into his body would be enough to improve his strength once again. He had done it before condensing Gang Qi into his body, and had condensed all the energy in his body into Gang Qi. However, the upgrade of the space this time had greatly improved the ability in his body. The newly improved energy had not been condensed into Gang Qi, so he still needed some time to condense Gang Qi into this energy. This way, his strength would be greatly improved. In addition to their own strength, the undead creature's strength had also been greatly improved. Because of the upgrade of the realm, everything in the realm had also been upgraded, including the undead. In the past, the strength of the undead creatures was equivalent to a level 9 apprentice according to the calculation of the array realm. But now, it was different. The strength of the undead creatures had reached around level 3, which was comparable to many newcomers who had ascended for about 5 years. In addition to the increase in the undead creature's strength, the golden battle suit and the bone beast battle suit had also been upgraded. These two items, whether it was defense or attack, were now about 5 times stronger than before and could be used in the cultivation world. What made Zhao Hai the most happy was that all the ores in the boundless space could now form a mine vein, and the mine vein would grow automatically. In other words, even if he brought in a small piece of precious ore from the outside, the boundless space would automatically form a mine vein of this kind of ore. The mine vein would also grow slowly, just like a big tree that would grow continuously. This was very important to Zhao Hai. Ore resources were one of the main resources that the cultivation world fought for. Unlike the space, the ore resources in the cultivation world could not grow on their own. In the cultivation world, ore information could not be regenerated. Once used, it was gone. However, cultivators could not do without all kinds of ore. Whether it was to make spiritual artifacts or defensive items, they could not do without ore, especially the extremely precious ones. For example, the 6 World Newcomers competition only competed for mineral veins. From this, one could see the importance of mineral resources. There were 3 most important resources in the cultivation world: spiritual herbs, mineral veins, and spiritual veins. Needless to say, spiritual herbs were needed for healing, cultivation, or breaking through bottlenecks. Mineral veins were even more important. With them, you would have good weapons, good armor, and even more crystals. Spiritual veins were the places with the richest spiritual energy. Cultivating in places with rich spiritual energy would be much more effective than cultivating in ordinary places. The best spirit veins in the cultivation world were all controlled by the major sects. The small sects only cultivated in small spirit veins, which did not have sufficient spirit energy. Although the spiritual chi in Zhao Hai's inner space was not as dense as the high-level spiritual veins, it was much stronger than the average small spiritual veins. Zhao Hai had no lack of spiritual herbs and minerals. It could be said that the upgrade of the interspace had given Zhao Hai an excellent cultivation residence. This was very important to Zhao Hai. After spending the night in the origin space, Zhao Hai came out the next morning feeling refreshed. Although he didn't sleep the entire night before, he was so excited about the origin space's upgrade that he didn't feel sleepy at all. On the contrary, he was more energetic than he had been every day. Xing Li and the others had also woken up at this time. They were also in good spirits. Although they had drunk a lot of wine yesterday, the wine did not get to their heads, so they were all full of energy and did not look like they had a hangover. When the few of them saw Zhao Hai, they all came up to him. Maniac Li laughed and said, "Good Gu Yin, I had a great time drinking yesterday. This is the best I've had these days. Little Hai, do you want to go out for a walk today?" Although Zhao Hai really wanted to go out for a walk, he still shook his head and said, "Quat no, we killed the core disciples of the Sea Mountain sect yesterday. They will definitely cause us trouble. We don't have to be afraid of anything if we stay here, but if we leave this place, they might plot against us. We'd better stay here for the next few days," said Sumo. Maniac Li also nodded. At this moment, Xing Li said, "It's good that I don't go out. My family said that they will send my new weapon today. Little Hai, I'll be counting on you then." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, don't worry, brother. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Zio Fei, take this. Take it back and have a look. I'll teach you something else after you're done studying these magic arrays. Quat." As he said that, Zhao Hai handed a memory card to Fei. There were a few magic arrays in the memory card, and these magic arrays were stacked from 10 to 50 arrays, which were suitable for Fei. Fei took it over excitedly and put it on his wrist laptop immediately. Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled. "Let's go back to the room. We're not going out today anyway." Fei replied and ran back to his room. Dongfeng Yu looked at Fei with envy and sighed. "I'm the only one who didn't get any benefits." "No, Little Hai, you have to prepare something good for me, or else I won't let you off." "Quat, all right," Zhao Hai laughed heartily. "Quat, when Boss Xing's hammer is here, I'll reforge his hammer. I'll also prepare a few handy weapons for you." Quat. Dongfeng Yu nodded in satisfaction. They didn't know how Zhao Hai had modified Xing Li's hammer, and they didn't ask. Although they were good friends, everyone had their own secrets. It was better not to ask about these secrets. Zhao Hai was very nice to them, and their tempers were very compatible. They had already completely regarded Zhao Hai as their own brother, so they naturally wouldn't ask about things that they shouldn't ask. Zhao Hai also wanted to prepare 1 or 2 weapons for Dongfeng Yu and the others. The cultivators in the world of self-cultivators were so powerful mainly because they had a variety of magic weapons in their hands. In a battle, they would release their magic weapons one by one, and their attack methods would change accordingly, giving them a lot of advantages in the battle. On the other hand, in the array world, due to the limitation of resources and the cultivation techniques, many people in the array world generally only had 1 weapon and only 1 cultivation technique. Under these circumstances, they naturally could not compare to those people in the cultivation world. Zhao Hai wanted to change this situation. He could now make some simple Dharma artifacts, but the cultivation methods of the array world were not suitable for using the Dharma artifacts of the cultivation world. Thus, Zhao Hai wanted to make some magic weapons for Dongfeng Yu and the others to use. To a certain extent, magic weapons weren't much worse than the weapons of the cultivation world, especially in the hands of low-level cultivators. The weapons in the hands of low-level cultivators were generally not too high grade, and they couldn't use weapons that were too high grade. In terms of low-grade weapons, the difference between the cultivation world and the array world wasn't big. For example, Dongfeng Yu only had the fire dragon sword as his weapon. If he had an extra shield for defense, it would be very useful at a critical moment. Other than a shield, there were other weapons, such as the bow and arrow, which were rarely seen in the cultivation world. It would not be a good choice either. Bows and arrows were very common in the lower realm. However, almost no one in the cultivation world used them because they were of little value to the people of the cultivation world. Mages could not use bows and arrows, but warriors had sword auras. The sword auras of high-level warriors had a much longer range than bows and arrows, and were more powerful. Therefore, no one in the array world would use bows and arrows. It was even more so in the cultivation world. The lowest level of cultivation Dharma treasures in the cultivation world could fly out and hurt people. After flying out, one could even control it with one's spiritual will. It was much more powerful than a bow and arrow that had no return. For these reasons, almost no one in the cultivation world knew how to use a bow. In the entire cultivation world, you could hardly see the shadow of a bow. Why was it almost, not absolute? It was because there were still people who used bows and arrows in the cultivation world, and they were quite a powerful force. The sun shooting sect of the cultivation world was a sect that specialized in using bows and arrows as their main weapon. Their bows and arrows were specially made. It could be said that their bows and arrows were two weapons that could be used separately or at the same time. This method of making bows and arrows was a secret of the sun shooting sect. No one knew how they made them, so only the sun shooting sect used bows and arrows as weapons. There were not many people in the sun shooting sect. Compared to the other big sects, the number of people in the sun shooting sect was small. However, the offensive power of the sun shooting sect was not to be trifled with. The combat power of its core disciples was extremely amazing. In the top 10 of the 6 World Newcomer competition, the third place was the master of the sun shooting sect. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted Dongfeng Yu and the others to use bows and arrows as their weapons was because of the vibration weapon that he had recently invented. If it was an ordinary person, it would naturally be impossible to use a bow and arrow easily. To use a bow and arrow well, it would take time and a long period of training. However, it should not be forgotten that Dongfeng Yu and the others had ascended from the lower realm and were all powerful weapons. They had no problem with the eyesight, arm strength, and so on that were required to cultivate the bow and arrow. Moreover, Zhao Hai did not ask them to use the bow and arrow as their main weapon, but as a secondary weapon. In this way, there would be no problem for Dongfeng Yu and the others to use the bow and arrow as their weapons. Zhao Hai would place a vibration magic array, an energy storage magic array, and a few other magic arrays on each arrow. This way, the energy storage magic array could store a portion of the energy and only provide energy for the arrows that were shot out. This would allow the arrows to only use the vibration magic array once. Bows and arrows were one-time use items, so the storage magic array did not need to store too much energy. It was enough for one use. Moreover, Zhao Hai had installed an explosive magic array on the arrows. Once the arrows encountered something, they would explode after a shock attack. It was because he already had this idea that Zhao Hai was preparing to make some bows for Dongfeng Yu and the others to use. He believed that this would help Dongfeng Yu and the others to attack. The attack of the bow and arrow might not be as far as the sword aura, but the energy consumption of the bow and arrow was almost negligible compared to the energy consumption of the sword aura. That was why Zhao Hai wanted to make the bow and arrow. Other than the bow and arrows, Zhao Hai was also preparing to make something like a shield. These items were all engraved with many magical arrays, enough to block an attack from a Foundation Establishment cultivator. The reason why Zhao Hai had prepared these things was to improve the combat power of Dongfeng Yu and the others, so that they would have a much higher chance of surviving in the future competitions. The self-cultivators were not easy to deal with. If they had the chance, they would not mind crippling or killing the mecha operators. During the elimination rounds, Zhao Hai could team up with Dongfeng Yu and the others to ensure their safety. However, it was hard to say for the actual arena matches. Hence, he hoped to increase the combat power of Dongfeng Yu and the others. Even if they could not defeat their opponents, they could at least keep their lives. The few of them sat at the stone table and chatted. Many people from the realm of arrays looked at them enviously. Among the top 100 contestants in the realm of arrays, it was rare for 2 contestants to appear in the same force. Therefore, these people were not very familiar with each other. Some of them were even enemies. It was rare to see people like Zhao Hai and the others hanging out together every day. These people also knew that making friends would be beneficial for the upcoming elimination rounds. However, they didn't dare to make friends easily because they didn't know if the other party was sincere. If the other party was just using you or even stabbing you in the back at a critical moment, then you would really die an unjust death. Therefore, they were very envious of Zhao Hai and the others for being able to sit together and chat so happily. Just as the few of them were chatting, a few people suddenly walked in. When Xingli saw them, he immediately stood up and turned to Zhao Hai. "The clan is here." After he finished speaking, he immediately went up and bowed to the leader, "Camp Master, why have you come personally?" That camp master obviously thought highly of Xingli. As he smiled, "Of course I wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to travel, so I came here personally. Here, this is a new weapon made for you by my family. Try it out and see if it's smooth." While speaking, she took out a chain hammer from her space and put it on the ground. At this moment, Zhao Hai and the others walked over and bowed to the person. As they bowed, Zhao Hai sized up the Wu family's outer camp master. He was dressed as a warrior and was wearing an ordinary weapon uniform. He did not seem to have anything special about him. However, Zhao Hai realized that his strength had reached the level 6 weapon level at the very least. He was considered an expert in the array world. This person wasn't tall and didn't have an outstanding appearance. If Xingli didn't call him camp master, Zhao Hai and the rest would never have thought that the Wu family's outer camp's camp master would be so unremarkable. The camp master was also sizing up Zhao Hai and the others. When he saw them bowing, he returned a simple bow. Then he turned his gaze to Zhao Hai and chuckled. Zhao Hai, the number 1 rookie this time. I've already heard about what happened yesterday from Ma Rulong. Good, well done. You've made our field proud. You have a good performance in the tournament this time. You're welcome. By the way, where's your original weapon? The clan is taking it back. Xingli nodded and gave the original flail to the camp master. The camp master gave Xingli a few more words of advice before turning to leave. The moment he saw the camp leader leave, Xingli immediately turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled and said softly, "We'll talk about it at night. If you give me the hammer in the morning, it'll be too eye-catching." Xingli nodded his head and kept the hammer in his space. This caused everyone in the courtyard to be slightly stunned. This was because Xingli usually didn't keep his hammer and hung it on his waist. No one thought that he would actually keep it this time. When Zhao Hai saw Xingli's expression, he couldn't help but smile. He was secretly impressed by Xingli's intelligence. It would only take a few minutes for him to help Xingli make a new hammer, but he had to pretend for a few days. In these few days, Xingli naturally wouldn't be able to hang his waist around his waist, and Zhao Hai's disappearance would naturally cause suspicion. Although it was a little strange for him to put away his hammer now, when Zhao Hai went into closed-door cultivation, he would say they would no longer link the two matters together. The day passed quickly, and Fei didn't come out at all. He was studying the magic array that Zhao Hai gave him, and even his food was delivered to his room. Zhao Hai didn't say anything about this situation. It was good that Fei was working so hard. He just hoped that Fei could study 2 more magic arrays before the match and use a few more. That way, his chances of survival would increase. The day passed quickly. At night, Xingli and the others went to Zhao Hai's room to drink. In fact, they didn't drink much today. The main reason was to get Xingli to give him the chain hammer. After Xingli passed the flail to Zhao Hai, the few of them drank for a while more before returning to their rooms. Zhao Hai also returned to the origin space and went into closed-door cultivation. Zhao Hai had already thought of what kind of magic array he would use for Xingli's hammer. After returning to the origin space, he would first use the all-purpose machine to restore Xingli's hammer back to its original state. Then, he would make a new hammer for Xingli according to his thoughts. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that in the process of restoring the bare strength hammer, he also obtained a few metals that weren't in the realm. The realm even turned these materials into mineral veins. This was really out of Zhao Hai's expectations. It could be considered an unexpected surprise. After dealing with the hammer, it was time to make the bow and shield. The bow was relatively difficult to make, and it required very high materials, while the arrow was relatively simple. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had all kinds of materials in his space. With the all-purpose manufacturing machine, it was easy to make bows and arrows. The next step was to make a shield. The requirements for making a shield were very high, mainly because there were a lot of magic arrays carved inside. Only then would it have a better defense. Zhao Hai didn't add any counterattack magic array into the shield. In Zhao Hai's opinion, there was no need to add any counterattack magic array. The purpose of a shield was to provide the strongest defense. There was no need to add any counterattack magic array. When it came to counterattacks, there were bows and other weapons. There was no need for a shield. Zhao Hai had 10 universal manufacturing machines in his storage space. Although the quantity didn't increase, the speed at which he made things had increased by a lot. Even if he made weapons like Xingli's chain hammer, it wouldn't take long. Moreover, the quality was much better than before. After cultivating on the Yellow Star for 3 days, Zhao Hai finally came out of the medium. When he came out, he had a lot of things in his hands. There were 3 bows, 1,000 arrows, 4 shields, and Xingli's hammer. Although Ma Rulong did not understand why Zhao Hai was going into closed-door cultivation again, he did not say anything. Zhao Hai's love for closed-door cultivation was well known in the field of arrays. He had gone into closed-door cultivation more than once in the Ashley family, and the time he spent in closed-door cultivation varied. In short, as long as he was not on a mission or participating in a competition, he spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation. This made the outsiders even more curious about Zhao Hai. Xingli and the others were still guarding Zhao Hai's room, not letting anyone come near. They were already used to this. Just as they were chatting, Zhao Hai's door opened and he stood in front of it with a smile. Seeing that Zhao Hai had come out, Xingli's eyes lit up. Zhao Hai smiled, "Come in and talk." Xingli and the rest immediately followed Zhao Hai into the room and closed the door. With a wave of his hand, a flail appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. He handed it over to Xingli and said, "Quat boss Xing, give it a try. There are already 80 magic arrays in your hammer. Of course, there are also vibration magic arrays." Let's see how it works, Quat. Xingli excitedly replied and picked up the hammer and chain, waving it a few times before nodding his head in satisfaction. At this time, Zhao Hai took out the shield that he had made from the 100 storage space and said, "Let's try the effect." This shield wasn't prepared for Xingli and the others. It was just a shield of slightly better quality. Xingli didn't hold back and smashed the shield with his hammer. The shield immediately exploded and turned into iron powder. Xingli was even more satisfied. Zhao Hai laughed. "Quad, I've added this vibration magic array on top of the original foundation. I've also added a strong defensive magic array on the chain of your hammers. At the same time, this magic array can quickly transmit energy. Even if you use these two hammers as meteor chains, you can still produce a vibration effect." Quad. "Alright, I still have something else for you guys," Zhao Hai said with a smile. Then he took out a bow and arrows. Seeing that Zhao Hai took out a bow and arrows, Xingli and the others were shocked and looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. After Zhao Hai explained to them how to use the bow, Xingli and the others took the bow in surprise. Just as Zhao Hai thought, they were no strangers to bows and arrows. They had all used them in the lower realm, so after learning how to use the bow and arrows, they immediately put them away. They didn't even need to test the strength of the bow and arrows. Then Zhao Hai took out his shield. These hundreds of shields weren't only owned by Xingli and the others, but also by Fei. After Zhao Hai passed the shields to the others, he said in a deep voice, "This shield also has a vibration magic array. The vibration magic array can not only be used for attack, but also for defense. Its vibration effect can very well leak the enemy's chi, so the defense effect will be better. This shield can block the full blow of people like Li Tutu, so you must be careful when using it." Xingli and the others all nodded and put away their shields. Zhao Hai then turned to Fei and said, "Xiaofei, how's the research on the magic array group going?" Fei's eyes lit up as he said, "I have already studied a few of them. Big brother Hai, you are really amazing. The combination of those magic arrays is amazing. I have already done some experiments. The two magic arrays that look the same when I use your array, the effect is at least 3 times better than the normal array. It is amazing." Zhao Hai smiled and patted Fei's shoulder. "Quat used this time to study those magic arrays. If your level is a little higher, I can teach you some magic arrays. Those magic array groups have a vibration effect." Quat. After hearing what Zhao Hai said, Fei's eyes lit up. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, what I mean is, if your level is higher, I'll give you some magic arrays with vibration effects. You can imagine what a fireball with vibration effects would look like." Quat. Fei nodded his head hard, but his eyes were filled with yearning. Zhao Hai looked at him and patted his shoulder. "Quat, don't think too much. Just focus on your training. With your current mental strength, there's no need for you to control the vibration magic array. Even I can't control it by force." Quat. "Don't worry, big brother Hai, I'll work hard." Fei nodded. Zhao Hai nodded. After they sat down, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Right now we're in the cultivation world, and there's no place to practice. Even if there is, we won't go, so we don't let those guys from the cultivation world see through us. The elimination matches we've gone through are the best chance for us to familiarize ourselves with weapons and combat techniques. I don't want to attack you, but your strength is still far from that of the cultivation world. I'm not giving you bows and shields to help you defeat them. Those people from the world of self-cultivators won't be polite to us, so you guys have to stay alive. After a few days, when we're stronger, we'll come and take care of them." Xingli and the others nodded their heads. They did not feel that Zhao Hai was very impressive just because he had killed Gong Sunzheng. Zhao Hai had easily defeated all sorts of experts in the preliminary round of the array formation world. This was enough to show that Zhao Hai's strength was not something they could compare to. Although Zhao Hai had only ascended to the array formation world for less than a year, Xingli and the others had already recognized Zhao Hai's core position among them. Although Zhao Hai's words weren't pleasant to hear, Xingli and the others weren't stupid. They knew the strength of the self-cultivation world. Not to mention others, even Gong Sunzheng and the others weren't a match for them. Zhao Hai seemed to have an easy time fighting Gong Sunzheng, but that was because Zhao Hai was using light magic, which countered Gong Sunzheng's. Furthermore, Zhao Hai had used a magic array formation consisting of 50 or 100 formations to defeat Gong Sunzheng. None of them could compare to Zhao Hai. Fei was a mage, so he knew Zhao Hai's strength the best. Although he was a level 4 mage and could use the magic array of 100 arrays, he couldn't use it as easily as Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, "After this tournament, I plan to find a base for the few of us. In the future, the few of us will work together and train together. We can build our own mountain in the array world." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xingli and the others were stunned for a moment. Then their eyes lit up, but they all furrowed their brows. To be honest, Zhao Hai's suggestion made them want to take action. However, they did not have the confidence that Zhao Hai had. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was very strong, but he was far from being comparable to the entire array world. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "Quad, I didn't say that we want to leave the realm of mechas or become enemies with them. I just want to find a base for us so that we can live a more independent life. I believe this isn't difficult to do. Quat. Xingli nodded. Quat, of course it's not difficult. There are many outer sect experts in the realm of arrays now. They all build their own small planets or meteorites as their base and are relatively independent. With your current strength, it's completely possible for you to get such treatment. If you can get a good result this time, it won't be a problem. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, then it won't be a problem. I'll definitely get good results. Hee, when the time comes, we'll have our own place and can do whatever we want. Quat. Xingli and the others all let out a long breath, their faces full of anticipation. To be honest, although they were geniuses and their families valued them, this did not make them feel good. On the contrary, they wanted that freedom even more. Madman Li suddenly said, Little Hai, did you discuss this with Margaret? Margaret is a man's woman, and to be honest, it's not easy to find a woman like her now. You have to know how to cherish her. If Margaret objects, I think you'd better be honest. Zhao Hai didn't expect Maniac Li to say something like that. It seemed like this boorish man had a lot of details. He was able to think of this. It was clear that he was a person who valued relationships. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Don't worry, third brother. I've told Margaret long ago, and Margaret also agreed to let me do this. His relationship with the Ashley family is not very good. Because of her mother, she has been very independent since she was young, so she also supports me in doing this. As long as I can reach out and help the Ashley family when they are in trouble, it will be enough. Quat. Maniac Li let out a long breath and looked at Zhao Hai with envy. Quat, you're still lucky to have met such a good woman like Margaret. All right, it's good that Margaret agrees. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to you doing that. If you get into a conflict with Margaret for us, we'll feel uneasy. Quat. Xingli nodded. Quat, that's right. Third brother is right. If this really causes you and Margaret to be unhappy, then we won't have the face to see anyone anymore. Quat. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Don't worry, Margaret has really agreed. By the way, Bosksheng, you guys should also train well these few days. Here, these potions are for you. Take them and train. Try to improve your strength before the competition. We can't go out now anyway, so just focus on training. As Zhao Hai spoke, he took out a few bottles of medicine. The medicine from the machine array world was different from the medicine from the cultivation world. The medicine from the machine array world was mostly in liquid form, while the medicine from the cultivation world was mostly pills. These pills were more convenient to carry around. In terms of medicinal effects, the pills from the cultivation world should be better because all the materials used to make the medicine in the cultivation world were better than those from the machine array world. In the cultivation world, every big sect had their own herb garden. Their herb garden was also divided into normal herb gardens and high-level herb gardens. The normal herb gardens produced normal herbs that weren't too old. The high-level herb gardens produced very high-level herbs that were very old. Some of them could even produce herbs that were hundreds or thousands of years old. This couldn't be seen in the array world. The big sects in the world of self-cultivation had all existed for tens of thousands of years. With their deep foundations, they could naturally create high-level herb gardens. Others did not have the conditions. It was precisely because of the existence of such a herb garden that the quality of the pills in the cultivation world was much better than those in the array world. However, the potions from the realm of arrays were not without its advantages. Because the potions from the realm of arrays were all in liquid form, they were easier to absorb and were also more gentle. However, in the array world, there were not many types of potions to help people cultivate. It was unlike the cultivation world, where almost every big sect had their own unique medicinal formula with very good medicinal effects. The array world could not do that. They only had a few types of potions to help people cultivate, and they were very precious. Ordinary people could not get their hands on them. The few bottles that Zhao Hai took out weren't small bottles. They were all big bottles that could hold 5 pounds. Even Xingli and the others who used potions were dumbfounded when they saw these bottles. Looking at the few bottles, Xingli suddenly said, Quite, it seems that if I have the time, I'll have to visit the Wu family more and see if I can meet the Wu family's young lady or something. If I can win her heart, I'll drink the medicine like water. Quat. Hearing Xingli's words, Dongfeng Yu and the others all laughed. They knew very well that Zhao Hai didn't get these potions from Margaret. After these few days of contact, they knew very well that Zhao Hai wasn't that kind of person. However, despite their jokes, they did not stand on ceremony. Each of them took a bottle of potion and left. With their current relationship with Zhao Hai, there was no need to stand on ceremony. If they did, it would mean that they were being hypocritical. After everyone had left, Zhao Hai came out of his room and went to the leader in the courtyard. He told the leader that he was going to cultivate in seclusion for a while and that no one should disturb him. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the leader looked at him as if he was looking at a monster. However, the leader did not say anything and only nodded. Zhao Hai couldn't be bothered to care about what the leader thought. he returned to his room, closed the door, and entered the interspace. Although he had been cultivating in the yellow sand realm for the past 3 days, he had not suspected that all the energy in his body had turned into stellar energy. That was why he had to go into seclusion for a while. He believed that once all the energy in his body had turned into stellar energy, his combat power would become stronger. He had never dared to look down on people from the world of self-cultivation. Even though his strength had increased so much, he still didn't dare to look down on them. This was because the people from the world of self-cultivation were really too mysterious compared to the world of mecha arrays. You didn't know what kind of secret technique they would suddenly use in the next moment. Zhao Hai didn't want to reveal everything he had to fight for first place with the people from the world of self-cultivation. Time flew by, and before anyone knew it, half a month had passed. During this time, Strip and the others discovered something strange. Zhao Hai and the others had all gone into seclusion. Towards Xingli and the rest suddenly going into seclusion, Strip and the rest felt very strange. To be honest, the spiritual energy here in the cultivation world was much stronger than in the array world, but they only needed to stay here for 2 days to get used to it. There was no need for them to specially go into seclusion to get used to it. And to be honest, the courtyard they were living in now wasn't suitable for closed-door cultivation, and they had only started their closed-door cultivation a few days after they had arrived. This time, Strip and the others couldn't understand what was going on. It wasn't just Stripe, even Ma Rulong felt the same way. However, Ma Rulong was relieved. To be honest, although the Sea Mountain sect didn't come to find trouble with them these days, Ma Rulong was really afraid that Zhao Hai and the others would be attacked by the people of the Sea Mountain sect if they went out. It would be bad if they were injured. The day of the elimination round was approaching, and the most important thing was to ensure the safety of Zhao Hai and the others. Ma Rulong really admired Zhao Hai. He already saw Zhao Hai as the hope of the array world, because Zhao Hai had the ability to eliminate one of the top 100 newcomers of the cultivation world. This kind of strength made Ma Rulong very excited. For many years, there had not been a person as powerful as Zhao Hai in the field of arrays. As long as people from the field of arrays clashed with people from the cultivation world, they would almost always be killed in seconds. This fate had almost never been changed, which was why the cultivation world had always suppressed the field of arrays. Now, a powerful figure like Zhao Hai had suddenly appeared. First, he had blocked the 3 sword strikes of Li Chuku, one of the new top 10 of the world of self-cultivators, and then he had killed a new top 100 of the world of self-cultivators. This really made Ma Rulong feel particularly relieved, so he didn't want Zhao Hai to get hurt. Zhao Hai and the others suddenly went into seclusion, which made Ma Rulong relax. However, he still sent people to keep an eye on them and didn't let anyone disturb them. However, Ma Rulong had been worried about Zhao Hai and the others for the past 2 days. The elimination round was in 7 days. They were prepared to leave for the planet where the elimination round would be held, but Zhao Hai and the others were still in seclusion. This made things difficult for Ma Rulong. For any cultivator, closed-door cultivation was not a strange thing. Almost every cultivator had a situation of closed-door cultivation, and the most taboo thing for a person in closed-door cultivation was to be interrupted by force. If the closed-door cultivation was interrupted by force, it was likely to make the effect of closed-door cultivation completely disappear, and it might even cause chi deviation, which was very dangerous. Ma Rulong was in a difficult position. Although there were still 7 days until the elimination round, and they didn't need to take the spaceship, they could just take the teleportation array. However, the place they were going to this time wasn't a fun place. It was Planet Fabio, which was called the Demonic Planet. Planet Fabio was a planet located between the cultivation world and the devil world. This planet was very famous in both the cultivation world and the other worlds. Fame was even greater than that of the Yellow Sand Mad Beast Planet. The Yellow Sand Mad Beast Planet was famous for its stellar energy. The unique natural environment made the Yellow Sand Mad Dragon Planet famous. On the other hand, the Fabio planet was famous because of a certain creature on the planet, Zerg. It was the most famous creature on planet Fabio and the true ruler of the planet. No one knew where the Zergs came from, and no one knew when the Zergs occupied planet Fabio. In any case, the Zergs had been living on planet Fabio ever since the people of the cultivation world discovered it. The natural environment on planet Fabio was not bad. It was rich in spirit chi, and there were also a few spirit stone mines and some metal mines. To the people of the cultivation world, planet Fabio was still of some use. It was even much stronger than the average planet in the array realm. In BSB, when the self-cultivators first discovered the bug race, they didn't think much of it. To them, the bug race was just a bunch of bigger bugs with no fighting power. They weren't worth their attention. However, since there were mineral veins on planet Fabio, the people from the cultivation world had to clean up the Zergs if they wanted to get those spirit stones. That's right, it was to clean up. For the self-cultivators, this was not the first time they had done this. When they found that a planet had something they needed, they would clean up the original inhabitants of the planet. If the natives were useful to them, they would turn them into slaves. If they were useless, they would kill them all. The world of self-cultivators had done many things like destroying planets and exterminating races, but just as they were clearing up the bugs, an accident happened. Just as the bugs were about to be exterminated, a large number of them suddenly evolved and became more powerful. The sudden appearance of these bugs brought a lot of losses to the cultivation world at that time. NBSB, the self-cultivators, were furious. They didn't expect that they, who had always been high and mighty, would fall at the hands of some bugs. Thus, they once again sent a large number of people to planet Fabio to clean up the bugs. The clearing of the Zergs went very smoothly. The second group of self-cultivators was even stronger than the first group. For a moment, the Zergs in this room were unable to fight back and were almost exterminated. At this moment, a large number of bugs rushed out. The strength of these bugs increased once again, and the people of the cultivation world were forced back once more. NBSB, the self-cultivators, didn't expect the Zergs to be so hard to deal with. They continued to send troops, but the Zergs seemed to be constantly evolving. Every time the self-cultivators sent a new person, the Zergs' strength would also increase. The speed of their growth made the self-cultivators' hearts jump. The self-cultivators didn't know if the Zergs would evolve again if they sent out experts. If they evolved again, the self-cultivators would be in trouble. The world of self-cultivators had no choice but to change their tactics. They no longer sent experts to deal with the bugs, nor did they want to make the bugs disappear in one fell swoop. Instead, they used Planet Fabio as a training ground and built a teleportation array there, letting the young people of various sects go to Planet Fabio to kill bugs for training. The cultivation world's method was really good. Although the Zergs still had the most number of people on Planet Fabio, the humans had still built a few bases under the planet and gained a firm foothold on the planet. However, the Zergs on Planet Fabio were not to be trifled with. Planet Fabio was now the most famous training ground in the entire cultivation world, and it was also an execution ground. If you offended someone in the sect, you might be sent to Planet Fabio, because it was also one of the most dangerous training grounds in the entire cultivation world. The casualty rate was far higher than what ordinary people could imagine, so Planet Fabio had another name, the Fiend Planet. However, it was undeniable that every trial taker who came out of Planet Fabio alive was the strongest among their peers. After many years of fighting, the bugs had evolved continuously. Now, the bugs had evolved into all kinds of troops and could even use some spells to attack. Planet Fabio was even more dangerous than before. Ma Rulong had some opinions about the fact that the cultivation world had chosen Planet Fabio as the venue for the elimination round, but his opinions were of no use, so he could only accept it. Ma Rulong had planned to go to Planet Fabio 7 days in advance because he wanted Zhao Hai and the others to have a better understanding of the planet. He wanted them to adapt to the environment and increase their chances of survival. If it wasn't for the fact that the rookies of this realm were very strong, Ma Rulong would have suggested to the higher-ups of the Array realm to withdraw from the 6-realm rookie competition. This was because it was too dangerous to go to Planet Fabio for the elimination round. On Planet Fabio, even the people of the cultivation world would suffer a large number of casualties, let alone the people of the Array realm. If it were the contestants from the previous realms, Ma Rulong was certain that they would be completely annihilated. Even if there was a master like Zhao Hai in this world, Ma Rulong did not dare to let his guard down. After all, they were going to Planet Fabio, which was not like other places. Rather than saying that Ma Rulong had confidence in this world's rookies, it would be more accurate to say that he had confidence in Zhao Hai. Ma Rulong knew very well that although there were many experts among this world's rookies, their strength was far inferior to that of the people from the cultivation world. The only person who could fight against the people from the cultivation world was Zhao Hai. It was because of how important Zhao Hai was to Ma Rulong that he didn't call Xingli and the others. Ma Rulong was very clear about the relationship between Zhao Hai and Xingli and the others. If Xingli and the others were hurt because of him calling them, it would be equivalent to offending Zhao Hai. Ma Rulong wasn't afraid of Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai was the hope of the entire Array world. Ma Rulong didn't want to offend such a person. Just as Ma Rulong was in a dilemma, Zhao Hai came out of his closed-door cultivation. Once he came out, he immediately went to the other rooms and called Xingli and the others out. After a period of closed-door cultivation, Xingli and the others drank the medicine like water. Their cultivation had also improved, but the improvement was not very obvious. After all, it had only been a short time. Zhao Hai's strength had increased very quickly this time because he had gained a lot from the last upgrade. Now, he had successfully condensed all the energy he had obtained from the upgrade, and his combat strength had been further improved. Zhao Hai chose to come out at this time because he knew that Ma Rulong was troubled by this matter. He didn't want to put Ma Rulong in a difficult position. After all, Ma Rulong took good care of them. Zhao Hai had solved Ma Rulong's biggest problem. Ma Rulong was happy. Unconsciously, his impression of Zhao Hai had improved. This was how people interacted with each other. Perhaps you could gain the other party's favor by doing something unintentionally, or you could also offend the other party. Zhao Hai obviously didn't expect that he would gain Ma Rulong's favor just because he didn't want to put Ma Rulong in a difficult position. On the second day after Zhao Hai came out, Ma Rulong brought them to planet Fabio through the teleportation array. The white light flickered and Zhao Hai felt a slight dizziness. He knew that this was normal as the teleportation formation would produce such an effect. Zhao Hai knew that he had arrived after the faint black halo faded. However, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura. This made Zhao Hai's heart skip a beat. He didn't know what was going on, but he still became careful. He even took out the liquid silver. The white light slowly disappeared, and Zhao Hai could sense the situation outside. However, once he sensed the situation outside, Zhao Hai's expression changed and he shouted, "Quad alert! There's a Zerg attack outside." Quad, his voice was very loud and everyone heard him. When they heard Zhao Hai's warning, their first reaction wasn't to be on guard, but to look at Zhao Hai with a relieved expression. Only Xingli and the others didn't care so much and immediately took out their weapons. They had 100 trust in Zhao Hai. At this time, the white light had completely disappeared, but everyone felt that the top of their heads had turned black. Then, a large number of black-green flying insects with transparent wings and 2 bone knives on their forelimbs pounced straight at them. These bugs were very agile. They flew over everyone's heads, and in a turn, heads were sent flying. Seeing this situation, everyone cried out in shock. They reacted quickly and immediately used their battle energy and magic. As for Zhao Hai, when the bugs attacked, he had already formed a magic shield around him, protecting him and Xingli. Zhao Hai did a quick calculation. The attack from the Zergs just now had killed 33 people. 5 of them were leaders, and the remaining 28 were all contestants. There was no lack of powerful experts among them. The flying insects didn't fly too far away. They stopped hovering in the sky and were ready to launch a second attack. At this time, Ma Rulong also reacted. He looked around and found that there was a battle going on. They were currently in base number 5 on planet Fabio. It was the second largest base on planet Fabio, and also the front line to deal with the Zergs. Ma Rulong wanted Zhao Hai and the others to experience the power of the Zergs here, because he heard that one could see the Zergs outside from the walls of base number 5. However, he didn't expect that the Zergs would have already invaded base number 5 before he could ask Zhao Hai and the others to check on the Zergs. They were caught off guard. The people in base number 5 were still fighting the Zergs, and they were in the teleportation square of base number 5. There were a few cultivators fighting the Zergs around the square. They could even see a hole in the city wall in the distance. Ma Rulong immediately shouted, "Warriors, come forward and block the mages from the outside. Mages, come in and release your magic. Focus on large-scale offensive magic. Quat." Following Ma Rulong's order, the shocked crowd immediately quieted down. Everyone immediately followed Ma Rulong's orders. The warriors took their weapons and strode to the periphery, while the mages retreated to the center, forming a circular formation. At this moment, a large group of Zergs swarmed in from the outside. These Zergs were not flying Zergs. They all had 8 long, pointed legs that were like 8 spears. These insects were very fast, and each of them was tall. All of them were over 3 meters tall as they pounced straight at the round array. Ma Rulong stood at the front of the group. He looked at the bugs and said with a serious face, "Warriors, get ready. Attack with your sword aura. All warriors, get moving. Form a circle and run." All the warriors immediately moved, and the entire circle formation began to rotate, and sword chi shot directly at the insects. The magic array in the middle of the circle was not idle either. One by one, it shot out magic. However, those insects were obviously not to be trifled with. One by one, they howled and pounced. Many of them had their legs cut off by the sword chi, but they still pounced forward valiantly. Zhao Hai did not hold back either. He immediately used the 10,000 flaming feathers arrow formation. With a loud bang, a large number of the insects that were charging over fell. Not all magicians were able to achieve the same results as Zhao Hai. Even if other magicians' spells landed on the bugs, they would at most injure them. They would not kill many of them. From this, one could see the difference between Zhao Hai and the other magicians. Ma Rulong did not stand on the periphery of the circle formation. He stood in the middle of the circle formation to direct the operation of the entire circle formation. At the same time, he was also constantly paying attention to the flying insects above their heads. The flying insects were always swimming above their heads and could attack them at any time. Ma Rulong had seen Zhao Hai's reaction. He knew that Zhao Hai was the first to alert them. After seeing how Zhao Hai had killed so many Zergs with one spell, Ma Rulong couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in a new light. In BSB, Ma Rulong also noticed that among the people in the array, only Zhao Hai and himself would pay attention to the insects in the sky. The others only paid attention to the insects on the ground and seemed to have forgotten about them. At this moment, a teleportation array not far away from them lit up again. Then a group of people walked out of the teleportation array. These people obviously knew what had happened here. When they came out, they had weapons in their hands and immediately attacked the Zergs. Seeing this, Ma Rulong heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the cultivation world had not given up on this base. At that moment, he suddenly heard Zhao Hai's voice. "Quat, everyone, pay attention. Move out slowly and make way for the teleportation formation so that we don't block the way of the reinforcements. Quat." Ma Rulong felt ashamed when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He had forgotten that they were still standing on the teleportation array. The teleportation array they were occupying was a large one. If they were standing on the magic array, no one else would be able to use it. He had not even thought of this. However, Ma Rulong immediately shouted, "Quat, attention, everyone. The target is to the east. Maintain the formation and slowly move out. Quat." Following Ma Rulong's order, the formation slowly moved to the east. It was a narrow street where they could better deal with the insects. On the narrow street, the insects couldn't attack them on a large scale, and they could stand firm. Ma Rulong wasn't proud of the fact that he had just defeated the Zergs. Although he had never been to the Zergs' place before, he had been collecting information about them ever since he knew that their elimination round was on planet Fabio. The Zergs were also divided into levels, and they were even more detailed than the human race. The 8-legged Zergs that they had just defeated were called 8-horned Zergs, which were the lowest level of the Zergs. They were cannon fodder. The cannon fodder Zergs were already so strong, so one could imagine how strong the other Zergs would be. The array moved slowly. Not long after they left the teleportation array flashed and another group of self-cultivators arrived. The battle between humans and insects was still going on. However, now that Ma Rulong and the others had moved to the street, they felt the pressure on them was lifted. They only needed to defend against the bugs that attacked from the east and west. The north and south were blocked by the wall. Under Ma Rulong's command, they didn't feel too much pressure when dealing with the bugs. As more and more cultivators arrived, the number of bugs in the base gradually decreased. Zhao Hai and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. However, they were all very confused. They couldn't understand why base number 5 would be destroyed by the bugs. These bugs weren't very strong. A few hours later, almost all the insects in base number 5 had been cleared out. Ma Rulong led Zhao Hai and the others out of the street. As soon as they came out, they were immediately discovered by the cultivators. A few cultivators flew over and couldn't help but be stunned when they saw their clothes. One of the cultivators looked at him and said, "Are you people from the field of mecha arrays?" Ma Rulong nodded. "Quat, that's right. We're from the realm of arrays. We're here to participate in the 6-realm rookie competition. We didn't expect to be attacked by the insects as soon as we arrived, so we immediately joined the battle." The cultivator looked at the insects that were killed near Ma Rulong and the others. They had killed quite a number of insects during this period of time, and the corpses of the insects had piled up into 2 small mountains. When Ma Rulong and the others came out, they had to fly out from the sky. The cultivator nodded. Ma Rulong picked a few leaders and went to the square to collect the bodies. Then, he led Zhao Hai and the others to the base. Ma Rulong said to the man while flying, "How should I address you, sir? How did this base get breached?" "Quatam Zhang Li, the leader of every 5 teams in base number 5, the cultivator said in a deep voice. "Quat, base number 5 was attacked by a silver-backed golden-winged bug. Fortunately, we have a few nascent soul grand cultivators here. They've already gone after the silver-backed golden-winged bug, but the base was attacked and other bugs came in. That's why there's a battle in the base." Ma Rulong nodded and didn't say anything else. After a while, Zhang Li led the group to a courtyard. After Zhang Li landed from the sky, he turned to Ma Rulong and said, "This is a place specially for the participants to stay. It's enough for you all to use. Everyone, please go first. I still have things to do, so I won't be accompanying you." This was a very large courtyard that was divided into 2. The first courtyard was already very large, with more than 50 rooms. The courtyard was not damaged, and Ma Rulong immediately assigned rooms to everyone. Other than Ma Rulong and the 20 team leaders, Zhao Hai and the other 30 people were also assigned to the first courtyard. The others went to the second courtyard, and Xing Li and the others naturally stayed in the first courtyard. Their rooms were still next to each other. Zhao Hai looked at the room assigned to him. It was not bad. It was similar to the room he used to live in Sea Mountain City. It was not very big, but it was enough for one person. The room also had all the necessary things and could be used at any time. Zhao Hai looked around the room and walked out. The moment he walked out, he saw Xing Li and the rest walking out of the room. When they saw Zhao Hai, they immediately gathered around him. After they sat down in the courtyard, Xing Li sighed, "Quat, I've only heard of planet Fabio's bad reputation, but I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. We've just arrived, and it's already giving us such a scare. Quat." Dongfeng Yu's face darkened. "Quat, it looks like this elimination round isn't going well. Our people from the array world are in danger. The Zergs that attacked us today were all low-level Zergs. They weren't even ranked among the Zergs, but their combat power wasn't low at all. They took a few of my sword chi and still didn't die. They're very difficult to deal with. I can imagine that the higher level Zergs will be even more difficult to deal with. We're in danger. Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Dongfeng Yu, Quat's second brother. Give me the fire dragon sword tonight. I'll help you take a look. After all, the fire dragon sword is the most suitable for you. If you really know the secret of the fire dragon sword, your combat power will be even stronger. Quat. Dongfeng Yu replied. Zhao Hai then looked at the others and said, Quat, this elimination round is indeed very dangerous, so from today on, we must act as a team. No matter where we go, we must not separate. Quat. They all nodded. Just then Zhao Hai felt someone walking towards them. He turned around and saw Ma Rulong. They immediately stood up and saluted Ma Rulong. Ma Rulong nodded and waved his hand to signal for everyone to sit down. He then sat down at the stone table and said, Quat, what happened today was an accident, but it can't be considered an accident. It should be considered a reminder. The bases built by the cultivators on planet Fabio are all very strong. The walls are made of gold and engraved with countless arrays. There are also countless magic traps outside the base. Under these circumstances, the base was still broken through. This is enough to show how powerful the Zergs are. Quat. Zhao Hai and the others nodded. They had also thought of this. Ma Rulong continued. When I was chatting with Zhang Li just now, he said that the base was attacked by a silverback goldenwing bug. I just checked. This silverback goldenwing bug is a very powerful bug tribe. Its strength is equivalent to a nascent soul stage master in the cultivation world. But the bug tribe is more talented, and a nascent soul stage master alone can't be a match for the silverback goldenwing bug. But the people from the world of self-cultivators might not be able to kill that silver-backed golden-winged bug because planet Fabio is the territory of the bug race. But if that's the case, we have to be even more careful because this silver-backed golden-winged bug is very vengeful. It's not like human masters who respect their status and won't attack people with low cultivation. The silver-backed golden-winged bug doesn't have such concerns and will definitely take revenge. So this elimination round will be even more dangerous, so you must be careful. Zhao Hai and the others nodded. Of course, they knew that this elimination round would be very dangerous. They had never let their guard down. Ma Rulong looked at them and said in a low voice, Your group is the one I like the most. During the elimination round, you must stay together and protect yourselves. Even if you see others being attacked, if the opponent is too strong, you must protect yourself first, understand? In BSB, Zhao Hai and the others were stunned when they heard Ma Rulong's words. Ma Rulong's words were simple. He was telling Zhao Hai that if anyone else was in danger during the elimination round, they could choose not to save them. This was something that Zhao Hai and the others had not expected. Ma Rulong also saw the expressions on Zhao Hai and the others' faces. Ma Rulong smiled bitterly and said, Quat, it's not that I'm trying to boost other people's morale and destroy my own. It's just that whether it's the Zerg race or the people of the cultivation world, they're all extremely difficult to deal with. Right now, only you have a chance of survival. You must fight for the glory of the mecha world. Quat. Zhao Hai and the others could hear the unwillingness and hope in Ma Rulong's tone. They nodded subconsciously. Ma Rulong sighed and stood up. Quat, have a good rest. I'll give you some information tomorrow. There's information on the top 100 of the cultivation world and some Zergs. Take a good look and remember it. Quat. Zhao Hai and the others stood up and bowed to Ma Rulong. Ma Rulong then turned around and left. Zhao Hai and the others looked at Ma Rulong's back with heavy hearts. Ma Rulong's words today represented the thoughts of many people in the world of machine arrays. They had given up too much in order to have some people in the world of machine arrays who could compete with the cultivation world. Zhao Hai and the others suddenly felt that the burden on their shoulders had increased. In BSB, what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that when Ma Rulong was talking to them, a pair of eyes were watching them from a distance. The eyes were filled with hatred. The owner of this pair of eyes was naturally Strip. In Strip's eyes, Ma Rulong was able to speak to Zhao Hai in such a friendly manner and even whispered something to him. No one else could get such special treatment. He even thought that all of this should have belonged to him, but it had been snatched away by Zhao Hai's men. In fact, it was not a big deal to be able to chat with Ma Rulong. Other people might not take it to heart at all. After all, Ma Rulong was good to them. However, to Strip, this was an honor. Strip desired to be the center of attention, and he had done so before. He had always been the center of attention, but after Zhao Hai's sudden appearance, his glory had been completely stolen by Zhao Hai's people. Everyone had their eyes on Zhao Hai, and no one paid him any attention. As such, Strip hated Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai had Xing Li and the others by his side. Xing Li and the others were not weak, and it was not easy to deal with Zhao Hai. With the addition of Xing Li and the others, Strip had no chance of dealing with Zhao Hai. However, Strip had never shown any dissatisfaction with Zhao Hai in front of anyone, not even a single trace. He was waiting for an opportunity to take Zhao Hai's life. Strip believed that he would definitely get this chance, especially here. This was planet Fabio, the fiend planet. It was an extremely dangerous place, a place where countless experts of the cultivation world had fallen. He believed that he would definitely get the chance to take Zhao Hai's life here. He didn't just want Zhao Hai's life. He also wanted Xingli, Dongfeng Yu, Quangren Li, Fei, and everyone who was close to Zhao Hai. He wanted them to die together. After giving Zhao Hai a venomous look, Strip left to look for other participants. He wanted to form a team as well. Strip wasn't an idiot. He knew that it was possible to form teams in the knockout stages. If he formed a team, his chances of survival would be higher, so he wanted to form a team with others. Even if those people weren't strong, he still wanted to form a team with them. Because if he formed a team, those people could be sacrificed when necessary. What Strip didn't notice was that after he turned around and left, Zhao Hai's gaze turned in his direction. Originally, Zhao Hai didn't notice that Strip was looking at him. However, the killing intent in Strip's eyes was too strong. Zhao Hai, who was extremely sensitive to killing intent, immediately noticed it. However, Zhao Hai didn't look in that direction. Instead, he ordered Kai to look in that direction. Kai immediately pulled up the video recording and saw how Strep had been staring at him for a long time. At the same time, he also saw the killing intent in his eyes. Zhao Hai had already put Strip on his kill list. As long as he had the chance, he would not let Strip go. So he didn't mind the way Strip looked at him. The sky soon turned dark. It was already quite late when Zhao Hai and the others left Sea Mountain City. After they arrived here, they had a fierce battle. When the battle ended, it was already late. As soon as the sky darkened, Zhao Hai immediately invited Xingli and the others to his room for a drink. Xingli and the others understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was going to help Dongfeng Yu look at his fire dragon sword. They went into Zhao Hai's room and drank for a while. Dongfeng Yu left the fire dragon sword with Zhao Hai, and then they went back to their own rooms. Once they left, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the origin space. This time, he didn't use his spirit power to investigate the fire dragon sword, because he had already been attacked by the fire dragon sword once. This time, he brought the fire dragon sword into the origin space to let the analysis machine analyze the fire dragon sword and see what was going on with it. Zhao Hai took the fire dragon sword and entered the boundless space. He didn't go to the villa but went straight to the universal analysis machine. After this upgrade, the universal analysis machine and the universal manufacturing machine had both been upgraded. After the upgrade, the functions of these two machines were far beyond Zhao Hai's imagination. Take the all-purpose manufacturing opportunity as an example. Now, no matter if it was a potion or a weapon, as long as he put it in his hands and made a request, he could quickly make it, and it would be the best quality. The universal analyzer was even more different now. Even if Zhao Hai placed a piece of soil into the universal analyzer, it could instantly analyze the composition of the soil, what it could do, and so on. It could be said that these two machines had become a little heaven-defying. Laura and the others also saw Zhao Hai going to the universal analysis machine. They also walked out of the villa and went to the universal analysis machine to wait for the results with Zhao Hai. Not long after, the fire dragon sword appeared once again. Following that, a notification sound came from the all-purpose machine, a sealed sword. The sword's body is made of the bones of a fire dragon and the sun's essence gold. It has now recognized its master. The host can use the ancient eternal sand to break the seal and return the sword to its original form. Zhao Hai was taken aback. He never thought that the fire dragon sword was actually sealed. He immediately took out the eternal sand and wiped it on the sword. As he wiped, he paid attention to the changes on the sword. As he wiped, the fire dragon sword became redder and brighter. When Zhao Hai used up 3 of the eternal sand, the fire dragon sword suddenly flew out of his hand. A dragon's roar came from the sword, and a fire dragon emerged from the sword. It kept dancing in the air, as if it was venting its dissatisfaction from being sealed. After a long while, the fire dragon disappeared, and the fire dragon sword slowly fell down. However, the fire dragon sword was different now. Previously, only the body of the sword was red and nothing special could be seen. Now there was a fire dragon with its head held high and glaring on the body of the sword. It looked very imposing. The hilt of the fire dragon sword had also changed. The entire hilt had become a dragon. The dragon was the hilt, the dragon's claw was the sword's edge, and its head was facing the sword body. The dragon's mouth opened, and the sword was swallowed by the dragon. Zhao Hai touched the sword gently, but he did not expect to feel a resistance from the sword. It seemed that the fire dragon sword was also a treasure, and it had already recognized Dongfeng Yu as its master. Zhao Hai was not envious of Dongfeng Yu. He already had liquid silver, and there was no weapon more suitable for him than liquid silver. Although the fire dragon sword was good, it was still lacking compared to liquid silver. Zhao Hai kept his fire dragon divine sword and turned to look at Laura and the others. He then smiled and said, "What do you think will happen if we put some insects into the space?" Laura and the others had obviously thought about this question long ago. Laura smiled and said, "Quat, we've just studied it and analyzed it with the universal analyzer. Come, let's talk inside." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and followed the others into the house. Lola immediately took out an analysis result and gave it to Zhao Hai. Although there was no such insect in the origin space yet, the video of the battle between Zhao Hai and the others was enough for the all-purpose analysis machine to analyze. According to the analysis machine, these insects might be a race with super evolutionary and reproductive abilities. When they were not in danger, their evolution speed was not that fast, but when their race was in danger of extinction, they would be able to evolve quickly. The powerful evolutionary genes in the Zerg's bodies would be activated, and they would evolve frantically. They would also attract the genes of other species to perfect their own gene strands and undergo further evolution. This ability was very terrifying. The result of the universal analysis machine was that Zhao Hai had to bring these Zergs into the realm at all costs. The realm could extract those super evolution bases and add them to the creatures in the realm, allowing all the creatures in the realm to evolve further, increasing the combat power of the realm. Zhao Hai was shocked by the analysis. He didn't expect the realm to have such a strong evaluation of the Zergs. However, after thinking about it, he understood. If the Zergs didn't have such a strong ability, they would have been destroyed by the cultivators of the cultivation world long ago. Planet Fabio was still their territory, and the humans were still weak here. From this, one could see how powerful the Zergs were. Countless planets and races had been destroyed in the cultivation world. However, he couldn't do anything to the Zergs on planet Fabio. The power of the Zergs was obvious, and Zhao Hai wanted to bring them into the space even more. The next morning, Dongfeng Yu woke up early. He sat in the courtyard and stared at Zhao Hai's room door. He couldn't wait any longer. The fire dragon sword was his last true companion since he ascended to the array world. However, Dongfeng Yu had always known that the fire dragon sword he used was not in its perfect state. This was not told to him by anyone, it was just a feeling. In fact, the Yan family had never told him this because they didn't know how magical the fire dragon sword was. The Yan family had obtained this sword by chance. Because it was still quite powerful, they had given it to outsiders to use. When the owner of the sword died, they would find it and give it to the next person. By now, Dongfeng Yu didn't know how many hands this sword had been handed over to. Dongfeng Yu didn't know if the previous owners of the fire dragon sword had this feeling, but he really had this feeling. It was a very strange feeling. The reason why Dongfeng Yu gave the fire dragon sword to Zhao Hai was because Zhao Hai was his friend. Most importantly, it was because of Zhao Hai's mysterious aura. Zhao Hai had too many mysterious things on him. He could make special weapons for Li Quangren and Xing Li, and he could give Fei special magic arrays. All of these made Zhao Hai even more mysterious. It was because of this that Dongfeng Yu gave the fire dragon sword to Zhao Hai. He hoped that Zhao Hai would help him unravel the secret of the fire dragon sword. He didn't want to gain much power from the fire dragon sword. He just wanted to unravel the secret of the fire dragon sword because the fire dragon sword was his most important partner. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's door was pushed open. Zhao Hai stood in the room and waved at Dongfeng Yu. Dongfeng Yu quickly ran into Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai looked at Dongfeng Yu and smiled. "Quat second brother, did you not sleep well last night?" Dongfeng Yu nodded in embarrassment. "Yes, I can't sleep. Ever since I obtained the fire dragon sword, I've been trying to unravel its secret. Unfortunately, I've never succeeded. However, I believe that you will definitely succeed, so I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited." Zhao Hai nodded understandingly. With a smile, he took out the fire dragon sword and handed it to Dongfeng Yu with both hands. Dongfeng Yu was dumbfounded. He looked at the fire dragon sword, which had changed greatly, and was extremely excited. At this moment, the fire dragon sword in Zhao Hai's hand suddenly trembled. Then the fire dragon sword flew out of Zhao Hai's hand and toward Dongfeng Yu. In the next moment, the fire dragon sword was like a naughty child, spinning around Dongfeng Yu, like a child playing with his parents. Dongfeng Yu could feel the joy coming from the fire dragon sword. He couldn't help but reach out his hand. The fire dragon sword flew into his hand like a tired bird returning to its nest. As soon as Dongfeng Yu held the fire dragon sword, a ball of red light suddenly flew out from the fire dragon sword and wrapped around him. Dongfeng Yu just stood there holding the sword, his eyes closed as if he had fallen asleep. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that the fire dragon sword must be communicating with Dongfeng Yu. He immediately left the room and gently closed the door. He then stood outside the door to guard it. After a while, Xing Li and the others also came out from their rooms. When they saw Zhao Hai standing outside his room, they were a little confused. In the past, they would be the ones standing outside the door, and Zhao Hai would be the one standing inside. Why did it change today? Xing Li and the others immediately walked over and looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled and pointed behind him. Quat's second brother's fire dragon sword has been unsealed, and it seems to be communicating with him now. I'm afraid that someone will disturb him. Quat. Xing Li and the others nodded and didn't say anything else. They just sat outside Zhao Hai's room and chatted. Zhao Hai looked at Fei and smiled. "Zio Fei, how are you? How's your progress with the magic arrays?" Fei nodded in excitement and said, "I have learned all the magic arrays and I can use them now. The only thing I need is proficiency." The magic arrays that you taught me are easier to learn than the ones I learned before, and they cost less spirit energy. However, they are much more powerful. It is amazing. Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, practice well. First, practice these magic arrays. When your spiritual power is enough, I will teach you the other magic arrays. When there is time, I will show you the effect of the vibration array. Quat. Fei nodded in excitement. At this moment, Ma Rulong also walked out of his room. He saw Zhao Hai and the others gathered together, so he walked over and said to Zhao Hai, "What are you doing here? What's the matter?" Ma Rulong glanced at Zhao Hai's room and said, "That's good. I hope he wakes up soon. I was going to take you to the top of the wall to see the zergs outside, but I guess the zergs that rushed into the base yesterday were all the zergs in the vicinity. We won't be able to see anything on the wall now. Let's rest for a day and see what happened yesterday." Zhao Hai and the others nodded. Ma Rulong waved his hand and turned to leave. Zhao Hai turned to look at his room and said in a deep voice, "I hope second brother can wake up soon and not miss the elimination round. Otherwise, he won't be able to answer to the Yan family." Xing Li and the others nodded. Although they were prepared to leave their clans and act alone, there was a prerequisite. This prerequisite was that they had to obtain a good result in this tournament. Only then would they have the qualifications to negotiate with their clans. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk and their clans would not let them off. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the clans in the field of arrays, he didn't want to provoke them either. Those people in the field of arrays had existed for thousands of years and had deep foundations. It wasn't a wise choice to provoke them now. Zhao Hai wasn't someone who liked to cause trouble. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so he hoped that Dongfeng Yu would wake up before the match. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Because they had just gone through a catastrophe, the people in base number 5 were still very nervous. Zhao Hai and the others could see some cultivators flying across the sky from time to time, coming and going in a hurry. However, there was no news of the zergs attacking the base. This made Zhao Hai and the others feel relieved. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Hai and the others were still guarding outside his door. There was still no movement from Dongfeng Yu inside. In the evening, Zhao Hai, Xing Li and the others drank a few more glasses, but it was only a light sip. They were not drunkards and would not get drunk every day. After drinking, Zhao Hai saw that it was getting late, so he let Xing Li and the others rest. He sat outside the room alone and meditated quietly. Because Ma Rulong had told them about it, no one came to disturb Zhao Hai. They were just curious as to why Dongfeng Yu had suddenly gone into Zhao Hai's room to cultivate. Could it be that the two of them had some unspeakable secret before? Could it be back? Many people with dark hearts unconsciously began to speculate evilly. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't care about what those people were like. The reason he was still standing guard outside the door was because he was on guard against Strip. Zhao Hai could never forget the murderous look in Strep's eyes. He was afraid that Strep would attack Dongfeng Yu. Even though he could stop him from entering the realm at any time, it would mean that he would have a public falling out with Strep. He didn't want to do that. If Strep died, people would definitely suspect him. He didn't want to attract that kind of suspicion. He didn't want Strep to disappear without a trace, but he wouldn't be blamed for it. This was what Zhao Hai wanted to see. Time passed by slowly. Zhao Hai had been sitting cross-legged outside Ma Rulong's room. He looked like he was asleep. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's eyes snapped open. At the same time, he stood up and ran quickly to Ma Rulong's room. Although Zhao Hai looked like he was asleep, he had been using his mental power to observe his surroundings. He was even paying attention to the situation outside base number 5. Ma Rulong had said that base number 5 had been attacked by a silver-backed golden-winged bug, and this bug was very vengeful. Zhao Hai had been careful. He was afraid that the bug would attack base number 5 again, so he had been paying close attention to the situation outside base number 5. Just now, he had just noticed that a large number of bugs had suddenly swarmed toward base number 5. These bugs hadn't reached the array trap outside base number 5 yet, but judging from the aggressive manner of those bugs, it was obvious that they were coming for base number 5. NBSB seeing the situation, Zhao Hai naturally went to find Ma Rulong and told him about the situation. He asked Ma Rulong to wake everyone up and prepare for the upcoming battle. As soon as Zhao Hai arrived outside Ma Rulong's room, Ma Rulong's voice was heard. "Who is it?" Quat leader Zhao Heima said, "The Zergs are coming to attack base number 5. Tell everyone to get ready." Quat. Ma Rulong's room door opened with a swish. Ma Rulong, whose clothes were still a little untidy, looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Really? It's true, we're almost there." Zhao Hai nodded. Ma Rulong rushed outside and shouted, "Gather, everyone gather." This voice was like a thunderclap, spreading far and wide in the quiet night. Even the deaf could hear it, let alone these vigilant cultivators. Soon, the courtyard became lively. Everyone rushed out of their rooms. When they saw Ma Rulong's anxious face, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Ma Rulong looked at them. "Quat, there are bugs attacking base number 5. Get ready, everyone." Quat. Everyone was stunned and looked at Ma Rulong in confusion. They didn't believe Ma Rulong's words. If the bugs were really coming to attack the base, base 5 would have given them a warning. Just as everyone was thinking this, a shrill alarm sounded, and everyone's faces changed. With the ear-piercing alarm, the entire base moved. Cultivators flew straight towards the city wall on flying swords, floating clouds, or all kinds of magic treasures. Ma Rulong's expression changed when he saw the situation. He cursed under his breath. He had wanted to wake everyone up and run to the teleportation array in base number 5 as fast as he could so that he could leave before the Zergs attacked. However, it seemed impossible now. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave and nothing would stop them. However, once the alarm went off, all the teleportation arrays in the base would be locked. They wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. Ma Rulong cursed under his breath and turned to the crowd. Everyone, get ready for battle. Remember, don't separate. No one is allowed to separate. Zhao Hai looked at his room and saw that Dongfeng Yu had not come out yet. Zhao Hai turned to Xing Li and the other two and said, "Quat boss Xing, you guys stay here in a while. Don't go there. I'll go to the city wall to take a look. If the city wall is broken through, I'll come back here as fast as I can. Quat." When Xing Li heard what Zhao Hai said, he shook his head. "Quat, that's right, little Hai. If we're going to the city wall, we'll be the ones going. You can't go. It's more useful for you to stay here alone than for all of us. If those Zergs really come in, we can't stop them. Only people can. Quat." As the few of them were talking, Ma Rulong suddenly turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, is Dongfeng Yu out yet?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "Not yet. Leader, I want Xing Li and the others to stay. I will follow everyone to the city wall. Quat." Ma Rulong looked at Xing Li and the others, then looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. "All right, let the three of them stay. You come with us to the city wall. Let's go." Zhao Hai turned to look at Xing Li. "Quat boss Xing, I'll leave this to you. Protect second brother." Quat after saying that, he followed the brigade out. Everyone came out of the courtyard and saw a large number of cultivators rushing towards the city wall. These people were all flying in the sky. Not one of them was walking on the ground. Moreover, each and every one of them was very fast. Seeing this, Ma Rulong also said in a deep voice, "Quat, everyone, fly up as well. We'll fly over as well. Remember, stay in formation and don't fall behind." Quat after he finished speaking, he took the lead and flew up. The others immediately followed him. Because they had to maintain their formation, their speed was not very fast. It was only when they flew up that they saw that the city wall was already as bright as day. Moreover, those ancestors had already started fighting with the Zergs. Their magical weapons were flying all over the sky, and the roars of the Zergs and the shouts of people filled the entire base. Ma Rulong led the group and flew straight to the city wall. They couldn't leave the base anyway, so they could only fight. Otherwise, when the city was broken, everyone would be in trouble. They were the last group of people to reach the city wall. Now, the city wall had completely turned into a millstone of flesh and blood. From time to time, bug corpses and human corpses fell from the sky. The city wall was already filled with cultivators, and many cultivators were resting at the back. It seemed that these cultivators had also learned to leave a part of the reserve team when dealing with such an attack. Ma Rulong saw Zhang Li's expression, but he did not say anything. He only nodded and said, "Since we're here to help, we'll naturally listen to your orders. Please rest assured." After saying that, he led Zhao Hai and the others to land on the ground. Zhang Li descended from the sky as well, and he looked at Zhao Hai and the rest. "Has everyone from your world arrived?" Ma Rulong shook his head and said, "4 more. One of them is in seclusion. The other 3 have stayed behind to protect us. Other than the 4 of them, everyone else is here. Quat." Zhang Li nodded, then turned to look at the city wall and said with a heavy expression, "Quat, I don't know what's wrong with the insects this time. They're attacking us like crazy. It'll be difficult to defend the city wall. I'm afraid we'll have to fight in the streets again." Ma Rulong's expression changed. He suddenly said, "Quat, Mr. Zhang, we mages in the field of arrays are most suitable for large-scale attacks. Can you see if it's possible for us to go up and try?" Zhang Li was taken aback, before frowning slightly. "Forget it, Mr. Ma. I appreciate your kind intentions. It's just that the people on the city wall are cooperating well. If you suddenly join in, you may disrupt their attack rhythm. That's not good. Let's wait a little longer." Ma Rulong didn't say anything else. He looked at the other cultivators and saw that they were all sitting cross-legged on the ground. He turned to Zhao Hai and the others and said, "Everyone, please sit down and rest." Zhao Hai and the others did not stand on ceremony and sat down. Zhang Li looked at the crowd, then turned to Ma Rulong and said, "Mr. Ma, I'll go take a look first. Goodbye." After saying that, his figure disappeared in a flash. The moment Zhang Li left, Zhao Hai could hear the sounds of discussion behind him. Someone said, "Quat, what is he? Look at his impatient face. He seems to be someone very important." Quat. "Quat, that's right," the others said. "Quat, what are they? These people from the cultivation world are all the same. They're annoying just by looking at them. HMPH. Quat." His words were met with a wave of agreement, causing Zhao Hai to frown slightly. Zhao Hai looked at these people and sighed. These geniuses from the machine array world still didn't fully understand the difference between them and the people from the cultivation world. Although they weren't speaking loudly, they were still heard by the resting cultivators. They would be going to the battlefield together in a while, and if those cultivators tricked them, they would die without a place to reason. Ma Rulong had obviously thought of this as well. He stood up and said loudly, quiet. If you have the time, you might as well adjust your breathing and keep yourself in your best condition. Don't be like a woman and gossip. Quat. His voice was really useful. Those people immediately quieted down. Those people were not afraid of offending the people from the cultivation world because in their opinion, they could go back after participating in the competition. They might never see those people again. If they offended them, then so be it. However, they were afraid of Ma Rulong. Ma Rulong had a very high status in the array world. If they offended him, even if they returned to the array world, Ma Rulong could still settle the score with them. In the end, they were the unlucky ones. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Ma Rulong turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was still sitting there with his eyes closed, like an old monk in meditation. Ma Rulong could not help but nod his head slightly. He really admired Zhao Hai. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. Only people like him could live longer and become a true expert. However, Ma Rulong didn't say anything. He stood there and looked in the direction of the city wall. The battle at the city wall was very intense. Other than some cultivators, there were also some things on the city wall that looked like magic cannons. However, many of them were damaged and could not be used. Seeing this, Ma Rulong's heart couldn't help but become heavier. He knew that those damaged magic cannons must have been damaged in the previous insect tide, and the people in the base had not had time to repair them. If they had the help of the magic cannons, they might have been able to stop the Zergs. However, without the magic cannons, base number 5 would be in real danger if they only relied on the cultivators. Thinking of this, Ma Rulong couldn't help but curse in his heart. He really couldn't understand how he could be so unlucky. He had just arrived at base number 5 and the base was already under attack. He was really unlucky. The battle on the city wall continued, and it was getting more and more intense. There was already a cultivator who had climbed up the city wall. The casualties on the city wall were very large, and they had to replenish it. Seeing that the cultivators around them were getting fewer and fewer, the people from the machine array world started to panic. They discussed in low voices, their faces full of fear. "All right, Mr. Zhang, please lead the way," Ma Rulong replied. Zhang Li nodded, then turned around and flew toward the east city wall. Ma Rulong and the others followed him. Ma Rulong and the others gasped when they arrived at the eastern wall. The situation there was really serious. Some Zergs had already climbed up the wall, and the cultivators were more likely to die. Ma Rulong couldn't care less now. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, use a bigger spell to clear out a space for us." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, but he still responded. With a turn of his hand, a magic staff appeared in his hand. He waved the magic staff in front of him, and a fiery feather array of 10,000 arrows appeared in front of him. Then nearly 10,000 fiery feather swords were shot at the city wall. Although Zhao Hai did not add stellar energy to the arrows, he had used a vibration magic array. The power of these arrows was obvious. They flew straight to the bugs outside the city. Then there was a loud explosion. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The bugs outside the city wall were slowed down by Zhao Hai's attack. Ma Rulong said loudly, "Good. Warriors, go out and clear all the bugs on the city wall. Use your fastest speed." Magicians, use magic attacks. Sir, block the bugs outside the city. Don't let them get up the city wall. Quad after saying that, he drew his executioner's blade and pounced on the city wall. The other mages, under the lead of the mages, kept shooting magic spells outside the city. However, the magical attacks of these people were not that powerful. Even the magical attacks of the 5th-rank mages were not as powerful as Zhao Hai's. This was naturally noticed by Zhang Li. Zhang Li had noticed Zhao Hai earlier, because Zhao Hai's spell was truly too powerful, even more powerful than the spells cast by many grand cultivators. In his opinion, if everyone in the field of mecha arrays had such a level of skill, it would be too terrifying. However, when he saw the spells that the others had cast, Zhang Li immediately understood what was going on. He could not help but pay more attention to Zhao Hai. He discovered that Zhao Hai did not seem to be a leader-level character. He seemed to be a participant, but this participant was actually stronger than the leader. This was too shocking. However, he couldn't care less at this moment. He only paid attention to Zhao Hai for a moment before throwing himself into the battle. The battle outside was too intense. The bugs seemed to be endless, pouncing toward the city wall. NBSB Zhao Hai also cast a few spells that stacked up to 100 formations. The insect pen attack slowed down. It was not that the insect race had stopped attacking, but that the fastest ones had already been annihilated by Zhao Hai. Seeing this, Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief. Although he didn't feel tired after casting a few spells, it would attract attention. If he kept casting, it wouldn't take long for everyone to notice him. He didn't want that to happen. He was already conspicuous enough. Zhao Hai stopped casting his spells and closed his eyes. He even took out a bottle of medicine and drank it. It seemed like he was recovering his magic power. This made Zhang Li, who had been watching Zhao Hai, let out a sigh of relief. He had been counting. Zhao Hai had cast a total of 8 spells, and they were not of the same type. In other words, he did not use his magic staff to cast the 8 spells, but his mental strength. Even if his magic staff was a treasure that could increase his mental strength, it was still shocking enough that he could cast 8 spells at once. Even a 5th-tier magician could not do that. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had started to regulate his breathing. Otherwise, Zhang Li would have to reevaluate Zhao Hai's strength. In fact, it was not just Zhang Li. The others were also looking at Zhao Hai in shock. They did not expect Zhao Hai to be so powerful. 8 spells that were stacked with 100 formations were cast almost instantly. How much spiritual power did he need to do this? They were shocked just thinking about it. The cultivators, Ma Rulong, and the others took advantage of the pause in the bug tribe's attack to knock down the bugs that had climbed up the city wall. However, they didn't have much time to be happy, as the bug pen's attack was coming soon. Although the other mages from the array world were still casting spells at the bugs, the effect was not very good. Their spells were not as powerful as Zhao Hai's. As long as Zhao Hai's spells touched the bugs, they would either die or be injured. On the other hand, the spells of the others could only cause some injuries to the bugs, not death. The life force of the Zergs was very strong. As long as they were not hit in their vital points, they could still maintain their combat power for a long time. Therefore, the magic of others did not cause much damage to the Zergs. Ma Rulong also noticed this. He also knew that the magic of the others was not that bad. It was just that they used large-scale attack magic, which spread the attack power of the magic, so they could not kill the Zergs. This also allowed Ma Rulong to understand the difference in the strength of Zhao Hai's magic attacks compared to the others. At the thought of this, Ma Rulong couldn't help but shake his head. He then said loudly, "Quat everyone, switch to single-target magic attacks. Don't use large-scale magic attacks. Quat." Hearing Ma Rulong's words, everyone looked at their own battle results and knew that they had really embarrassed themselves this time. Their faces couldn't help but turn red. Then they changed their magic attacks to single-target magic attacks, and this time the effect was much better. It wasn't just mages. Even the cultivators were using long-range attacks. However, they used all kinds of magical treasures, unlike the mages and warriors in the array world who used magic and sword aura. As the insects that had climbed up the city wall had been beaten down, the cultivators had a much easier time dealing with them. Ma Rulong noticed that a few cultivators could even control several magic treasures to attack the insects at the same time. Their magic treasures attacks were much stronger than the magic and sword chi attacks of the array world. The magic and sword aura attacks from the array realm looked more like bullets fired from a gun. Once the bullets were fired, they were no longer under their control. If the enemy shot past them, the bullets would not be able to cause any damage to the enemy. After all, bullets could not bend. However, the celestial devices of cultivators were different. After they were released, they could still be controlled, just like a missile that could remotely pursue a target. They were completely under the control of the cultivators, so their attack power was more powerful. Although the people on the city wall had stopped the Zergs' attack, Zhao Hai wasn't optimistic at all. The Zergs seemed to be endless. Moreover, only low-level Zergs had appeared. What if more high-level Zergs appeared? Whether it was cultivators, mages, or warriors, they couldn't maintain such a fighting state for a long time. If no reinforcements arrived, base number 5 would be in danger. Just as he was thinking about this, the teleportation array in the base flashed. Then a large number of cultivators walked out of the teleportation array and flew straight to the city wall. The light couldn't be hidden from the cultivators on the city wall. They all cheered and attacked even faster. Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. His eyes were still closed as he pretended to regulate his breathing. A few other cultivators and magicians did the same. The cultivators who had arrived later had also arrived on the city walls. At this moment, there was no longer any distinction between the people of the array world and the people of the cultivation world. There was only the difference between the human race and the insect race. Seeing that the city walls were secured, Zhao Hai relaxed completely. Although his eyes were still closed, he was constantly paying attention to the cultivators. He wanted to see how strong their attacks were. He had to admit that the attack power of those cultivators was really strong. Although the magic weapons they used were all kinds of strange and gorgeous, their lethality was not good either. Their lethality was much stronger than the magic of mages. Moreover, Zhao Hai also found that the attacks of these mages were stronger than those of Li Tutu. Although Li Tutu's attacks weren't few, they lacked a trace of fierceness. However, the cultivators in base number 5 were different. When these people attacked, they showed no mercy. Their first move was a killing move. Everything was necessary to achieve the goal of killing in one strike. With one look at their attacks, Zhao Hai knew that this was the experience accumulated from countless actual combat. They showed no mercy. Show mercy and not attack. Zhao Hai was very clear that it was dangerous to go against such a person. If you couldn't beat Li Chuchu, you might be able to escape, but if you were to go against such a person, you would either die or be injured. Just as Zhao Hai was observing the Dharma treasures used by the cultivators, an extremely powerful aura suddenly pressed into the city from outside. It was the first time Zhao Hai had seen such a powerful aura in his life. Zhao Hai's heart skipped a beat. This aura was definitely not from a human. This aura was as heavy as a mountain, but it also contained a beast-like ferocity. Even the most brutal human would not be able to emit such an aura. This was definitely an extremely powerful Zerg. Not only Zhao Hai but the others also felt this aura. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. None of these people were easy to deal with. They knew very well what this aura represented. Powerful Zergs were harder to deal with than powerful people. If the Zergs with powerful auras attacked the base would be in real danger. Just as everyone was still thinking about this, the danger of the base had arrived. The Zergs, who had slowed down their attacks a moment ago, were now rushing madly towards the base as if they were on drugs. All of a sudden, all the walls of the base were in danger. Zhao Hai couldn't help sighing when he saw this. He knew that base number 5 would not be able to hold on for long, but he still cast a few hundred magic arrays over. He then appeared beside Ma Rulong and whispered to him, "Leader, it looks like we can't hold on any longer. We need to get everyone to make some preparations." Ma Rulong looked around and sighed. "Quad, I want to retreat too, but where can we go now? If the base is broken through, we can only fight in the streets. We won't be able to gain any advantage. Let's just stay here for now, as long as we can, Quad." Before he could finish his sentence, the shocking aura from before quickly pressed down on the base. Everyone's face turned bitter. They knew that the powerful insect was coming. Zhao Hai turned his head to look in the direction of the city, then turned to Ma Rulong and said, "Leader, I'll go back and see how my brothers are doing." Ma Rulong looked at Zhao Hai, sighed, and nodded. He was almost in despair. There was an endless sea of Zergs outside the base, and an extremely powerful Zerg was about to attack the base. It was impossible for them to defend the base with just the few of them. The only thing he could do now was to try his best to live for a few more minutes. Most of the other cultivators had the same thought. To be honest, these cultivators cherished their lives more than ordinary people. They cultivated hard and fought with all their might for immortality. Even if they knew there was no hope, they would not give up if they could live for a few more minutes. Zhao Hai didn't think so much. He knew that he wouldn't die, but he was in a dilemma. He didn't know if he should leave with Xingli and the others or expose his full strength to fight the Zergs. If he did, he could keep his base, but his future days wouldn't be easy. However, if he took Xingli and the others away now, it would be equivalent to exposing the secret of his space. This was his biggest secret, and he didn't want to expose it. If the secret of his space was exposed, it would be even more troublesome than exposing his strength. He was afraid that there would be no place for him in the entire cultivation world. No matter which world he was from, they would not let him go. Even cutting him up and studying him would be considered a light punishment. Of course, Zhao Hai would not be caught by them. However, he would never be able to establish himself in the cultivation world again. Hence, Zhao Hai was in a dilemma and did not know what to do. Although revealing his strength didn't seem like a big deal, one shouldn't forget that he had just ascended to the array world less than a year ago. Wasn't it suspicious enough to have such strength in such a short time? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai could not help but pat his head. He suddenly thought of something. If he revealed some of his strength, it would not be a big problem. At most, he would ask the Ashley family to come forward and say that he had obtained liquid silver. He believed that liquid silver had always been a big killing weapon in the legends. It should be able to block for him for a while. Moreover, after this six-realm newcomers competition, everyone would know his strength. At that time, even if the people from the array world wanted to deal with him, they would have to think carefully. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. He also understood that it was not good to be too low-key in the array realm. You had to show your strength. As long as you were strong, you could call the wind and summon the rain. Even if you took out a treasure that moved everyone, no one would dare to touch you. On the contrary, if you did not have the strength, even if you had nothing, people would want to capture you and keep you like a slave. They were like the civilians who were kept in captivity by the people of the cultivation world. At this time, Zhao Hai had already arrived at their courtyard. Xingli and the others were still guarding there, and Dongfeng Yu still didn't move. Zhao Hai wanted to use his mental power to check the room, but he was blocked. This surprised Zhao Hai, and he immediately asked Kai to check the room. Kai immediately told Zhao Hai that Dongfeng Yu was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His whole body was red, as if he was at the most critical moment of some cultivation technique. Zhao Hai's expression changed when he heard Kai-er's words. He knew that he really couldn't leave this time. Dongfeng Yu's cultivation had reached the most important juncture. If he left with Dongfeng Yu, he might suffer from qi deviation. At this moment, Xingli and the rest saw Zhao Hai return and flew over. Xingli looked at Zhao Hai anxiously. "Little Hai, how's the situation at the city wall? Why do I feel that some extremely powerful auras are coming? Can you still hold on?" Zhao Hai laughed bitterly. "Quad, I'm afraid he really can't hold on any longer. What's worse is that second brother can't move yet. Otherwise, he might go berserk. It looks like we'll have to go all out this time, Quad." Hearing Zhao Hai say this, Xingli and the rest's expressions changed. Xingli immediately said, "Quad, all right, let's all go to the city wall. We must stop those zergs. Quat. Zhao Hai shook his head. Quat, there's no point in going there. You might as well stay here. If any zergs come, you can kill them. Leave the city wall to me. Quat, after saying that, he flew toward the city wall in a flash. Zhao Hai calmly returned to the city wall and looked into the distance. The shocking presence was still approaching quickly. It wouldn't be long before it arrived. Everyone on the city wall had a bad look on their faces. They all knew that it would be their end when the powerful presence arrived at the base. The bug horde outside was still ongoing, and everyone was still fighting back. However, no matter how one looked at it, it seemed like they were making their final struggle. Ma Rulong saw Zhao Hai as well, but he wasn't in the mood to care about him. Although his hands didn't stop moving, his face was a little pale, partly because he was tired and partly because he was worried. This time, Ma Rulong had brought with him the elites of the last 5 years. They were also the strongest group of people in the past few decades. If they were all lost here, he would be too ashamed to face the seniors of the field of arrays. However, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. He could only wait for death here. This feeling was really bad, but he couldn't do anything about it. Ma Rulong's heart was like dead ashes. He kept scolding himself. Why did he have to come earlier? Why did he have to come earlier? If he hadn't come earlier, he would have avoided this disaster. Now, he had come here to die and had even destroyed the hope of the entire array world. At this moment, Ma Rulong suddenly felt a soaring aura flying up from his side. The aura was not any weaker than the Zerg, and even stronger. Ma Rulong was shocked. He looked to the side and saw Zhao Hai standing there with a calm face. However, his aura was much stronger than his. Even the powerful insect couldn't overpower Zhao Hai. NBSB Ma Rulong looked at Zhao Hai in a daze, not knowing what to say. He felt like Zhao Hai was a complete stranger, as if he had never met him. It wasn't just Ma Rulong. Everyone in the base was looking at Zhao Hai. They were also stunned by his aura, especially the people from the self-cultivation world. They knew very well that only a master in the nascent soul stage could have such an aura. Nascent soul stage, even in the world of cultivation, that was considered a big master, also known as Grandmaster level master. In other words, such a person could already establish a sect. In addition to some big sects, there were many small sects in the world of cultivation that were established by these nascent soul stage masters. Not only were the people in the base stunned, but the Zergs who were attacking the base were also stunned. Although the Zergs were not afraid of death, they could still feel the innate difference in level. Animals were much more sensitive than humans. Although the insect's intelligence was not high, they could clearly feel Zhao Hai's aura. Zhao Hai's aura was strong enough to suppress them, and all the insect's attacks slowed down. The powerful insect seemed to have sensed Zhao Hai's aura. It paused for a moment, then burst out with even more power, surging over like a tide. Zhao Hai's aura was slowly increasing. He was like a rock in the sea, unmoving. The people in the city and the insects outside the city all stopped. This battle was no longer something they could participate in. Weaklings like them could only wait for the result. The force was approaching quickly. Soon, Zhao Hai could sense the bug with his spirit power. He didn't expect the bug's force to be so strong. It could still cause such a big impact on the base from so far away. The moment Zhao Hai noticed this insect, he immediately found the difference between it and the other insects. It was like an enlarged version of a horned beetle. It had a halberd-like horn on its head and a silver-white stripe on its black iron-like back. A pair of golden wings were flapping inside its shield-like shell. It had 6 spear-like sharp feet and 2 movable bone edges behind its horn. The insect's extraordinary attack power was clearly displayed. Quat silver-backed golden-winged bug. Quat Zhao Hai immediately thought of the name. He was sure that this was a silver-backed golden-winged bug. Although he had never seen a silver-backed golden-winged bug before, he could tell what it was just from the name. Zhao Hai's body slowly floated up and flew forward. He stopped when he was about 1,000 meters away from the base. Not long after, the insectid stopped about 1,000 meters away from Zhao Hai. It stared at Zhao Hai with its blood-red eyes, looking confused. Zhao Hai looked at the bug and suddenly smiled. Quat, what a smart guy. You're trying to lure the tiger out of the mountain, right? You mobilized the nascent soul stage experts in the city and then attacked the city. Interesting. I really didn't expect that your insect race would be so smart. The beetle had a smug look in its eyes. It roared twice as if it was trying to show off to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the horned beetle and smiled, but with me here today you can't attack the base. Go back, I don't want to hurt you. The insect seemed to understand Zhao Hai's words. Its eyes shot out a trace of anger and then it charged at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled. The wave of his hand, a magic array consisting of 100 magic arrays appeared in front of him. Then the magic array turned into a huge shield, blocking in front of him. The beetle's first attack was with its horn. It charged at Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai's shield happened to be in front of it. With a boom, Zhao Hai's shield was shattered by the beetle's attack. The beetle's momentum did not slow down as it continued to charge at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai raised the staff in his hand and blocked in front of him. Clang. The horned beetle's horn collided with Zhao Dai's staff. However, Zhao Hai's staff did not move. Not only did his staff not move, even Zhao Hai's body did not move. He had blocked the insect's attack. At the point where the corner and the staff met, a burst of energy rushed out like a wave in all directions. The insects in the surroundings were immediately affected, so the insects that were hit by the energy attack were instantly turned into fine powder. The force of the collision shocked everyone in the base. No matter if it was a cultivator or a magician, even if it was a weapon that was not good at mental power, they could easily extend their mental power to 1,000 meters away. Not to mention that it was bright as day in the base, so they could easily see the situation 1,000 meters away. The cultivators in the base were all shocked when they saw the power of the collision between the man and the insect. The insect realized that it did not do anything to Zhao Hai. Could not help but take a few steps back. Then it pounced on Zhao Hai again. If the insect's previous collision was like a horse-riding collision between generals in ancient times, the insect's current collision was like a fight between two martial artists. It used all its skills and was full of tricks. This insect's attack in this small area was more comprehensive. Its 6 legs, 2 edges, and a single horn could all become their weapons. In addition, it had a thick layer of armor on its body. It was equivalent to having a spear and a shield, and it had 3 heads and 6 arms. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to cope with such an attack. However, Zhao Hai was not an ordinary person. His figure flashed and he cast spells from time to time. At the same time, the magic staff in his hand could be used as a weapon. It was a heavy weapon. He was not at a disadvantage when fighting against the bug. The people in the base were dumbfounded. They only just found out that Zhao Hai was actually a dual cultivator, and he was so strong in both. The cultivators from the world of self-cultivation were only cooperating, but the people from the world of arrays were feeling much more complicated. Many of the people from the field of arrays had met Zhao Hai in the competition. Some of them were not convinced that they had lost to Zhao Hai, but now that they saw Zhao Hai, they had no reason to be unconvinced. Only now did they know that Zhao Hai had not used his true abilities when he had fought them. They had used all their strength and fought him half to death. Zhao Hai might not even have finished his warm-up. At the thought of this, these people couldn't help blushing. Of course, there was also someone who was even more resentful. This person was Strep. He had always hated Zhao Hai, but he had never had the chance to plot against him. Now that he saw Zhao Hai fighting with the insect, he realized how naive he was. At the same time, he was also very lucky. If he had planned to plot against Zhao Hai before, he would only think of Zhao Hai as a 4th-tier magician. In that case, he might not even know how he died. Thinking up to this point, Strip's face couldn't help but reveal a hint of ferocity. He didn't know why Zhao Hai would suddenly display his strength. It was completely inconsistent with Zhao Hai's usual performance. But no matter what Zhao Hai's reason was, Zhao Hai's strength had already been exposed. If he wanted to scheme against Zhao Hai in the future, he would have to put in more effort. Ma Rulong was probably the only person who knew why Zhao Hai had suddenly attacked. He knew the feelings between Zhao Hai and Xingli. Before Zhao Hai attacked, he had also paid a visit to Dongfeng Yu. Dongfeng Yu was still in closed-door cultivation, and those who were in closed-door cultivation were not to be disturbed. If the base was really broken into, Dongfeng Yu would definitely be affected. This might be the real reason why Zhao Hai attacked. NBSB Ma Rulong wasn't angry at Zhao Hai for not making a move earlier. On the contrary, he felt that Zhao Hai was right. None of those self-cultivators were easy to deal with. If Zhao Hai had revealed his strength too early, those people would have been prepared, and it would have been impossible for Zhao Hai to defeat them. When Ma Rulong thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. He knew very well that with Zhao Hai's current strength, he would definitely be able to achieve good results in the 6-realm rookie competition. As long as Zhao Hai could obtain benefits for the array field, he would be able to bring honor to his team. What Ma Rulong didn't know was that at this moment, Xingli and the others were also looking in the direction of the battle between Zhao Hai and the horned beetle with tears in their eyes. They knew better than Ma Rulong why Zhao Hai was doing this, and their cold hearts finally began to melt. Xingli and the others befriended Zhao Hai because they had the same sentiments, the same temperament, and various other reasons. As for people like them who had ascended from the lower realms, their hearts were as hard as stone. It was almost impossible for them to entrust their lives to Zhao Hai just because of a little friendship. Before this, Xingli and the others could only be considered friends. Although they called each other brothers, their relationship was not that deep. The moment Zhao Hai released his aura and fought the silver-backed golden-winged insect, Xingli and the others' hearts melted. They truly saw Zhao Hai as a brother that they could trust with their lives. The battle between Zhao Hai and the silver-backed golden-winged bug was still going on. They were moving further and further away. Soon, the man and the bug were far away from base number 5. The Zergs below the base surprisingly stopped attacking. Instead, they slowly retreated. Seeing the Zergs retreat, the people in the base couldn't help but cheer. The retreat of the Zergs was really important to the people in the base. Once the Zergs left, the base was saved. At this moment, the teleportation array in the base flashed with white light again. Groups of cultivators walked out of the teleportation array. The cultivation of these cultivators was much higher than those who came before. Some of them had an imposing aura and were actually nascent soul experts. Seeing that these nascent soul experts had arrived, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Li immediately went over to welcome them. Ma Rulong already knew Zhang Li's identity. He was the leader of the 5th team of base number 5. This team was the permanent garrison of base number 5. As the leader of this team, he was actually the manager of base number 5. As for those nascent soul experts, they usually wouldn't be involved in their affairs. Zhang Li arrived in front of the 5 nascent soul stage experts and bowed to them. "Greetings, 5 grandmasters." A red-faced old man among the 5 nodded and said, "Forget it, the Zergs have retreated." "Yes, he just left." Zhang Li bowed. The red-faced old man nodded and said, "Tell me what's going on." "Yes, please take a rest in the main hall. I'll report to the grandmasters later." Zhang Li nodded. The 5 nascent soul realm cultivators didn't say anything. They just nodded and flew toward the main hall of base number 5. These nascent soul stage experts also knew that on planet Fabio, a small team leader like Zhang Li still had a lot of power. Although Zhang Li could not control them, they would not give him any face either. After the few of them sat down in the main hall, Zhang Li immediately told the few nascent soul stage experts about what had happened. The nascent soul stage experts were dumbfounded after listening to him. After a long while, the red-faced old man who was the leader of the group said, "You're saying that the bug horde this time was actually stopped by someone from the array world. You're not lying." Zhang Li quickly dodged and said, "I wouldn't dare to lie in front of a grandmaster." "That's true." Zhao Hai was originally one of the participants in the 6 World Newcomer competition. He was only a slightly stronger 4th-tier magician before this. However, when the silverback golden-winged bug attacked the base, he suddenly stood up and displayed his great strength. Quat. The red-faced old man's face turned serious. "Are you here to participate in the 6-realm rookie competition? When did such a powerful figure appear in the field of arrays? I think I've heard of this Zhao Hai before. He's said to be the #1 expert among the newcomers in this world's array field, and he's even managed to block 3 sword strikes from the West's Cold City's genius expert Li Dushu without being defeated. But his strength shouldn't be this strong, right?" The others nodded in agreement, but Zhang Li remained silent. On planet Fabio, most electronic devices would be affected. Other than some short-range communication, it was almost impossible to communicate over long distances. Therefore, the news here was relatively isolated, and they did not know about Zhao Hai's situation. However, the red-faced elder and the others had just come from the self-cultivation world. They knew a little about Zhao Hai's matters, though not very much. However, it was also because of this that they felt strange. A newcomer in the field of arrays could actually defeat a silver-backed golden-winged bug. This sounded like a fantasy. The silver-backed golden-winged bug was a high-level existence on planet Fabio. Even a nascent soul stage master in the cultivation world would not be a match for a silver-backed golden-winged bug. It would take at least a few 10,000 infant stage masters to defeat a silver-backed golden-winged bug, and they might not even be able to kill it. Under such circumstances, someone suddenly told them that a newcomer in the field of arrays could actually fight the silver-backed golden-winged bug alone. They were in disbelief. The red-faced elder and the others did not speak for a long time. Zhang Li did not dare to make a sound either and stood there respectfully. He had been on planet Fabio for a long time, so he knew very well when he should speak and when he should not. At this moment, a nascent soul stage expert who looked like a weak scholar suddenly said, "Did Zhao Hai do anything special before the fight with the silverback golden-wing worm?" Zhang Li was stunned for a moment. He didn't quite understand what the scholar meant, but he didn't dare to disobey. Although the scholar looked young, Zhang Li was very clear that the scholar was a genuine expert of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, he was the most powerful and the most ruthless one among the 5. "Quat, there's nothing special about him," he said quickly. "Quat, he just drank a bottle of medicine when he was fighting the normal Zergs. Before the battle with the silver-backed golden-winged bug, he returned to the base to visit a few friends. One of his friends is still in seclusion." Quat. The scholar nodded and said that Zhao Hai's strength shouldn't be that high. He might have used some secret medicine to stimulate his body's potential, which made him so strong suddenly. However, most such medicines have strong side effects. If he really used this medicine, then there's no need to worry about him. If Zhao Hai didn't use any secret medicine, then he's too terrifying. Quat. Everyone in the room nodded. They agreed with the scholar's point of view. Zhao Hai must have taken some secret medicine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. At this time, Ma Rulong knew what Zhang Li and the others were talking about. He had already led the people from the Mecha Array realm back to their courtyard. Xing Li and the others were still guarding the courtyard, not leaving even a single step. Now that the reinforcements from the cultivation world had arrived, they no longer needed to show their faces. With those few nascent soul realm experts in charge, there shouldn't be any problems in base number 5. After Ma Rulong arranged for the others to rest, he went to find Xing Li and the others. Xing Li and the others had already calmed down. They knew that Zhao Hai had revealed his strength this time and would bring great danger to Zhao Hai. They appreciated this, but they were men, and they would bury this deep in their hearts. Ma Rulong looked at Xingli and the others and sighed. He patted Xingli's shoulder. Zhao Hai will definitely return safely. Don't worry, Xingli suddenly smiled. Quat leader, don't worry. I know little Hai will come back. That bug won't kill him. He will come back to participate in the 6th World Newcomer Competition. Quat. Ma Rulong nodded and suddenly burst into laughter. Quat, I really didn't expect this kid to have hidden so much. It seems like the mecha world is going to win the 6th Realm Rookie Competition. Quat. Maniac Li and the others also laughed. They had faith in Zhao Hai. They believed that he would return. He would. Zhao Hai and the silver-backed golden-winged bug had already left Base 5 and were on a mountain on planet Fabio. On planet Fabio, although there were a large number of Zergs, the environment on the planet looked pretty good. There were giant trees everywhere, and the mountains were also dense with forests. It was all green as far as the eye could see. Zhao Hai sensed that there was indeed no one around. He then waved his hand, and 1,000 magic arrays appeared in front of him, forcing the horned beetle to retreat. Then he shot out the liquid silver in his hand, which turned into a large net and covered the horned beetle. The horned beetle dodged the net and spat out a bolt of silver lightning at Zhao Hai. The lightning was as thick as a bucket and was obviously very powerful. Zhao Hai hadn't expected the beetle to be able to cast lightning, but he wasn't worried. With a wave of his hand, a defensive magic array with 1,000 magic arrays stacked on top of each other appeared before him, blocking the lightning. Seeing how agile the horned beetle was, Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't do anything to it alone. With a wave of his hand, a large number of undead creatures appeared in the surroundings and charged at the horned beetle. The horned beetle was stunned for a moment before it let out an angry hiss and immediately launched an attack on the undead creatures. The horned beetle's attack power was truly impressive. As soon as it came into contact with the undead creatures, a large number of them were killed. The undead creatures weren't truly undead. The horned beetle's attack was too powerful. Once the undead creatures were shattered, they couldn't come back to life. Zhao Hai looked at the horned beetle calmly. He didn't make a move as he was waiting for an opportunity. He knew that the horned beetle was still on guard against him. If he made a move now, it would definitely run away. After fighting the beetle for so long, Zhao Hai did not dare to underestimate it. He knew too little about the bugs on planet Fabio. Who knew what other tricks the beetle had up its sleeve? The undead creatures fought with the horned beetle for more than an hour, and Zhao Hai had lost thousands of undead creatures. Finally, he got his chance. He moved his body and used the power of space to appear above the horned beetle. Then, the liquid silver in his hand turned into a large net and fell down. The horned beetle and the undead creatures that were fighting him were all caught in the net. The other undead creatures came to help, and the net flew into the dimensional city. As soon as the beetle entered the medium, a notification sounded. Quat, new mutated insect-type creature discovered. It is aggressive towards space. Subduing successful. This insect is a genetically modified mutated insect race. Its attack power is extremely strong. The host can purchase it from the space store. Quat. When Zhao Hai heard the notification, he frowned slightly. He was not satisfied with the answer because he did not put the beetle into the realm to fight for him. He wanted the evolved ability of the Zergs. However, there was no notification about that evolved ability in the notification. It was clear that the Zerg did not have that evolved ability. This confused Zhao Hai. Zhao Heima immediately said, Heir, use the universal analysis machine to analyze what's going on. Why doesn't this insect have any evolving abilities? Heir replied and immediately activated the universal analysis machine. The universal analysis machine had now reached an advanced level, and not only could it analyze objects, but it could also analyze certain situations, just like reasoning. Soon, a voice came from the universal analyzer. This bug is only a genetically modified bug, not the mother of the bug race. Therefore, it does not have the ability to evolve quickly. According to the analysis, there must be a type of queen bug on planet Fabio. This queen bug can change the genes of the larvae according to the changes in the environment, allowing the larvae to undergo genetic modification. It is somewhat similar to the legendary nest of bugs that can evolve infinitely. As there is too little information, this is only a possibility for your reference. Quat. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard the universal analysis machine. However, he immediately understood what it meant. In other words, there was a mother nest on planet Fabio. That mother nest was the key to the insect pen's evolution. Insects like the silver-backed golden-winged bug had no self-evolution ability. Although the all-purpose analysis machine said that this was only a possibility for reference, Zhao Hai felt that this was the most likely possibility. However, Zhao Hai was soon overjoyed. First of all, he now knew that there might be a mother nest. Second, he realized that the all-purpose analyzer was becoming more and more humane. Its analysis ability was also getting stronger. This was definitely a good thing, especially for him. At this time, Laura and the others also walked over. Laura and the others all looked at the silver-backed golden-winged bug. To be honest, this silver-backed golden-winged bug that looked like an enlarged horned beetle looked really powerful and had a good appearance. In addition, Laura and the others had been exposed to many things, so they didn't feel that this insect was terrifying at all. On the contrary, they were amazed by the shiny black armor on the insect. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. He just stood aside and watched with a smile. The insect had been subdued by the realm, so it wasn't dangerous anymore. Laura and the others could watch it if they wanted to. Laura and the others sighed a few more times. Laura then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Quat big brother Hai, let's go in and take a look. A few powerful cultivators have come to base 5 and they're talking about you." Quat. Zhao Hai was stunned. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, what did he say about me?" Lola smiled. "Quat, they said that you might have taken medicine. That's why you're so powerful. What do you think we should do?" Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Isn't that a good thing? All right, I'll immediately go into closed-door cultivation after I return. I'll just let them think that I've taken medicine." Laura and the others all laughed. Zhao Hai didn't rush back to base number 5. He stayed in the boundless space for a while before coming out and flying back to base number 5. The place he came out from wasn't far from base number 5. It didn't take long for him to arrive outside base number 5. The situation there was still very tense. Many new cultivators were patrolling on the city walls to prevent the Zergs from attacking. As Zhao Hai was flying forward, a loud shout suddenly rang out, "Who's there? Stop!" Zhao Hai turned around and saw a cultivator on a flying sword. Zhao Hai didn't stop. He snorted and flew straight into the base. When the cultivator saw that Zhao Hai was ignoring him, his expression changed and he shouted, "All right, you're just a little mage. What are you so arrogant for?" Stop. Before he could finish, he was pulled back by a cultivator who rushed over and covered his mouth. Then the cultivator said respectfully to Zhao Hai, "Zhao Hai, stop. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao Hai. He's new here and doesn't know you. Please come in." Everyone from the array field has returned to the courtyard they were resting in. You can go there directly. Zhao Hai nodded and flew inside. He didn't pay attention to the two people. He didn't even say a word to them. However, the cultivator who came later didn't show any dissatisfaction. After Zhao Hai's figure disappeared from the city wall, the cultivator who came later released the cultivator whose mouth was covered by him. As soon as the cultivator was released, he immediately said in dissatisfaction, "Third senior, why are you pulling me? How dare a little mage from the field of arrays act so arrogantly? Why don't you let me teach him a lesson? Let him know that he has the final say in the cultivation world." Third senior brother looked at the man and said, "Cut the crap. If I didn't stop you, you would have been dead. Do you know who that man is?" "That person is Zhao Hai, the one who fought the silverback golden-winged bug alone. If you had been yelling at him just now, he would have killed you for nothing." Then he turned around and left, ignoring the man. The man was stunned. He looked in the direction that Zhao Hai had left and muttered, "Quat, so he's called Zhao Hai. No wonder he's so imposing. He's so powerful." The world of self-cultivators was the most realistic place. If you were strong, you could kill those who were weak at will. If you were weak, you had to be honest in front of those who were strong. In the world of self-cultivators, there were few people who would not kill you for the sake of their reputation. Even if they did not kill people in front of others, they would definitely kill people behind their backs. This was the world of self-cultivators. Zhao Hai didn't care about that person and directly returned to their courtyard. The moment he entered the courtyard, he was immediately discovered. Xingli and the rest immediately surrounded him, and Xingli looked at him with a face full of concern. "How is it, little Hai? Are you okay?" "It's nothing. I'm going to recuperate in seclusion for a while. Help me talk to the leader," Zhao Hai said with a smile. When Xingli and the others heard Zhao Hai say this, they quickly said, "All right, you should go." "I'll talk to the leader." Zhao Hai nodded and quickly entered Dongfeng Yu's room, closing the door behind him. The moment he closed the door, Ma Rulong came out of the room. Seeing that Zhao Hai wasn't there, Ma Rulong immediately turned to Xingli and the others. "Little Hai." Xingli immediately said, "Leader." Little Hai said he will be in closed-door cultivation for a period of time. What do you think? Ma Rulong's face changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Okay, I got it. Remember, if Little Hai needs anything, let me know immediately. I'll think of a way." Xingli and the others nodded. Ma Rulong then returned to his room and immediately reported the situation back to the array world. It wasn't easy to transmit the situation here back to the array realm because there was interference on planet Fabio, which would affect the signal to a certain extent. Fortunately, the cultivation realm had also made some improvements. They could use magic arrays to send the base's signal to another planet, and then send the signal to other places through some communication satellites on good planets. However, in the base, it would cost money to use this kind of cultivation technique, especially for people like Ma Rulong, who could directly send the signal back to the array realm. The cost was not low. Ma Rulong had come on behalf of the array world this time, so he naturally did not care about that. The most important thing was to maintain contact with the array world and report the situation on planet Fabio back at all times. NBSB in truth, Not only did the self-cultivators suspect that Zhao Hai had taken the medicine, even Ma Rulong thought so. To them, it was normal for Zhao Hai to take the medicine, but it would be abnormal if he didn't. For someone who had ascended to the realm of arrays for less than a year and had learned the formation devil's method, a cultivation method that took a long time to cultivate, to be able to reach the nascent soul stage in such a short time, wasn't that a little too much of a genius? No one would believe him even if he told them. In the realm of arrays and the realm of self-cultivation, there were many pills that could stimulate one's potential and increase one's strength by a few levels. Therefore, they were more willing to believe that Zhao Hai had taken the pill. However, whether it was in the field of arrays or the world of cultivation, this kind of medicine was extremely overbearing. The side effects were even more terrifying. Some of them could even directly cause a person to die from exhaustion after the medicinal effect had passed. Even if the person didn't die, it would have a huge impact on his future cultivation. This was why Ma Rulong was so anxious to send this situation back to the field of arrays. In this 6-realm rookie competition, the array world was counting on Zhao Hai to produce results. Now that something like this had happened to Zhao Hai, they definitely had to report it. It wasn't just Ma Rulong. Even Zhang Li knew that Zhao Hai had immediately gone into seclusion after returning. When they heard this news, Zhang Li and the rest were even more certain that Zhao Hai must have taken some kind of medicine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fierce. Zhang Li immediately reported the situation to the higher-ups, and in an instant, no matter if it was the Mecha clan or the cultivation world, there was only one person who was the most talked about, Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had already entered the medium. However, he knew about the reactions of Ma Rulong and Zhang Li. Ma Rulong had treated Zhao Hai quite well. After he reported the situation to the higher-ups of the machine array world, the higher-ups wanted to give up on Zhao Hai. However, Ma Rulong did not agree no matter what. In the end, the higher-ups of the machine array world could only do as he said. After all, Ma Rulong was currently outside. He would not be able to follow the orders of the emperor, and no one could do anything about it. The performance of the higher-ups in the realm of arrays was within Zhao Hai's expectations. Whether it was the realm of arrays or the world of cultivators, they were both very realistic. They would not invest in people who were useless to them. Right now, Zhao Hai was most concerned about the reaction of the Ashley family. If the Ashley family reacted the same way as the realm of arrays, Zhao Hai would be very disappointed. However, to Zhao Hai's surprise, the Ashley family did not say that they would give up on him because of what happened to him this time. Even the family head, Wu Qi, did not say anything like asking Margaret to leave him. On the contrary, everyone was very worried about his situation. This was out of Zhao Hai's expectation. Wu Qi was a very practical person. How could he treat a useless person like Zhao Hai with such an attitude? After monitoring Wu Qi, Zhao Hai finally understood why Wu Qi treated him this way. It was because Wu Qi wanted to buy the horse's bones with thousands of gold coins, and Zhao Hai was the horse's bones. The Ashley family had already received a lot of benefits from Zhao Hai's first place in the preliminaries. In addition to that, they had a few powerful allies, so it would not be a problem for them to develop. If a family wanted to develop, they needed all kinds of talents. Even though Wu Qi knew that Zhao Hai might be crippled, he still gave him the best treatment and even married his daughter to him. This was to show the Ashley family's attitude to others. You see, what do we do to a person who has made a contribution to the family? Even if he's crippled, he'll still get what he deserves. The Ashley family wanted to use this attitude to attract all kinds of talents to join the Ashley family, so that the Ashley family could develop in a short time. After hearing Wu Qi's words, Zhao Hai had no choice but to acknowledge that the head of the Ashley family, Wu Qi, was not a simple person. For the sake of the family's development, he was actually willing to do this, but no matter what the reason was, he was not too heartless. Zhao Hai would treat the Ashley family better in the future. After all, they were Margaery's maiden family. On the other hand, the world of self-cultivators was less concerned about Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai had blocked 3 strikes from Li Tutu and killed Gongsun Zheng. This had already caught the attention of the world of self-cultivators, and they would not allow a person like Zhao Hai to exist. It would ruin their plans. However, after this incident, the people of the cultivation world did not pay much attention to Zhao Hai. After all, a cripple was not worthy of their attention. This could be considered an unintentional intervention. Zhao Hai thought that after he displayed his strength, he would attract even more trouble. However, things turned out the opposite way. Not only did he not attract any trouble, but he also solved a problem for him. This was really out of Zhao Hai's expectations. However, Zhao Hai didn't take it to heart. Even if he got into trouble, he wasn't afraid. With his current strength, he could have a place in both the self-cultivation world and the array world. This was only in the field of mecha arrays. In the world of cultivation, a nascent soul stage expert like Zhao Hai was enough to start a sect. This was why nascent soul stage experts were also called grandmasters. After seeing Zheng Li and the others' reactions, Zhao Hai paid attention to Dongfeng Yu's condition. Dongfeng Yu had been in closed-door cultivation for a few days and had not come out yet. Moreover, he did not seem to be in a good condition the last time, so Zhao Hai was most concerned about Dongfeng Yu's condition now. Seeing Dongfeng Yu's condition through the medium, Zhao Hai was relieved. Before, Dongfeng Yu's face was red and he looked like he was working hard, but now he looked calm and his fire dragon sword had disappeared. He looked like he was meditating, nothing special. Zhao Hai could tell that Dongfeng Yu was about to come out of seclusion, since Zhao Hai had already put the silver-backed golden-winged bug into his origin space and there were a few nascent soul stage experts in the base. The Zergs didn't attack them. However, the 6-world competition was pushed back by 10 days because of this. This was within Zhao Hai's expectations, so he didn't find it strange. Dongfeng Yu opened his eyes slowly. His eyes were shining and his aura was different from before. He had never thought that the fire dragon sword would be so magical. He looked around and realized that he was still in Zhao Hai's room, but Zhao Hai was not. Dongfeng Yu immediately stood up. He did not know how long he had been in seclusion this time, or if he had missed the competition. Thinking of this, Dongfeng Yu immediately opened the door and walked out. When he went outside, he saw Xingli and the other two sitting together and chatting about something. Zhao Hai was not in the courtyard. Xingli also heard the sound and saw that it was Dongfeng Yu. The three of them immediately went up to him. Xingli looked at Dongfeng Yu and said, "Dongfeng, how are you? How's the result of your closed-door cultivation this time?" "Quat, that's right." "Quat," Dongfeng Yu nodded. "Quat, little Hai." Xingli's expression was a little ugly. He looked at Dongfeng Yu's room and said, "Quat, he's in seclusion in your room. Let's go in and talk." Quat, then he pulled Dongfeng Yu into Zhao Hai's room. Dongfeng Yu knew that something had happened when he saw Xingli's expression. After entering the room and closing the door, he immediately said, "What's wrong? Did something happen to little Hai? Tell me about your closed-door cultivation first." Xingli looked at Dongfeng Yu. Dongfeng Yu nodded and said, "I went into seclusion this time because little Hai helped me release the seal on the fire dragon sword. I didn't think that something like this would happen. It turns out that the fire dragon sword was the natal weapon of an almighty venerable fire dragon in the cultivation world. When venerable fire dragon fought with someone and was heavily injured, he sealed a wisp of his consciousness into the fire dragon sword and then sealed it. After little Hai released the seal, I received this wisp of venerable fire dragon's will. It's a cultivation technique from the world of self-cultivation called the Fire Dragon Sky Incinerating Spell. It also has the Fire Dragon Sword technique to control the Fire Dragon Sword. Other than this wisp of consciousness, Venerable Fiery Dragon also sealed a part of his Yuan Qi into the sword. When I received that wisp of consciousness, the energy in my body was also occupied by Venerable Fiery Dragon's Yuan Qi, and it even assimilated all of my battle Qi. Now, I don't have any battle Qi in my body. It has all become Fire Dragon Zhen Qi. It can be said that I'm already cultivating the cultivation world's techniques, and my strength is much stronger than before. After hearing what Dongfeng Yu said, Xingli and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Fei even muttered, "Fortunately, I didn't waste Big Brother Hai's efforts." After hearing Fei's words, Dongfeng Yu frowned and said, "What's going on? What about little Hai? Did something happen? Hurry up and tell me." Xingli sighed, saying in a deep voice, "Quad, on the night you were in closed-door cultivation, a large number of Zergs suddenly attacked the base. Little Hai told us to guard you here while he and the others went to the city wall to help. Those Zergs' attacks were very fierce, so the base was able to hold on without much effort. Then a silver-backed golden-winged bug came. This bug was equivalent to a nascent soul stage master in the cultivation world. A few nascent soul stage masters in the base went to kill another silver-backed golden-winged bug. You can say that no one in the base can stop this bug. Little Hai wanted to take us away, but you were in seclusion and couldn't move. Little Hai went back and even fought off the silverback golden-winged bug. This was supposed to be a good thing, but I've been thinking about it for the past 2 days. Little Hai's strength can't be that strong. He probably drank some potion that stimulated his potential. As soon as he returned to the base, he immediately went into seclusion, so I'm sure that Little Hai must have drunk some potions that stimulated his potential. You should know the side effects of this kind of potion. Right now, I'm afraid that Little Hai's strength will be affected. I just don't know how much it will affect his body." Dongfeng Yu listened to Xingli's words in a daze. He really didn't think that so many things would happen during his closed-door cultivation. After Xingli finished speaking, Dongfeng Yu suddenly stood up and said with tears in his eyes, "Little Hai, my silly brother, how could you do this? How am I supposed to repay you for this?" Xingli and the others also looked dejected. Dongfeng Yu turned around on the ground and suddenly said in a deep voice, "Now that my strength has increased greatly, and I'm learning the cultivation world's techniques, if I can't do it, I'll join that cultivation sect. I heard that there are many magical pills in the cultivation world, and maybe one can cure Little Hai." Hearing Dongfeng Yu's words, Xingli and the others were stunned. Very few people from the machine array world would join a sect in the cultivation world. First, it was because the threshold of a sect in the cultivation world was too high. Second, it was because the people in the cultivation world generally looked down on people from the machine array world. If they wanted to join a sect in the cultivation world, the anger was not something ordinary people could stand. You've decided. Xing Li and the others looked at Dongfeng Yu. Dongfeng Yu stopped and nodded. Quad, I've decided. After this competition, I'll think of a way to join that cultivation sect and find a way to cure Little Hai. Xing Li did not try to persuade him, he just nodded his head. At this time a voice suddenly sounded, Quat, don't. If you join a cultivation sect, what will happen to our base in the future? Xing Li and the others were stunned. They turned around and saw Zhao Hai standing there looking at them with a smile. They were really stunned. Dongfeng Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, is it? Why did you come out of seclusion? Are you all right? I'm fine, don't worry, second brother, Zhao Hai replied with a smile. Xing Li and the others also went over and sized up Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, stop looking. I'm really fine, I didn't take any medicine. Don't worry. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xing Li and the others heaved a sigh of relief. However, Xing Li immediately looked at Zhao Hai with a strange expression. That's not right. You didn't take your medicine. How could he be so fierce? Did he just beat the silverback golden-wing worm away? Don't tell me you're already that strong. Zhao Hai smiled. Quat, you're right, boss Xing, I'm strong. It's not that I'm strong, but the weapon I have is good. Quat, with a flip of his hand, the flowing silver staff appeared in his hand. Xing Li and the others looked at the liquid silver staff, but they didn't find anything special. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. Under their gazes, the staff in his hand slowly turned into a long sword and then into a shield. Xing Li and the others looked dazedly at the liquid silver in Zhao Hai's hand. It changed from one weapon to another. When the liquid silver finally turned back into a staff, they finally came back to their senses. Xing Li's eyes lit up as he looked at the staff in Zhao Hai's hand and said, Little Hai, what's that thing in your hand? How did it change shape? Have you all forgotten the legend in the realm of arrays? Zhao Hai smiled, the incomplete weapon. When they heard Zhao Hai say this, Xing Li and the others were stunned for a moment. Then they immediately reacted. In the field of arrays, when an incomplete weapon was mentioned, people would immediately think of liquid silver because it was too famous. Xing Li and the others all looked at Zhao Hai in shock, and Fei even said, Big brother Hai, you mean? Is this the incomplete weapon that Lang Wayang left behind? Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, that's right. This is the incomplete weapon left behind by Senior Lang Wayang. I'll complete it and give him a name. Not bad, right? Dongfeng Yu's brain wasn't working properly. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, how is that possible? Didn't they say that no one could activate that weapon? How did you do it? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I used a trick. Quat then. Zhao Hai told them how he activated the liquid silver through the infinite sand. Dongfeng Yu and the others finally believed him. They all looked at the liquid silver in Zhao Hai's hand with shining eyes. They had heard of this weapon a long time ago. They had heard that it was made by Lang Wayang to fight against the world of self-cultivation. It was extremely powerful, but he had not completed it yet. Now, it was as if he had completed it. Furthermore, Zhao Hai had used it to defeat a silver-backed golden-winged bug. Wasn't that too powerful? Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. Quad, it was because of his help that I was able to defeat the silver-backed golden-winged bug. Liquid silver is actually most suitable for people who practice both magic and martial arts. I happen to be a dual cultivator, which is why I can unleash its power. Quat. Xing Li and the others all nodded and looked at Zhao Hai with envy. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. Quat, don't be envious. I'm trying to think of a way to prevent the liquid silver from flowing out. Even if it's not as powerful as this, it's still better than ordinary staffs and weapons. If I can replicate the true technique, I'll give each of you one. Quat. After hearing what Zhao Hai said, everyone's eyes lit up. Fei even said, Big brother Hai, are you serious? I've heard that liquid silver requires a lot of materials, and many of them have already disappeared. Can it still be made? Xing Li and the others looked at Zhao Hai, afraid that he would say something that couldn't be done. Zhao Hai smiled. Don't worry, it's possible. Some materials can be replaced with other materials, but the liquid silver made will definitely not be as powerful as mine. However, his transformation technique will still be left behind, so don't worry. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone cheered. This was definitely good news for them. A weapon that could transform was very important to both a magician and a weapon. It took a while for them to calm down. Maniac Li looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, Little Hai, since you're fine, why did you go into closed-door cultivation as soon as you came back? You've made us worry for half a day. If I wasn't in seclusion, would they think I've taken the medicine? Zhao Hai smiled. Hee, let them think that way. When the time comes for the competition, I'll teach them a good lesson. As long as we get a good result, it won't be a problem for us to fly off and start our own base. Dongfeng Yu nodded. Quat, that's right. We'll split up and work on our own. After we split up, I'll teach you the Fire Dragon Sky Incinerating spell. At that time, we'll be able to do whatever we want in the array world. Quat. The few of them also responded loudly and looked forward to a beautiful future together. The The reason why Zhao Hai revealed the liquid silver was to prepare for the future. He was very clear that he had not taken any medicine at all, although everyone thought that he had taken medicine now. When the time came for the competition, whether he had taken medicine or not would naturally be exposed. At that time, he would have to come up with a reason to let everyone know why he was so strong. Liquid silver was the best reason. Liquid silver was very famous, not only in the array world but even in the cultivation world. Zhao Hai's reason was very convincing. After chatting for a while, Zhao Hai turned to Dongfeng Yu and the others and said, "Quad, I won't be going out for the next few days. I'll still be in closed-door cultivation. You guys should go back to how you were. Don't let anyone see any flaws. Oh right, also be very careful of that guy, Strep. That guy hates me to the core, and I don't know when he'll make things difficult for me, but don't worry too much. When the elimination round comes, I'll directly eliminate him. I'll just have to worry about him. Quat." Dongfeng Yu raised his eyebrows and said, "Is Strip trying to play dirty? I've long found that guy to be an eyesore. Why don't we not wait for the elimination round and find an opportunity to eliminate him in a few days?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, don't worry. He can't do anything now. Master will live for a few more days. Brothers, I'll go back first. You can just do what you did before." Quat. After saying that, Zhao Hai's figure disappeared from the room. Xingli looked at the place where Zhao Hai disappeared and sighed. Quat, no wonder Hai is so powerful. When the Ashley family was fighting with the Zhang family, Hai and the others were trapped in the Rainbow Meteorite Belt. It was Hai who used space magic to bring everyone back to the Ashley family's planet Dark Demon. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. With liquid silver, Hai's combat power is extraordinary. Quat. Dongfeng Yu smiled. Quat, it's not just liquid silver. Hai's strength is not bad either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use liquid silver. I'm relieved now. By the way, Boss Xing, do you think the family will stop us if we want to do things on our own in the future? Xingli said coldly, "They will definitely stop us. However, we have to perform well in this competition, especially Ren and Little Hai. As long as you two do well, they won't say anything even if we want to go solo. After all, it's better to rope us in than to offend us." Quat. Dongfeng Yu nodded and said in a deep voice, "Quat, when the time comes, I will teach you the fire dragon sky burning technique. At that time, I will see if those guys from the array world still dare to offend us." Quat. Xingli sighed. Xiaofei's fire dragon sky burning technique should be fine. We can't. The attributes are wrong. Even if we learn it, we won't be able to learn it well. It seems that we have to think of a way to learn this cultivation technique in the future. Quat. Dongfeng Yu nodded. Quat, that's good. In this elimination round, we'll just kill a few people from the world of self-cultivators and get their cultivation methods. Then you can start cultivating. If Little Hai can unseal the fire dragon sword, he can definitely unseal the jade slips as well. Quat. Xingli nodded. I'm not worried about that. Let's go out. Don't let those guys worry. Right, everyone be serious. Quat. The few of them nodded with a smile, but their faces turned serious as soon as they stepped out. As time passed, almost everyone thought that Zhao Hai had really taken some kind of medicine. Seeing Xingli and the rest's gloomy faces, they were even more certain of their own thoughts. In an instant, rumors spread everywhere. They all said that Zhao Hai was dying from his injuries. All kinds of rumors existed. In any case, there was not a single good word about Zhao Hai. Xingli and the others didn't stop these rumors. Rumors were like this: the more you tried to stop them, the faster they spread. However, Xingli and the others didn't stay idle. They were secretly investigating who had spread these rumors. After a few days of investigation, Xingli and the others finally knew that the rumors had come from Strip. Once they knew this, they immediately believed Zhao Hai's words. Strip really did want to deal with them. Dongfeng Yu was so angry that he almost wanted to kill Strip. In the end, he was persuaded by Xingli and the others. He didn't know if it was because he had cultivated the fire dragon sky incinerating spell, but recently Dongfeng Yu's temper had become more and more fiery. It was even worse than Maniac Li's temper, which made Xingli and the others worried. Time passed day by day, and the day of the elimination round was getting closer and closer. The participants from the other realms had also arrived on planet Fabio. They did not come early and did not make it in time for the previous battle, so they did not suffer any losses. There were only 3 days left until the day of the knockout competition, and all the participants from different worlds had arrived. In addition to surviving on planet Fabio for 7 days, these participants also had to hunt the Zergs on planet Fabio and bring back useful things from their corpses. The more and higher the level of the Zergs they brought back, the more points they would get. After the knockout competition, the top 100 people with points would be directly taken, and these 100 people would be officially ranked. In the past, the elimination round would not have such a high elimination rate. Sometimes, there would be many rounds of competition to select the top 100 contestants. This was the first time that the ranking round would start after the elimination round. However, when he heard this news, Zhao Hai was very happy. This way he was confident that they could all enter the top 100. When they reached the Array realm, they would be able to obtain more resources. Their status would naturally be higher. Zhao Hai also found out why the world of cultivators had placed the elimination round on planet Fabio through the surveillance camera. It was to clear out the Zergs on planet Fabio. Even the cultivation world couldn't do anything to the Zergs on planet Fabio. The stronger the masters they sent, the stronger the new Zergs would be. The cultivation world was scared. The masters they sent were too strong, and the Zergs would get stronger and stronger. In the end, these Zergs would run outside of planet Fabio. With their terrifying reproductive ability, it would definitely be a disaster for the cultivation world. Therefore, the cultivation world had used another method to curb the development of the Zergs. This method was actually very simple. It was to let some low-level people clean up the Zergs at the same time. They wouldn't kill too many Zergs, but they wouldn't let too many Zergs either. This could effectively curb the development of the Zergs. Now, it was time to clean up the Zergs again. That was why they thought of holding the elimination round on planet Fabio. One was to compete and the other was to clean up the Zergs. It was killing two birds with one stone. At the same time, the world of cultivation had another intention. Through this competition, they would eliminate some of the new experts from the other worlds, making the world of cultivation always stronger than the other worlds. The people of the world of self-cultivators were strong, so it was easier for them to survive on planet Fabio. Moreover, the people of the world of self-cultivators had fought with the Zergs on planet Fabio before, so they were very experienced. The elimination round on planet Fabio was the most beneficial for the people of the world of self-cultivators. In the past, the self-cultivators had been the ones to clean up the Zergs on planet Fabio, which would have caused a lot of casualties. Now that the elimination round was being held here, they could clean up a lot of Zergs, and most of the casualties were from other realms. This was equivalent to killing the masters of other realms, helping the self-cultivators to clean up a group of future enemies. NBSB Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh after learning about the world of self-cultivators' plans. The world of self-cultivators was really good at scheming. Even if the other worlds knew what they wanted to do, they had no way to stop them. It was almost time for Zhao Hai to go out. If he didn't go out soon, Ma Rulong would be very anxious. After saying goodbye to Laura and the others, Zhao Hai walked out of the medium. As soon as he came out of Dongfeng Yu's room, Xing Li and the others immediately surrounded him. Of course, they knew Zhao Hai was fine, but they still put on a show and went up to him to warm him up. The other people in the courtyard had also noticed that Zhao Hai had come out of his seclusion. However, the way they looked at Zhao Hai was a little off. In the past, they had looked at Zhao Hai with fear and dread. Now they were gloating over his misfortune. Zhao Hai didn't pay any attention to them and gathered with Xing Li and the others, talking in low voices. At this moment, Ma Rulong came out. Ma Rulong had been paying close attention to Zhao Hai's situation, and the moment he heard that Zhao Hai had come out, he immediately walked over and said loudly, "Little Hai, you've come out of seclusion. How was it? Are you all right?" Of course, Zhao Hai knew what Ma Rulong had done for him. He was very respectful of the leader. He stood up immediately and bowed to Ma Rulong. "Leader, I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine." Ma Rulong walked to Zhao Hai's side and glanced at him. "Quad, are you really okay? Let me know if you need anything. I still have some faith in the Array world." Zhao Hai knew what Ma Rulong meant. Ma Rulong had been asking for medicine that could help him recover for the past few days. It seemed like Ma Rulong had prepared it for Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai had come out, he naturally had to explain to Ma Rulong and stop him from being busy. "Don't worry, leader. I'm really fine. You don't have to worry." Ma Rulong saw that Zhao Hai didn't seem to be injured, so he nodded and said, "It's good that you're fine. If you can't, then don't participate in this elimination round. Don't force yourself." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, don't worry, leader. I'm really fine. I'll definitely take part in the elimination round this time. I can guarantee that we'll make it to the ranking competition." Quat Zhao Hai's voice wasn't loud, so only Ma Rulong and the others could hear him. Ma Rulong's eyes brightened up when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He looked at Zhao Hai, who nodded with certainty. Ma Rulong's eyes revealed a trace of a smile as he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Quite all right, it's up to you then. You don't have to worry about the others. As long as you can guarantee that you'll get into the top ranks, it'll be the greatest contribution to the field of arrays." Quat. "Don't worry, leader," Zhao Hai replied with a smile. Ma Rulong nodded and left. When Xing Li saw Ma Rulong leave, he looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. "Little Hai, why are you telling the leader this? And I can see that you seem to be very respectful to the leader." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, because the leader is worthy of my respect. Everyone thought that I had taken the drug, and the leader was no exception. The higher-ups in the field of arrays were ready to give me up, but the leader was the one who resisted and refused. Do you think he is worthy of my respect?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xing Li and the others couldn't help but become serious and nodded at the same time. They all looked at Ma Rulong's back with a respectful expression. Now Xing Li and the others had completely treated Zhao Hai as their own brother. Those who treated Zhao Hai well, they would naturally respect them. Those who treated Zhao Hai badly, they would treat them as their enemies. However, Dongfeng Yu immediately thought of something else. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "So you're saying that the news of you possibly taking the medicine is already known by everyone in the Array world? The Ashley family also knows. Would they let you go? What was their attitude? What's Margaret's attitude?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, second brother. Margaret will be fine. The Ashley family will be fine too. The Ashley family needs talents for development. They want to win over talents, so they will be good to me. So you don't have to worry about them." Quat. Maniac Li looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. "Little Hai, where did you go into seclusion? Why do I feel like you know everything?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, of course I know everything. Margaret was the one who told me all this. Don't worry, nothing will happen. As long as we win this elimination round, all the doubts will disappear." Quat. Maniac Li and the others didn't ask anything else. They knew that Zhao Hai had many tricks up his sleeve, and they had absolute trust in him. At this moment, Strep walked over from the side. He still had a gentle smile on his face. No matter how you looked at him, he looked like a fine young master. However, when Xingli and the others saw him, their faces immediately darkened. As if he didn't see their expressions, Strip continued to smile. "How are you, Mr. Zhao Hai? The methods you displayed just now really made me blush with shame. Back then, I even wanted to compete with you, but I really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I believe that you've gained a lot from your seclusion this time, and your cultivation has improved greatly." Zhao Hai also turned to Strip and smiled. "Quat, Mr. Strip has praised me. I've indeed gained some insights from this seclusion. If I have time, I'll definitely exchange more with you." Quat. "Quat, no problem, no problem," Strip said with a smile. "Quat, I'll definitely have more exchanges with you after the elimination round." Quat. "Sure, I'll see you at the ranking competition," Zhao Hai said with a smile. Strip also nodded and smiled. "Quat, all right, I'll see you at the ranking competition." After saying that, he turned around and left. The conversation between the two had always been polite, and there was no smell of gunpowder. Those who didn't know would think that the two old friends were reminiscing about the past. They would never think that the two were enemies who wanted to kill each other at any time. After Strip left, Xingli couldn't help but snorted. "Little Hai, why are you being so polite to him? If it were me, I would have dealt with him a long time ago. I wouldn't have given him a good face." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "He wants to hide a dagger in his joke, so I'll just hide a dagger in his joke. He actually wanted to test me, hee, but I think he's more showing off. No matter what I say, he'll think I can't make it. Isn't that better? We'll only be happier when we're done with him in the elimination round." Dongfeng Yu heaved a sigh of relief. "Quite, it seems that even if we don't go to him during the elimination round, he will come to us. These days, Stripe has roped in a lot of people. It seems that those people will follow Stripe to deal with us." Quat. Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat is the #1 in the field of arrays. I have offended many people. Now that I've fallen, if they don't step on me, how can I let them down? But I just hope they don't regret it." Quat. "Quat HMPH, Quat." Maniac Li snorted coldly. "Quat, they'll definitely regret it. They'll regret being born into this world." Quat. Faye sneered, "These idiots. Even if we are going to do it alone, we won't be with Strip. That guy is obviously a sinister man. If we go with him, we might be sold out by him at any time. At that time, we won't even know how we died. Those idiots still think that they have a big advantage." Zhao Hai smiled. "Quat, you don't have to care about their deaths. It's best if they don't follow Strip to deal with me. Otherwise, I guarantee that they will become a member of my undead army." Quat. After hearing what Zhao Hai said, Faye and the others were even more curious. Faye moved to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Big Brother Hai, I've always heard you say that you have an army of undead creatures. How many undead creatures do you have? 1,000, 2,000, or 10,000? Xingli and the others were also very curious. They had heard Zhao Hai mention the undead army a few times, but they had never seen him use them. Zhao Hai looked at Faye and smiled. "Quat, you will see it in the elimination round. I can guarantee that it will be much more than you can imagine, so much that you can't imagine it." Quat. Xingli and the others looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. Li Quengren even hugged Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Kid, you better tell me now or I'll teach you a lesson." Zhao Hai chuckled. "Quat, don't be in such a hurry. Let's go and drink. I haven't had a drink these few days and I've been holding it in." Quat. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Maniac Li immediately let go of Zhao Hai and shouted, "Yes, drink, drink." Xingli and the others laughed when they saw how crazy Li was acting. However, they weren't slow and quickly walked to the stone table. The people in the courtyard were all watching them. Some of them were envious, some were jealous, but most of them were gloating. In their eyes, Zhao Hai and his gang were having their last party. 3 days passed by quickly. The day of the elimination round had arrived. Zhao Hai did not feel anything. He was determined to win this elimination round. There was nothing to be nervous about. He wasn't nervous, but that didn't mean that others weren't. Xingli and the others were nervous. No matter what, they had to face the ferocious insect race, the self-cultivators, and the other worlds. The people of that world were not to be trifled with. On the day of the elimination round, Zhao Hai walked out of his room. Xingli and the rest were already waiting for him outside. Everyone had a serious expression on their faces. Zhao Hai could tell that they were nervous just by looking at them. He he couldn't help but smile and say, "What's wrong? Didn't you guys sleep?" Xingli sighed, "Quad, I can't sleep, damn it. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Now that it has suddenly come, I don't know what to do. Quat." Zhao Hai smiled, "Quat, don't worry. We don't have to do it ourselves. Don't worry." Quat, as he was speaking, Ma Rulong walked out. The others also came out of their rooms, each of them with a nervous expression. It was no wonder that they were so nervous. Today they were going to face the fierce Zergs and experts from all the realms. Among all the realms, only the Array realm was the weakest. Every time they participated in the competition, the bottom 100 were from the Array realm. They couldn't help but be nervous. Ma Rulong looked at the participants in the yard. They were divided into 3 groups. One group was led by Strep and had the most people, about 30 people. Another group was led by Zhu Chen and had about 20 people. The group with the least people was Zhao Hai's group. There were only 5 people in this group. Other than them, there was no one else. The rest had all died in the battle with the Zergs in the past 2 days. Ma Rulong looked at them and sighed. "Quat, let's go." After he finished speaking, he followed the team leaders and turned around to leave. Their goal was the teleportation square. The people from the other worlds did not come to base number 5. There were only people from the Array world in base number 5. The people from the other worlds would go to the other bases to enter the elimination round. Every world would enter the elimination round at a different base, and they would all be teleported there through a magic array. Zhao Hai and the others had learned that the elimination round would be held under Planet Fabio. The underground of Planet Fabio was the world of the bugs. There were countless bugs' nests, and the tunnels dug by the bugs led to all directions. No one knew where the end of the tunnels was. The cultivation world had also paid a huge price to build those teleportation arrays in order to periodically clean up the bugs in the underground cave. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the teleportation square, Zheng Li was already waiting for them with his men. When he saw Zhao Hai and the others, he immediately walked over and bowed to Ma Rulong. "Leader Ma, everything is ready." Zhao Hai quickly returned the gesture and smiled. Quat, you're welcome. We were in the base at the time. If I didn't do anything, my friends would have been implicated. Also, this is a battle between humans and Zergs. It has nothing to do with the territory. Quat. Zheng Li nodded. He looked at Zhao Hai and said in a low voice, "Zhao Hai, I'm definitely going to be friends with you. I wish you a long journey and come back alive." Zhao Hai laughed out loud. "Quat, I'll take your blessings. Don't worry, I'll definitely come back alive. Definitely." Quat. Zheng Li nodded, then turned around and waved at the person beside him. The person activated the magic array, and Zhao Hai and the others disappeared into it. Zhao Hai and the others saw a white light flash before their eyes, followed by a faint black halo. Then the white light slowly faded away. However, Zhao Hai could feel an extremely dangerous aura coming at him. Zhao Hai immediately shouted, "Be careful, there are bugs." As he shouted, he set up a 50-layered shield in front of him. Xingli and the others also took out their weapons. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the others didn't dare to let their guard down. Zhao Hai had warned them a few times before, and he had been accurate every time. Now, they had no choice but to believe him. Sure enough, as soon as the white light disappeared, the people from the Array world were dumbfounded. They were now in a very large cave. The cave was probably a few hundred meters high and close to 10,000 square meters. The cave was surrounded by densely packed holes. Of course, the scary thing wasn't the cave, but the cave was now filled with insects. They were those 8-legged insects. There were countless of them, and they were so densely packed that one's scalp would go numb and one would have goosebumps all over their body. Just as the people from the Array world were in a daze, the insects howled and pounced on them. When they saw this, not only the others, but even Zhao Hai felt a chill run down his spine. There were simply too many insects. "Let's go," Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. With that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and he, Xingli, and the others disappeared from the teleportation formation. He had used space to escape. However, the others were not so lucky. When they saw the bugs pouncing at them, the people from the Array world immediately went crazy. Everyone attacked the bugs with all they had. Magic and sword auras were sent out as if they were free. Many people finally brought out their trump cards. Some mages even kept spinning their magic wands. There were hundreds of magic arrays stacked on top of each other in every magic array, either for defense or for attack. The samurais were in a similar state. Their hands were constantly emitting sword auras. Some of them even took out bombs from their dimensional spaces and threw them out. The battle between the humans and the insects had begun in such a brutal manner. At this moment, Zhao Hai and the others appeared in a cave that was free of insects. As soon as they appeared, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. This place was found by the realm through the surveillance camera. Zhao Hai brought Xingli and the others over. However, when he thought about the scene just now, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel scared. Xingli and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Fei even wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and said in a trembling voice, "My God, that's too scary. How many bugs are there? 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000. Oh my God, that's too many." Dongfeng Yu heaved a sigh of relief. "Quat, why do I feel like those bugs know we'll be there? It's like they've been waiting for us there." Quat. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I have the same feeling. It seems like those bugs aren't stupid. On the contrary, they are very smart. They might have known that there was a teleportation formation there, so they waited there. Once they see people coming out of the teleportation formation, they will immediately attack. Damn it, I didn't expect the bugs to be so smart. Quat. Maniac Li laughed. Quat, yeah, I didn't expect it. These bugs are so smart. Little Hai, didn't you say you wanted to use the undead creatures to deal with them? Shall we do it now? Xing Li and the others also reacted and looked at Zhao Hai. Dongfeng Yu even said, Quat, by the way, Little Hai, do it. I really want to see how many undead creatures you have. Quat. Zhao Hai looked at them and could not help but laugh. Quat, all right, I'll show you my undead army. Quat, after saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and released batches of undead creatures from his space.